At 8 o'clock, the color commentator for the Cubs, Ron Coomer, will join us at 8 o'clock. 8:44, VP of Circuit Sports Mike Palm joining us, and 9 o'clock to round things out, James Spiegel talking White Sox with us. That'll do for the pregame show. Now let's go ahead and get you to Mully and Haugh.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
This season is about Mooney.
Forget about it.
And Colson.
Forget about it.
And Braden.
Forget about it.
And Mydroth.
Forget about it.
And Teal.
Forget about it.
And Antonacci.
Forget about it.
And Davis Mart.
Forget about it.
And all the guys. And Grant Taylor.
Forget about it.
Everyone's become Italian.
Yes, everyone is Italian. Viva Italia.
This is the business we've chosen. I didn't ask who gave the order, because it had nothing to do with business.
Once you hit Antonacci,
where's the espresso machine?
And here comes the shot. There to calibrate that espresso machine.
I mean, this is fun, so keep the fun going. Get Mooney back in the lineup. He's going to be fine.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
dove l'ha fermato l'autobus di 1913?
That's impressive. I have no idea. I think you
That
just
is,
said the runner is safe.
That is, where is the 913 bus stop?
Okay.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We've got some losing baseball in town, but don't get down.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Friday. We made it. It's going to be a fun weekend. It's going to be a good one at the rate. The Cubs are going to bounce back in Cincinnati. You're going to have a draft. We're going to have some World Cup. Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, it is. It's a life worth living this weekend.
It is a life worth living.
You forgot to mention that there is already some Summer League talk. And my, oh my, there will be some Summer League action.
That's right. That begins tonight for the Bulls.
Tonight's the night.
Cannot wait.
That's right.
How could I forget that? How could I forget that with you guys just
a little too
so excited? You were just bursting at the seams with anticipation of the first Caleb Wilson dunk.
This is the win season.
Well,
I don't think they're going to win in season, but this is the win season.
I would like to then, before the end of the day and before the Bulls tip off tonight in the Summer League, I think you can watch that on CHSN on 10 o'clock, tape delay. I would like to send you a voice memo to express my excitement and anticipation as a reflection of today's NBA communication.
You're like 10 times greater than Michael Jordan. You are the magnificent GOAT.
Isn't that something before we get into everything?
Yeah.
LeBron James soliciting voice memos through his agent Rich Paul.
That's right.
From teams. You can send him, it sounds like almost a gimmick, like a cameo or something like that. Or you can just send LeBron James your voice memo, make your pitch, and he will consider them at...
He'll pay you $25 to $40
exactly
for your time.
Depending on how important you are.
Yes.
So can you imagine like Bob Myers who's running the 76ers apparently right now, sending a voice memo to Rich Paul? And
not only are you a very tall man, but you're a powerful one.
And how would the Bulls pitch go? Like, would the Bulls want to get in on that? Are they at all intrigued by that possibility of getting LeBron to Chicago?
They were at one point, and he took his talents to South Beach.
That was a long time ago.
What you do is you make a model of the stadium and everything, and you show a Jordan statue and then a larger dunking on him LeBron statue.
Is that what it would be?
That's what it would take.
I believe that it was almost 16 years ago, might be this week or maybe even today, that he had the decision, and that was the last time the Bulls were seriously considered a suitor for LeBron James. 16 years ago. No. They're not going to be sending him any voicemails.
The great thing that happened out of that is they ended up getting Dwayne Wade. He ended up coming here. So they that they kind of planted that seed.
That wasn't the great thing that came out of that.
Oh, that wasn't the good thing?
No, that wasn't the great thing.
There was no value
Nor
to that
was
at
it the
all?
great thing necessarily that Carlos Boozer came here as a consolation prize.
Yeah.
No. The Bulls put together a very good season and a very good team as a result of not getting the big three. But, that was 16 years ago this summer. That's summer
hard
of
to believe.
2010.
I mean, seriously, the rest of them are they've all kind of, gracefully left the game and waved goodbye. And LeBron needs suck-up videos. It's pretty interesting.
It's just such a unorthodox approach. He knows where he wants to play. He's got to. It's going to be either Cleveland or Golden State, possibly Philadelphia. But
depends on how they sound.
I could see him. I could see him going back to Cleveland.
So what? It's not a video. It is
voice memo.
Voice memo.
You know how the voice memos work.
I do know
yes.
how it works.
You could do it. You could record a voice memo, and I could send it to you.
I leave a lot of voice memos to myself. Memo to me.
Memo to me. Yeah, I think some people might have different methods of doing that.
Yeah.
So that is unorthodox, but that's LeBron. Everything about him is a little bit,
Do you ever leave
toward
a lot of voice memos to people?
No, I'm not a big voice memo guy necessarily. Yeah. I don't know if that's.
I knew a guy who often left you like voicemails. He liked the one-sided conversation. He never wanted an exchange of ideas. He just wanted to tell you what he
People
thought.
leave voicemails anymore?
I don't know.
I don't really
I think you text, tried to call, hit me later, something like that.
Something like that. I don't think people leave voicemails anymore. I think it's almost it's too much bother to listen to them for a lot of people. I just don't think they probably do. People of a certain age, like, what's a voicemail?
What's funny is like, what the hell is a landline?
It's a good point.
People of any age at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately. So you're going to watch the Summer League debut tonight, you think?
I am struggling to balance out. I will watch the Summer League. The question is, will I watch it live or will I watch it later? That's really the only dilemma.
They've got a couple games over the weekend, don't they? Or is this the only one that they play?
They got a
Monday?
couple. I think they play Sunday as well.
I think they got one, and then they play again on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it Monday? Not
Monday
Sunday?
they play.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely be watching that at some point.
Okay.
And my problem is I've got theater tickets, so I have a lot I must do, and then I've got theater tickets.
Well, the Summer League is quite the stage. Why do you have doubt in Caleb Wilson as the leading man?
No,
Why are you not interested in that plot as it unfolds?
That's not it.
Oh.
But I
theater.
do.
You're going to the theater?
The theater.
The theater of the mind?
No, the actual theater of I'll be going to the theater. These are tickets that we had that we could not use, and then we sold them back and we exchanged them.
Well, that sounds like an exciting show.
Yes. So
sounds like you're very excited about it too.
Oh, if I sound less than enthusiastic.
You're bemoaning the fact that you're not going to be able to watch the Summer League because you have theater tickets.
I know this is
a game that means nothing.
This is not something
for an enriching evening of theater.
I shouldn't be revealing this at all, but I do have a few things I have to do over the weekend, which will get in the way of my sports watching, and it's rude of me to say that I think I might prefer to be watching sports, and I like watching them live.
Okay.
Than
let's
watching them delayed.
Power rankings.
I will have to.
Mully weekend power rankings: theater, baseball draft, Bulls Summer League, World Cup, in order.
World Cup.
Okay. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 through 4.
Oh, I
World
mean,
Cup numero uno.
World Cup
Okay.
number one on my
World
weekend
Cup
list.
Yeah.
And if I somehow fail to have recorded a game, you will hear language.
You will rue the day.
I really, really want to see the World Cup.
Okay. World Cup.
I think I want to see Mooney, just the reception, and he's
That's
back.
tonight.
I'd like to watch that
All
live.
access.
I might actually have a line on a ticket I can't use. So it's a problem.
Well, you can't because you've got the theater.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the theater. Don't ever think I'm not.
All right.
It'll be great. And I may, often if I'm at the theater, I think, oh, what could have been? Oh, woe is me who doth forget to become an actor.
And may I check my phone for updates?
Lesbian. Yeah.
All right, so go.
Big mistake.
So what's the next? I'm very curious about these last two.
Well, I want to watch. I really want to watch the Cubs, and I prefer watching that live. But I think
you can't watch everything live.
I think it's going to be the delayed broadcast of both the Cubs and the basketball, the summer league game. The opportunity to come home.
You didn't mention the draft
late at night. The draft is Saturday. I'm dealing with tonight.
So this is just today's power rankings.
I have no theater on Saturday.
I thought what you were looking forward to over the weekend.
I'm not going to the theater all weekend.
All right, so where does the draft on your list of things that you're looking forward to, though? Is it very high?
The draft is on my list of things.
I wonder if you're going to be sorely disappointed.
That is my fear.
That's the fear, right?
You know me well.
The anticipation, you get there, it's noon, it's Saturday. You're thinking, well, this could be really fun because it could be the beginning of something, a little bit of a boost in enthusiasm for Sox fans. And then with the first pick of the 2026 Major League Amateur Draft, the White Sox select high school shortstop.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm trying to wrap my mind around all possibilities, so I'm not disappointed in any way. That's what
they're going to get a great player.
I've been talking about that for a week, and I've been shot down every time I've attempted to discuss that. For whatever reason, that doesn't resonate with another human. I don't want to be disappointed. If they get Grady Emerson, I want to say, all right, they got Grady Emerson. Here we go. I don't want to say.
I know what you mean, though. I think that it's understandable because of the way that we have reacted to the possibility of a Rock Chalowski. And if he is not the guy selected tomorrow, first overall, there will be some rationalizing.
Yes.
There will be some explaining and accepting slowly, I think. But it's okay to be disappointed or to have that sort of reaction because we're locked in.
No, we're definitely locked in.
We're locked in.
And we're locked in on getting better like overnight. We're not locked in on getting better in a few years.
Right.
Okay? So that's being perfectly honest.
I really am not interested in the 2029 Chicago White Sox right now.
It's very true.
I have very little interest in that.
Yeah, I don't want to wait on anyone.
Yeah.
So the closest to the finish line, let's go.
And if you draft a high school shortstop in Grady Emerson, you are realistically looking at the 2029 White Sox as being the first version of the Major League team affected by that decision. I'm
kind of looking forward to the 2029 White Sox, but there are other reasons to look forward to that that don't have to do with the players. I want the players to get here quick. I'm not going to decode that for everybody that needs it decoded because you laughed.
Yes, I did. I did get that very well. So Cubs at the Reds tonight. That'll be a lot of fun. They need to go into Cincinnati, and yesterday was a tough loss for the Cubs because they find a way to take the lead late in the game, and then the bullpen gives it back. Gives it back.
See, I was thinking more. They got a good performance from David Peterson. He did what had to be done. He picked a lane. He had 7 outs via the ground ball. Mm-hmm. He was more the ground ball guy that we saw in his first game than the horrible home run allower we saw in the fly ball game. So they did get a home run off him, but it was just a solo shot, and he did his bit. But it underscored the bullpen issues. And, I didn't even really get indignant about the call at second base, and I didn't.
Well, it was a terrible call.
It was a bad call.
It was a blown call.
And but I didn't throw a wobbler. I think because I've been watching the World Cup, so I'm used to bad calls.
That was a World Cup worthy bad call.
That was.
Because Nico Horner.
Could it be reversed today?
It wouldn't matter. And that's the unfortunate thing. Well, I don't think it will be reversed today, depending on,
who calls who.
Depending on the voice memo that Rob Manfred receives.
There you go.
But I believe
that's very nice.
The Nico Horner being called out because second base was blocked was a big decision, and who knows if the Cubs could have taken advantage of that. But it was just unfortunate because they did come back. Suzuki had both of the runs, and the bullpen gave back a lead. And that's the biggest concern about the Cubs right now.
Yes, the bullpen.
Tyler Ferguson, he actually was pretty good before, but Ryan Rollison comes in, and he's had his moments. All of these guys have had some moments where it makes you understand or helps you believe why Craig Counsell believes in them. But they're not consistent yet. And I don't know if they'll ever be consistent. And that bullpen is the biggest issue. Maybe that's just totally this morning's opinion. But the Cubs bullpen prevents you from being too confident about anything that's going on.
They won the series. They won the first 2 games. They should have won the 3rd game. They should have swept the series, but they didn't. But they got a good performance from the starter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to keep a little perspective on it. The thing that I was most concerned about was how the Runsplosion would go, and it didn't go. So that was good.
No, it did not go. They did not.
I was worried that there'd be another 17 runs.
And here they are. They're still 11 games over 500. They go to Cincinnati. If they win this series, they can feel pretty good about things heading into the All-Star break. And they have gotten some hitters that are starting to respond. Bregman shows some signs of life, and PCA's carrying them.
It is disappointing, very disappointing, that not only did the White Sox get swept at home, but you watched Aroldis Chapman pitch in the 9th inning, and you thought, well, I guess they're not going to trade him. I guess Sonny Gray not being traded. So they thwarted maybe the Cubs' plan. I don't know. You haven't really talked much about Sonny Gray, but you've certainly mentioned Aroldis Chapman.
Well, Sonny Gray was on my power rankings, I think, of the 5 pitchers I wanted the Cubs to keep in mind and pursue.
Why would you trade them now? They've won 6 in a row.
They've won 6 in a row.
They're slowly coming back.
They are 2.5 games back in the wild card. And in Boston, I think that's close enough for them to consider a run. Aroldis Chapman would get you a lot in return. There are analysts out there that have already speculated he's a Marlins target. People have linked him to the Cubs. Obviously, if you're a White Sox fan, you may consider that possibility. But here he is, Mully, in that 9th inning.
Yep.
38-year-old Aroldis Chapman.
That's right.
He got in order.
It was the young dudes.
Sam Antonacci.
Say it properly.
Sam Antonacci.
You love to use that.
Dude, I love it.
We just played it going. He got a Sam Antonacci.
Sam Antonacci to make it out. No celebration. But Sam Antonacci in 2010, when those 3 guys were 7 years old and Jacob Gonzalez was 8.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Those guys were.
No wonder he got them out. Oh, they're no longer that age?
It was a wiffle ball.
Okay.
No, they were playing wiffle ball when he was making his major league debut, and here he is, 16 years later, still striking out people and pitching at a high level. He is remarkable. He is something else.
Is he going to be on the podcast?
I have not seen him listed on the Lovable Reunion Tour podcast.
Are you waiting for that? Will that occur?
I would love if they were able to do that. He doesn't. Bruce has talked about this. He doesn't do a lot of interviews in English, so I don't know if they could.
I mean, that's why God made an interpreter. Couldn't the boys have just gone down to the rate and gotten a moment with them?
I think they could probably do whatever they want. I mean, he was the guy that they were teammates with in 2016. I don't know.
Rossi caught him.
Rossi caught him. Yes, not often though.
No, but He did once or
Yeah,
twice.
yeah. I think they could probably get that done. This week's episode was Jason Hayward. I'm still midway through that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
pretty good.
How's he doing?
It's pretty good. He's all class.
Oh, he is. The baseball academy.
Yeah.
And he's a good guy.
But Chapman's still setting him down. And I think your point is really correct, though. We keep talking about who the Red Sox are going to have available at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
We're 3 weeks away. You know what? In 3 weeks, they could be 500. And then in the American League, that's contender status.
I'm still trying to figure out how. I mean, the thing is, like Randall Grichuk, Miguel Vargas, the All-Star, those are good batters against left-handed pitchers. The White Sox were, I believe the word would be stymied by the left-handed pitchers.
It's a really good word. They were stymied, and I think the Red Sox this series they'll use as the reason to believe in the second half because of their young pitchers and how they got out of them. Are you suggesting the Sox have an issue against left-handed starters?
I'm suggesting they did against the Boston
Yeah, do you think it's
left-handed
going
starters.
to be a chronic issue moving forward?
I don't think it's a chronic issue. I don't think it's been an issue, but I think that it raised
look,
its ugly head.
Look, Mune's coming back. He's a left-handed power hitter.
I know it.
Colson Montgomery's lefty. Teal's lefty.
Well aware.
And Braden Montgomery from the right side. Is that his power side? I'd have to look closer at the splits.
I'm just
Antonacci's
saying,
lefty.
The two guys that usually carry the water for them weren't able to do so, and it was a problem.
You're saying that the Sox moving forward,
I'm saying I hated the lineups, David, but I don't want to say it.
Well, the lineups are something. Lineups are every day. I can't wait for tonight to see if Mooney's leading off.
You heard language if you were around me.
It is a boost, and I think that the Sox, we'll talk about it moving forward, but
Yes.
they were due for this kind of home showing because they had been so good at 35th and Shields, and they're getting a boost tonight.
Do you know
that
what's amazing?
Will give them a little bit of a lift.
17 and 18 without Mooney.
I wish they would have won that game yesterday so they'd be above 500.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
They had done such good work, and they were above 500. And then with that home series sweep, we haven't seen a lot of that. The end of the 10 consecutive series victories at home, coupled with really, is that the first home sweep since April? Something like that since
they've been swept.
Was it Tampa that came in?
Yeah, I don't. It hasn't happened. I'm not sure it happened this year. Did it?
I think it happened earlier.
Well,
Once,
they
that I know.
they are very good at the rate, but this wasn't the series, and that they can erase some of those bad taste and go into the All-Star break with some momentum if they can just win this series against the A's.
The way I'm thinking of it is they've gone out and they have procured like the best power hitter on the market.
Mm-hmm.
They're bringing a guy in who's going to bring the thunder.
Boy, now you're really going to the theater of the mind and coming up with a very elaborate plot to convince yourself that this is happening and everything's okay.
Nothing bad happened. Everything's good.
Yeah, it's just they're getting their best power hitter back, and that will be.
It's like a new trade.
He's been out for over a month.
They got Babe Ruth of Japan.
They have somebody now that they can look at as somebody could carry them for a little bit, and I think this is the first time tonight we'll see the White Sox lineup with everybody who they want to be in it. Teal,
wow.
Mooney, Colson,
guys, yeah.
Braden Montgomery,
Yes.
Vargas.
Keep going.
This is Antonacci
Everybody you can think of.
and Mydroth.
Okay, I feel better.
That's the core. That's the foundation. That's why the Sox are where they are right now, and that's in contention for a playoff spot.
Yeah, they could really do some rock and roll.
And by the way, they're still in a tie for first place.
I know, but that's
so you can say the first place White Sox will take the field tonight
to get ahead
against the A's with Mune Murakami returning after a 41-day absence.
Wow. 6 weeks.
42?
Wasn't that the timetable? Yeah. So he's back. He'll be there. That'll be fun. And we'll get into it. We got to talk about all these stories of the day, everything that went down, and maybe do a couple projections. Who knows? We'll do that next in the Pick 6. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. Pete Crow Armstrong delivers.
And he's now just a single away from a cycle.
Swinging a line drive, base hit. Right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
And the fans are loving them some Pete Crow Armstrong here at the Friendly Confine.
Listen to every game with Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
At U.S. Waterproofing, when we're called to fix a basement water problem, we get it fixed right. Our experts will diagnose and educate you on all the issues contributing to your basement seepage problems and guide you through customized solutions that will fit your needs. We make it easy every step of the way, and we'll treat your home with the same care and attention we'd give our own. Schedule your free consultation today at uswaterproofing.com and enjoy no interest if paid in full in 1 year. U.S. Waterproofing. A better basement starts with us.
Introducing the all-new MLB Plus, your ticket to streaming baseball's best. Enjoy MLB Network 24/7 with live out-of-market
contract dispute because there was a diminishing skills clause put into Frank's contract, and Frank didn't like that, and he felt disrespected. He ends up going to the Oakland A's, and he talked about how well he was treated at the A's and how poorly he had been treated by the White Sox. And as you can imagine, this caught the ear and eye of one Kenny Williams. And then Kenny said this.
Believe me, it's not easy to deal with an idiot. And this man, over the course of the years, has tried my patience and tried it. And we don't miss him, by the way. And if you go out there and you ask any one of my players out there, any one of my staff members, we don't miss him. We don't miss the attitude. We don't miss the bitching and the whining. We don't miss it. Good riddance. See you later. He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business. Matter of fact, I don't need to be talking to you guys. I'll say what I have to say to him directly.
Have you talked to Jerry? I know it's still early in the morning. Have you talked to Jerry about this story?
No, I haven't talked to him. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of guys around here that have been with the White Sox organization I'm one of them, damn near all my coaches, for 20-some-odd years. And Jerry's he is like a second father to a lot of us. For these backhanded comments, actually, I guess they're not even backhanded anymore. They're full frontal smashes right in our face. For these to keep coming. And again, for him to turn his back on all the things that Jerry has done, and this guy, of all people.
So, okay, here's the thing, and I love it because inside the Twitch, the experience that we had with young Sean and young Alex happened. People are like, wait, what? This was said about Frank Thomas?
Even Connor in the Twitch chat, like, it's the first time I've heard the full clip of it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are now getting the context. Now look, Kenny no longer works for the organization.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
I am getting to that. Kenny is probably really enjoying not having to deal with the day-to-day operations of running the White Sox anymore. But imagine you're Frank. Okay? And I get it. It's hard to imagine that you're one of the best baseball players that ever lived. But imagine you're Frank. And
6'5", you're handsome.
Yeah. She'll like it too. Now look. You remember this. You remember that one of the last things of you being around the White Sox was your friend and your former boss just going off, calling you stupid, saying no one's going to miss you, saying all of this stuff. The White Sox had just won the World Series.
5 months prior.
Things were supposed to be bubbly.
And so
at this point.
they get Jim Thome in and they have Paul Konerko. So there's really no place for Frank to go. By the way, that may have been the best White Sox team assembled in the last 40, 50 years. That next team, not the team that won, that team won 90 games and finished third in the American League Central because that's how loaded the division was. But imagine that you're Frank and you know that this has been something that has been in the minds of people that work for the White Sox for a long time. Fast forward 20 years later, and it's Black History Month. And all of a sudden, there's Frank Thomas Erasure from Black History Month.
Frank Thomas Erasure.
Of the White Sox. Can you imagine? Like, I would be furious, just like Frank was. Do you understand the tornado of crazy I was in when covering this team? You heard Kenny. You heard him.
You better stay out of our business. You better stay out of White Sox business.
You got Frank.
That was the least objectionable part of that entire thing, and that's what gets played over and over again.
Yes. You got Ozzy. You got Ozzy feuding with Jay Mariotti.
Jay Mariotti.
And now you're like, wait, Google machine. Who is Jay Mariotti? Right? Like, there's a lot.
The answer on Google will be the only person young Anthony Herron ever wrote an angry email to. The only Chicago columnist. Yeah, I would sit there. We get the Sun-Times. We get the Tribune at the house. I'd run into the driveway, pick it up. Pops would read it for a little bit. Then I'd grab the sports section, read that afterwards. All these columnists calling all these different Chicago athletes and coaches dummies and all this other stuff. The only one a young Anthony Herron ever wrote an angry letter to, hand wrote a letter to Jay Mariotti, because I had to give him a piece of my mind.
I like it. That started your take career
there
back
we go.
in the day.
That's what it was.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Wow.
Tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune, and this hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
The Cubs blew a late lead with a chance for a sweep in Baltimore. But was the bigger news the reversal of fortune for David Pearson, who went 5 innings and limited the Orioles to a solo home run by Tyler O'Neill and got 7 outs via ground balls. Pearson allowed a season-high 15 fly balls, allowing 10 runs in 3 2/3 innings a week ago. Is he cured?
Boy, you hope so, right? I mean, he's back to throwing the ground balls. It's one of the reasons that was given for that trade. They felt that him with that defense behind him was going to be it was going to work. And you know what? It worked in the first appearance, and then the second appearance was a train wreck. And he made some adjustments, and he worked on it, and it worked. And that was one of the things that you really kind of wanted to see out of that game. And it's a pity that they blew the lead late and they didn't get the call. The refs blew a call late. But the reality is, I think it's kind of mission accomplished in terms of Peterson. You just got him to a healthier spot. You somehow managed to remind him of how he needs to pitch with the team he has behind him. And that part of it worked. So you had a little sigh of relief. If he had given up, if he had gotten rocked again, I think we'd wonder about if you can afford to start him. But now I think, depending on the health of everyone else, you can afford to bring him back, and you will do so after the break.
I love this for David Peterson. You kind of needed this pitching performance from him. It's not his fault with it. It was more about the bullpen and with the late lead. I'm more interested too with this. I wouldn't say he's fully cured yet, but this is a sign in the right direction. When it comes with this, when we get all these pitchers back too, I'm always wondering where would Peterson slot, and maybe he could be in that Colin Ray type role. Maybe come in for spot starts, or if the injury happens, maybe he comes in and then maybe some long relief, or depending once they even get into the playoffs, because I'm trying to think ahead. But overall, when it comes to Peterson, I like this. It's a good move. It's a good play by him. Overall, good. Thumbs up.
Yeah, he had to be better. It would be hard to be worse. He was not very good last time out. I do want to look at that as a serviceable, better than adequate effort, but I don't know how he fits in moving forward. I think everything he does now he's a Band-Aid, and they made a trade because they had to. And he is a all-star last year, and he's got some promising things because of all of the ground ball pitcher stuff that we talk about in the infield the Cubs have behind him. But when Jameson Taillon goes back into active status in the rotation, and then eventually Cabrera comes next, I don't know where Peterson fits in that rotation. He's going to have to learn to be one of those guys we talked to Tommy Hotovy about, probably coming out of the bullpen. Because you've got Boyd, who's looking like the ace, Taillon, Cabrera, and then Shota going today, and then Ray and Assad. Those are guys that are proven to come out of the bullpen. Maybe David Peterson will be that guy. But yeah, he is definitely somebody who has value. I don't know how much they're going to rely on him down in the second half, down the stretch in the second half of the season. But they definitely were in a position to win because of him yesterday. The bullpen let everyone down. It wasn't David Peterson.
I lost a little bit of your question.
That was Ron Coomer, who will be joining us today at 8 o'clock. How do you explain the White Sox being swept at home by the Red Sox, and in very ugly fashion? The White Sox were outscored 14-2 while managing just 15 hits over the 3 games, all of them just singles. Will all offensive woes change now that the White Sox are adding a bona fide power hitter in the form of Munetaka Murakami?
The White Sox had nothing but singles against the Red Sox?
Isn't that wild?
That's incredible.
15 singles.
15 singles. I mean, Mune can't hit for everybody.
You may as well pay Acuna every game.
So he played yesterday and he made some things happen, right? He's a little bit of a catalyst. I hope that, first of all, let's talk about what happened. This is bound to happen. This was bound to be some regression here. It's okay. The Sox are still mathematically in first place. You're not going to be the team that is letdown proof through the first half of the season before the All-Star break. We've already passed the first half. The White Sox are legitimate. They didn't need to win a game against the Red Sox to prove that. I don't think they're in any fear of losing that legitimacy because they got swept at home. This happens through the course of a long season. I think they've got the right attitude post-game. You heard guys like Andrew Benintendi talk about, hey, these kind of things are part of baseball. Now, they go home. You already saw them post-game during the post-game show in the clubhouse. They got the red uniforms hanging at everyone's locker. They get in there. They literally and figuratively, it's a new day. It's new uniforms, all the things. And you have new life because Mune is back. And I wish they would have finished above 500 without him. They're 17-18, but that is where we thought they had to be. If you could be around 500 without your best hitter, and I think he was the best hitter up until he left, then you were in a position to capitalize on everything with his return. And I think they do that tonight. I don't know that all the woes will change immediately, but I think you'll see some life. I think you'll see some oomph. And I do think you're going to see the Sox get more than singles over the weekend. It will not be singles night at the rate. I think there's going to be some long balls.
It was an ugly watch. I hate to say that. Oh my God. I mean, watching it, and then I was just talking. Me and Grant was just talking. Like, even some of those singles was like bloops. They weren't even like bona fide, like a good hit. It was just like a blooping single. When I'm looking at this team, when I saw this sweep, you know, I didn't want them to get sweep, but at the same time, I was like, it's okay. Still in first. You know, we're still doing better than expectations. We're exceeding that. And really, the good news is Mooney's coming back. So like after the sweep, you're hearing the good news that Mooney's coming back. So you're like, okay, like they literally turned the page. As David was saying, they already had the jerseys up. They already mentally was already on to the next series. So even though I don't like this sweep, and I hope we haven't seen something like this since like the beginning of the season, when we thought like, oh, this is going to be a tough watch, but seeing this overall and having Mooney coming back, and I think this is going to be the first time we got like their full lineup, like with Teal and Mooney,
all
and
those guys.
then you got Vargas. So seeing all these guys together, I'm excited going ahead. Just
don't
turn the
forget Peters.
page, and I like it. Just please don't repeat.
Yeah, I think what happened is they won the big series against the Guardians, and by saying they won it, they salvaged a split after falling behind. But it felt like they won the series.
That was it, yeah.
And you felt like, okay, they're home. Thank God they're home because they win every game at home. And then Boston's like red hot and comes in, and you're kind of like, hey, wait a minute. Hey, what's this? When is the comeback beginning? Why is this taking so? They're up 5? How could they be up 5? It just didn't. It didn't gel with everything that's going on. And I know that I was like, okay, just get through this series because Mooney's coming back on Friday. I think there might have been a feeling of that too. And I think it's a huge deal that Mooney's coming back, and I'm really happy about that. And you forget just how good he was, just how many home runs he was hitting, and how extraordinary it was that they landed a player of that value. And that was almost your takeaway to the start of the season. And then when he went out, it was like, oh my God, what are they going to do? And they did very well. And everyone did their part, and they picked everything up. But it's, you worry that you're gasping to the finish line here, that you're getting to the All-Star break, and there is just sort of this feeling like, all we got to do is just get to the All-Star break. No, all you got to do is keep winning, and then you enjoy the All-Star break, and hopefully they can do some good stuff against Oakland, and hopefully Mooney can hit himself a home run this weekend for sure.
At least one.
At least one. He didn't do it in the minor leagues. He only played 2 games. Did you hear what he said to Kendall Smith? It was very funny.
Want to get a haircut?
That's what he said.
That's hilarious.
She asked him, was there anything else you wanted to get done before in your rehab thing? And he kind of thought about it.
Well, he was looking a little scruffy.
And he did look like his hair had gotten long, and he said, I need to get a haircut.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll look sharp tonight.
I thought that was very funny.
He's got a good sense of humor.
He's funny.
And when he walks in that clubhouse, it'll be a revival kind of sense, right? He'll be like getting them.
Oh my God.
He's back.
When he gets in that uni, everyone's going to say the same thing. Red velvet.
There's some questions that are going to have to be answered.
That was Bruce Levine. He'll be joining us in a little over an hour at 7:25 here on the Mully and Haugh Show. After hearing from the White Sox, our own draft analyst and very invested Sox fan, what do you think happens with the number 1 overall pick on Saturday's MLB draft? And would you predict the Sox will take Landon Tomei at 41? That last name sounds familiar. If he's there, or the name of a player you'll have to Google.
Okay. This is it, man.
Here we go.
I'm trying hard not to even give it words. Take Rock Chalowski.
We're 30 hours away.
Rock Chalowski. I have to take Rock Chalowski because his name is Rock Chalowski, and I know his name, and I've been saying it like a mantra, and it's hard for me to back away from that. And I think I don't care how much prospect fatigue you're struggling with. I don't care if he didn't have as brilliant a season as a junior as he did as a sophomore. I don't care if he wants more signing bonus and it's going to impact how much you can give other people in the draft. this is the gift that was given to you. You get the best player in the draft. I still think it's Rock Chalowski. Just take the guy. Just take the guy and we'll be done with it and we won't ever ask questions about it again. Oh, what were you thinking? Why didn't you do this? Did you think you were... Just do it because it's the fastest method to success. That's all I want.
Okay. I'm with you, Mully.
Tomei, I don't care.
Okay. I'm with you on Rock. Like, as the day approaches more and more to the MLB draft, I get more and more nervous. You would think this is like my own child. I'm like, I want him to get drafted. Like, that's me as a selfish Sox fan. I want Rock Chalowski. Now, Mike Shirley kind of made me feel a little bit better hearing from him. But hearing the guest that we had on with Callis and then we had Mayo on, I did get a little nervous. I did get like, oh, maybe it would be Emerson. You know, I don't think it's going to be Lackey, though. Now I kind of feel more confident it's not going to be Lackey. When we go into the next pick, though, I see Tomei probably being picked before that.
That's what I mean.
I think he's going to be gone, but I got a name for you. And his dad was a former Sox. What about Joseph Contreras?
Ooh,
remember him when you saw him on the
World
WBC?
Baseball
Right,
class.
remember that?
He's 17. Where's he gonna go?
He's ranked. I'm looking at Google and looking at his ranks, and it looks like he's ranked right now in the top. He could go top 40. He's listed at second, so that's right in the White Sox range.
You don't know about the signing bonus stuff.
But hey, if you want a pitcher or something like that, boom, there you go. You get a young pitcher right there. I like that for the Sox, and then you still keep it local.
That's interesting. What we want from the Sox is to keep things simple. And this season has been I think they have revived interest. They have revived hope. And they've given Sox fans so many reasons to pay attention again. And I think that's part of why we have been on this Rock Chalowski kick, because this is the simplest outcome to tomorrow's draft at noon when it starts. And I think it's the simplest outcome because, let's face it, we're not amateur baseball experts. We know what we're looking at when we see things in Major League fields and in front of us on the television screen, but we don't know. I've never seen Grady Emerson play a baseball game. I've never seen a full game of Rock Chalowski's. I think we see highlights. You might catch an inning here or there, but we know what people who are in the know tell us. And what they have told us since the beginning of this process, when we were starting to evaluate what the Sox might be looking at when they're drafting first overall, is that Rock Chalowski was the consensus number one overall pick. And I think that we locked into that idea. And I'm okay with that. I haven't wavered from that. And I know we have, as a show, really haven't wavered from that. So we want this to be carried through. You want finality, you want certainty, and you want to have a feeling of confidence when you hand in the name, and that you can sign him, that you could draft him, and that you will give him a platform to be a rock star on the South Side. This is what they should do. I think this is what they will do. And I hope the ideal scenario, and tomorrow would be a fun day if this happens. Rock Chalowski 1, Landon Tomei 41, and then the party goes on all weekend long.
When I say I don't care about Tomei, they love Jim Tomei, and that was great. Jim Tomei was like a really late draft pick. He was like a softball player, went to Philadelphia and did great things, and came to the White Sox, and they loved him. And he's Gentleman Jim. But, I mean, they got Fauski, a teammate of Landon Tomei. Here's the problem that I think you face, is that I think everyone in the free world knows the White Sox love Jim Tomei and want to take his son. And I think if any other team wants him, they can take him before the White Sox. And there's nothing you can do about it. So that's what I meant. It's not that I don't like the guy.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
Jim
just trying
Tomei,
to get this. I'm trying to get this bloody Rock Chalowski thing done.
13th round.
13th round.
331st player overall.
There you go.
Unbelievable that he was that guy in 1989 that was given little chance, and now he hit 612 home runs?
That's a clown question, bro.
That was the voice of Phillies, Bryce Harper. What did you make of him announcing on Instagram that he will be participating in the Home Run Derby in his home ballpark? He will be joining Jordan Walker, Junior Caminero, Ben Rice, Jack Caglione, and Wilson Contreras. With Kyle Schwarber expected to also participate, that leaves one more open position. Who is your dream candidate for the Monday night competition?
Wow. So that means that there's one spot left?
Provided that Schwarber takes the spot.
So Schwarber's number 7, you need a number 8? This is easy. PC out of here. PCA.
I thought you didn't want him
I don't
doing
think he's going to mess up his swing. Look, I saw the breakdown of the MLB Network and Mark DeRosa looking at the hands and where they are, the places. PCA is not going to screw up his swing. I have confidence that he would not do that. I don't have the same confidence in, say, when we were talking about Colson Montgomery and Mully, who's coming off an injury. I don't know that those guys would necessarily make sense because I would fear that. But Pete Crow Armstrong, he's been there before. I'd like to see that maybe. Be a little fun, a little local flavor. I don't mind that. I'm looking at this list. I don't know who the favorite is. I know we'll talk about it probably on Monday. I think Schwarber's hard to pick against.
Right.
But I also worry this. I hope the guy who's throwing for Wilson Contreras doesn't hit him.
Okay, I'm looking at this list here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Wilson Contreras, he's an all-star, right?
Yeah. He's got 20 homers.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So this list is full of all-stars. Okay, I just want to make sure that if we want to keep it local, I don't like the PCA idea, especially, I mean, you hear him talk about the 2020 not getting stuff in his head. I don't want him to mess up anything. I just want him to participate in the All-Star game, be on the field, have one at bat, sit down, get ready for the next season. Same thing with kind of the White Sox, which we said earlier, especially when it comes to Colson Montgomery, and we talked about Mully. But if we got to pick one, just playing, if we want to keep it local, I would go with Miguel Vargas. Why not? I mean, if we want to go on that route, let's just keep it there. I would like Miguel Vargas, and that's probably me being a Sox fan.
That's you being a Sox fan.
But and I don't think his swing messed up. I don't think his mental is messed up. I think he's in a really good space. So if you want to put someone in there, he's someone I would put in there. Outside of that, I personally would have liked James Wood. That's just me. I think he turned it down. That's somebody I would love to be in there. I think he needs more recognition overall. I think he's one of the best home run hitters in this game right now. But if we want to keep it local, let's just go with Miguel Vargas.
It's a good one.
I mean, if you're talking dream candidate, doesn't Shohei have 20 home runs? Wouldn't it be something to have the big star of MLB take part in the home run derby?
Yeah, but nobody mentions that, do they?
No one has mentioned that. The other thing, I'm just looking at this list. Like, where's the Kurtz? Why isn't?
Yeah,
he wouldn't.
That's a guy.
I thought we had
That's
the guy we had
He's
mentioned.
got the natural swing.
He's a guy. He looks like he could be a pretty good.
Yeah.
And what about Alvarez? Where is he? Is he hurt or something? Why would he has the second most home runs behind Schwarber? Schwarber's got 32 homers. But, yeah, if it was the dream candidate, I would, let's go with the biggest name in the game. And if it was a White Sox player, I think I probably would want to be Montgomery because he gets no recognition and he's got 22 homers already.
Yeah, but you don't want him messing with that swing.
I don't want him in it. I don't want him in it.
You don't want him messing with that swing.
I don't want anybody. Just keep away from Mooney. Don't you touch him.
I don't like the idea, too, like Jack Caglione. Like, why is he in the home run derby? Like, he's not an all-star. I feel
Big Jack hit a ball 512 feet. It's still going in Florida.
I want all-stars in the home run derby.
He's in the
I feel like Dustin right now. All-stars should be in the home run derby.
He's in the derby so David can say his name with an Italian accent.
Caglione. His teammates with Antonacci and Team Italy. And Kyle Teal.
All right.
Vinny Casutino.
That's right.
Mal's Rigatoni.
We will be right back with the Pick Six. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Dove è la fermata dell'autobus di 1930?
Bet365 presents Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia. Heard right here, Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. Featuring the latest baseball storylines and all-star buzz.
Juan Soto with a go-ahead home run in the bottom of the seventh.
Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
It's the Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia with Grant Paulson of 106.7 The Fan in D.C. and Rob Bradford of WEEI in Boston and the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. Presented by Bet365.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Jack Webb at Packy Webb Ford, the Bronco boss. During our summer event, choose 4.9.
Then Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan. 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4.42. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, as a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching a solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year. And it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There was some late triggers. But he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer. But he was faster than I thought. All those scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58. So I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'd be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. You know, that's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I'm David Weight Room Award. You know David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, and I looked at the, I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that. I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick.
Mm-hmm.
The coaching staff really loved this guy, and they were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we have a grade on this guy? So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. He's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got the story as always.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got Joe Madden booked later today?
No, Joe is not coming on.
Why?
He wants to replace the manager.
You got to because you got to get with Joe, because they're going to need the petting zoo, and then they're going to need the magician.
Wow.
9 in a row, it couldn't hurt, Brad. You know that. You're asking about the Cubs just to further inflict any kind of pain or distress on people who are hoping that they win, and it's not appreciated.
Well, the pitching was built on guys with pretty significant injury histories, and now they got, every time Tyon and Shota pitches, it's baseball giveaway day in the bleachers. So it's because they're actually healthy, but
it costs a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question.
That is Bulls head coach Thiago Splitter, and he'll be coaching in the Summer League debut tonight. Will you be watching the Bulls Summer League debut tonight? What do you expect to be our topic of conversation on Monday morning? And will Thiago Splitter be coaching the team led to any conclusions?
Yeah, I am really pumped up about this, and I'm probably way too excited about it because I've been spending probably a lot more time than I need to on this, but I watched France yesterday in the World Cup, and then I saw a photo of Noah Essengay, who was wearing a Michael Olise jersey, a France jersey with Olise on the back of it. He wasn't wearing Mbappe, he wasn't wearing Dembele, he was wearing the name of, one of the, I believe Michael Olise is leading the World Cup in assists and really does an unbelievable job of seeing the field. And he is kind of this engine setup guy, just a great player, one of the elite players on that team. And I was chuckling to myself that Essengay chose that guy instead of the big goal scorer guys, right? I think a
coded message.
I don't know. I was trying to read why does he like Michael Olise? I wanted to know more about Noah Essengay. So I know that's just a little added trivia point, but I loved that he was wearing not the major stars jersey. I happen to have an Mbappe T-shirt that I got for Father's Day, and I wore mine while I was watching the game. I really like France, which is really upsetting my brother who lives in England. But anyway, it's a lot of fun to see people and who they choose to kind of follow. I don't think you could get an Olise jersey in America. I think you got to go to France to get one. But he's a great player, and I found that amusing. And I think that the Bulls, it's all about the superstars to me. It's going to be Caleb Wilson. That's what we'll be talking about come Monday. He'll put up 22 points, something like that. He'll have a couple spectacular dunks. I think that I'm very curious to see if he attempts a three-pointer or shoots from anywhere beyond, 3 feet, something like that. I think he'll do a lot of dunking. I'm very curious to see if they indeed use the Dalen Swain as a point guard or as a lead guard at any point in the game and have him. I'm very curious to see what his handle looks like, frankly. So that's something that's been threatened. And I think that there is a chance that Tiago Splitter, that we'll hear something related to him, such as Caleb Williams telling you how serious he is, that kind of thing. It could be fun.
I'm so excited for this. I love Summer League.
I know exactly how you feel.
I'm excited. I can't wait to see Caleb Wilson just because all the talk about him. Like, we had so many guests on. We played drops about the floor as Kevin Garnett, but we also had guests that said that he's like Kevin Garnett at Farragut High School. Like, I'm excited. I expect a lot of dunks. I expect maybe 15, 20 points. I've been saying it before, I'm also intrigued in Noah Essengay. I want to see how he plays, how he jumps, and how he plays after the injury, see how he goes. I do want to see if Caleb Wilson is going to, attempt any shots, like shooting threes or something like that. Swain at the point guard. Tiago, when it comes to the coaching, not as much because I know he's not installing the game plan.
Right.
But those three, Essengay, Swain, and Wilson, those are the ones I can't wait to watch. And then the teams they're going up against, their 3 games is everybody that got picked ahead of Wilson. You're going to see Boozer, you're going to see AJ, and then you're going to see Peterson. I can't wait.
I think I'll watch it. I don't know if I'll watch it live. That's 10 o'clock, right? That's the tape delay. I don't know if I'm going to watch the tape delay live. I don't know if I'll be live. I mean, I think I'll be alive. I think I might be asleep. I don't know. That's a late Friday night for Summer League basketball. There are a lot of reasons I might stay up on a Friday night. I don't know if Summer League basketball is in the top 50.
The house could be empty. Get yourself a cocktail
Maybe.
And enjoy some
I know,
Summer
but
League.
then I was likely to fall asleep. Got to get up tomorrow morning and talk to Bruce about baseball. That said, I will watch at some point the debut. I'm intrigued by Tiago Splitter's style. I like that he seems like he's going to be very direct and hands-on. Yes, Caleb Wilson's going to have a highlight. There will be a dunk, probably a 3. But as far as the Bulls rookies and the Summer League team and what would get out of it, Essengay's kind of interesting for obvious reasons, but I'm curious about this idea that Dalen Swain is going to be facilitating the offense and running the point and being a guy that could play that kind of a role in the Bulls offense or as an NBA player. I don't think he was that so much at Texas, and I think he was a guy that had the ball in his hands and he created a lot of his own shots. If he can be a penetrator, a facilitator, a guy that is able to handle the basketball and you trust him to initiate the offense, that's a tool I don't think we expected, and that is something to keep an eye on. And maybe that will be something that we talk about Monday morning after your glee comes out in watching Noah Essengay do something defensively and Caleb Wilson dunking.
Yeah, I can't answer the question.
That was the voice of Frank Saravelli, and after he joined us on Thursday, The Athletic posted a story examining the pros and cons of Patrick Kane signing with the Blackhawks and with his hometown Buffalo Sabres. Saravelli didn't exactly rule it out either. What does your gut say Kyle Davison will do regarding arguably the most popular player in Hawks history?
You can make a solid argument that Patrick Kane to the Blackhawks makes sense for both sides. I was impressed that Mark Lazarus and Scott Powers of The Athletic, who do a terrific job covering the team, that they looked at the pros and cons of Kaner with the Sabres, Kaner with the Hawks, and some of the things that would be, obvious link to the past and Also, from a hockey perspective, they looked at the pros and cons. Without Connor Bedard, Patrick Kane would play a big role in the Blackhawks, even at his advanced age. Even at 37 years old, he'll be 38 in November. He can still process things quickly enough to where, his age and maybe lack of a burst or whatever it is in decline, he's still a guy that could be a point-a-night guy if necessary. Then when Bedard comes back, he could play a lesser role. He's a top 6 forward, and he's Patrick Kane. So my gut says you want him. I want to see that. I've decided I would love to see that. I would love to see Patrick Kane back in Chicago. Good old 88. You see as many 88s as 98s. I would love it. As a fan, as a hockey guy, I would love that. I don't think it's going to happen, but I want it to happen. So it's going to be something that is just so close and yet still seems so far away.
David, I remember we was talking in between the break, and we was talking about how many years Patrick Kane has left, and I think we was around 2 or 3 around that time. Maybe 2 good years, 3 is the max. So I don't see it. I don't see Cal Davidson signing him this offseason. Even though I'm with you, David, I would want to see it. I just don't see it happening for this team at all. I just think they're going to stand pat, see what these young guys do, and then after that, once we get Bedard back, if it's hopefully a handful of games, then boom, we're good to go. I do see maybe he signed with another team for maybe a year or 2, maybe his last year, then he comes back to maybe the Blackhawks to kind of finish off his career.
I got to be honest with you. I'm stunned that you were that enthusiastic about it and that your opinion seems to have changed, because when we talked about it, you were the one who was like, yeah, they're not going to, they don't want to be connected to the past.
I know.
So you sold me on that. Well, it's nothing to do with Kaner. It's just that they're not going to do it. And they've moved on from that group and they're not going to do it. And I had that in my mind. So even as we talk about it, I'm thinking, they're not going to do it. That's just how you've poisoned me on the whole thing. And now you show enthusiasm for the idea of it. And I'm like, well, it's so obvious. Why wouldn't they do it?
I flipped.
They ought to do it, though. They ought to. Why not? I mean, he is a top 6 forward. What do they have to lose? What exactly? His reputation? No. Anything to do with a reminder of the past? I don't think so. I mean, he had a great past here. And I get it, the organization and everything that went down and the Kyle Beach stuff, they want to blame everybody. No one connected is around. I just can't put that on one person's shoulders. I can't put it on a player's shoulders. So I hope they bring the guy back. I really do, genuinely. And I worry that they wouldn't for other reasons.
I think it would be fun for a lot of reasons, but the one thing also, if he's here, it would be because he wants to be here.
Right.
And if he wants to end his career that way, that should get Hawks fans excited, because he still can play. And he still can do things with the puck that only a few guys can, and that would be exciting. So I have come around, because I initially was very reluctant.
Well, you just didn't think it was going to happen.
Yeah, and I still don't know that it will. But when you look at what his options are, why would he go somewhere where he would be uncomfortable? Buffalo, he would be comfortable.
Yes.
Hawks, he would be comfortable.
Yes.
It's one of those 2 options to make sense to me for Patrick Kane. And if you're gonna, have the nostalgia tour, I think the United Center is a good place to start it.
All right, we've got the extra point next. We'll be right back with that. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Get Dustin on the horn with Madden, because because they got some serious problems there at the federal landmark.
Yes, they do. Thank you for acknowledging.
Well, just wondering if there's any chance of the Bears kind of being able to just keep bringing in star after star like the Chicago White Sox seem to be doing, buddy.
Yeah, how about that last night?
That was great.
I mean, the brutal execution of these bunts.
Oh.
And Venable's got to answer for the strategy there. But however you feel about the calls, the execution was worse. Oh, Montgomery saved his ass last night.
But I know you love the broadcast, Brad, right? You loved Costas and Stoney in the booth.
That was top notch. And Dave, I'm looking forward to you, kind of ramping up the platform of Steve Stone to win a Ford Frick Award, because he's the best out there. He's the standard bearer, and Costas was great. Maybe they could go to that for a full season, Costas and Stoney.
I'll get right on that.
It was phenomenal. It was great stuff. Brad, did Cairo Santos tell you if he's going back to Brazil? He's probably one of the few humans that could afford World Cup tickets and follow Brazil if he wanted to.
Oh, is that started?
It started yesterday night. Brazil hasn't.
I know you were
started
busy
yet.
watching the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hey, counsel, he solved the riddle. If he goes out there and complains, like, it was awesome. It was like the umpires wanted him to really have to beg to get ejected, right? So it just kept going on and on. And the base umpire is headed back to first, and he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just really beg the home plate umpire to run me here. So he gets run, and they win the ball game.
See, there you go.
That's all it takes.
Have you checked out, Dave, you get your baseball show tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Take a look at that Iowa pitching staff's ERA.
Okay.
It's at about 6.5. It's the worst in the International League, and there's like 2 teams that are worse in the Pacific Coast League where they're playing at like a mile up, like Albuquerque. Like nobody, you could send Cy Young and Walter Johnson there, and they'd both have an ERA over 4.5 because the ballpark's a joke. That's how wretched the Cubs pitching is. It's not just the big league, brother.
I'll get on that. That'll be the 9:45 segment.
It's not just the big league. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate
it. All the advice.
Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
To let people know when I read that book.
That's my bit, okay?
Many years ago. and yeah, I'm not trying to steal
Don't
anybody's...
steal my
no,
bit.
No.
If this isn't Steve Allen, he's stealing my bit. How's the crusty sound in that?
It's still really good.
It really is.
That's my best. I'm most confident with that.
I have not heard somebody, honestly, in my life do a better crusty. So yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought the Generals were due.
Why don't you run past Grote your latest creation?
So Grote, I've been working on it, and I was like, we are going to change the mix of players. Just change it up, and the second round picks now they are a currency. We have to admit that I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle. So I'm working on it.
Artur's Kardashev.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You didn't even have to tell me who it was, so that's good.
That's a good
so
sign.
you've hit the impersonation baseline. I knew what you were trying to do.
Okay, you can be honest with me though. Tell me.
And it
not
needs bad.
Not bad, right?
I don't know. Like, I think that the more you do it, like, it'll get even better. Like, it's not even something you have to sit and like work at. Like,
well, here's the real question. As long as we're talking, it's just us talking, right?
Yeah.
When I do these impressions, I leak confidence almost immediately. Okay? And it starts to get worse.
It's true.
And when I look over and I see Chris Tannehill laughing, it gets even worse. So Lawrence gave me the fine partner advice yesterday to just do it and not look for the approval.
We're about volume here. We need the attempts. We got if we can't get him doing the impersonations,
And it
then we're
goes
not
away.
going to be able to run play action. So it doesn't matter if he's only getting a yard.
Sell it.
It's the attempts that count.
You're right. The
'Cause
linebackers come up.
That's right.
I
At
mean-
some point, we're going to take a shot down the field, and it'll be because we have allowed this to continue and grow.
But so Grote, any advice on how to not leak confidence? It would be most welcome.
Well, maybe it's on your partners at this point to give a little bit of more encouragement.
For
to
3,
maybe
the score.
What happens over the weekend in the Cubs-Reds series? How about White Sox and A's? And are you ready for the All-Star break or dreading a week without meaningful baseball?
Well, I think, first of all, the Cubs are going to win 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. That is going to be the way they go into the All-Star break, with a little bit of momentum or a feel-good about what they've accomplished despite all the injuries in the first half-plus of the season. But the real story will be the White Sox winning 2 out of 3 at home with Mully. Maybe they lose tomorrow. They'll have the post-draft letdown, perhaps, but they'll win. I think there's no way they lose tonight, right? They win tonight, and they win Sunday. Maybe some other semblance of the order, but they win 2 out of 3. And they go in first place, and the talk of baseball at the All-Star break in Philadelphia will be, how did the White Sox end up in first place? And they will get their due, and they will get the credit they have earned. As far as next week, I don't dread a week without baseball. Doing this job is so much fun, and it is. We talk about sports, and we all have pet peeves, right? This is one of mine. Is that when you get these lulls in the sports calendar, and people who do what we do, like, oh God, what are we going to talk about now? It's the end of the Super Bowl until spring training and opening day. This is going to be so hard to do. You talk about sports for a living. So next week is going to be the same type of approach. There's going to be something that happens. There always is. And it's not going to be something to complain about. You can always find something interesting about something. So no, I don't dread next week at all. Bring it on.
All right. So what happens over the weekend? I have the Cubs, unfortunately, not winning this series, and I don't have them winning this.
Kills Mike. Grant, kills Mike.
Honestly, the reason why normally I would say I'm just looking at the pitching matchup. I do like Hunter Green. I'm a big fan of him, and I just think he's gonna perform well. And Schultz, I think this might be one of those times where he has that bad outing. And I do like Abbott as well, and he pitches on Sunday. And I just think
he's good.
I just think the pitching performance of them is just going to outdo him, and I think the Reds are going to take 2 out of 3 games. So that's it. I'm not trying to hate on the Cubs by any means. I just think that's just what's going to happen. That's just my prediction. I would want the Cubs to win, but I think that's going to happen. When it comes with the White Sox, I got them winning 2 out of 3. I'm already going to predict that I'm going to have Mooney over the weekend hitting 2 home runs in the series.
Get out of here.
I got him hitting 2. And then will I dread no, because I just said I like the summer league, and I think something's always interesting going to happen locally. Maybe a trade will happen. Who knows?
Ooh.
Like, it's always something interesting going to happen. So I'm not going to dread the week without baseball.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be a great week. I have no doubt about it. And honestly, not having baseball for a brief period of time is going to allow me in particular to catch my breath sports-wise, because the World Cup is winding down. We'll be down to the semifinals when we come in here on Monday. I am shot out of a cannon at the prospect of France meeting up with Spain. And how about the Falkland Island War? That's going to be revisited with England and Argentina. That happened, and maybe it happens again. And that's the thing that's awesome, because there are so many kind of rivalries that happen between countries. Could you imagine if, like, the Battle of Agincourt is the World Cup final with France and England in it? That would be unbelievable. It would really be a lot of fun. So I will have my own personal history lesson to go over, and I'll get a chance to catch my breath and catch up on some stuff. I'm really looking forward to the weekend. I think the Cubs are going to win in Cincinnati because they win in Cincinnati. Is it Ian Happ that is going to be the guy with 2 home runs over the weekend? doesn't he always play well in that ballpark? There's one of them that always
the Great
goes
American
off.
Small Park.
And I think it's Ian Happ, and I think he's going to do pretty well. And it's going to be fun. So I get it. There are some pitching matchups that you might not like and you might be concerned with, and the bullpen's always bothersome. But I think the Cubs win 2 or 3. I'm really deliriously shot out of a cannon out of my mind. I think the Sox sweep because they have to. They just got swept, and they were kind of, we told them 500. And now with Mooney back, I think they can win these games. I think they can start to get better. I think, Lightning's going to strike for them with the draft on Saturday. This is their weekend. By the way, we haven't even talked about the White Sox home run derby with the veteran players.
I got Scotty Pods.
I took Scotty Pods. You knew I was taking him.
Right.
Who took him first?
Let's see. Who is Zaguchi involved?
Scott Pasednik is in the best shape of any guy in this tournament.
He looks like a million.
He looks like he could hit a homer tonight, and they'll do it tomorrow in the post game. Is that how it's working?
It's after the game.
After the game, after the draft, then
it's a long day.
Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot. It's exhausting. So many things to think about, and I think it's going to be a really meaningful week of sports. I'm looking forward to it. All righty, we've got. We're going to open up the phone lines, but we've got something special for you. We had a question with Tommy Hotovy, and we got an answer for you, and we will give you a very cheerful surprise next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
Hollywood Casino and Hotel Aurora is calling. All new casino, all new hotel and spa, all new location. Your cravings are calling with fresh flavors from Giada De Laurentiis and Chicago's own goat, Stephanie Izard. Your lucky seat is calling. From your favorite slots to your go-to table games. Your getaway is calling. From overnight stays to perfect spa days. Hollywood Casino and Hotel Aurora. Now at 2500 North Farnsworth Avenue. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or text GAMB to 833-234.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year.
Just like a fake laugh, maybe.
We have been very encouraged.
You have been? Okay.
Tanny tried to keep a stone face yesterday a couple of times. He's like, I know he's looking at me. I'm gonna keep it level. I'm just gonna keep it nice and level.
I think you got to mix in a little staccato with the legato there.
Oh, ooh. You got it, Arturus?
Yeah.
You want to throw it out, Layla?
No.
Oh,
okay.
It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous enough. I impersonate John Fox.
You do a ludicrous? Is that what you just said?
That I impersonate John Fox.
That's about time you did.
If I move, you move.
Just like that.
What's your John Fox?
It's all a problem.
It's really good.
That's the point. Like if we're gonna just throw this stuff out there willy nilly.
Yeah. You do willy-nilly as well? That guy? I love that guy.
I thought they lip-synced.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go, and now there's an opening, so he will either kind of play a similar role he did here, and good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers,
Hey, they brought back Josh Blackwell, so.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark Grote.
I just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm
Fryer's
that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not. I
That
just
you think I don't know what this is.
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're off
wasn't
to Never
sure.
Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Never Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Grip in your pillow
down.
Okay.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos. Because, yeah, we love, I like sending them to Grote.
I love when you send them.
Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score!
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune, and this hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Mully and Haugh Flashback.
How celebratory has the week been for you, Tommy? Did you attend a wedding of a certain chief friend of yours in Madison Square Garden, or were you busy?
I was busy. There was a very special, high-profile former Cubs player that was there, though. Sure, you guys could maybe guess who that may have been.
Was that Big Red?
Big Red may or may not have been in attendance at the wedding.
Well. So the other shoe dropped yesterday.
Well, I'm intrigued because
we talked to Tommy.
Yeah, we talked to Tommy Haugh.
And he told us that someone that was a former Cub was there, and
Rick
you
Sutcliffe
are a big fan of Big Red.
Yes, Rick Sutcliffe, big fan of Rick Sutcliffe as a Cub pitcher, as a Cub ambassador. He's just a really good guy to know. And I think he's also from Kansas City. So
That's correct.
He would have proximity to Travis Kelce.
He's a Chiefs season ticket holder.
Yes. So,
and he has a long-term relationship with Travis Kelce.
And Tommy Haugh let the cat out of the bag, let's face it.
And Big Red was on a podcast. Do we know the name of the podcast? With Ryan Ripken. He did a podcast. And take a listen to this.
Travis Kelce's a great friend. Has been for 10 years. My wife and
Wait
I,
a minute.
We got invited. Yeah. We were there.
Oh, wow. Of course you were. So I just talked about like you being a good guy and a great teammate. Did you enjoy the wedding?
We did. Yeah, we enjoyed it a lot. I think the best part for me, we probably talked for 20 minutes with Sir Paul McCartney, who actually got up and sang a couple of songs. And, I mean, he couldn't have sounded any better 40 years ago. I mean, he crushed it. I want to hold your hand. She was just it was so great. Stevie Nicks got up. But I was talking to him, and I don't know if it's true or not, okay? But I was told as a kid that my great-great-uncle, Stuart Sutcliffe, was an original Beatle. And Paul McCartney's sitting there, and I have to go ask him. I said, Paul, I'm Rick Sutcliffe. I used to play baseball. Yeah, are you still playing? No, I'm not still playing. I kind of laughed at that. I got to ask you something. I was told by my parents that Stuart Sutcliffe was a great uncle of mine. It's in our family tree. It's in the Beatles' diary. And he goes, oh, Uncle Stu. He made a big mistake. Oh, he made a mistake. And I'm like, what was the mistake? He met this girl over in Hamburg, Germany. And she told him that she needed to stay with her instead of going with that band that wasn't going to go anywhere.
Are you kidding me?
Is that unbelievable?
That's crazy.
That is unbelievable.
I never knew that. Two things. I did not know for sure that Rick Sutcliffe was at the wedding. And then the story about Uncle Stuart Sutcliffe?
I mean,
an original Beatle?
Stu Sutcliffe was in the Beatles, and he fell in love. Was that the Swedish girl he fell in love with, or was she a German girl in Hamburg? Whatever. That is a true story.
He was referred to as the fifth Beatle.
He was the fifth Beatle. He left the band. He was a good friend of, I believe he was a really close friend of John Lennon's. And I don't think he was much of a musician. But he did leave the band, and he was the fifth Beatle. And then they dropped Pete Best after that, too.
Right.
So people get
But
confused
he is
about
credited, as you do the quick research here, with the coming up with the name along with John Lennon for the Beatles.
Yes.
Killed tragically at the age of 21.
Died at a young age, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That is amazing trivia. I had no idea that Sutcliffe had that link.
I can't believe that I have known about, and I remember the Rick Sutcliffe trade. It never went through my mind that he could be in any way related to one of the Beatles or one of the, the fifth Beatle, or would have known
He was the original
about
guitar.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I played the guitar.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
I think he went to art school with John. And
The first bassist.
Wow.
Died of a cerebral hemorrhage at the age of 21. Oh, my goodness. And Rick Sutcliffe going to Paul McCartney at Taylor Swift's wedding.
Mentioning his great uncle, who Paul was
what a day.
A contemporary of.
That's great. I'm glad
Can
you sprung that
imagine?
surprise on me.
I
did not know that.
When I heard that, I was blown away.
That is what a link to the past.
What an incredible story. It's like you hear something. You can't imagine people like sharing an elevator, let alone wedding guests chatting about the greatest band in human history. And
also what he said about Paul McCartney echoes what people said about Paul McCartney's concert when he was at the United Center earlier this year. People who attended were like, wow, did not expect that.
Yeah.
He was that good. And he performed for that long.
Is he in his 80s?
Yeah, I think he's got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely. But that Rick Sutcliffe's proximity to that kind of
it's unbelievable
music royalty.
It's such a weird thing that you have this Travis Kelce marrying Taylor Swift, and he knows Rick Sutcliffe, and Paul McCartney knows her because of the music scene, and they're both guests at a wedding, and it turns out that this former Cub, great, and boy, was he great. Remember when they traded for him and all he did was win, and you thought, this is it, it's going to happen.
The Rick Sutcliffe trade?
That was
that's one of the best in Cub history.
No question.
That put him over the top.
Absolutely incredible.
16-1.
84?
Yeah, 84. As if anybody doesn't remember that of a certain age. 84, they trade Mel Hall. They trade Joe Carter. They make it one of the biggest deals, and Rick Sutcliffe comes over, and he was unhittable. Unhittable that year.
He was great.
Yeah. Great move, Jim
Great
Fry.
teammate, too.
Dallas Green. Great teammate. Yeah, great interview. Oh, thank you very much. That was a nice little trip down memory lane.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, a little combining the past and the present. And
Amazing.
Tommy Hotby knowing that kind of chuckling. Yeah, Big Red was there. That's funny.
That is really, really something.
Speaking of the Cubs, they got a big series this weekend in Cincinnati.
Yes.
And they will go into a ballpark that has... they should play well there. They need this, I think, win this series going in. Yesterday was disheartening. Yesterday was a game where you felt like they won the series in Baltimore, as they should have. But did anyone else think that initially Nico Horner looked like he was out, and then you saw the replay and you thought there's no way that's going to be upheld because he was blocking the base, and then they still called him out, and Craig Counsell postgame was very adamant that this was the wrong call.
It's not the push, it's the there's a clear blocking the bag there. It's very clear. So the reason why Nico came off the bag is because the player is blocking the bag and he has to adjust his slide. So then they go to review. they don't even looking at the blocking in the bag when that's what caused the player to come off. It's kind of illogical that you don't look at blocking the bag when it's what caused the player to come off the bag. So they can't look at it. He did come off the bag and he was tagged, but he came off the bag because Henderson had his foot right in the sliding lane, which is illegal. And so New York's staring at it because Ramon didn't call it on the field. They don't call it. That makes no sense.
Well, when you review it, is that not something that's open to review? I mean, you're so right. The minute they went to review it, you're like, well,
this
clearly.
It's ridiculous that there are that rigid of rules of what you can and can't review.
Well,
this is also Craig Counsell at his best when he's talking about logical thinking, and this is the way his brain operates. It's like this should be a problem with a solution. It doesn't make any sense that because when you look at that, it was clear that there was blocking of the base, and it's clear that it's a violation of the rule. But when they challenged the play, I don't know what they were looking at. I don't accept the explanation. And it just, would it have made a difference? It could have. I mean, it really could have.
Oh, it could have. It definitely. Here's the deal. You're trailing, you get a runner on base, and you got him in scoring position if that call goes the right way. Didn't they get another guy on base?
Well, Ian Happ had an infield single right after. So he gets a single, and then you may have had then Dansby Swanson's at the plate. Now maybe that becomes a different outcome, but you have, imagine, runners at first and third with Dansby Swanson up, and he grounded into a force out. Perhaps that scores the run. Perhaps they go into extras. You don't know.
Right,
but you do feel like you were cheated there if you're the Cubs, and that's why I think Craig Counsell was so upset. To me, it was something that, again, these rules exist and the technology exists to get everything right, not to limit what you can review and what can't review. I know you don't want games to last forever, but this seems like the Cubs were on the wrong end of this one.
Yeah, it was the call was wrong. There's no other way to look at it. And you're so right. If it's first and third and you've got the extra out, doesn't that change the at-bat completely?
Totally.
Doesn't it change the way that you're pitching and the whole thing?
And it changes the approach.
Yes.
Because then you need a sac fly, you need something to just put in ball to bat, and it's just disappointing. And then they almost had a shot too, because Dansby Swanson, then he hustles down the line, he's on first, he steals second, and then Conforto, to end the game, lines out, and Conforto, you thought maybe, just maybe, had another pinch hit, heroic, RBI in him. But no, they lose 3-2. Bullpen blows it. I feel bad because, Suzuki had the clutch situation and Ferguson comes in and just didn't have it. Just didn't have it.
Yeah, that's pretty unbelievable.
Very regrettable.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Oh, gosh. I have so many contrary feelings about replay, VAR. It's kind of like I always thought that the whole solution was real simple. If you have the technology, use it and get the calls right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that's more important than anything else. But, man, all of the flaming hoops people have to jump through, all of the weird ways that they use this stuff, it's almost like we need to have a technological class for sportsmen so they can figure out what's good, what's bad.
Well, what's confusing? It's interesting you say that. I think we're all in World Cup mode, you especially, because your VAR is something that we've talked about. And with Major League Baseball, ABS is something that we live with every single day. And you see the replay, and we're all well-versed in the NFL rules and what you can and can't review. It's just so inconsistent from league to league how much you are relying upon technology for answers or to get things right. And I think you'd see a variation in approaches in terms of, use it all the time and it will guide you, and then use it part of the time. But if you run out of challenges, you can't do that. It's so confusing, I think, for the average sports fan to remember exactly what the rules and how they apply from sport to sport.
It's so true. And now we've got the ABS system, and we've talked about that. And it's so arbitrary when you can and can't use it, or how long you can use it, and why.
Well, you only have so many challenges.
Exactly.
And if you don't have so many challenges, and you tap your helmet, it's like, oh my gosh, no, you can't do that.
Did he tap his helmet?
No, did he tap his helmet?
I didn't
no,
mean to tap
I
my
was just
helmet.
itching my head. I'm sorry. It wasn't a tap. It was an itch. So it's really
so funny.
So, and then it goes back to, and I've said this before, and we'll continue until it changes. If you have the capacity to get every call correct because of technology, why you wouldn't use that, it baffles me, because too much is at stake with every single outcome, every single at bat. Let's just get it right if you can get it right.
And one of the things that also kind of drives me insane, during the VAR arguments, you found out that before the World Cup started, they apparently talked to the officials and told them that they didn't want like a lot of interruption of play. In other words, they didn't want you blowing your whistle, stopping, giving out free kicks. They wanted the flow of the game to continue. So they wanted you to lean toward letting the play continue, not stopping it. But then if it continues and you get to a goal, then you go back and look at the beginning of it and you call a foul. It doesn't like that. It is kind of insane. Egypt really got a bad deal in their game because of a couple of these VAR calls, and they went nuts about it. They've made this big deal over all the Egyptian yellow cards, and they got a red card. They got cards because they were screaming at the official at the end of the game. A lot of that came then. And the manager who went after everybody, he's like a no-nut job who once choked a guy on the sideline during an international friendly. I'm just
during
saying,
the game?
There was some kind of a dispute they were having, and he went after somebody. I mean, he's just a high-strung, kind of shot out of a cannon dude.
That sounds like somebody who needs some anger management.
Well, I mean, don't we all?
Well,
that too.
I think
first we'll get the technology down, and then we'll learn how to handle it emotionally.
All sports share that with sort of the frustration over the consistency with the technology, and that's why you heard Craig Counsell sound as frustrated as he did post-game. And look, the Cubs winning 2 out of 3, you don't feel like it's the end of the world. But had they been in the midst of another long losing streak, and that was the way they lost that game, you'd feel a little bit differently, I think.
Yeah. The fact that they won the series, I mean, it was almost, the other thing is, because the meltdown they had with their bullpen, you almost felt like, okay, they kind of, that's one that got away from them. They almost deserved to lose.
They earned that loss. That was the feeling because of the way the bullpen gave it back to the Orioles after Seiya Suzuki came through in the clutch, driving in the second of his 2 RBIs yesterday.
That's a good point. All right. Let's get to the phone lines quickly here. We've got John calling from Dallas. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, guys. I always enjoy you. You all going over a couple of my points. First of all, that bullpen guy hits 2 guys, man. Are you serious?
You can't win a game when you're doing that. I agree.
No. And then, here, we don't need the umpires. We don't need them because they make too many mistakes. And then, first of all, I think the rule should be passed. Once you hit the bag, the play should be dead. I mean, come on. And then last thing, the Cubs should stop sliding in the second and third with their hand and just go in with your feet like old time and let your spike speak a little bit. Hit him on his wrist where you're holding the glove hand with your spike. If he want to push you off the bag and stuff, go back to the dirty like when Pete Rose knocked the catcher down. I mean,
Spikes
come on,
up.
put some fight back in the game.
Spikes up.
Put some fighting back in the game.
Thanks, John.
That's
Appreciate
great,
the phone
John.
call.
Yeah, that's funny.
I understand what he's saying about I don't want to necessarily take the umpire out of it, but it seems very simple, and maybe this is oversimplifying it. You can still have your home plate umpire. He can put the gear on, he can go back, and he can do the theatrics. He can signal ball and strikes. Make it so the technology, if it's a strike, it's a ding in his ear or something, and he's makes the strike signal. If it's a ball, it's a ball. I mean, let him do that. Let him just preside over the we need to get it right with technology. You can leave the umpire to act out the call so everybody knows what it is. Strike! Whatever. I don't care. But you're not taking the human element out of it altogether, but you're getting it right because you have the technology to guarantee it.
There's an old joke about space exploration, and there's a guy, an astronaut, who spent his life studying this stuff, and he is going to go up, and the last minute they tell him, yeah, it's just you and the monkey. And he's like, monkey? What's with the monkey? He's like, oh, the monkey is going to perform certain tasks, and you'll do other ones. And so they go in, and they start going, and the monkey jumps up, and next thing you know, he's on a spacewalk, and he's fixing something outside, and he comes back in, and the guy's like, hey, the monkey went outside of the capsule. And he's like, you have some things to do, and then the monkey will do his thing. Don't get involved. Bing, bell ring, monkey gets up, he's all over, he's crawling over, he's pulling out fuses and stuffing stuff back in. The guy is like, are we going to, and they tell him, you have certain tasks, the monkey has other ones. And the guy finally, he gets his bell, it rings, and the voice says, feed the monkey. That's what you're talking about with the umpires. Okay, you're turning them into, the theatrics. They get
they serve a role, they play a purpose, all those things. But I don't think you need to just leave it up to chance.
Don't leave it up to them.
No, yeah, not when you have technology to prove how
it's
wrong they can be.
It's a legitimate argument.
Look at all these umpires. CB Buckner is going out next year, right? That was news earlier this week.
Right.
You have all these statistics now, how wrong these guys can be. That's embarrassing for a lot of guys. Don't embarrass them. Let them just get it right. They can still be there.
They can still be there. They can perform. Yeah, but you have
need
to
someone
tell them
to preside over the game. They can preside over the game.
All right. We'll be right back. We've got our guy, Bruce Levine. We'll ask him how bad the calls were. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Hey, your guy Pete Crow Armstrong, by the way, another 2020 season.
Yep.
As you've been saying, that should be the floor for Pete,
and
right?
It is the floor now, the last 2 seasons.
In the first half. And he's exploded. Who knows what the possibilities are? Is he the best position player in baseball?
Is he the best non-Ohtani?
Non-Shohei category.
And here's why I asked the question. Because statistically, he is.
Correct.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Every great team has a coach, someone who studies the game.
Baby. And then I came across this from KARK in Arkansas.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year, one of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names with more than 200,000 votes helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten. And just as he started developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So Cheddar Cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of I love having my butt scratched. So he would present his butt, and then it got to a point where you would do bongo drums with it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Getting that email today was a shock. It was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day, trying to figure out oh my gosh, what do I do? And No, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go like, Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that.
Cheddar.
Bravo.
Big Booty Cheeseburger. Shout out.
And he's an orange cat.
Orange
he's
cat.
very fluffy.
Aw.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Aw.
The other winners, dog name Internet Browser.
Internet browser.
I don't know why that says.
Come here, browser.
Internet Browser. And then for exotic pet name, there appears to be an iguana or a Gila monster, and his name is Space Cowboy.
Space Cowboy.
The Arkansas news reporter, he goes,
Bob.
What about Big Booty?
What about Big Booty?
Thanks, Bob.
It's the question of our times, really.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Yeah, man. I thought they were going to say
You also
ate
heard
cheeseburgers,
some.
too.
You heard some Force news anchor laughing there too.
Big
Gotta have that.
booty.
Gotta have that fake laughter. I live in a high rise, and I'm sitting in my place. There's at least one other cat on the floor, and I was hearing meowing.
What? Showdown.
I know. They haven't met yet. No play dates, nothing like that. But I'm hearing meowing, and I'm like, oh boy, poor kitty. Like their parents probably aren't home, and then it's getting louder and louder in the hallway. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Dave. I left Dave in the hallway. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like laying down, kind of calling it a night. I had put Dave out in the hallway, and I forgot he was out there. And usually I'd lodge the door open so he can get in and out. I had locked him out. And so he's out there meowing. I'm like, boy, that poor cat out there. He's just a baby. Yeah, bad owners out there they're not home for their cat. And I'm like, oh man, that's my cat.
Oh my God.
And he looked at me like, bro, you just left me. His tail was all puffy. He was so upset with me for about 5 minutes.
Oh my God, his tail was puffy?
All puffed because he was freaked out. Because usually he can come in and, like, if there's a sign, a hint of somebody coming up on the elevator or a door open, that cat dashes back in. But I left him out. He is a scaredy cat.
So did you keep the door open, then you forgot?
I forgot, and I shut the door right in his. I slammed it in his face, laid down on my couch, heard cat sounds that I thought I was blaming other bad cat owners. I'm like, oh, that's mine.
Walking around the apartment. Dave, can you believe these cats just out here?
Kinda. I was a little.
Wait a second.
In my own mind, I was judging other cat owners while I was the bad cat owner.
Dave, aren't you glad I'm not one of them owners?
Yeah. You and I got a thing, bro.
I don't think Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger would approve of this.
I don't think he moves, though. I don't think Cheddar Cheeseburger cat would want to go in my hallway. He'd want to sit on the couch.
Cheddar Big Booty ain't going out that door.
No, he's not.
Big Booty?
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger did move around, but he was like a very large, fluffy cat.
Living his best life. And why not? Like, that's always a question. Do I keep my cat healthy or let him live a shorter life but be happier? This is what cat owners go through.
Yeah, I mean, all of us as well. Like,
right. Humans too.
The concept of I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Right.
I will seek out more Matt Patricia content.
Okay.
And that is my confession.
All right.
He had thoracic outlet
10 our
syndrome.
fathers, by the way, for that.
Oh, for the shoulder.
You're
How many bears?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many? Because that's the absolution I'm looking for. How many bears?
Well, no. The absolution is that you must say bears, bears, bears 1,000 consecutive times at some point in time. Whether it's on your walk home, whether I don't know if you're driving back to Hyde Park tonight.
I might want to walk home considering what's going on Lakeshore Drive.
Oh my God, yes.
Southbound Lakeshore Drive no longer exists.
I think you should say
because of the race.
Bears, bears, bears on the air for a segment. You know?
Yeah. 20 minutes of bears.
It would probably rate very highly.
I actually think that's a great idea.
Probably would.
And the best
We're
part
talking
would be,
bears on the score.
And the best part would be, like, we'd ask the listeners what we were talking about, and they'd be like, they kept talking about the White Sox.
Lawrence, you remember, that's the old Zach Zaidman adage. All you have to do is give out the phone number and say bears. And you'll have full calls.
I'm picturing the person listening to Lawrence do bears, bears. And the guy in the car going, yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
You bet. He's right.
The guy in the car being like, oh, I'm so glad someone finally said it. Someone finally said bears.
You got to turn on a score right now. They're doing the bears thing.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. Lions. Lions.
And
Lions.
Tigers.
Lions.
Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
On Inside the Clubhouse, Saturday mornings, 9 to 11. Award-winning show. Not yet, but, close.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always fun to talk to our man, Bruce Levine. He joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. And want to give a shout out to everyone watching on CHSN. We appreciate your viewership. Bruce, good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. I can only think of the late and great Harry Carey talking about the White Sox having a slump in the early 70s. And he said famously on the air, it appears the White Sox have a Rush Street offense today. Lots of singles, very little scoring. Such was the case with the White Sox yesterday, and really over the 3-game series with just 15 hits.
Well done, Bruce. I like that. That's very good reference to Harry in the past, and certainly appropriate for what the Sox did against the Red Sox. But that's over now, right? I mean, Munez's coming back. The jolt will be there.
Everything's solved.
Everything's solved beginning tonight in those red uniforms. He goes from buying red velvet cake to wearing those red uniforms. Is going to be a fun night at the rate.
Well, look, it's been a fun first half, and the White Sox end with 3 games against the Athletics. The Athletics are no joke when it comes to their offense. They can hit the ball. Pitching has been a problem for them. So, this should be a good weekend for the White Sox to, step up, hopefully win 2 out of 3, maybe sweep the series. Never know how it goes in baseball, but certainly ending the first half in a strong way with Mooney back would be a big lift for everybody.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I thought that the very and maybe I'm wrong about this, but they played the Guardians. They got the split. It felt like they won the series by coming back after the 2 walk-offs and splitting that series. And then you come home, and they just kind of seem flat, like they were waiting, whether it be for the draft, the trade deadline, the Mooney reemergence. It was almost, they just didn't seem, and teams never seem very good when they're not hitting, but managing 2 runs in a 3-game series at home, even, Boston has some good players, but they're in a tailspin, and now they're on a 6-game winning streak, and then maybe Boston out of the trading pitcher business.
Look, it kind of exposed the White Sox to what many teams in baseball, and the Cubs have not been immune to this. Good left-handed pitching is going to beat you. And the White Sox saw some awesome arms that the Red Sox have, young guys that could really throw the ball, and they did. They went deep into games, and they didn't even need to go to Chapman until yesterday. The first 2 games, it was unnecessary. So, again, are the White Sox a perfect team? No. Are they going to struggle against certain good pitchers? Yes. But it doesn't preclude the fact that they are a contending team going into the second half with only, after Sunday, 70 games left? They're certainly in it as much as anybody in their division. Again, I think it was 2 weeks ago I was on with you guys, and I said after the Detroit series with the White Sox, they might have let the Tigers back into it. And I don't want to be right, but the Tigers are playing a lot better ball, and they've probably gained 7 or 8 games in the standings over the last month.
Bruce, we'll probably explore this a little further tomorrow on Inside the Clubhouse, but David Peterson pitched pretty well yesterday. He walked 4, but he still was better than he was the last time out. But with Tyone coming back, and certainly Cabrera right around the corner, one would think, What is David Peterson's role moving forward? And do you envision him as being a guy, the kind of pitcher they could use coming out of the bullpen? Because those starting rotation spots are starting to get full.
No, I look at him as he's either a starter or he's a DFA. And, and look, he's a pretty good pitcher right now. 2 out of 3 good starts, 5 innings, a heavy sinker. The 2 good ones yesterday, he got the sinker back, but as you said, David, the walks weren't great, but only giving up the 2 runs. It was a 1 run rather, a very good outing. So Tyone, what version is he going to be? Cabrera, what version is he going to be? What version were they before they got hurt? Right? I think that's what we have to look at. And more importantly, it's what the front office of the Cubs looks at and saying, yeah, we're going to get pitchers back, but are they pitchers that are going to help us stabilize our claim as the number 1 wild card and be a 88 to 90 win team going into the playoffs? But I think the one thing that's going to stand out is they need another starting pitcher at least, and they're going to need bullpen help. The bullpen has been handled perfectly by Craig Counsell. He's done as good a job of handling this bullpen of anybody in baseball with the material he has. And all due respect to the guys that are there, a lot of them have pitched very well, but that's not a bullpen that anybody imagined the Cubs would have right now. So with that in mind, is the Cubs front office ready to pull the trigger and get a starting pitcher and a bullpen guy after the draft, starting after the All-Star break? Are we going to see 2 weeks of conversation about the Cubs being able to acquire a pitcher? And what pitchers are really going to be out there available at this point with so many teams around 500?
All right, Bruce, this is an unfair question, but I think you're a man who can answer it because of your vast knowledge, experience, wealth of knowledge about the organization. Who are the White Sox taking with the first overall pick in the draft Saturday?
If you held a baseball bat to my head, I would say it would be Grady Emerson. Only because there's many people that feel as good as Cholowski is right now, Emerson can be projected as a better player. Both are outstanding. Won't be a horrible pick. If it's Cholowski, it'll be a great pick. But Emerson, the high school player, they feel the upside is pretty huge. So are they going down to the wire today and deciding which one is which? The draft experts, they're all on the wire on this one. So I think Emerson has got a good chance of going number 1.
How would you describe the fascination, or that's probably a loaded question then? What about Landon Tomey? Is he somebody that the White Sox are, if he's at 41 still on the board, taking and without any hesitation? Are they hoping he's there? He is the son of Jim Tomey, who was drafted in the 13th round, but I do think that you hear things about what they think of him as a prospect, and certainly they know the family and the person. What do you think about what their thoughts are on Landon Tomey?
Yeah, David, I think there's a good shot that they go after Tomey. He can really hit. Look, they know him as well as anybody. They know the makeup. They know the makeup of the family and the father. I mean, 600 home runs by Jim Tomey doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the fact that he was a great teammate, a great person, an asset to every franchise that he played for. So the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And I think if he is available, it's certainly a top consideration for the White Sox.
As far as the Cubs are concerned, it was very interesting to hear them talk about the draft. Just the idea that you can't really spend a lot of assets on power pitchers because you've got to maintain flexibility with the money you can spend and be able to get position players that might be might be at a different value, and you can pay them to get them to go, provided you've got the money left over from not putting it all into power pitching. Do you think that they will be pitching heavy in this draft, and do you believe that they will be power pitcher heavy at all?
Well, yeah, I mean, common sense would tell you yes, because there's not a lot of pitching in the organization. But the volatility of taking young pitchers is so enormous. And the reliability of position players, if you look at the recent draft history of the Cubs, going back to maybe the Bryant, Schwarber, Happ drafts, the consistency, the reliability of position players is so much higher that if there's a better position player at pick number 23 where the Cubs are at, they're liable to take them because of the fact that the arms are just so hard to project. You have many more rounds in the draft to pick pitchers that'll be down there. It's been so disappointing, watching young players, come through like Horton, who was supposed to be the ace of the staff and certainly one of the best pitchers in the National League this year, and go down with his second Tommy John. It's just, we're waiting for Steele to come back. It'll be almost 2 years, maybe, if he doesn't make it back by September. It's a heartbreak to take these power arms and not really know if they're going to make it or if they've had one Tommy John one, the second one is coming. So the reliability position players, if there's a really good one there, I wouldn't be surprised if Cubs take a power hitting outfielder.
Back at the rate tonight, Bruce, besides Mully returning, Sean Burke takes the mound. He's been very good, very quietly of late. What do you expect from him tonight against the A's?
Yeah, more of that. I mean, he's been outstanding. He really has. And the White Sox starting pitching has been pretty good. So, you look at Kay and people kind of go, he's been really good since April. He's been outstanding. You go ahead and you wonder, are they going to add at the trading deadline right now? But I think the continued progress of some of the pitching in the organization is something we're going to be looking at. I don't know how many promotions they have left in the second half, but I don't expect big trades by the White Sox, but I do expect Getz to respect the fact that this is a very good team in the American League Central that wasn't expected. By respecting that, I think he'll go out and make some moves to solidify the bullpen, maybe get a starting pitcher that doesn't have money coming after this year. It's a great surprise, but I'll ask you guys both this question before I step out here, and that is, if the White Sox finish at 500 this year, at this point, is that a disappointment?
Does that mean they win the division?
Could be. Who knows?
If they're at 500 and in the playoffs, this season has been a resounding success. Yes.
Mike?
It's a good question, Bruce. I mean, I would have to say yes, just because I don't want them to make a lot of trades at this point. I'm worried about them giving up too much for starting pitching or for relievers. I just kind of feel like they might not have enough in terms of their pitching to make a run at the playoffs. So I'm not sure I want them to get into competition with the big boys. As we see some of these teams less likely to trade their pitching, those pitchers are going to cost even more than they normally would.
Big show tomorrow on Inside the Clubhouse with your partner there, David Haugh. We're going to talk to Chase Meidroth and to Jacob Webb of the Cubs. Guys, have a great weekend.
Thanks,
Great
Bruce.
stuff, Bruce.
Good stuff.
Wow, that's good.
Chase Meidroth, I bet his jersey will be dirty already at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I hope so. I love the way he plays the game. It's a lot of fun.
Keep listening in the 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win a pair of general admission tickets for Riot Fest at Douglas Park Friday, September 18th, featuring 21 Pilots, Pixies, Iggy Pop, and much more. RiotFest.org for tickets and information.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work. And what should you do once you get to the office?
It's a very difficult question.
It's a very difficult one there. Tune into Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app, or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is brought to you by Almost.
Oh my!
This sounds like an improv exercise.
Isn't the whole day?
I was gonna say this is what radio is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I also
Someone
also
texted
laughed.
in and said, "Let's do bears instead of categories."
Bears.
Lawrence Holmes, if you don't stop naming every bear.
That was a segment
tell
my
you
old
about the
radio
Bears.
station did in Dallas. The Ticket, they just did a segment called Name the Baseball Players. So it was obviously a bit, some people would call it and just name baseball players. Some people hated it, but it was pretty funny.
Categories coming up at 3:25.
Tanny, what was the fantasy football?
Sit 'em or bench 'em?
Sit 'em or bench 'em that you guys used to do on Boris and
That was
Bernstein.
awesome. That was awesome.
Such a great segment.
Yes.
Should I sit 'em or bench 'em?
Because they didn't like fantasy football. They didn't care about fantasy football.
And-
so they did sit 'em or bench 'em.
And to speak to your point, Grote, a highly rated segment.
I believe it.
People would just listen to them go, you know what, bench them. Sit them.
I called the radio today. They told them to bench them.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
That's a good point. And is it my catchphrase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's
is?
T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Oh.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
There's a lot of
Got
options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place.
He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I've heard that.
Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity boppity. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rossini and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rossini and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skibbity Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Skibbity boppity.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that.
Skibbity Company.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skibbity Company. That's
Sounds
him.
like skippity boppity to me.
Skippity boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. You know, I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time, the Where's Lawrence drop. So to me, it's
everywhere.
It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So
There you go.
Yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
super negative
I'm always
over here.
bringing Marshall up
Negative
to where I gotta
Nelly.
be. Say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny
How
Morris.
many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In a career?
in the career.
Yes.
Man, he played in the 50s and 60s.
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey man, well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore, pretty good. Keenan Allen, pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless. How much I can sponge, take up. But I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he attacks the ball and is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver. So learning whatever I can.
Am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears-Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am. Because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing.
The biggest favorite to go number one coming into a season since Adley Rutschman back in 2019. And, I think a couple things happen. I mean, he's still very good. We have him. He's number 2 on our list right now. I just think, and talking to scouts, that Grady Emerson, the high school shortstop from Fort Worth, Texas, is a better player. Scouts think he's the best player in the draft. They think he's got more upside than Rock.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is the voice of Jim Callis. He is Mr. MLB Pipeline, does an unbelievable job, knows all the ins and outs of everything connected to the draft, and he told us that Grady Emerson had kind of moved ahead of Rock Chalowski at the end here. And it looks, Bruce doesn't accidentally tell you anything.
And Bruce just said the same thing.
He just said the same
We're going to have to mentally prepare ourselves for that becoming the reality.
Trying to wrap my mind around
I know,
it.
because at noon tomorrow, I think if we are hoping for a Rock Chalowski draft pick going to the White Sox, I think we might be disappointed.
I think you're right, and I think that
bracing for that.
I'm going to spend more time watching Grady Emerson videos. Not that I haven't.
I think
already,
I will,
but
I might tonight.
Yeah, it seems like it's leaning that way. What are you going to do? All right,
what are you going to do?
312-644-6767 is the number. Let's try. Our buddy Jeff is listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jeff.
Good morning, gentlemen. Mully, you sound down. Maybe this will cheer you up. And David, I think you'll like it because it's got a Hoosier flavor to it. So here we go. He was drafted number 1 and is coming to Chi-Town with a glove in hand and a bat that goes crack, boom, bam. ROC is coming to the rate. ROC is coming to the rate. ROC is coming to the rate. Ain't it great? Rock is coming to the rate. Hey, guys, have a good weekend.
Hey, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Well done. A little John Cougar Mellencamp. ROC is coming to the rate. Now, if that happens, that will be the anthem.
Rock.
That will be the walk-up song. There's a lot going on. Let's roll with Rock. ROCH. You would like to do that? Yes. Well done, Jeff. Thanks for waiting on hold. You are the man with the parody song.
Should we come up with a Grady song based on the old Sanford and Son theme? Is that what we need to do?
No, I don't know about that.
Grady was he the neighbor?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some deep diving into Grady Emerson now.
I know.
We've just talked ourselves out of the Rock Chalowski idea, haven't we?
No.
You sounded deflated to Jeff. You sounded deflated.
I'm sorry.
I think I probably do as well.
And I've been
We
fighting.
need to regroup.
I've been fighting against that.
We need to regroup at the break.
All right. Let's get away from the White Sox.
Yeah.
Let's get to the Cubs.
Right.
Let's bring in Ron Coomer. We can talk to Ron about the goings on around the
He knows a
Chicago
little bit
Cubs.
about rock and roll too. He's a former rock and roll DJ.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow. Does he know a lot about the Beatles? And does he know that?
I wonder if he knows that connection.
Uncle Stu was.
I wonder if he
in the
knows
group?
that claimed, that alleged connection.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
ROC is coming to the rate. Ain't it great?
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today. Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes. Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911, providing professional, licensed local 130 plumbers who get the job done right the first time. For 24/7 emergency plumbing service, call 833-PLUM-911.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Hey, if your garage floor has exposed concrete and stains and cracks, it makes your entire garage look
unprompted. I was at Bears Packers, as you know, and he's right. The ingress egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But like, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress egress. You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." Like, what a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? Like, what is the matter with that guy? Like, it is just, I couldn't, it is one of the most politically incompetent things. Like, Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion, and he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable. Like, it was just a staggering admission by Brandon John. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Oh, the ingress egress. Let me use a relatable example of why Soldier Field's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna pick the best sporting event that stadium's hosted in 20 years and tell you why I left early on a Saturday. Like, what is the matter with you? Like, I can't trust you to do anything. Like, I wouldn't trust you to dog sit Omar. Like, and I tried to trade him for Deshaun Watson. Like, that is so stupid. Like, it is like, no wonder, dude. Like, no wonder. Like, it explained so, it's not what you guys were trying to get out of him. It's not why you asked him to come on, but like, it is one of the more revealing, insightful answers to anything, certainly in the history of this radio station and maybe in the history of Illinois politics. Like, it is intergalactically stupid. Like I have been thinking about it. It's like a wormhole in my brain, and I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like watching Karl Anthony Towns go by Victor Wembanyama, and I'm like, why did Brandon Johnson admit that he left the Bears Packers early? Like, it makes, like, Owen wakes up this morning and like, do you want pancakes or scrambled eggs? I'm like, I don't know. Brandon Johnson left Bears Packers early, and he decided to share that with people because he thought it would be a good idea to admit. Like, it's just, he may as well have come on and been like, I really don't like that Barack Obama claims Chicago because technically he was born in Hawaii. Like, just like one of the most out of touch, insane admissions I have ever heard. And like, by the way, how has that not been revealed? You're the mayor of Chicago. How is there not cell phone footage or a security worker? I mean, the guy's approval rating is basically the ingress egress of the stadium. How did we not know that he left Bears Packers early? Like, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Ben Brown's coming into his own, and probably the last couple times out been the Cubs' best starting pitcher. What if they're going to try to stretch him out some more? I love that term. We use it all the time.
I know.
Why are they sending him down to AAA? They're going to stretch him out.
Wouldn't it be great if they just had a guy bring out a table and they started?
I know.
Actually did some stretching.
Every time I hear that,
push it back, push it.
Every now and then, when I hear that, I think of you. I know you had, or you're familiar with the whole Stretch Armstrong toy as a kid.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, now Stretch is going to be a starting pitcher. So, what exactly are they doing to these guys in Iowa?
Oh my gosh.
Taking them to the back.
Stretch them out.
That's the part of the pitching lab we don't talk about.
There you go.
Let's stretch them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massage therapy. Dun, dun, dun.
Javier, you're next.
Oh, that's so funny.
Jordan, get in line. I think we're going to see Jordan Wicks and Javier Assad before it's all said and done. I don't know about this pitching rotation.
It feels that way.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had Assad as an option last night?
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Right.
You don't have guys who are giving you what you need in relief. And that's, the out-getters are not getting outs.
Right.
But you could have stretched out Assad in that moment, Dave.
What are you saying?
Why would you stretch out Assad?
You're saying to the outgetters, get out!
Get out! Get out, Phil Maton. Just the latest guy. What was the guy they just added yesterday?
Liam Hendricks?
Ty Block. Liam Hendricks, too? He's in Arizona. You know what he's doing in Arizona? Getting stretched out.
Stretched out. He's in the stretch lab.
They're stretching him out.
They got a pitching lab and a stretch lab.
Liam.
Been in his zone.
Ron Coomer.
Let's see if the Cubs can respond.
We're helping him out.
Coomer drives one into right center field. Long run, Pierre. Pierre dives, misses it. It bounces all the way to the wall.
That's a nice knock for the old hometown boy, isn't it?
Chicago Cubs radio analyst.
What a ball game. The wait is over, right? It is over. The Cubs are World Series champions. How does that sound, partner?
1999 American League All-Star.
From the American League All-Stars, infielder Ron Coomer.
The Coom Dog with Mully and Haugh. On 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to the great man himself. Ron Coomer joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Good morning, Ron. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Mikey. David, how you boys doing?
Doing
today?
well.
Well, we're having a lot of fun, and we kind of played the audio from listening to the great Kansas City native himself, Rick Sutcliffe, who went to the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce wedding. And he was, I don't know if you knew all this stuff or the backstory to it, but he was saying on a podcast that he was at the wedding and he saw Sir Paul McCartney there. And he went up, introduced himself, and said, I was always told that my great-uncle Stu was a fifth member of the Beatles. And there, of course, was a Stu Sutcliffe who was indeed a member of the Beatles, and Paul McCartney confirmed the story to him, etc. But just an incredible moment, maybe, to have such iconic people all involved in a weird story connected to a guy that we watch play baseball, Ron.
Yeah, we all know. Why doesn't that surprise me that Sut is involved in that? That's all I'm going to say.
He loves telling that story, yeah, and he loves being in the middle of everything. So you had quite a week in Baltimore. Understand there's some travel issues getting there. The Cubs win the first 2 games of the series, and yesterday lose the finale after blowing a lead after Seiya Suzuki got it back. Coom, I was listening at the time. It's something that kind of is annoying because the call was, I believe, should have been made and wasn't. They reviewed it with Nico Horner having the bag blocked when he tried to steal. How did you see it unfold? And do you think that it might have been a different outcome if it had gone a different way?
Yeah, well, it would have been a different outcome. The call would have been different. To me, those calls are kind of bizarre, David, and the league's got to clean that up because like play at the plate, the catching call, how we had to do some drastic things at home plate and make a lot of calls. And then all of a sudden now it's kind of cleaned up. So I think at second base, umpires, they don't pay attention to the blocking of the base. Well, the base is being blocked. He really didn't have a spot to go into the base once he went over it. And then, his foot's going to hit the base. He gets blocked by the, by the shortstop's foot. I think that was Holiday or second baseman anyway. So I think those calls a lot of times, what team you're rooting for is how you see the call. But I definitely think the base is being blocked. And then I've seen this through the years too, where if a guy is sliding on past the base or could be as the tagger, which could have been a third baseman at some point, you might just help push him with the tag a little harder and maybe he goes off the base. And I think Nico said that too. And we've all done that before if you're the infielders. So tough play. If that play goes the Cubs' way, it could be a different outcome of the ballgame.
It was just a weird game all the way around. I think that we know the Cubs have had bullpen issues. Everybody understands that they've had some pitching issues as well, just starter stuff. And what was your takeaway from the outing from Peterson, from David Peterson, where he obviously only allowed 1 earned run? He did walk 4 people, but he got 7 outs via ground ball, and he wasn't putting the ball in the air. I mean, it was much more like the first time we saw David Peterson pitching for the Cubs than the second time.
Yeah, it was definitely better, and he did get out of some jams with, some ground balls. There's no doubt. He got a couple double play balls. He got a couple low line drives that were hit well, but they were line drives in the infield that ended up being outs as opposed to them getting elevated and, going in a gap or going out of the ballpark. So I would think that was an encouraging sign. And you hope that trend, whatever they're doing with him, whatever Tommy Haugh is doing with him as far as work, that trend is getting better. Because Cubs need help in rotation. There's no doubt about that. So it was a good sign. It really was. And the other thing about that too, Mike, is that's a great ballpark to hit in. I love hitting in Baltimore at Camden Yard. Even though they've moved left field back some, it's still a great yard to hit in.
When you look at what's going on with the bullpen, you guys talked all week about the pockets that Craig Counsell finds for these relievers to fit into games, and I think they appreciate that because there's some certainty in when they will be entering the game, and not necessarily it's loosely defined, but at least they have an idea. Coom, could you help explain to people what you mean when you talk about the pockets that Craig Counsell finds for these relievers, and then your level of concern when things go awry the way they did yesterday with the bullpen guys they call upon?
Well, we'll go with the pockets first. I think what you're looking at is the highest leverage reliever, I think, right now that Counts looks at is Webb. So Webb is either going to pitch the 7th, 8th, or 9th, wherever Counts feels like the situation warrants. We need to shut the thing down now. We need to close out the game, or we need to save. Whatever he feels like that is the biggest pocket of the game that you need your highest leverage reliever, that's when Webb is going to go in the game. He did not pitch in the final game because he had pitched a bunch, and there just comes a time where, and we've talked about this, where you go for a game, let's say the night before yesterday, and you gotta empty the bullpen out and go, we got a chance to win right now. The game's getting close again. We went with everybody. So that means with the change in game time too, some of those guys that have pitched a lot can't pitch in the day game the next day. So that's the one thing. I would say he definitely has Webb, Thielbar, some of those guys. Now it's going to be a Thornton who has thrown the ball pretty well and pitching with confidence. There's going to be some guys out there that he's going to, really look at pockets. But if you want to really know the one that stands out to me the most is Webb. He is going to pitch in the highest leverage situation from the 7th inning on that feels like he's got to shut the game down. That does not mean the 9th inning. It just does not.
There were a lot of stories this week, and some more interesting than others. One of the things that came out earlier in the week is that Justin Steele had met with Dr. Keith Meister on Tuesday and was given clearance to begin a kind of throwing program that would seemingly get him back. They say there is not enough time for him to come back as a starter, but there was a possibility that he could be someone that might help you out of the bullpen. Now, I think that kind of scares everyone because we've seen him coming back and having to go rest again and stop the idea of coming back. Do you believe he will pitch this year? Is that more of a pipe dream than a reality, or what's your take on that story?
I don't know a lot about the pitching side of it, Mike, when it comes to all that and how the pitching programs work, so to speak. I'll say this, though, and from just experience of being around baseball a long time, it's a great thing for Justin Steele to get back this season and throw, whether it's in a big league game or get himself to where he could have been able to pitch in a big league game. So that way he can have somewhat of a normal off season and build up his arm strength for the following year. To think that he's going to come in and be a dominant guy for the Cubs this season, I think is asking an awful lot. He hasn't pitched in, it'll be a year and a half as of today. I think that's asking an awful lot. I just don't know if it happens, that would be awesome. I just don't think that's realistic.
I'm with you, Coom. I have some reservations about that, even though you do wish him well and you're encouraged by the fact that he's making progress. But I will believe it when I see it, and I don't think they can count on it. I think offensively, when you say earlier this week, I heard you talk about Michael Busch, and you said he's on the verge and you think he could get hot, or maybe the Cubs need him to get hot, maybe a combination of both. What do you see in him that tells you or gives you the indication that he's close?
His timing. I just think he's on time with a lot of pitches, and he's just underneath a lot. When I see guys taking swings and their timing is good. And from my vantage point, that's the one thing being behind home plate and up, I can see that and see it really well. He is on time. When he is on time, he's just got to make a minor adjustment of just getting on top of the ball just a little bit more. And if he can do that, he can start really rolling. He hasn't hit that real hot streak yet that he did last year a couple times. We did it last year at the end of the year and then through the playoffs. So we're hoping that will be something that, kind of clicks in for him because, he's very close. I just watch, and there's a lot of balls that peel off straight back that you expect, might end up going out of the ballpark soon.
Ron, they announced yesterday that PCA has actually advanced his WAR to the point where he's like a percentage point higher than Shohei Ohtani. And we had talked earlier in the week. I mean, he's just been on such a tear. It's almost unbelievable. The guy's on a complete heater, and he's really been a crucial part of this team and doing so much. Can you believe the way he's played, and do you think there's any chance of him actually winning an MVP over Ohtani? Ohtani is a other world. We've never seen a player like him, but he actually has passed him in WAR, which is amazing.
Well, I texted this the other day. He thought, and he has thought that, there's a chance, that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP. And I don't disagree with that if he continues on with what he's doing. He just affects the game in a lot of ways, and he affects the game every day. The 2 home runs he hit the other day in Baltimore in game 2 of that series, the second one to me was, I believe it was the second one. It was very impressive because it was an 0-2 breaking ball,
right,
down and away, that he got to the ball and had almost an abbreviated swing to make sure that the swing stayed on playing with the ball. Now, you do that only when you're really locked in and that happens. You don't try to make that happen, but you just see the ball better. His swings now, even though yesterday he didn't click on any balls and hit a ball out of the park, he just missed a few, and you see his body language now understanding when he's when he's just missing or he's on a ball. The other thing, too, he had an at-bat late in the game where he walked, and that's a for sure strikeout a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. For sure strikeout. He took 2 breaking balls away from him that he just, spit on, and I was like, now that is a really good at-bat because he took one up and in, he took one down and away, and then he ends up walking, and that was just that. I don't care who you are in the big leagues. Late in the game, that's a big, big at-bat that he had.
So, Coom, I love it when you talk about our game and you look at baseball from the big picture perspective because your views on it they resonate. So, looking at it from that vantage point, earlier this week, the Pirates removed, I think, Jared Jones after he had a perfect game through 6 or 7, and it was the second time this year that there's been a pitcher removed for having a perfect game. What do you think about that? Would you be in a situation to do you understand it? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Because there's part of every baseball fan that loves to see history being made. And then there's part of today's modern day fan that understands why you pull a pitcher when he does have a perfect game.
I'm a little more on the traditionalist side. To be honest with you, I would like to see a guy be able to pitch deeper into the game to give yourself a real chance. I don't know where you guys stand on it. I just think when every time when a guy in the middle of the game gets into a little bit of trouble, they're out of the game. And I know for the analytics people that third time through the lineup, the stats say and the analytics say that, you get them out of there. And I say, well, how are you going to know if you have one of those young guys that can pitch through that and pitch deep in the game unless you give them some chances. I just think it's embedded now in guys' heads, the negative that you can't. That's my biggest issue is if you keep being told that you can't do something, what are the chances of you doing it? Unless you do it on your own, well, you can't do that. The manager and the pitching coach have the final decision. So I would just like to see, a team allowing somebody to get that opportunity, especially certain guys. I mean, not everybody are going to do that, but you got certain guys that are just dominant. Third time through the lineup, they've been dominant for two rounds, and then a base hit, and boom, they're out of the game. And I just think, you got to let some guys possibly see if they can do that, because it helps the team so much. If a guy pitches 7 innings as opposed to 5, that extra 6 outs, man, are huge for a manager and a team's bullpen. It really is. So I would love to see that get pushed, the pitcher deeper into a game if he's rolling along. That's my biggest thing. And I would say having a perfect game means you're rolling along pretty good.
Yeah, it is true, though. What you're saying is so accurate. Like, they're not training anyone to be able to pitch a complete game. That statistic is dead and buried.
Dead.
You're looking for 5 innings out of guys,
Yeah.
which seems then doesn't that seem like you need to invest a heck of a lot more resources into bullpens?
And the teams don't want to do that. They
Right.
don't want to invest in the bullpens. So it's kind of a catch-22. I just feel like the training part of it, not just the physical, because I think these guys are big. They're bigger and stronger and throw harder than they ever have. So to me, you get guys that physically could do it. I think the mental training of it is just as important as the physical training of it. And pumping positive thoughts into a guy's head and how you look at the game, I think are just as important as the physical. I really do.
You're the best, Ron. Thank you, buddy.
Enjoy the weekend, Ron.
Boys, I will definitely do that. I am going to take 3 days off, and I won't be in Cincinnati. I might be sitting in Clearwater Beach as we speak, getting ready to go down to the beach and enjoy maybe a cigar. You never know. But I'll be listening to our boys in Cincy, and I'm going to enjoy some All-Star break. So you guys have a great weekend.
Thanks,
That's
Coom.
great. Thanks, Coom. He's a great man.
Yeah, great. He deserves it. That's
No doubt about
works
it.
really hard. It's a grind of a season, so
Yes.
nice that he can enjoy the All-Star break.
That's great stuff. All right. We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy-Webb Ford.
It's Maggie Webb at Packy Webb Ford. Search our huge selection of Ford.
So yeah,
Justin, why did you raise your hands in frustration?
Just the idea of all this stretching out. I just feel I'm very passionate about the fact that I think last night, if you would have had Assad still on the roster and not in Iowa, you could have brought him in and tried to have given the team a little spark, if you will, at 4-0. There was still a chance, and it just.
Yeah,
made
I don't
you,
disagree. I'm not laughing
and
at that.
It just made you remember. It's just too many flashbacks of last year and the Brewers out on their field, family, whatever, Miller Park. I call it Miller Park. I call it Sears Tower. I call it Marshall Fields. The point is holding that L flag, right? And that they haven't played since then.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
They played yesterday.
Until yesterday.
I forgot all about that. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
I don't know. I just forgot about it. There's a lot of stuff in my brain. I just forgot about that. Well, Cubs Sox took everything out of the Cubs.
And maybe the Sox. The Cubs actually won last night 3-1. Cubs scored 3, White Sox scored 1. So look at it that way. If you look at it that way. I'm stretching.
Boy, that's
talk
really
about
stretching.
Stretching. That's stretch lab material.
Cubs were 3-1 winners over the White Sox last night.
Alex Caruso, too, had 31 points for this Thunder. Oh, my gosh. There was one point. He was guarding Wemby. And because of the switching and they were doing, he had 31 points. He had a huge three. That was terrific. That's going to be a better series than I think I expected a good series, but now OKC's up against it.
We got a texter who says that Wemby was a 6'6" guard, but they sent him down to Iowa to stretch him out. Look at the size of him now.
Imagine what Assad's going to come back as. I can't wait for that. The Bulls will be interested.
That's great.
He got stretched out.
Touch them all there, Dexter. That's how
well done.
So I think that's, again, for him, you're talking about small progress. I'm happy he's learning up here. Who are the White Sox stretching out in order to come up and pitch for Eric Fetty?
Stretch! Down in the Charlotte Stretch Lab?
Get up, stretch.
I don't know.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. It's just so
because
silly.
it's the same thing for every pitcher.
I know.
They're going to the minors to stretch them out.
They're going to stretch them out. Yeah, it's great.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals
Of course he did.
in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did it from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So he went Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score?
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampilla was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 90.94 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there. He gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment. Takes his glasses up.
Uh-huh. Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No. That was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on The Score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about it? Lawrence, what do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at The Score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to, I also have a similar story. This is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not I'm not gonna make it. And he was lost on top of it. So it's like,
hey, this guy plays defense. I had the good fortune of coming up and being Andrew Jones's teammate and watched him win 10 Gold Gloves, and he's arguably the best defensive center fielder of all time. I haven't seen anybody come close to getting it done and the beauty with which he gets it done defensively than PCA. Throw in the fact that he's a lightning rod. He is an awesome cat. I think he gives like this. He's got that swaggy vibe to him, man. He wants to get in the mix with everybody. But behind the scenes, in the dugout, in the clubhouse, his teammates absolutely love this cat.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is the voice of Mark DeRosa, and the awesome cat, the well-loved cat he's talking about is none other than Pete Crow Armstrong.
Pete Cat Armstrong.
Who has taken a lead over Shohei just by the smallest of fractions in a lead in the WAR race in MLB. And now it depends on which WAR you're looking at. But they either have the same WAR or he's slightly ahead of them.
But Shohei pitches as well, so that adds to that.
No question.
So that just underscores how impressive of a first half of the season Pete Crow Armstrong has had. Mark DeRosa speaks to some of the other things behind the scenes.
Right.
Teammates love him. He knows that well from having managed him during the World Baseball Classic.
That's right.
He is a catalyst on the field. He is a fun guy in the clubhouse. He is as valuable to the Cubs as any team, as any player is to his team in the major leagues, which made Mark DeRosa's teammate at the MLB Network, Greg Amsinger's claim, or I don't want to say even a claim.
He made a list.
His omission.
It's an omission.
Of Pete Crow Armstrong from his top 9? Top 10?
He has a top 9, I believe.
Most valuable players.
Yes.
In the majors this year.
And he does not have PCA in that list.
We're going to hear his explanation.
Yeah.
I would have rather or preferred or felt better about it if he had just simply said, I forgot about him. Because trying to justify something this ridiculous,
I mean, it makes you wonder.
Even worse.
And I'm not casting aspersions, far be it from me, but Greg Amsinger, as you well know, works on the MLB Network. He's got this kind of Chuck Woolery vibe to him. Kind of looks a little like Chuck. He kind of has this game show, kind of a good-looking game show host look, if you find that good-looking. Yeah. And he does. And I don't mean it as an insult. I don't believe he's a former MLB player in any way, but he is a native of St. Louis. And I believe at one point he did something or other connected to the Cardinals before he landed where then he went to Terre Haute, Indiana. I believe he was a sports guy there, and then he's now on the MLB Network, and he does a lot of hosting, and he's put together this list of the top.
And his explanation gave me notice me vibes.
Yes, he'd like to be noticed.
This is what I care about, is your team winning, and it's the first half most valuable players. PCA might win MVP. We won't because Ohtani's going to win it, but the whole second half. All you Cub fans, I want you to look at something. Right? Listen closely. I'm going to show you a graphic. It's got numbers on it. I think he was mismanaged. It's not his fault for the first 58 games. He was one of the worst players on the Cubs. Not his fault. They were batting him 9th. Not his fault. I complained. Did I not complain for the first 50?
Every day.
Every day. Then they moved him to the leadoff spot. Last 35 games, he's the best player in the world. You can't be the MVP of a half if you're one of the worst players on your team for, I forgot how many. Can you put that graphic up one more time? I forgot how many games.
Over 30 games, right?
How many games was that? Can I see that graphic? Oh, 58 games.
58. Yeah.
But Cub fans are going, oh, he's an MVP. Stop. The 9 players that I put on the list have been much more consistent than my favorite player, Pete Crow Armstrong. He's my favorite player.
He's his favorite player?
You could tell.
Okay. If we're looking at the numbers and he wants to make a big deal about the 58 games that he was the worst player on the team, he had PCA batted ninth 8 times. 8 times this whole season. He has batted ninth. He never batted ninth. He batted eighth. He batted eighth in 29 games that he started. He has led off in 38 games. Nobody's denying the fact that in those 38 games batting leadoff, he has put himself at the top of the WAR leaders, largely because of that. He's adapted to that. He's made adjustments. You've seen, as Mark DeRosa pointed out very skillfully, the hand placement, the leverage, the swing, all those adjustments are a product of coaching discipline and his own natural talent. I think he's overstating it, how he was the worst player in those 58 games. And regardless, what we're looking at is a body of work over the first half of the season. And even if you acknowledge that, it is a ridiculous notion to suggest, my opinion, that he is not among the 9 most valuable players in the league. His list included guys who Pete Crow Armstrong objectively is just better than this year.
Shohei Ohtani.
Okay, that's arguable.
Alvarez.
Okay.
Caminero.
Fair.
James Wood.
Good conversation.
Kyle Schwarber.
DH.
Otto Lopez. You can spell Otto backward and forward.
Yeah, it's a palindrome.
Thank you. Jordan Walker.
Okay, great. Cardinal.
Number 8.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Miguel Vargas.
Oh, please.
Don't start.
I'm not.
Number 9, Dylan Dingler.
Okay. Do you want the Tiger to trigger you or the Sox guy to trigger me or the Cardinal guy to trigger everybody?
I want you to be triggered. Go right ahead.
This is meant to trigger. This is an opinion intended to trigger.
Yes.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Because it did it. It accomplished what it was we fell for. Oh, my.
Congratulations.
Yes. Hook, line, and sinker. I have the hook in my mouth. I took the bait.
Yeah,
But it's ridiculous.
I don't know why you give Amsinger so much power over you.
You brought it up.
I don't know how he gets to trigger you.
Well, I just think that when you if Pete Crow Armstrong were in his top 5, we're not talking about this.
Okay.
But the fact that he was not even listed in the top 10, and the explanation was some
worst player on your
worst
team.
player on the team in the first 58 games.
Was it 57 or 58?
Yeah.
A lot of games. A lot of games.
And then, you know, like the thing that he said about batting ninth, he was batting ninth. He had 8 games in where he batted ninth. And frankly, in those games, Pete Crow Armstrong did struggle mightily at times in the first half of the season. But to his credit, he made the adjustments. He worked his way back up in the lineup. And because the Cubs were struggling, Craig Counsell tried a lot of different things. This one worked. And he has been the best player in baseball in the month of June. And frankly, since June 1st. That's a pretty good sample size. It's a pretty good sample size.
I find it amusing. We have some texters taking gratuitous shots at Mark DeRosa regarding the WBC. I mean, that is absurd to me.
But I think that DeRosa was almost like defending.
He was singing his
PCA,
praises.
yeah, at least being positive.
Yes, he was very much so positive.
Mm-hmm. And Pete Crow Armstrong, by the end of the season, is unlikely to be the MVP because I think Shohei Ohtani, unless something happens to Ohtani, whether it's injury related, as we talked about yesterday, or just backing off a little bit to get him ready for the playoffs because of the load, it's an enormous mental, I think, burden for Ohtani to pitch every 5th day and to be at the top of the order and do all that he does. So maybe they want to, get him ready for the playoffs. But barring any surprises there, Ohtani is the most valuable player in baseball. I don't think anybody's arguing with that.
I don't think anyone's arguing with that. But it is interesting that PCA has been on such a heater that he's overtaken him in WAR. And that's because what DeRosa talked about. He's probably the best defensive player in the game right now. and that counts. He can steal bases, hit homers. He had a great month of June, and he's carrying it into July.
He has earned more respect than that ridiculous list gives him.
Mm-hmm.
And
now go after Miguel Vargas, because that's all you plan on doing.
No, I think that Miguel Vargas deserves respect for, his story, as we have talked about, isn't just his production. It's his production in the wake of his success after failing, and where he came from, and what he overcame,
and the fact that he was carrying this team for a long portion of the time that Mooney was out
for a month. And you look at what he was able to do, and nobody in Philadelphia next week deserves to be there more than Miguel Vargas. So there will be no disparagement there. I like the fact that he's getting that kind of attention. I think it's great for the Sox to get those kind of notice.
Don't you feel that like Amsinger's putting together a list, and he's hunting for people not just to rate over him, but to anger people by rating over him?
Probably did. And like I said, I kick myself every time I let this happen, but it happens.
That's okay. You're entitled.
Thank you.
You got to defend your guy.
PCA deserves a lot more respect than that.
I'm with you.
All right, I'm going to talk. Speaking of riots, Riot Fest.
Oh, here we go.
Riot Fest. Let's give a couple tickets away.
That sounds like a good idea.
312-540-0670. Be the sixth caller. Listen to this, and you can keep listening. We'll be giving away something else probably throughout the day here at the Score. But right now, we're going to give away 2 tickets to Riot Fest, Douglas Park, Friday, September 18th. 21 Pilots, Pixies, Iggy Pop, and more. RiotFest.org for tickets and information.
All right. We will be right back. We're going to bring in our guy, Mike Palm. We'll talk to Mike next. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Circa Sports presents Palm Saturdays with Circa's Vice President of Operations, Mike Palm, on 104.3 The Score. Tomorrow morning from 8 to 9 a.m. Live from Bar Canada at the D from downtown Las Vegas. Mike covers the latest in the sports wagering landscape, from Chicago's teams to the biggest games from coast to coast, along with great guests. It's Palm Saturdays with Mike Palm, presented by Circa Sports on 104.3 The Score. Watch live on YouTube and Twitch. This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville, Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville. Now open right at 3649 North Clark Street, serving your favorite southern dishes and sides. Heat level ranging from sweet and smoky to all the heat you can handle. Visit HattieB.com or download the Hattie B's app to place your order today.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
With 4 GPS is readily available on cell phones, so it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow. Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened, on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. He was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second. And in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, "Do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio?" And I just started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2-hour or something 3-hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered P.F. Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something. and the guy couldn't get. NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox. And the guy couldn't find the entrance, and Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay, and then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. And he never got his $175.
It happened
for
twice?
the PF Chicks. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day. And it was courtesy of JB, and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would be have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever, somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacy, and it will range from he took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor, to he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like, it's going to range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, like Johnny, Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacy was, and I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacy, when people, say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him, and not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this, and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story, and then I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacy to me, when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons, and on one night we're sitting at a 5-star hotel in Paris eating escargot and listening to him tell all those Turkish mobster stories and his travels in Europe and the Hollywood starlets he rubbed shoulders with and the actors that he could shake hands with. And then I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And then the next night, he rips his suit pants from thigh to ankle when he gets on the bus to go to the arena in Paris, France. So then we have to eventually staple his pants shut for the broadcast. Mark Brady did yeoman's work there. And then right when that happened and we're getting adjusted and sat down at our broadcast position, he looks across the way and sees Victor Wembanyama, 19 years old, not drafted, and goes, that dude's
Mike
about
Paul,
to change the...
Vice President of Operations of Circa, the D and Golden Gate.
Vegas! Vegas, baby! Vegas!
Host of Palm Saturdays on 104.3 The Score.
Why don't I take you somewhere that you've never been? Where's that? Vegas?
Let's head to Vegas with Mike Palm, sponsored by Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be on 104.3 The Score.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
I don't care. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy, Mike Palm. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency. Call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. We're also on CHSN. We appreciate everyone who is watching us. And we should tell you that you should tune in tomorrow from 8 to 9 as Circa Sports presents Palm Saturdays, featuring the aforementioned Circa Vice President of Operations, Mike Palm. You'll be able to listen on The Score and the Odyssey app or watch live on YouTube and Twitch as Mike breaks down the latest in the sports betting landscape with a Chicago flavor, all presented by the official sportsbook of the Score, Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees. Mike, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Morning, David. Great. Good to hear both of you guys in the studio today.
Absolutely. And let me ask you something. You know, we had a little bit of a conversation. We're trying to figure out what's going on with PCA and what's going on with the fact that he's actually passed Shohei Ohtani in WAR, just, barely. But where do the MVP standings rate? If you wanted to put some money on PCA, where does he rate as opposed to Ohtani, who obviously is the favorite?
Yeah. Look, Ohtani, at one point, I always said this, going into June, like at June 3rd, Ohtani was minus $9, which I said, you will never see again in our lifetime in the month of June somebody that is that heavy of a favorite for MVP. It's never going to happen. It's almost unthinkable that it could happen, right? And the problem is the two-way play, right? So I mean, that's what happens, and it almost becomes a market where it's not bettable. Nobody is going to bet on it because, listen, who wants to lay that kind of a price? And then when you get past that, who has a realistic chance? So right now, PCA is the second choice at 15-1. Right, you got to lay $20 to win $1 on Ohtani. PCA is a clear second choice at 15-1. Then Kyle Schwarber's 40-1. Juan Soto's 50-1. James Wood for the Nationals 55-1. Corbin Carroll 65-1. Bunch of guys: Bryce Harper, Jordan Walker for the Cardinals, and Jacob Nizarowski 70-1. And then you get 150-1 after that. Anybody else?
Mike, I'm asking because our show is a little bit obsessed with the Summer League. Can you bet, and is there much action on the Summer League that the Bulls begin tonight out there in Las Vegas?
There absolutely is, David. There absolutely is. You will see more, well, not every day, but in general, there's more money written per game on the Summer League than on Major League Baseball games while the Summer League's in session. And of course, it helps that it's in Las Vegas and people can go to the games, and they can go to the games cheap, right, and see these kids. And there's some exciting picks out of, obviously, top draft picks that are playing. So there's good action on the Summer League, actually. And we have a lot of people come into the book and want to make sure that every Summer League game is on the big screens, and they're very into it.
Mike, I got to imagine that France, having advanced to the semifinals after beating Morocco yesterday, I would imagine they kind of are the Ohtani bet of the World Cup.
Yeah, but you don't have to lay 20-1 on them. I mean, that's the great thing about France, right? They're still plus 135. I see 140, and Illinois is the best price, and then Spain and Argentina a little better than 4-1. We took a big bet on England yesterday at 5-1. It's amazing because of all the money that was on the U.S. and Mexico. The only loser that we had in the future pool was Belgium, but then we took a decent bet on England yesterday. I think it was 15,000 at 5-1. Wow. That makes them a loser in the future pool. But we are good we have good results to France and Spain because, in general, people don't like to bet short shots.
Mike, what do you got coming up on the show tomorrow?
It's great. We have Michael Donadeo from Baseball Perspectives. We're going to go pretty heavy into Major League Baseball draft, which, as you know, David, is this weekend, and get his takes on obviously what the White Sox are going to do in the Cubs and different needs, and maybe some surprise picks that he thinks might be in the docket over the next 48 hours.
You know, what's funny is like Rock Chalowski was probably an odds-on favorite, and now as we're getting ever closer, it feels like it's changed, and Grady Emerson will be the first pick.
Yeah, it's Grady Emerson is now the favorite in this market. It's unbelievable. I think he's like plus 110, which a month ago, Kowalski was like an Ohtani pick.
Wow. Oh boy, does that mean the Sox are going to mess it up, or is it okay? I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. Have a good weekend.
That is Mike Palm.
So right now, Grady Emerson is the odds-on favorite to be the number one pick for the White Sox in the Major League Baseball draft tomorrow. I have to feel like we do. If we sound deflated, it's because we are.
I'm somewhat. I knew I would be deflated. I'm fighting that. I'm fighting that.
I'm fighting it too. Grady Emerson, great story. Grew up in Texas. Played for Rusty Greer, I think, in high school. Rangers fan. Hit tool compared to Bobby Witt. All those things. All those things could be very good story.
He lacks the top speed of a Bobby Witt tool.
Well, but he's not going to have everything he's not going to be an identical Bobby Witt clone.
If he's a clone, I'd take him.
Yeah, I think you would take him. But I think he's somebody that you look at as there's a lot to like, or else he wouldn't be there. But we've just we got set in our mind that it was going to be Rock Chalowski.
All right, we're going to take a quick time out. We'll bring in James Fegan, and we'll talk to him about what's going on. James, of course, with Sox Machine. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Craig Counsell.
A drive to right center. Cubs win the ball game.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
Get ready to win big at Grand Victoria Casino, the ultimate Caesars Rewards hotspot with 27 table games, over 700 slot machines, and
league. And what do you know, 3 years later, that's the case. And in the very next moment, as if it was a completely natural occurrence, he introduced me to a person. He said, Adam, this is Magic Johnson. And I turned around, and suddenly I'm shaking hands with Magic Johnson and meeting Cookie. And then he just sat down as if that was just a very normal occurrence. That's the juxtaposition, but that's also a great representation of pulling people in.
Fifth question here, 5 on it with Rahimi and Harris. Ross Dorsey is in. So it's usually a life question here. And I have a car for the first time since 2018, and I've lived in D.C., lived in Chicago, had a car, first time driving a car in the city. It sucks. I hate having a car in the city, and number one reason why is because finding a parking spot in the city is it's torture. I hate it so much, and now I understand all the people who are in their car listening to this fabulous radio station. I understand it now. The fifth question is, why is parking in the city so insufferable?
Well, I think it's insufferable because we live in a major metropolitan area with 3 million people, and people commute in, and they don't use enough public transportation, and they don't walk enough, and you end up with not enough parking spots. Let's be very clear. There's not enough easily accessible parking spots, and that's why it's bad, and it's only going to get worse, Robbie. I just want to let you know. Nothing speaks future good about Chicago parking.
Why does it suck? It's one of the largest cities in the country. There is a big concentration of people that live here. So naturally, a lot of people.
Let's just not drive cars. We have transportation. Let's just take the
And
transportation.
here you are
driving your car.
But I like to drive. But as somebody with a car that lives in the city of Chicago, I don't drive necessarily unless I have to. And I've gotten to the point in life, and Marshall, I know Marshall's gonna make a joke here. I just valet because I don't want to do the thing where, let's say I have a 7:30 reservation and it's 7:25. Now I have to circle the restaurant for 15 minutes hoping that somebody backs out and I find a spot. Like, just take my $15. But Robbie, do you know that the city of Chicago doesn't even own the meters in the city?
Wait, are you kidding me?
So in 2008.
Wait, is this real?
Yes.
100% real.
It's
That's why I didn't
100%
tell you in the
this
group
seems
chat.
flawed. Why
So,
did they do that?
In 2008, former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley privatized the parking meters. And so the city leased the meters to a company known as Chicago Parking Meters LLC, based in UAE, United Arab Emirates, for $1.1 billion because the city needed the cash. Since then, the meters have generated over $2 billion.
They really traded parking for cash
So
considerations.
this is the
Are you kidding me?
So Robbie, this isn't
What
even
a
the worst
dumb
part.
deal.
That
Are
lease,
they the Bulls?
That lease was for 75 years. There is still 58 years on that deal, and UAE, the Chicago Parking Meters LLC, has already gotten their money back and an extra $1 billion.
How is this not like talked about as one of the worst trades
it
of all
is.
time?
Oh, it is one of the worst trades of all time.
Like if we talk about Luka, like that's one of the worst
Yes.
trades I've ever seen.
1,000%.
Who's his mayor's name?
Mayor Daley.
Oh my God!
The
No,
most
I didn't know
famous
who made
mayor
the
in
deal.
the city.
Oh my God, he makes Nico Harrison look like a saint. Are you kidding me?
This
is the worst deal I've ever heard.
Robbie, I was in the 8th grade when this happened, and at the time it was just like, oh, the city got $1 billion. Let's see if it works out for him. And now people are like, woof.
Way to go, Mayor.
It is Wolf.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dane Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game,
Local
too.
Hyundai dealers, this is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This segment is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune, and this hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Socks Machine.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Delighted to welcome in James Fegan. Does a wonderful job covering the White Sox for Sox Machine, and he joins us now on the Score hotline, the wonderful Score hotline. It's brought to you by the fine folks at Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. James, good morning. How are you?
Good, and you?
You know, it's a long story. I'm trying hard not to be deflated over the fact that the Sox look like they're going to take Grady Emerson and not Rock Chalowski. And I can't answer the reason why I am deflated about it. I think because Chalowski, from the minute they got that pick, it was like the idea that they had won the Rock Chalowski sweepstakes. And I was thinking that's a guy that's going to be up sooner, closer to this team in age. I don't know.
I also think Rock Chalowski says you're looking at 2027 possibly. Everyone would get crazy next year if they drafted him about next year. Grady Emerson says more 2029. What do you think, James?
I think that their process is agnostic of these factors about ETA and whether or not they fit with the current core. I think it's got to be about what do we think the biggest ceiling is? What do we think we can mine the most out of with our hitting development, especially with the success they've had recently, and in terms of getting more or seeing a bigger, more projection in Emerson's body. Is very lean, or just kind of seem like the hit tool giving him a bit more offensive ceiling. I think that's really the factors that have to drive today. I think every scouting director will tell you don't draft towards need. You don't draft towards where the major league team is at. Certainly Shirley reiterated those concepts. So as much as like public side, we appreciate that synergy and like all of it will, generate this more enthusiasm for the White Sox that we've been seeing kind of surprisingly build over the last few months. I think that they have to be kind of church and state about that and just saying like, we got to go for what we think is going to become like the best overall player long term. And even just the other day when Mike Shirley, the scouting director, was talking to us, he was like, we got to think in terms of like who this guy's going to be in 2 to 3 years, not just like right now. And that's a very ceiling oriented thinking that tends to lead to you going for a high school player.
Have you studied it enough to have an opinion?
I really probably not as much as I should have in terms of offloading things to Josh Nelson, who is all over the draft for us all the time. But I kind of think what Shirley laid out the other day and saying that like all three of them are on this same tier and grouping Von Lackey in there, as much as like that seems like a third place finisher at this point, like I kind of concur with that. I don't think there's like some big separation between them where if they organizationally feel one guy is better, that like, oh man, you got this wrong and this guy's like clearly a step below it. So I'm certainly on board with the idea of go for ceiling, go for the high school pick, lean into your hitting development program is really like the strength of the organization right now. It's kind of why this team is playing better than what we thought. So the idea of what they've been doing the last 2 years and just going like, we're going pure ceiling because we have this way more confidence that we can convert on these or maximize these bats and we don't have to take safe college players the way that we did back 10 years ago. It was all about like, hey, can we get Carlos Rodon and have him pitching in the majors next week sort of strategy because they believe in the player development now. I think it's better long term that that's the way they're thinking about things and gives me more optimism about how they're being run just broadly, even if that's not necessarily rooted in like, is this one guy better than this other guy?
James, I loved what I heard from Mike Shirley. I love the idea that he said that Chris Getz told him has nothing to do with the Major League Club, has nothing to do with the signing bonus. It has to do with the best player. I think my fear privately, which I would never express publicly, is that they're going on the cheap with the signing bonus, that there's some issue. They're going to spend more money than anybody ever has on the signing bonus, regardless of who they take. But my fear is that they might be less likely to take Rock. And I know they share the same agent, thinking that it would be easier to sign Grady Emerson.
I certainly think they're presenting that a little bit for leverage sake. Like, Shirley even floated that scenario. Like, well, if somebody just kind of went rogue or asked for like an unprecedented bonus that we weren't comfortable with, then we'd pivot. I feel like that's a little bit presentation to the other side. Like, hey, like neither of you have so much individual leverage, or we're so convicted on you that you can go and try to like hijack the draft with your ask in a way that we won't respond to. I can't imagine it's going to be a significant drop off. Like, I don't think it's certainly when they first got their pool and, the way that they've been, with Jacob Gonzalez strategy that 1 year in 2023 where they kind of went underslot on him to like, take bigger shots elsewhere. That's definitely a route they've gone before, but I think it's more in a situation where they didn't think they could get, a 1-1 caliber guy. I think it's mostly, posturing in terms of like, hey, we're not going to get, railroaded on anything, but I can't imagine like it significantly like making them take a player who's they believe is significantly worse purely for that sake.
How do you factor Von Lackey, the catcher from Georgia Tech, into the equation if you do at all?
I think he deserves to be there. I think if anything, like him being a late riser, it probably we might be underselling him a little bit because he just hasn't been someone we've been envisioning in the 1-1 picture entirely. And certainly when you mention having both Chalosky and Emerson having the same representation, having a third player, we think this guy's 1-1 caliber as well. I think that's a safe measure to take, to be like, this can't go off the road with the ask entirely. We do have another option here, but beyond that, I think it would be. I don't think it'd be a bad pick. But I think at this point it would be kind of a big surprise that, it seems like it's kind of around for leverage and for option's sake.
James, the White Sox swept at home for the first time since early in the season. Was it the Tampa series, something like that? What do you think of...
Tampa and Baltimore were the other two, yeah.
Yeah. What went wrong for them in terms of their ability to hit lefties, the fact that they just did not get past this team? We were wondering if it had anything to do with their managing to come back from a couple of heartbreaking losses to get a sweep, which felt like a win against the Guardians.
Well, like being good against lefties, which they mostly had been up to this point this year, had been really riding on like a handful of guys. Like it's been like Chase Mydroff, but certainly Miguel Vargas, I don't know if he still is, but certainly entering July was like basically the best hitter against left-handed pitching in the league. And Grichuk. And so it wasn't like they had this super balanced set of righties to turn to. It was a lot of like concentrated production in those dudes. And so when they have a cold series, certainly it's hard to sustain. It's their attack against lefties has been going through a lot of iterations because like going into the year, you really expected like that was going to be Edgar Caro's time to shine. He was going to get those side of the at-bats with, Kyle Teal. And, he did really well against lefties last year. That hasn't been the case. Obviously, he's not even on the team right now. You had Derek Hill doing a decent job early in the year. You're convinced, we're going to get Everson Pereira back, and you trade Derek Hill, and within days, Pereira has a concussion, and it now has this uncertain recovery timeline. Austin Hayes has obviously been hurt repeatedly over the course of the year. They might get him back after the All-Star break, but so many you're hitting Junior Perez, who was not having a great year in AAA, like fifth against lefties. Like this is like you're going to a lot of unproven options. So I think some level of reckoning was coming against lefties just because like their options have been kind of slapped together a little bit over the course of the year, but also just like, man, they just got dominated with fastballs on right on the hands like all series, and they were well commanded. And I think the world of like Peyton Tolley, but it was just kind of seeing them get exploited in a way that they're definitely going to need to adjust to really this series because the A's are going to throw plenty of lefties as well.
Why do you think Noah Schultz has struggled, and how concerned are the White Sox?
It's strange because, like, in terms of seeing this guy, like, not throw strikes or not command the zone, that's kind of been, as big as he is and how much of he's an outlier size. That's really only happened when the knee has bothered him. And so he's come back from that, and, all signs is that he's healthy. But, like, in terms of, like, not, being consistent with, release point or not having the shape of his pitches locked in, that's really only happened when he's not healthy. Like, you can talk about, like, fastball shape or all these little other intricacies for him, but, like, he's thrown strikes his whole professional career other than when he's been hurt. So they're running him back out on Sunday. They say, like, he's working hard on it, it's fine. But in terms of, like, this is the weak link of the rotation right now, but with how he's performing, you could simultaneously argue this is the highest ceiling member of the rotation at the same time. And certainly until they make external upgrades, this is someone that they have to get right because he's, got as much potential to really, be a stalwart in the second half as anyone else they have. I think Sean Burke has looked amazing his last couple starts. Obviously, Davis Martin looked, great for the first, 2 months of 10 weeks of the season. But as far as like, the potential, like Hagen Smith, Tanner McDougal, these are guys we're most likely going to see in the bullpen in the second half. As far as like internal options to start, other than Shane Smith ramping up, Noah Schultz is kind of the big upgrade they have. So I think, whether it's, hey, we're not going to get this right and we need to make an addition, or, hey, we really need to get this right. I think there's a level of, like, they need to be hyper-focused on Noah Schultz right now because, like, he's very, very important to their pitching situation to be sustainable in the second half.
James, you've written very well about Will Venable and his process and how he's going through the things that he is. We know that this was a season that was about player development, and all of a sudden they're playing extremely well, and that has shifted. It's a surprise for many people, and it has shifted things a little. How difficult is it for Will Venable to go through his process and kind of please all of the tasks he is needed to perform.
I mean, he'll tell you that things haven't really changed in how he approached it, that he's, looking, series to series, and he's harping on things they need to improve. I think their strategy in general, like in explaining, especially what I wrote about his in-game moves,
right?
I think it kind of comes from a standpoint of not viewing themselves as like heavy hitters or certainly not favorites. Like if you're the Dodgers and you're just like, beating the competition on talent every single night, I think you're going to be more conservative about bunting and pinch hitting and, all the moves that we see Will Venable like throwing at the competition every night. Whereas like the White Sox, especially when they came into the season, it's very much like, we got nothing to lose. Like, why not? Why are we not going to just throw every strategy, every move that we see an opportunity to do? And that's definitely their ethos, and I think the team and the clubhouse has bought into it, but it's definitely going to continue to produce moments where you're like, oh man, like why are we playing for one run right here? Or why are we like, so invested in handedness where like we gotta have this like platoon matchup like that we want every single at bat? Why are we, throwing Grant Taylor in the seventh inning? Like that's just like kind of the way they've like taught to play, the way that they approach it, and I don't really see them moving off of it. But it's certainly like as it's a lot more charming as like these surprising underdogs who will do everything approach, whereas like if they're trying to protect the division lead and you're seeing like kind of the super aggressive managing style, it might turn you off in moments. I think it's important to try to see the forest for the trees where kind of the biggest jobs the manager has is getting his team to buy in and play hard, and effectively they do that even if not every move results in something that seems like the most optimized decision.
He does do a terrific job of that. I think the mindset, the mentality, the camaraderie, all those things, he's made it conducive to winning, so I give him a lot of credit there. But in that story about the process that you wrote, I mean, it made you pay closer attention to the things that the little things. And James, help people understand, or help us understand, 92 games, 71 different batting orders. So the permutations, the combinations, the mixing, the matching. I mean, is that a good thing? Is that too much? What do you think about all the tinkering with the batting lineup?
I mean, mostly, I think a lot of it really rotates like the unsettled part of it. Like Colton Montgomery hits in a pretty similar spot every night. Miguel Vargas, he might hit third, he might hit first, but like he's top four. I think the parts where they have stability, they generally stick to. You're going to see Murakami like second or third. Very, very once he comes back. Today. It kind of reflects like where things are unsettled, how much there's moving around that. And I think the better they get, the more locked in they get with certain offensive pieces. I think you see it stabilize, but pretty much like outside of like your super core hitters, I feel like it's always going to move around a bit. And eventually you need guys who can just kind of get used to the chaos a little bit, or get used to the idea that they're going to be moving around. And for the most part, I feel they have, just because someone like Randall Grichuk just talks about like how clear his role is and how much the communication is good. Like even it's just because they knowing that they're going to like pinch hit or move around or do play platoon matchups like 95% of the time, they eventually get used to it. But I think in general, like when you see a lot of moving around, it kind of just speaks to like, all right, they don't feel like they're quite perfect on like where this lies or who they have for these situations, and you're going to see like shuffling around that reflects that.
I mean, it's fascinating to think, James, that they finally today could have the lineup that they imagined all year long. Mooney coming back, Teal being here. We haven't seen this whole group that you kind of looked at and thought, wow, that might be better than anybody imagines. And now we'll get a chance to see them all.
Kind of. I mean, Hayes and Pereira are still on the IL.
Right, right. That's true.
I guess you have Brady Montgomery up and Sam Antonacci that you can kind of cover the corner outfield spots. But, like, they really, like, I think it's kind of an eternal moment of, like, you never really have everybody healthy, and kind of how you get through these moments of people down is, what defines the season. But, like, yeah, to your point, they were 17-18 without Murakami. I think looking at their stretch at the start of it, we would have probably been like, that's a really good performance for them to get through both the toughest part of the schedule and without their best hitter. And, it's really Teal and Murakami have been the two big missing pieces this season. So it doesn't usually work that way where, like, once you get everything in place, they start playing the best ball ever and everything's fixed. But it certainly feels like they've gotten through a hump of the season in terms of, like, all right, you're a little bit handicapped here. Can you get through it? Can you survive this adversity? And hopefully for them, and especially like the second half where you maybe get a chance to rest your starters a little bit, this kind of is going to show us what this White Sox team is really capable of.
And so they have achieved that legitimacy. They are in contention. The playoffs are a realistic goal. In that context, then, if you're Chris Getz, what would you advise as you get nearer the trade deadline? An aggressive approach to being a buyer for a bullpen piece or starting rotation addition? Or do you say, well, this is a team ahead of schedule, protect the prospects, and stay basically with the status quo?
Oh, tough news, Chris. You kind of have to do both. I think in terms of they don't want to, like, I know I keep using him as an example, but Paul Giannis did really talk about the other day. Like, you want to get through this deadline with Caleb Bonnemer still in the organization. Like, that's probably a good, like, way to think of the cap on, like, how much you want to trade prospects. But, like, at this point, like, players expect additions at the deadline. If anything, for, like, just to convince the clubhouse you're, like, all in or pushing towards it, you have to do something. Like, so I think, like, a starter and a reliever is kind of like the baseline starter kit of what they need to accomplish at the deadline. And, obviously that varies in tiers about what level you're adding. Like, Reed Detmers is a different level of seriousness than Tarek Skubal, but it's probably something that's more in line with what they're spending. I don't think they necessarily need to add a closer, so to speak, but you need to add somebody who adds to that leverage group of, Taylor, Hudson and Newcomb, somebody you feel like comfortable deploying alongside those dudes. I think those are like the baseline things they need to add at the deadline. If they go a bit beyond that, see what they wind up spending on it. If they go a bit below that, I think there's a little bit of, you got to, like, talk to the clubhouse a little bit, like how we believe we can do this, because I think players and winning teams at this point expect a shot in the arm from the front office to kind of show that they're serious about what this season can do. And Getz has said he wants to show that, like, this season matters. So I think they're going to do something. I don't think it's going to be like, I don't think they're going to be top five biggest winners of the deadline necessarily, unless they really pull off something clever. But I think that they're going to show that they're committed to the season.
Man, literally everywhere I look, I see Billy Carlson traded. It's like the move already happened, the way people are talking about it. How good is he? Is that a good idea to move him? Should he be protected, a former number one pick? And I get it. They're going to draft another shortstop, and they got shortstops, and they got shortstops in the outfield and everywhere you look, even first base. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, he's played less than 40 games because he's just going to come back from a thumb fracture. This weekend he's going to play a rehab game in Arizona. He's at this stage where no one really knows if he, based off his early returns. And that was the question that, coming into the draft as well. The White Sox should be the only team that really has an idea of, based on what he's been able to do in pro ball, like whether they think this is trending up. And it certainly would be kind of selling more of a down period, but, glass half full or cynical measure is like, you could trade him now and it's before, like, the word is out whether, like, this is going to work or not. So if they're cynical about it, if they've seen, like, 30 games in Kannapolis and they're like, it's not looking as good as we think, which I think it's hard. Like, you watch Billy Carlson, like, this is just so clearly a guy who's, like, hasn't physically filled out yet. His swing is going to look so much different when he's stronger. I feel like anyone speaking with certainty about his offense is a little bit, fooling themselves, but it's certainly a juncture where it could be like, well, we can get out, and this is still relatively close to what his draft day value was. And if we're skeptical about it, it's like maybe that's a clever or a nifty move, but at the same time, like, I think it's fine. Like, it's not someone you think is going to be this offensive superstar, but it also someone who could, like, really easily just rack up, like, Tristan Peters style, like 3-4 win seasons just on, like, playing really good defense. at a premium position. So in terms of like, it doesn't feel like it's ever going to be this prospect. You're like, oh man, this is the future middle of our order. We can't possibly do this. And in that sense, I think it's okay, but it's also, you could be selling low on somebody who like just doesn't look anything all like what the final product is going to be. And, there's always risk with that. If you really believe in that, like, how are you willing to do that like after 30 low A games?
James, great stuff. Really appreciate your time, and you're doing a great job. Buddy.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
That's James Fegan from Sox Machine. He really does do a great job. And okay, I can wrap my mind around this. I can get through this, David.
Which part?
The draft thing.
It's
the only part. Okay. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around. All right, we've got to let you know that that baseball coverage here on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Arm.
He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Haugh Hall looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety, and that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon, this past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Tosh Lapoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career, and also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thieneman, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school. And the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy, if you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on inside the clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
Is it?
It is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. If anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you Puffer Rhodes.
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week, he probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest,
the promotional items. That's good. So the first 10,000. You better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah. Ballet better go quick
that
over
would be
the
awesome.
Forest Dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh,
wah, wah, wah.
We just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's those Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to beat Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9-11. We got guys.
Now,
we're set up.
Will he do it from here or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay. So he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out the vest?
Does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should nab you one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the.
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. Yes. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels. No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver, and the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much?
It's a lot of credit. He's told us we're taking the best player. It's not about the major league team. It's not about the money. It's about who is the best player. You know, don't. It's a little bit out of our hands if the agencies or the representation of the player asks for a record bonus that we're not comfortable with. You know, that would be the only indication that may make us pivot a little bit what the actual costs were into your pool. But we've been focused on the best player to support the major league team. Will's done a great job. We just want to continue to support.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is the voice there of Mike Shirley, who is the White Sox draft guru. And
explain the music.
Oh, that's Sanford and Son, because that is Fred Sanford's best bud was Grady.
Okay.
And I believe they did a Grady sitcom after Sanford and Son was over. I can't remember.
Spin-off.
Was it Grady Jackson? What was the character's name? I don't remember.
Not sure about that, but Grady Emerson could be the first player selected in Saturday's MLB draft, which, by the way, you need almost like to take notes to figure out how to watch the draft if you are so inclined. The first
I'm coming to see you, Elizabeth.
10 picks are broadcast on NBC, and that's from 12 to 1:30 Central Time.
Okay.
And Peacock.
Yes.
From 1:30 to 3:30, picks 11 through 40 are on MLB Network.
Okay.
And then 3:30 to 6:45, picks 41 through 135, the first 4 rounds, are on MLB.com and MLB TV.
When is the 41, did you say? Is that the Landon Tomei pick?
Yes.
That's the Sox first.
Right. So that could be later in the afternoon. So this could be very challenging to follow.
Wee baby toggling is what you're telling me.
Doing a lot of toggling. And so the White Sox with the number 1 pick and 41, the Cubs at 23. A lot of mock drafts
Mike Jordan. They're taking Mike Jordan.
Well, they haven't
Ryan Sandberg.
They haven't taken somebody with the name of another Bulls legend. There's a segue. Zion Rose from Louisville is the outfielder that a lot of places, including The Athletic, have mocked to the Cubs. College hitter, 417 average this year. Got a little pop in the bat. And he's probably most likely, or not, he's the most often, I think, player mocked to the Cubs at the 23 spot. 24 stolen bases last year. So possibly that. There's a couple other pitchers that are in the mix as well. But the big attention, most of our focus has been on the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Rock Chalowski, our guy, and Grady Emerson, everybody else's, it seems. And looks like that's the odds-on favorite, according to Mike Palm, out in the desert, that Grady Emerson will become a member of the White Sox organization if they follow through and they get the young shortstop from Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay.
And on Thursday night, his coach in high school, Rusty Greer, former Ranger, and Grady Emerson grew up a Ranger fan. His coach, Rusty Greer, was on WGN on Thursday night talking about his prized prospect.
I will say this about Grady is he can swing the bat. He can hit, and he has a great control of the strike zone. And you got to remember that we at the high school level don't have the ABS system. We don't have we've got high school umpires, and so for him to be able to control the strike zone the way he did and control when he swung the bat, good things happen. I think that says a lot about him as a hitter. One thing that scouts have asked me regarding him is his makeup. And for me, his makeup is off the charts. He's got the intangibles you want, which are desire, competitive spirit, heart. He wants to play. He has a huge passion for not just baseball, but winning. And I think all those things are the question marks that any player has to overcome. And I think coaching Grady this past year, for me, it's a no-brainer when it comes to his intangibles. The thing that helped him quite a bit was all of the venues he's been, from the USA team 4 times, and just the perfect game and the area code, and everything that he's done. He's been in front of scouts, he's been in front of players, and coupled that with being that top prospect, I think you learn how to handle it. Now, everybody knows there's still pressure, and there's nobody that puts pressure on themselves more than that person. And so for me, it was just about helping him cope with some of that pressure and understanding that the game is the game when you go between the white lines. It doesn't matter who's watching, what they think, or anything. Again, you've proven you're good enough. Now just go play. And that's when you see the success. You see the success that he had.
Rusty Greer, former Ranger. Did you remember Rusty Greer? He played for the Rangers between 94 and 2002, 1,027 games. Same organization.
Holy cow.
He's a Texan through and through.
Yeah, he sounded like a man named Greer.
Well, he's definitely he's an Alabama native. Spent his professional life in Texas, and he is the mentor to the shortstop who could be the first overall pick in Saturday's draft.
And just to close the loop, Grady Wilson was the name of the character from San Francisco. Not Williams.
Definitely. That was going to bother me the rest of the day, Mully.
I Caleb'd up my.
I was thinking all that.
I somehow Caleb'd up my Grady's.
I was really struggling to get through this segment without knowing that information.
I want to close the loop.
Grady Emerson, in 28 regular season games in his high school season this past year, according to MLB.com, hit .532. That means that when they say that it's 50-50 to where the Sox are going to go Grady Emerson or Rock Chalowski, one way or another, his likelihood of getting a hit was greater than that every time he stepped to the plate. .532 was his batting average.
That's pretty good.
31 steals in 28 games. Got a little speed. He was a semifinals for the Golden Spikes Award, and he also will be compared when drafted to Bobby Witt Jr., another Texas shortstop.
Another guy that was coached by your man
Greer.
Grady. What was with the Gradys now? With
Rusty and Grady.
Rusty Greer.
Rusty and Grady.
Did I ever tell you I was in a airport in Texas one time, and there was this little kid, must have been 4 years old, and he was kind of acting up. And the little guy is wearing a cowboy hat and everything, and his mother says, like, Tex Whitmore, you get over it. Like she's yelling at the kid who was already nicknamed Tex. How awesome is that?
Wasn't his given name?
No, I mean, it couldn't have been.
Could have been.
No.
You never know.
Tex is a nickname.
I don't know.
For a Texan, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. More than likely. But yeah, maybe it's a junior or something like that.
Tex.
I don't know, what is Grady Emerson going to bring to the White Sox organization? A lot of hope, the need for a lot of patience, and another prospect to keep an eye on.
Yep.
And so that is the likelihood. We're kind of resigning to that idea now.
Have you seen the Billy Carlson trade stuff that's literally everywhere?
Well, he's the one that makes most sense.
He's the only guy.
Look, at some
they all
point in
wanna
time,
trade.
you have to get rid of a prospect, or not even get rid of. That's the wrong way to look at it.
Get rid of.
You can take advantage of having a lot of prospects at the same position, because if guys are blocked, you use them as capital to get pitching that you don't have. That's the idea. That's why it doesn't bother me, because
I think where there's smoke, there's fire. I just think there's a lot of speculation. A lot of people have decided that whether it's because Colson Montgomery is playing well enough, whether it's because they've got an abundance of shortstops already in their system, and whether they're drafting a shortstop here in Grady Emerson, maybe that's one of the reasons you feel that a shortstop you previously had drafted out of high school, you're willing to move him on because you've got so many other options, and he is more of a defensive player at this point in his career than offense.
And you're afraid, understandably so, that the White Sox will trade Billy Carlson, and in 5 years, Billy Carlson could end up being the next Pete Crow Armstrong.
He'll be the Golden Glove, shortstop.
Getting MVP consideration at midseason of an All-Star break. I understand why you would have that concern in the context of what we're experiencing here with the Cubs. 2021, they unload Javi Baez. They get this prospect named Pete Crow Armstrong. Who? What? And then all of a sudden, the Mets gave up on somebody they considered was blocked or for whatever reason, maybe injured, maybe hadn't reached his potential. And then here he is in the midst of a MVP conversation. I get it.
It's not that I'm unwilling to make trades. For instance, I just saw that Tim Elko, who was out with a knee injury, has returned. He's going to start in Class A, Winston-Salem, because he's coming back from the bad the knee.
He's going to be a dash.
And I had actually forgotten about Tim Elko until I saw the story that he was on his way back.
Big Timber?
Yes, Big Timber.
You say Timber!
David nicknamed him. Exactly.
You just brought that up for that very reason.
What are you talking about? I'm saying he might be a player I'd be willing to trade. That's all I brought it up.
So see, that's
because he's like 27
but that
or 28.
to me now puts it in the other direction, because I was trying to give you cover to say I understand why you would be cautious over Billy Carlson trading, because a prospect could develop into something special like PCA. But then you remind me of how many prospects sometimes we covet for no reason other than they're the best available prospect.
Other than we like their nickname.
And their nickname.
That we just made up on the
Big
spot.
Timber. Tim Elko was at one point in time the power hitter the Sox didn't have. And now he's been injured and he was inconsistent. He was sent back down a couple years ago. So, there's both ends of the spectrum. As far as the trades are concerned, and as it pertains to the draft, I do think the White Sox have a surplus of middle infield prospects. I understand that they have a nice problem to have, an abundance of talent,
right?
And they will use guys like Antonacci in the outfield. Jacob Gonzalez, where is he? He's kind of blocked. Carlson could be blocked. The shortstop they draft tomorrow could be blocked. So Caleb Bonnemer's on the way. You could trade one of those prospects for pitching.
Who was the other prospect that was mentioned? Bergola, right?
Yeah, he's a
Is it
shortstop.
William Bergola? I'm just saying, another shortstop, but a guy that has like an interesting hit tool. He's more of a contact hitter type.
Speedy guy.
Yes.
He's a speedy guy. He made a good impression in spring training. Then he got injured, I believe. He was injured, but
just saying, there's a lot of names. That's all I'm saying.
If long as the way I feel about the White Sox and what they have at the deadline to offer other teams, as long as you're not dangling Caleb Bonham, I think I'm okay with anybody they trade him.
You can't. He's I believe, depending on where you look, they've got him at like 13th in one of those lists and 30 in another. That's a little too high. I mean, unless you're getting, and I don't think they are going after Skubal, someone like that. But that would be the kind of ask you would have to get.
I don't think they're going after Skubal. I don't think the Tigers would
Mason
trade.
Miller.
Okay, now you're just sounding like the MLB Network.
They had mentioned him as, and that really has more to do with the general manager than him. He's made big moves before. That would be the kind of player you probably have to give up to get a guy like that. I'm not suggesting they make that move, but
yes,
he has time.
Correct. I would think that if you're going to be in the conversation about Mason Miller and you open that conversation, the Padres' response would be, we'll take Caleb Bonham and whoever else you add to the mix. So, yeah, that's a good point. You were talking about the top of the market in terms of the trade deadline targets.
Yes.
That would be somebody you would have to go in willing to part with. And I don't think the Sox have an appetite for that.
No, they shouldn't.
But as I said earlier in the week, and I will maintain this until August 3rd, it's a difficult needle to thread.
Yes, it is.
But you have to be willing to try, I think, if you're Chris Getz, because you can't assume that next year is going to be as special or as good as this year. And you might be having an opportunity to get somewhere, the playoffs, October, win a series by making a move that aggressive or that bold.
All right, we will talk to Layla and Mark Grote next. It is Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Bet365 presents Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia. Heard right here, Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. Featuring the latest baseball storylines and all-star buzz.
Juan Soto with a go-ahead home run in the bottom of the seventh. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
It's the Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia with Grant Paulson of 106.7 The Fan in D.C. and Rob Bradford of WEEI in Boston and the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. Presented by Bet365.
This segment is sponsored by Chicago Stars football.
Yes.
Well, my daughter. It's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet. So we got ballet finishes, and we're gonna come right down.
It's not a competition. Or
No.
It's
just class, but
you
can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah.
You're going to be cutting it close.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up a road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if
no doubt about it, Mully. You
know
would be
what I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now it's going to be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God, exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
Is that
He celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to. It's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bag included a little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty. It didn't.
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know.
Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and
so
an
that's
old style.
probably why. Somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne. Something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot. Not a glass of you're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really
good.
No,
you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question.
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot, what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah. Okay. Now you lost. I mean, a shot of whiskey. I suppose.
A peanut butter whiskey. A shot of peanut butter whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to.
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot,
yes.
Didn't a listener buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote? I thought didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO? I think
it was
shots
Jameson.
of Jameson.
Yes,
that would be a fine choice. So you'd go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't. I
halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot, I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's like rocket fuel.
Your 900th successful show at the Score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
like a cinnamon whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's
good.
It's got a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's
like imagine that.
How did you forget Big Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon?
I will go with Hennessy. Love me
nice.
some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose
Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. He gets us up and twitching away in the morning, and we miss his smile.
He makes fine contributions, though.
He does.
Virtually.
Yes,
he does.
He helps us out.
Still a big part of the show.
No question about it. And thank you, Grant Leader, for your hard work this morning.
Yes,
in
Grant.
Place of our guy, Dustin William Rhodes.
I said, Paul, I'm Rick Sutcliffe. I used to play baseball. Yeah, you still playing? No, I'm not still playing. I kind of laughed at that.
Yeah, no, Sut not playing anymore. Someone tell Sir Paul. That's still one of the highlights of our show.
Sir Paul was not a baseball fan. He's forgiven for wondering that. And Big Red still looks like he could bring it at about 85 miles per hour.
Yeah, he does. And he loved that. What's the baseball team in Liverpool? Lace them up, Liverpool. Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work.
He was drafted #1 and is coming to Chi-Town with a glove in hand and a bat that goes crack, boom, bam. ROC is coming to the rate. ROC is coming to the rate. ROC is coming to the rate. Ain't it great?
Thank you, Jeff. But
Thank you, Jeff.
Didn't he miss the H?
Well, he did, but ROC is coming to the rate. That's good. He is a very crafty lyricist.
He is. We could have used the H, though. And I last I heard is he was so mortally wounded he wasn't going to bother coming here.
Well, I think that
they have to trade.
We're going to have to regroup, and I think we did a commendable job though in the second 2 hours of the show of kind of just just getting back to being ourselves after losing a lot of steam when Bruce told us that they were going to pick Grady Emerson.
Oh, well. Hey, Layla Rahimi in the house, Layla!
Hello. Yeah, I feel like at this point it's almost more of a, they prepared us for this, didn't they?
No.
Did they boil the frog a little on this?
No. Grote time!
I don't know. I'd rather have the guy that's ready to contribute probably pretty quickly. That'd be pretty nice considering the direction, the trajectory of your Chicago White Sox.
I agree.
Right?
I thought we had decided he'd be up before the end of the year.
Maybe.
This year.
Maybe. Oh, this year.
No.
I mean,
welcome to the Rock.
I think the Giants would be so thrilled to have him that they might do that.
I don't think
about him the whole
I
time.
don't think he's going to last till 4. I think if the Sox pass on Rock Chalowski, then you can't see him getting past the Twins.
I see that, yeah.
Boy.
And the fact that it's in the division, too.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be something you mirror and measure for the rest of time.
Who are, I can't even think for the Cubs or Sox. I guess Albert Almora Jr., when I think of high school guys that were drafted and then did play, we can quibble over how successful Almora was, but the White Sox, historically, I can't, in the last 10 years, high school players that have
How about
succeeded.
Colson Montgomery?
Colson Montgomery.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he was high school.
That's pretty good.
Southridge
That's
High School.
Pretty good example.
And actually, Grady Emerson, his height and stature, he's also a basketball guy as well, similar to Colson Montgomery.
How tall is he?
I think he's 6'3"-ish.
Oh, he can't play shortstop at that size.
Isn't he 6'3"?
Didn't we hear that about Colson Montgomery?
Be a logjam at third base.
It's going to be a logjam somewhere
Yes.
because you could keep drafting shortstops. I think he's 6'3". He played for. Do you remember Rusty Greer?
Yeah.
From the Rangers.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. Of course.
Of course. Who doesn't remember Rusty Greer?
I grew up in Texas.
I know,
I covered that Rangers team in college.
But Rusty Greer wasn't. He was a solid player, but it wasn't like a star player.
How about Rusty Staub? Do you remember Rusty
Rusty
Staub?
Staub, the lefty.
Rusty Staub had a restaurant in Park Ridge or something, didn't he? He had some restaurant somewhere.
Was he from here?
I don't know. I just know of that. I thought he had some.
Well, Layla, did you know that Rusty Greer is the mentor to Grady Emerson?
I didn't know that, but you know who might actually is that whole Tarrant County baseball connection? Scott Podsednik, who's on our show today.
Oh, Scotty Pods, he's in town to hit some home runs.
See, I love this alumni home run derby, guys. I just think it's a great concept. Sox marketing, and I'm not just saying this because we know the guys, has knocked it out of the park this year. With the tickets for rain-delayed games and the walk-off promotions, and now the $5 Tuesdays that are going wild on social media.
Oh, those $5 Tuesdays are really good.
I think Scotty Pods will win that event because he looks like he's still in shape. But then Brandon pointed out Alexi Ramirez is coming off a star showing.
And
in the WBC.
I hate since it's
hard
all,
to compete against that.
Since it's all conceptual, depending on how long PEDs can last in your system, maybe that has an effect on this thing.
That'll be fun.
Didn't think about that. Now,
Scott will have a good reason to challenge it. What have ye today?
Well, okay, so we will talk to Scott Podsednik, and he is very connected to that whole professional baseball player network in Tarrant County that I mentioned. So that might be a question for him. We got 2 big leaguers on the show today, guys. So Scotty Pods is at 1, Mark DeRosa at 11:45 because we saw the same thing you guys did. We were all watching his swing breakdown.
The World Baseball Classic?
We saw that too. We saw his swing breakdown of PCA on MLB Network, and that got us all talking, and he's kind enough to join us. And then Jim Margulis is going to join us at 11 also to talk about the White Sox draft and the team. Munay's back.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
DeRosa.
Well, this is a big one. You hear that, Elizabeth? I'm coming to join you, honey.
Soccer fans have been waiting for years, and now it's time to bet the tournament at Circus Sports Illinois. From money lines to totals, goal scorers to futures, Circus Sports...
Lord. Or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A screwball, I thought.
Yeah, screwball peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? Is that a screwball?
It's a screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All these screws are getting to me.
Screw loose.
Yeah.
Screws falling all the time. The world's an imperfect place. Name the movie.
That's a good one. I don't know the movie.
Classic line from a classic movie. Filmed in Chicago.
Tell me.
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club, of course. Yeah. You didn't strike me as a Breakfast Club guy, Dustin. Even though we're part of the 5 a.m. club. I love it every morning when Dustin refers to the 5 a.m. club on the pregame show.
And the way the lineup is right now, Ballesteros, I don't know if you caught Craig Counsell yesterday, all of it with the afternoon show with Spiegel and Holmes, but I think Craig Counsell might be with me on the over-under 1.5 more times. He was like, it would have to be a very, very unique situation, or we would have to have an issue with one of the catchers being
I heard that.
hurt.
It didn't sound like they were planning on Mo Ball or getting behind the plate again.
Yeah, I'll take 2 shots of Malort on the air if he goes over 2 games as a starting catcher. Okay, 2 shots of Malort on the air.
We got that on tape.
Yep.
So that means if he catches 3 games this year, If he starts in 3 games at catcher,
big key to that.
You're doing 2 shots of Malort before 10 o'clock.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like you're just desperate to get permission to drink on the job.
Well, how many times did I talk about Michael Bush, and then all of a sudden we had a 6-pack of
Well, can you
tall
talk
boys
about
that
him some more?
David Haugh was like rifling down like it was a fraternity party back at IU or something.
I didn't go to IU.
I know, but you
I
might
never
have
went to a frat party at IU.
You never went to a frat party at IU? Okay.
No, come on.
It was for the out-of-state.
I was at Ball State. We were the number 1 party school in America.
Do they have frats?
Yes, they do.
I just asked the question. I'm wondering how many frat parties you've been to.
Why is Ball State taking strays?
Ball State's not taking a
party
stray.
school?
Ball State's huge, back in the day, it was a big party school. It was known as a big party school. I think the year that I went there, it came out, and whoever was ranking party schools, we are number 1. We were number 1.
Chirp, chirp.
I was surprised to find out how big of a party school Dayton was. I was surprised. They're big St. Patrick's Day at Dayton.
Yeah.
How's your daughter handling the big party school that Dayton has become?
Pretty good so far. No, pretty good so far.
Getting to the end of the year. Finals coming up.
Yeah. A week from Friday, you won't have to deal with me. I'll be going to Dayton to pick her up.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
She ready for finals? Let's
hope so.
Let's hope it's not too big of a party school the next week and a half.
Let's hope you're not drinking Malort that morning.
I won't be here for that one.
Well, I'm saying as you drive 5 hours.
I'll drink a whole bottle if he catches 3 games. If he catches 3 games by next Friday.
Don't say that stuff.
Yeah, don't say that stuff.
You never know.
First of all, don't drink a whole bottle of anything, okay? Just
like a Mick
lighten
Ultra.
up there,
I
Francis.
could do a Mick Ultra, whole bottle.
Yeah, okay, great. A bottle of beer.
You don't want to make these proclamations because they end up coming back and biting you. I know I have done that
Who
in the
are you
past.
speaking for?
I've done that.
All
before.
humans.
Yes.
All humans.
Rosarena then pivoted to English, this according to ESPN, and said that Raleigh should shove his, quote, good to see you in his big dumper. That, it does not seem.
This is one of those stories that I wish that Les was still here to talk about.
Oh, this is Daniel
He would
Manning.
have a field day.
This is Daniel Manning and Brian Urlacher all over again, isn't it?
Do not congratulate the opponent. I don't care if it's a ex-teammate during a game. That's bull. Do it after the game. I totally agree with that. Before the game, you want to say hi, whatever. During the game, you're congratulating a guy for picking off your quarterback's pass? Complete garbage. Sorry. What the hell's gotten into athletes in this day and age?
They just realize that it's not life and death.
You're trying to beat this team's brains in and trying to beat them. You don't congratulate them for doing. They're taking money out of your pocket. They're trying to do something that could end up keeping you either out of the playoffs or get you a lower seed or cost you the division title.
I disagree. I think it's okay.
Then you're full of crap too. You're all full
Wow.
of crap.
Cupcake, my guy.
Not Adam Pac-Man Harris.
Good for Adam. The pause. And they're like, yeah, I disagree.
The crazy thing about Adam is like, he is literally the nicest person
Sweetest.
in the world.
He could not be
It's a
kinder.
sweetheart of a man. And you can see his eyes rolling, even though you didn't see him and have his eyes rolling. Like, you could see it, even if just hearing it.
That is our friend and former overnight host, the late Les Grobstein, going off about Daniel Manning.
And always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. We're going to try to sing it low today, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Save big money at Menards. And the Bears and whatnot. Yeah.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
Pico Armstrong was part of the offensive production that the Cubs had to enjoy that sweep. And it's rare that you get confessions like this, even as recently as 5 years ago, from the person in the room. And former Mets general manager, he was acting at the time, Zach Scott, was on the Break It Down show and confessed about what the thought process was into trading away Pico Armstrong for Javi Baez.
When we did that trade, I heard from some of my friends from the Red Sox saying, I can't believe you traded for a rental because you hate rentals. And so it's tough, but I'll say this. If you looked at the farm system back then, you had, I'd say PCA was seen as like the 5th or 6th best Mets prospect.
Yeah, I'd probably say that.
For me, Alvarez was the only one I felt really good about. Obviously, he hasn't been the star that we hoped he'd be, but he's been pretty solid with the bat overall, just hurt all the time. And then the other players haven't really panned out. But you look at that, and it's like, well, the clear best player in the farm system at the time is now Pico Armstrong.
I love it when guys will tell you how the sausage is made, because what did we hear Carter say last week? Sometimes the reason the deal gets held up, and even for David Peterson, is because it takes time to figure out what that prospect that you want to give back is doing, for example. And at the deadline, everybody's motivated.
And that's the special sausage.
It's obviously a great trade for the Cubs and a bad trade for the Mets, but it also should keep people who are paying attention abreast of how this works and why you trade not necessarily for a rental, but if you can get someone under club control, it tends to make more sense because it's not just for the next couple months, as you heard him kind of describe when talking about 6 good weeks of Javi Baez.
When I grow up, I want to be like him.
What's up, everybody?
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score.
We are thrilled to join you on this Friday, where the expected high is a nice 78 degrees. I mean, does it get better? Does it in July?
Why was I soaked then when I walked in when I had spots of sweat on me? I felt like...
Because it's humid.
Yeah, that's what it is.
According to, and you know, the dew point is a part of the feeling like temperature. But yeah, the feels like is much higher. But hey, guys, we'll take it, okay?
Yeah.
We'll take it. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. Layla Rahimi and Mark Grote with you on this Friday. The last series is embarking on us before the All-Star break. It's a divisional one for the Cubs. But in the meantime, we're left with, I know people get on to us, Mark, about how you shouldn't treat every baseball game like it's a football game. Sometimes they feel like that. I've talked about that before, especially when an exciting Bears ending kind of mirrors some of the Cubs endings that have happened. And I do believe every game counts. We talk about every game every day on the show. That's kind of how it works. That's the dance. And unfortunately, this is one when you have higher standards, you'd have wanted it back. The Cubs lost the sweep in Baltimore because of details. Whether it's the blown call at second base, Nico Horner sliding into the bag, interference, not interference, blocking the path, whether it was a send that was aggressive, with 2 outs, whether it was hitting 2 batsmen late in the game, and I know that bullpen is taxed. The details, even defensive details in this game, I feel like lost you the sweep, unfortunately. You still take 2 out of 3, and that's fantastic. But at the same time, when you look at the 162 and you know that those games, especially in the best division in baseball right now, when you're fighting for your life in that standing, this one, I think you're going to have wanted back.
Yeah, and in the name of what you were saying, too, about like us supposedly taking every game too seriously, like it's life and death, what I love about baseball games, and if you are a baseball fan, there are so many things that happen within the 9 innings of a baseball game that sometimes can get lost, the subtleties, and I think there's a lot of things that we could discuss in that.
Why we do the post-game show.
It's why there
is
a post-game show.
We don't cancel the post-game show.
We do not do that. That was
we put it on the board, but we don't cancel him.
It's up to Haugh Harrelson. Somebody call Haugh Harrelson, and he can decide if we can cancel the post-game show.
We actually should call Haugh.
Haugh is the best.
It's been too long. Yeah.
Amen to that. But I don't know if this is necessarily subtle, but there was a problem. And look, Craig Counsell has what he has right now in the bullpen. And when they
Good way of putting it.
Right. And when they succeed, it's like, oh, yes, good for you, Tyler Ferguson. Good for you, Ryan Rollison.
Way to go out there.
Yeah, we don't even know who you are.
Do you have an arm attached to your body? Congratulations.
You've been really good. But when they're bad or when it goes awry, it's like, oh, man, it's really starting to kick in. So in the 8th inning, when it's 2-1 Cubs,
right,
and Tyler Ferguson hits back-to-back batters, very subtly, by the way, one in the shoe,
love tap,
one in the jersey. I mean, I guess that's why like Pete Alonso doesn't have the hard tuck, because it just sort of nicked the jersey. He knew it. He trots down.
Are you sure that's why?
What?
I don't know. Maybe it's like flattering uniform or something.
Oh, right. That could be it. Right. Who wants the tight if you got a little bit of a belly? That would definitely be me. And then obviously Ryan Rollison enters, Jeremiah Jackson,
right,
the 2-run double. It's 3-2, and that's where the game ends right there. But that is going to continue to be a concern until there is something done about the bullpen, as good as sometimes these no-name bullpenners have been for the Cubs.
Well, and that's where we are. As much as we've talked about starting pitching and needing health in starting pitching, credit, by the way, to David Peterson, who I thought was going to be the concern in this game, but he goes out there and goes 5 innings, gives up only 2 hits, keeps the ball down, which is really what his ethos is.
And who doesn't give up home runs to Tyler O'Neill on the Cubs anyway?
I mean, yeah, what is he the new Jeremy Weimer? Or Joey Weimer, rather?
Weimer!
Joey Weimer is now turned into Tyler O'Neill, who pinch hits, and then it's like, we're just going to keep you. There's the old adage, if a guy hits a home run, you keep him in the lineup the next day.
Yeah.
Well, it worked out now, didn't it?
It did. He was scary in this series. But yeah, I'm with you. With David Peterson, when he gave up the home run, I think we all had a bad attitude about him.
Here we go again. 17 runs in the Cardinals.
No doubt. But when he gets that big double play in the 3rd inning, after we were sort of lamenting the fly balls, but he does get the hard hit blessing of a double play in that 3rd inning to restore order to his day. And boy, after giving up 10 runs against the Cardinals in his debut, he needed that.
It wasn't his debut, though, because he had that really good game against the Brewers. You just forgot because he had the game against the Brewers. Oh,
God.
Yeah, he went 5 2/3. Yeah.
You're darn right I did.
It's okay.
It's so loud.
It's that's why we're a team.
Yeah, thanks, team.
So yeah, he's now 2 for 3 in my opinion in starts, and that's all you can ask for after a guy has a clunker like that, to go out there and be himself and downhill throw like he can because he's so tall, and it worked out in his favor. Then they follow up with Hollowell. Then it was Thielbar. That seems to be a combination we're seeing a lot, by the way. On a given day, those two are seemingly either back-to-back or in the bullpen mix. Then it's Ferguson, and as we mentioned, the hit batsman there is also an issue by Hollowell, and then you've got Rollison. So that's kind of how this went down. Is there were details that ended up losing the Cubs this game, unfortunately. Let's go to the big one that mattered to us. And what's funny is this is very much a tale of 2 different details in this game, Mark. The headline for the Orioles on the O's side O's. On the O's side is Alonso slide home. Alonso slide home rewards
You
O's.
do that really well.
I lived in Philly. Alonso's slide home rewards O's for risky moves late versus Cubs. So on one side it's savvy side, successful, and then for the Cubs it's the fact that what should have been overturned in the ninth inning when Nico Horner reaches because of the error and then tries to steal second base and gets unfortunately gunned down by Gunnar Henderson. We see what happens. It's a play at second base, and it depends on who you ask as far as the replay sure made it look like he shouldn't have been out based on the rules.
Yeah, and it was too bad because he reaches on a gift. He reaches on E6, so there you have something going.
Precisely.
He steals, and it's like, that's a little risky, but I got it. I had no problem with him going. I mean, you're on the road. You got to tie the game.
Yeah, that I didn't mind.
Yeah, because it is risky, but no, you got a guy like Nico who can steal a base. He does it. At first, I thought it was because, and I think they were surmising this on the broadcast, that it looked like he was pushing Nico Horner off the bag. It looked like that's what Nico Horner had been arguing, but I think it was a little bit different from what Craig Counsell was saying or surmising himself.
Well, let's listen to Craig Counsell about this.
It's not the push. It's the there's a clear blocking the bag there. It's very clear. So the reason why Nico came off the bag is because the player is blocking the bag and he has to adjust his slide. So then they go to review. They don't even looking at the blocking of the bag when that's what caused the player to come off. It's kind of illogical that you don't look at blocking the bag when it's what caused the player to come off the bag. So they can't look at it. He did come off the bag and he was tagged, but he came off the bag because Henderson had his foot right in the sliding lane, which is illegal. And so New York's staring at it because Ramon didn't call it on the field. They don't call it. That makes no sense.
Man.
I like it when sassy Craig Counsell hits the actual discussion of the baseball. We get that side of Craig Counsell on a daily basis. It's about time somebody else did. Dang it!
Don't even look at it. Staring at it.
And the way he says, like, he's so good with the pause. New York's looking at it.
Yes. The way he said that. Man,
the
more.
emphasis with the T. Looking
also,
at it.
the video shows him being perturbed. He is perturbed Craig Counsell in that moment.
Not one sigh. It was great. Not one I don't give a crap about your question sort of feeling.
No, because I think even he's had his fill of this.
Yeah.
We've seen some emotes, Twitch mob. What's up, emotes mob? We've seen some emotes out of Craig Counsell this week. The fist pump in the dugout. Like we've seen, was that after the Dansby layout catch, I believe? Yeah, it was, right? So we've had some Craig Counsell actual emotion recently. For Craig.
It's gotten very real for Craig Counsell, I think, for the first time in a Cubs uniform as the manager, right?
Yeah,
like
we're not just sliding down Bernie Brewer slide with cheese curds over here.
It's a fight. This whole season has been a war.
Rainbows and cheese curds.
It's a fight, man. Leave all that behind. He has got, and he is acting accordingly. Craig Counsell has a fight on his hands this year with all the injuries and the managing that he's had to do, and I think it has led to him being much more direct and succinct when he feels like he needs to be, like yesterday reacting to that particular play.
Good.
Yes, good.
If that's what we need, then good.
I'll go great even.
Yeah, absolutely. I need my messages to hit me like a truck.
Amen.
I don't beat around the bush. That's not really what I do.
No, that's not what we're here to do. I don't think the people want that from you. They want
some
you.
people like a gracefully said thing.
That's
not really how we are.
They want you boiling frogs. That's what they want.
Yeah, okay, so boil the frog is essentially, I thought it was a very common colloquialism, and apparently it's not. And the idea is you keep raising the temperature with the frog in the water, and then he doesn't realize that the temperature has been raised, and then suddenly the frog has been boiled. It's a gross analogy.
Poor frog.
Yeah.
You little Kermit.
I know.
Kermit
I
the
love
frog.
frogs. I think they're cute.
Either.
It's so pleasant to find them. Is that your Kermit?
Let me out.
Kermit.
It's getting hot.
Spur of the moment. Best I could do. That was actually
Ray,
better.
was that you impersonating the frog?
It was. It's really hot in here.
Kermit the Frog.
No, you're not going to do this to the Muppets. You know how I feel about the Muppets. Didn't I say that like one of the best movies was the Muppets Take Manhattan? I forget what we were talking about, but that was such a deep cut reference. We're not doing this to my Muppets today.
Check this out, Layla.
Yes.
About 5 years ago, a friend of mine and I, we went to Millennium Park. They were carrying the Muppet movie. there
What?
on the big screen. Went and saw that with hundreds of people. It was so fun.
I love that. There's some clip in that movie where Chevy Chase deliberately is a news anchor who mispronounces Sesame Street. He says Sesame Street. And then they cut to the crowd watching the newscast and they all go, Sesame Street.
Sess.
And you wonder where my sense of humor comes from. It's basically a collection of media that I've absorbed at a young age. I would also like to hear from Ryan Sweeney on this. I thought he was excellent yesterday on Marquee Sports Network, breaking down why this is a rarity in how it went down.
I think you take a look at it here, going through and he's sliding. He's obviously safe. He beats it, but then gets pushed off the bag kind of because he has to go around because Henderson's foot. And not that this is the same situation, but I've had this happen before where the shortstop puts his foot in front of there and you don't know where it is as a player and you kind of slide a little late, right? And then if you slide late, the ground's so slick that you see like right here, Nico just slides past the base and he can't keep that hand. I talked about that oven mitt. He can't keep that hand on there. So he comes off. You see him trying to reach back with his foot, but by that time, these shortstops and these infielders are taught to keep the tag on because they know half the time guys fly past the base.
See, so that's the details in this. And then like we mentioned on the other side, 8th inning, it was a subtle way that we saw the Baltimore Orioles really take advantage. You're down 2-1, and then we see what happened, and you mentioned it, Mark. That was a play that really spoke to you.
Yeah. One other subtlety, right? When Ryan Rollison gives up the 2-run double to Jeremiah Jackson, of course, the first runner scores easily. To me, it looked like Nico Horner was surprised that Pete Alonso was trying to score because if you watch it, and I rewinded several times, Nico his first instinct was to throw to third, which would have been the right make if Pete Alonso was going to pull up at third. But no.
They read their scouting report on Pete Alonso.
Not fast.
Lovingly
not fast.
Nicknamed the Polar Bear.
Right. He is your classic power-hitting slow guy, plodding.
I wanted him on the Cubs. The Orioles got to him.
He looks good on a lot of teams. He's Pete Alonso. Speaking of a home run hitting contest,
can you do that in Francesa voice, Mike Francesco? Pete Alonso.
Francesa. But I think if Nico had thought that Pete was going and he was a little bit more direct, maybe you get Alonso at the plate on what was a bang play as it was. So that's the final subtlety that we could pick through in this Cubs loss to the Orioles.
There's one more really quick.
Oh, good.
Andrew Kittredge is on the mound.
Old Kitty?
Where they gave him back for nothing.
Yeah.
What the heck, Cubs? You could have used that guy right now.
That'd
Your
be nice.
initial decision to get him was good.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, never mind.
That worked out, and then it didn't work out. But the Cubs are now 7 games back again. I can't keep my eyes off the division lead, and I should just
we had to watch
stop.
that dumb series between the Cardinals and Brewers that existed, where you had to cheer for one of those two teams.
Or not. Just let it happen, and just let me know what happens at the end of it, and we'll sort it out. Oh, I just did. The Cubs are 7 back.
The individuals are not dumb. The concept of the series where we have to cheer for one of those teams is, though. Yeah, exactly. And the Brewers won 8-4, and the next game they win will be their 60th. Before the All-Star break.
Who's going to get 60 wins first, the Cubs or the White Sox? Oh no, Marshall's not here today. I won't play those games.
That is a predicty type of question.
That is a Marshall thing, isn't it? Wouldn't it be?
But the Brewers are going to do it because they're playing the Pirates.
Yeah.
Barf.
Mm-hmm. Hey, the Cubs get Cincinnati.
You know who likes to play against Cincinnati? Ian Happ.
Oh, yes, he does. He played his college ball there. So, yeah. He loves the Natty, as Joe Madden used to call it.
You were going to say, not to be confused with Natty Ice.
I was going to say,
Natty Light.
Ryan Parth continues to have a horrible attitude about Cincinnati. So the way he's talking, the Cubs are going to sweep, and the Cubs don't have to see Chase Burns in this series. They do get to see Hunter Green, who sucked, by the way, in his debut coming off the injured list. But I don't assume that Hunter Green is going to suck because he's very good.
No, and he likes facing the Cubs.
He does.
So there's that part of it as well. This is Rahimi Harris and Grote on 104.3 The Score. We broadcast live from our Score Hyundai studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding will not save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Our producers are Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Peter Jurich is our intern, Brandon Fryer helps us out. I mentioned the mob. Hi, you guys.
Mob.
They're on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago is the address. And we are also on YouTube at The Score Chicago. Our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerland. And you can text and call us, of course. 312-644-6767 is our number. Next, we have to switch to the south side. You know why? Mooney back.
Let's go.
Mooney back. Alert the masses. Next.
He left his nest in Ocean View, Illinois last night and is reportedly heading east for a place called Sesame Street. Sesame Street. Sorry.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Hey, your guy Pete Crow Armstrong, by the way, another 2020 season.
Yep.
As you've been saying, that should be the floor since and Brian Urlacher dapping each other up after Daniel Manning had a pick. I wish Les was alive and here for the Green Bay Packers season that just was. Les really would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he would have enjoyed it. He really would have.
Oh my God, he would have loved that Ben Johnson is totally okay with Matt LaFleur not being happy.
Can you imagine the 2 overnight shows that Les does after the Bears-Packers games?
Man. Just the joy.
Just leaning
coming in. Thank you to the texter for pointing out that was Kesha in the background for Les.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
and Adam
what?
Harris. Left for Les and Adam Harris. The music. It was Kesha.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely killing.
Didn't he have thoughts on Kesha, too? Isn't there some Les and Kesha thoughts or some back and forth between him and Adam Pac-Man Harris?
Have you ever seen the video where Kesha tries to hug Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet at an awards show, and he's just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because he didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
And
he would like to protect his personal space.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to hug everybody or anybody.
In that case, he was being like Cal Raleigh. Except
just dapper up.
Kesha didn't come from Speak. Like, think about Speaks. Think about this from Randy's point of view.
If it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus and he said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. Like, think about Randy's like, man, I was just hanging out with your cool-ass parents.
Yeah.
I gave a big old hug, and we were talking about how great you are.
Yeah.
Wait, we not cool now because I have on a different jersey?
That's why I said F off and go to hell. That's right. Shove that up your big dumper.
I think we actually have to dump that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I did it the first time. I was like, I'll just be cool and just not mention it, and hopefully Speaks doesn't say it again. Oh no.
Yeah, because you can't.
Sorry
you can't
about
do
that.
the thing where it's.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye or whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said, you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like he
So
kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monungai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monungai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
And having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it. Even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams.
Was challenged running the bases defensively, had a really long game yesterday of 9 innings, so feel good about the workload, recovered well today, so he's ready to go.
We got lots of moonshots.
Oh, my goodness. That's Governor Pat Quinn with the request. With the best call yet for the home runs, by the way, was the previous Illinois governor, the former Illinois governor, Pat Quinn, with the moonshot line. That was brilliant.
Did he also, like Blago said, if I was still the governor, this stadium thing would have been taken care of by now? Did Pat Ryan say, if I was the governor, this would have been taken care of by now?
I don't know, but I just loved the peanut gallery aspect of it all.
It was beautiful.
Like you guys how involved are you in day-to-day life like us and Meatballish about these things? Like that aspect of it I find pleasantly amusing.
It's nice.
It is. It is that we all have the same complaints. What was not great, as we know, was the White Sox getting swept by the Red Sox. They were due. They had a ridiculously successful streak of home series wins. And I am not as stressed out about it as my partner Marshall was, for example, Mark Grote, or maybe other people who are watching the Sox and trying to say this is the year to take advantage of a very bad AL in general. I get that. They're still first in the Central.
Mm-hmm. Tied.
And those 3 games were an absolute slog when it comes to getting only 2 runs total in the series. All of the hits were singles. The way the runs scored were not solid, like fielder's choice and bloop. So when you consider that part of it, you know, it wasn't a good series. But I am galvanized by the fact that I saw a healthy Munetaka Murakami in his rehab assignment. I'm still paranoid about White Sox hamstring injuries. That's still a sore spot for me.
Understood. A little trauma.
And I'm like, Mune, take your sweet time. You know, if you need to sit through the All-Star break, I completely understand. But the tape told the story. The tape of his rehab assignments, you could tell he looked healthy. And then we get the update after the game last night on the post-game show. Brooke Fletcher is asking the question to Will Venable, do you have an update for us about Mune? And then he goes, we plan to activate him tomorrow. Alert the masses!
Hello!
Mune's back!
It's
Mune back!
It's perfect, too, because the White Sox, with the loss yesterday, dipped under 500 without Munetaka Murakami in the lineup. 17-18 is what I heard the White Sox were without Munetaka Murakami, which means maybe because the White Sox scored 1 run on Tuesday, 0 runs on Wednesday, 1 run yesterday. Maybe Will Venable won't have to bring the infield in the third inning of a scoreless game like he felt compelled to. And I was supporting of it. And it worked because there was a ball hit right at an infielder and then the ball hit into the outfield. Nobody scored.
Yeah.
But it didn't work in the end. But those are the things that managers have to do when your team is not scoring runs. And there is really nothing more painful in baseball, even though the pain of starting pitching and bullpen relief is real. When your team isn't scoring, everybody just looks dead.
That's it. And Ron Coomer talked about it during the Cubs' struggles. When the team isn't producing offensively, everything just feels incredibly flat. But it's also because we had seen the White Sox offense perform so well up and down this lineup, it just seemed like a real run into a wall type of scenario when it came to stopping the pace of what we had seen previously, stopping that momentum. Anthony Kay, solid outing for him, 5 1/3. He gives up 2 earned runs. He's got the 2 walks to the 4 strikeouts. Then you've got Hicks, Taylor, and Davis backing up in the bullpen. That wasn't the issue here. That was a tight game. The issue here was, as we mentioned, they had no power in this series. The 2 runs were scored on a check swing bunt and a fielder's choice.
Benintendi's was right.
Not the 2 runs in the game.
we could break
the
apart
2 runs in the series.
We're breaking apart the 2 runs that the White Sox scored over the last 3 days at the rate.
And I kept laughing about the singles because all the hits were singles, and then it got me reminded of like the phrase singles bars, which cracks me up.
Oh yeah.
And I probably shouldn't be so glib about the 3-game sweep to the Red Sox, but the Red Sox are a very good team.
Well, they won 6 in a row. I don't know if they're a very good team, but they're very good right now.
They're a very good team right now. We saw two very strong starting pitchers in their rotation have nice outings. The Sox couldn't produce any power, but I'm not as worried because Muney's back in this lineup looks remarkably different when he's here.
Yeah, can't wait. I mean, look, the White Sox did well without him. Some other guys stepped up. They learned some things, I think, about their team without Munetaka Murakami. But yeah, it is time. And if this series wasn't symbolic of it, I don't know what else was. And old Caleb Durbin, too, the ex-Brewer, Lake Forest kid,
right,
hitting a 2-run homer as well in the 4th inning yesterday. Got to give him a little bit of a shout out. I wouldn't do that if he was with the Brewers, but we got to protect our own.
He was with the Brewers, and you were intrigued by that trade when it happened, and you thought maybe, just maybe, that would take some of the shine and the offensive firepower and the success away from the Brewers. It did not.
It's just me being naive when I say things like that, because that would be silly to think that when Corbin Burns leaves the Brewers, that there's,
when Jackson Churrio's out for a month. When Brandon Woodruff is injured and has to get a second opinion from Dr. Meister, which is never a good phrase to hear.
Woodruff has been gone basically for the last year plus.
They don't care. They just keep. Okay, let's not kill the vibe.
That wasn't on the rundown. Sorry.
I do think though, Mark, that there's also just. Sometimes, the course of a baseball season, there is the pure concept of timing being on a team's side. And I feel in this case, it is just perfect timing for Muney to come back for the White Sox for one more series before the All-Star break and help what was looking like a really tired offense.
Absolutely, and you've got a chance here. You host the A's. You are then at Toronto and at Texas. Both, I would call them, I guess, middling teams. And I know, Toronto's dipped.
Texas has a little bit of momentum, too.
Yeah, they're right around 500, I think, now.
The entire American League.
That's the way it is. So, yeah, I guess I would probably go through this.
But the A's have lost 6 in a row, so...
Take advantage of that. Aaron Savali with a 5.10 earned run average. I mean, you can work with that. You have Sean Burke on the mound, who when last we saw him pitching, he was striking out 11.
Credit to the Seans. Yeah, he went out there and shoved. You're right.
Yeah, so I mean, the as bad as this was, and it was bad. It was hard to watch. I was literally there to watch the Tuesday 8-1 loss out at Guaranteed Rate Field. Get back on track right away. Don't let you continue to plummet or to lose it, so to speak, because I think that's still probably a fear of White Sox fans out there or baseball fans at large,
right,
where you're still like, is this real? Is things going to even up? Are they legitimate? I mean, it's way in the back, I think, of people's brains because of what they have accomplished this year. But are they real thing? The imposter syndrome, I think, still haunts some people.
Well, I think it's because the timeline of winning got hastened after 3 straight 100 loss seasons.
Yeah.
You usually hope for a 500 finish after an arc like that, and that's not what we're seeing. And then the fact that the rest of the American League is meeting them in this, that makes it difficult too. And for the record, the only 2 teams right now that have the longest win streak in baseball with 6 are the Red Sox and the Miami Marlins.
How about that? They're 10 games over 500, ladies and gentlemen.
Who were also due. At some point that had to come together.
Who the Cubs are about to... No. The Cubs going to see the Marlins soon? Or am I thinking of... No, actually... I believe the Cleveland Guardians are going to be seeing them.
So you're checking not only on the Brewers, but those pesky Guardians.
Got to keep an eye on them. Yeah, because they are tied with Cleveland right now.
The Cubs' 2 series after the All-Star break are the Twins and the Tigers. But for the A's, we know they can hit too. You know, there's no doubt about that as they come to town. But either way, this is a different lineup with Munetaka Murakami in it. And I felt like I didn't have any concerns after watching his rehab assignment prior to him being available today.
I imagine he'll hit a homer. Don't you think he'll probably blast off in this game tonight on Mexican Heritage Night?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun. It's sold out, right? They said it was sold out on the post-game show, Ray. And he's got his Team Mexico hat on right now.
That's right.
Are you going?
No, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be working on this Cubs broadcast.
Oh, you're
tonight,
doing
baby.
double duty?
That's right.
Oh,
double
man.
duty DS.
Double
today.
shift win on a Friday.
Yeah.
That's putting in the work.
Man.
Well, I'm here for it, man.
It is going to be an electric night. I think a guaranteed rate field. Mune comes back. Mexican Heritage Night, which really is one of the most fun nights at the ballpark. I feel like it's going to be the perfect atmosphere to have him come back and to strengthen this lineup in a way that I think will help not just with him being in it, but it will offer protection to everybody else.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it's a nice build up with attendance where it's been right around 25 to 30,000, and now hopefully this boosts it. It will. I mean, it's sold out. So.
CHSN's Chuck Garfien put out a little PSA on Twitter yesterday. It's going to be a packed house for Mexican Heritage Night against the A's. The White Sox say the game is sold out except for very few standing room only tickets. Some select parking passes in Lot L and F are available. The Sox recommend taking public transportation if you don't have parking.
There's a few.
I recommend taking public transportation anyway.
Me too.
Park somewhere else. It's
there's a few public transportation tricks too that you can use, and I don't know if I want to use this microphone to tell my secrets with public transportation. I think most people probably know it. It's pretty mainstream actually, but we were lucky when we went to the White Sox game the other day. We found some street parking actually that was free.
Is that your secret?
We had to work for it a little bit.
Is that your secret?
That's one secret. I bet people know the other.
I don't.
Secret. Well, should I just tell it?
Yep.
Because after the game, people that are taking the red line, it's just like it is at Wrigley. It's just this pile of humanity.
Yes.
Like you just got to wait your turn. You're going to get on the train. It's just very arduous, and it kind of sucks when it's just this hot. But if you walk a few more blocks, you guys know where I'm coming from. If you can hop on that green line too. That'll get the job done to downtown as well in some spots. At least for me, it does.
I did not know that. I've just been taking the red line the whole time.
Yeah. You can, depending on where you live, there are spots that you can use the green line. This was pointed out to me. I actually just learned this with my White Sox fan friends as we were walking. They're like, "Oh wow, you don't have to go that much farther to hop up on the green line. You got to work for it a little bit, but if you're not in the mood for the mass of humanity at the red line, go green line."
You know what? No, I don't gatekeep. We don't gatekeep on this show. So good for you for telling information to people who can use it.
People would have hated it if I kept that. Yeah, folks, I am not keeping secrets from you.
He's not.
Ever.
And since it's Mexican Heritage Night, look, I'm a Cubs fan, but I used to live in Bridgeport. Go support Pancho Pistolas, baby. Get a margarita before the game or something like that.
Oh, that's your move? That's your move?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Ray with a margarita. I love it.
Seems like that kind of night. It's a beautiful day. It really is. Just vibes-wise. There's so much going on in the city. Taste is going on this weekend. Windy City Smokeout, Mexican Heritage Night. You have no shortage of fun things to do this weekend.
Is Lala next week?
No, Lala's in August.
Oh, okay. And then Riot Fest for dessert in
Grote
September.
is really looking forward to Riot Fest.
Last year was the first time I went to Riot Fest, and I'm like, wait a minute. This is for me more than Lala is for me these days.
You and I like both.
Lollapalooza,
We do.
July 30th to August 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a July address.
So
But it's really August. I get it.
And that's your concert calendar.
There it
the
is.
most important thing here is that Mudetaka Murakami is back.
Yes.
And I'm sorry that I wanted to sit him through the All-Star break. Sometimes I want to wrap people in bubble wrap, but he looked okay.
I have power.
Yep, we're hoping you have it tonight. Add to that home run total. Speaking of that,
People are mad at me now on the text line for giving the secrets away.
guys, no, we don't
Way to be a
gatekeep.
Cubs fan.
Yeah.
We don't. Hey,
Because he shut up, Grote, shut up.
we don't gatekeep. Okay. Shut up! 217 is really funny. Shut up about the free street parking, Grote. I live near the ballpark, and you're going to make it impossible for me to park after work.
I am sorry. As one who lived in the greater Wrigleyville area for many years, I can relate. Trust me, I've had many hour-long sessions trying to find parking in my life. So sorry, not sorry.
Well, and then there was that random time that they just moved Dan's car. They didn't tow it. They just moved it for the Sox game.
That was a mess.
Oh, right.
And I'm like, wait,
City
what?
just moved his
It's a
car.
courtesy
Have you ever
move.
heard of this though?
Dude, where's my car?
Dude, where's my car? But like only this would happen to him. Like you didn't get towed. They moved your car.
That's amazing.
You don't have to pay anything. They did move your car though.
That's the nicest thing.
Yes.
Why don't they just
Nobody
do
else
that
gets
all
that
of
luck.
the time?
We polished it up while we were moving it too for you, Dan.
You could, all of this. Oh, you can't change policy, and there's no way to know. Blah blah blah. Well, here's a thing they just did that people don't seem to think could happen. They can just move your car.
Shout out to the Bridgeport toddlers as well.
Shout out to the Bridgeport.
Just shout out to Bridgeport, okay? Period.
Indeed, all of the things. Coming up next, are Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Speaking of that whole power thing, did Don Mattingly spill the beans about a home run derby participant we know well? We'll listen and examine next.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment
in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets. And I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, fifth in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals.
Of course he did.
In 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did it from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So you were Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score?
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there, he gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh, no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment, takes his glasses up.
Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on the score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about Lawrence? What do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at the score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to, I also have a similar story. This is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps, but there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Love you guys, and I'm thrilled to be here. I've been listening to The Score for many, many, many years.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score, and we have one more series before the All-Star break. And we are looking forward to seeing who's going to actually compete in the home run derby. The comp of it being kind of like the slam dunk contest, Mark, in the NBA now with All-Star, where you don't get to see the guys you'd really want to see, but you sometimes get thrown a bone in who you will see, is I feel like the move now.
And it seems like they're always trying to augment it. How can we make it better? How can we make it...
And then it sounds like a chicken.
Do you think maybe that's the move? Maybe Chris Berman does need to come back one of these years and just let him, or has he done that in the last?
Wasn't he on the alternate broadcast or something? I think he did one recently. Wasn't it? It was like Pat McAfee or something. That was last year.
He still does the whole fastest 2 minutes in sports. Is that what he calls it?
Yeah.
On the NFL.
Which I love. I'm still the old school fan who loves that.
That doesn't offend me.
Yeah, so I'm into it. But no, they should, because if guys really feel like it's going to mess up the rest of their season, a la Bobby Abreu, as we discussed, or maybe Todd Frazier, then there's a reason. But this is who we know is in it. Jordan Walker of the Cardinals, who we know can hit a home run or two.
Big man.
Wilson Contreras, the former Cub. Now we're trying to figure out, he fouled that ball off of his ankle. So I'm curious as to his health in all of this. Jack Caglianone from the Royals. Ben Rice from the Yankees. Like, you wish it was Aaron Judge, right? Like, that's.
I do love Ben Rice, though.
Ben Rice hit 2 home runs yesterday.
Under the radar,
that
even
guy
though
can slug.
he
Yes.
just keeps hitting home runs and he's under the radar.
Like, that's it, right? That's because you're on the Yankees.
Exactly.
Junior Caminero of the Rays, he was the first one we found out about, and
Love him.
Bryce Harper.
Okay, now we're talking.
Exactly. When he signed with the Phillies, we knew that him hitting at Citizens Bank Park would simply make sense because you don't have to do much to make the ball go out of that ballpark there. But then it was the way that Don Mattingly, acting Phillies manager, was asked about Bryce Harper that then this was the old sneakeroo. Listen to this.
You excited to see Bryce swing it in the Derby?
Yeah, I am, actually. I'm glad he's doing it, especially in Philly. Him and Kyle both, right?
Not sure yet.
Not sure on Kyle yet? Okay. I thought Kyle was going to do it. Maybe he's waiting to make sure he's everything's good. Yeah, so I'm glad he's doing it, especially in Philly.
Did you spill the beans there?
Donnie ball game.
So that was that's what you want to see, though, right?
Of
if
course.
Harper and Schwarber were at home hitting home runs in the home run derby,
You might get record ratings for it. I mean, that is right in Philadelphia. The premier, or I guess one of the premier home run hitters in baseball, in Kyle Schwarber. Maybe when it's all said and done, most premier home run hitters ever. And then Bryce freaking Harper. Let's go. I'd be glued to it.
Now, here's the catch: is that Schwarber has back tightness.
Ooh.
I put it in quotes. But
Because you can't check the work on that?
I mean, I believe guys when they say they have that. Like, I'm pretty sure your back is always hurting at a certain age when you
Probably.
swing a bat as well. And
Back, neck.
right, exactly. But I don't know, man. Don Mattingly, I think he let one through there. I think he let it slip. It sure sounds like Schwarber is going to be a part of this.
I hope he did I hope that is the case, and I hope Schwarber announces it soon, because how could he not? If he truly is hurt, then I get it, of course.
Schwarber's got 32 home runs.
He should just accept his praise and love. He did that would be the whole show. It would be the start. He would win. Neither would win. It'd probably be like Ben Rice, under the radar Ben.
But fair, because
yeah.
Like, your ideal home run, I think, is like Yordan Alvarez. And I know you love him.
I have
Yeah.
a soft spot for Yordan. He just scares me. That's why. That's why I want him on the Cubs or Sox, because he won't scare me as much when he goes going up against him.
I love it when you watch a player where he's just straight menacing walking to the plate. I always think of David Ortiz.
Oh, that's pretty good,
Like
too.
2004 David Ortiz, when he walked up to the plate, you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah, like
here we go.
You're right. Like the guys that hold the bat like halfway up the bat, and they're just kind of swinging the bat like, oh, I'm bringing this up here.
Just slugger. Yeah, and
Like-
you know who also looks menacing a bit at the plate is Mooney. The way he hovers over it.
Yeah, like that's my plate. That's
Yeah.
what he was telling you, a la Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo was like that. I don't know if I consider Rizzo's stance necessarily menacing, but he's a big guy who said, this plate is mine. If you'd like to hit me, go ahead. I don't care.
And, the funny part is he's not the one I think of on the Sox who always gets hit by pitches. That is, of course,
Sammy
Antonacci. But you are talking about, if Schwarber goes, that's 2 of the 3 home run leaders. Schwarb's with 32, Yordan Alvarez with 29, Ben Rice with 28. Then it's Caminero with 27. He's tied with Hunter Goodman. Byron Buxton's got 25, almost sneakily.
Oh, Buxton does?
Yeah.
See, that is sneaky. I did not know he had 25
And then it's
home
Matt
runs.
Olson. And also credit to Brandon Fryer for bringing up James Wood of the Nationals.
He's
having an incredibly good year.
MVP candidate.
And he's got 25 as well. And then right behind them is Colson Montgomery. And we talked about wanting to possibly see him in this thing.
773 texter. I live in Chicago now, but I am from Philadelphia. Everyone is excited about Harper, but everyone is screaming for Schwarber to join him. That's good. WIP is doing their work out there. Yeah, you guys are responsible. Philly, shout out. You are responsible for getting Schwarber into the All-Star game or into the home run derby.
Yeah,
Done.
exactly.
Done.
I mean, that should be how it is. But unfortunately, if you're worried about back tightness, that would probably preclude you.
If it's legit, then absolutely. Sit down, rest, relax, enjoy yourself, Schwarby. But we sure would like to see you.
We absolutely would. It sounds like Don Mattingly thinks it's going to happen. Coming up next year on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, as we're broadcasting live from our Score Hyundai studios on this Friday, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. It's a Friday. And the Major League Baseball first-year player draft is coming up Saturday, so no better time to talk to Jim Margulis, the managing editor of Sox Machine. Jim Margulis on a Friday just feels right. It's next on The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
At U.S. Waterproofing, when we're called to fix a basement water problem, we get it fixed right. And we'll treat...
Something just...
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it, and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
It was
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Mike, who do you have healthy sports hate for? Who do you let yourself feel it for, either a person or a team?
Definitely KU. Lawrence, I ever tell you I know I haven't told you. Have I ever told you my Bill Self story?
No. Go on.
Please, because Bill Self's got an opportunity here with Darren Peterson and a very talented team, and Duke looked vulnerable yesterday, so we were just talking about them off the air.
So this is a story of, again, how you can have inappropriate hatred towards someone who really doesn't deserve it. So John Anderson and I, in like 05 or 06 or 07, something like that, he goes, let's do a road trip to a Mizzou game. And I was like, yes, mentor. Like, such is done. And he said, we'll go. There was back when ABC used to have a 2:30 game on like a Saturday or a Sunday. And so we flew into Columbia. I was in Charlotte at the time. He was in Bristol. And he, like a week before, goes, hey, by the way, they're playing Kansas, the game we're going to. Remember last year they lost to Bradley in the first round, and the year before they lost to Bucknell. And I was like, yeah, of course I remember. Those are two of the greatest days of my life. And he goes, someone sent me a Bucknell t-shirt. So instead of us wearing gold at the game, I'm going to wear the Bucknell t-shirt. You got to get a Bradley t-shirt. And I was like, oh, classic, perfect.
Oh, God.
And so shockingly, I couldn't find a Bradley t-shirt, but I found a buddy's girlfriend who knew how to iron and print a decal. So I had a Bradley t-shirt with a lame, cheap decal on it. And it's like a 2:30 tip, and 11 o'clock, John's like, meet me in the lobby at our hotel. We'll walk to the game, and we'll just go to the student section and party. They're going to love that we're there and we're, crazed fans, even though we're on SportsCenter and what have you. And I was like, great. So we get down and meet in the lobby at 11 o'clock, and we're walking over, and all of a sudden we hear this, hey, is that you, John? And we turn over, and it's Bill Self. The Jayhawks are staying in our hotel, and John, before he got to ESPN, worked in Tulsa, where Bill Self was the coach. So they knew each other and had a friendly relationship. So John goes, oh, hey, yeah. And so we walk over like morons wearing these basically middle finger t-shirts to the man we're going to talk to. He couldn't have been friendlier. Couldn't have been nicer. We have like an 8-9 minute conversation. He's so charming and likable. And at one point he was like, hey, John, are you wearing a Bucknell t-shirt? And John like sheepishly just kind of like lowers his head and goes, yeah, I am. Oh, man, are you wearing a Bradley t-shirt? I was like, yeah, sorry about that, Bill. Sorry about that. And he's such a nice guy. He goes, okay, well, you want to come in and say hi to the guys? And meet our staff. And so we walk in to the dining room, and I'm shaking Danny Manning's hand because he was a coach at the time while I'm wearing this ridiculous shirt. And like it was such a great sports hatred moment.
I would just like to say for the record, John Anderson's title right now is Endowed Chair of Radio and Television Journalism Professionals at the University of Missouri.
Oh, that man has found a perfect post-Sports Center gig, huh?
Correct.
Oh. But what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like, the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best for the fans. I'll tell you that much. Like, the game has changed in a way that makes it not as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous, and it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you know, you guys, and just listening to what you just said.
Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Socks machine.
You know what that music means. We want machine. Socks machine. On a Friday, just feels like the right move, especially one day ahead of the MLB first-year player draft. We know just the guy, Jim Margulis. He is the managing editor of SocksMachine.com. He is also at SocksMachine on Twitter. He works with guys like James Fegan, for example, Josh Nelson. They do a fantastic job, and he joins us on Twitch. Twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago. Jim, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, but I'm not the one trying to figure out what's going on in this first-year player draft tomorrow. And I feel like the weight of the 1-1 is especially heavy today for the White Sox.
It is and it isn't. I would say that entering the season, there was like a big concern that, you know, at least for somebody on a business that's contingent on the White Sox being interesting, that, all right, we have programming through July with the first overall pick, and they really need to nail it because there's so much riding on it. They need this player to be the linchpin of either, I mean, maybe the finishing piece of this particular stage of what they're building, or the linchpin for the next iteration if this one doesn't work. And now they're at a point where, you know, we're still trying to figure out exactly how real this team is, but there are enough pieces here to where they don't necessarily need somebody to come in and be good next year in order for this pick to be successful. They have the ability to, you know, they could draft Rock Chalowski first, and that'd be a good pick, and he might be able to help as soon as like late 2027, 2028 seems more realistic. Or they could draft Grady Emerson with the high school timeline, and, you know, some high school players getting the majors faster and faster. But if he's on a typical 3-4 year timeline, that's also fine because they have infielders to spare. So the picture that they had when they got the first overall pick of the draft lottery is considerably different from what it is now.
That's a great point. You're right, because they do. They've got this this gluttony of young position players, some young, promising starting pitchers as well. So this would be adding to the party, especially if you were to draft Rock Chalowski. But I'll ask you, Jim, who do you want the White Sox to draft, and who do you think the White Sox will draft?
I'm with Josh Nelson. I take a lot of my cues from him because we pay him to pay attention to the draft. College baseball and prep baseball are so big and wide ranging that it's hard for me to like stay on top of the major league team and the farm system, and also try to pay attention to hundreds of schools and hundreds of prospects. So Josh really digs in and pays attention for the months where the regular season's going on, seasons are still proceeding, and then, you know, I kind of come in at the end and a little bit of stolen valor riding on his research and
Fair enough.
Pretending to play expert.
I feel like you guys are a team. I think you're being hard on yourself.
Oh no, I'm just crediting him with like he does he's so enthusiastic about it, throws himself into it, and I really appreciate the work that he does. But I think I would go with Grady Emerson just because they've shown an ability to develop high school players. The timeline is so generous for a high school player to have a bad year or have an injury, lose a year, and then come back and be fine. Like Colson Montgomery kind of had to wander through the wilderness a bit, but he still, he's got plenty of time ahead of him because they drafted him out of high school. And so he had a forgiving timeline to be able to struggle and figure it out. And so I tend to lean towards younger players if possible. However, Rock Chalowski, the defense is really, really strong, legit shortstop. He comes in with that high floor because of it. I think he's got more power that he's shown. So also a fine pick. Like, I think between those two, I don't think I would say I want Emerson. It would be a mistake if they didn't draft him. Like Chalowski, there's a great case for him, and it would be fine if they drafted him as well.
I think it's not position redundant, Jim, but this draft a little bit reminds me of the 2019 draft, where Adley Rutschman, the catcher, was considered the no-brainer pick. And then Bobby Witt Jr. is a guy who the Sox even scouted because they had the 4th overall pick, I believe, that year. And then he ends up going to the Royals, and he was out of high school, the shortstop, and we see how that goes. It might be one of those years where you think you have the no-brainer and the win is still good. You draft a guy who ends up being a cornerstone, but it's just what is the best answer, and only time sometimes can tell that.
Yeah, and in that draft where the Orioles selected Rutschman first, like maybe they'd rather have Bobby Witt, but then they drafted Gunnar Henderson with the 2nd round.
There it is.
That year. So like they found their shortstop anyway.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point when it comes to it. And we saw how that, in a good draft, when you've got good scouts, that turned out to be really a cornerstone in total for their franchise and who we're seeing even in this last series.
Indeed, yeah. And that's the other thing about this draft is they have just so much money because of the 1st overall pick, because they're still picking high in every other round, that a lot of money to play with, move around. So it's not all about 1-1.
Well, and going back to your opening comments about the draft and it being a big deal, but it doesn't have to be as big of a deal because all of a sudden it feels like everybody's kind of here and we're all still sorting it out. Everybody that's here may not necessarily be here in the future. But a couple of guys that I want to ask you about as it pertains to their future with the White Sox. One of those is Jacob Gonzalez, who, if you're riding the roller coaster of Jacob Gonzalez, it felt good at first with the early walk-off, and then it was like, whoa, what happened? Is he good? Does he have a place defensively? And now we see him hitting really well, and you have Braden Montgomery as well, Sam Antonacci. Do you think all 3 of those guys are locks for the future with the Chicago White Sox?
Gonzalez has the shakiest case just because of redundancy, especially if they draft Chalowski, say, and all of a sudden you have a shortstop or a middle infielder because they have so many shortstops that they have to move around somewhere. Throw in Caleb Bonham as well, that it's just hard to see Gonzalez finding a position like second base, like Antonacci could move there. And then all of a sudden you have third, and then Miguel Vargas, he's been a revelation this year and could be a fixture depending on, how they handle his situation. He's still got years of control left. So that's why I think Gonzalez is just hard to see a spot for him in the infield. But credit to him, another guy who was able to dust himself off, and him being a college pick, that was a case where it was easier to throw in the towel on him and say, well, he's supposed to be developed out of Ole Miss and, showed up not looking ready at all and was really not an impact player until this year. So I guess that'd be another case for Chalowski, saying like, don't get too hung up on the age of a college pick because they can still reinvent themselves. But yeah, he would be the guy. Just it's hard to see a spot for him, as the White Sox are presently constructed. I think Montgomery, they just need outfielders. So Braden Montgomery looks like he's going to hang around as long as the White Sox, as long as he makes himself useful to the White Sox, and he should be that for years to come. And then Antonacci, I think, is a big part of what the White Sox are building in terms of identity, in terms of efforts on base, kind of relentlessness, and his ability to play left field decently, I think has given the White Sox a lot of flexibility in terms of how they want to deploy him after the season.
And it is breaking news. The roster move did happen. Breaking news on the Score is sponsored by iDots. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. So the corresponding roster move for activating Munetaka Murakami is sending Jacob Gonzalez back to AAA Charlotte. Not really a surprise there, but I think for his outing, Jim did a good job.
Yeah, he had that big offer in the middle of it that kind of sunk his season numbers overall. But you look at what he did when he got out of the slump for like the last 2-3 weeks, and he's been great, especially for a rookie, filling in huge shoes. The White Sox have seemed to like replacing lefties with lefties and righties with righties. So Murakami takes care of that from the left side, and then also like Luis Angel Acuna, warts and all, I guess the strength of him is that he doesn't have to play, or the White Sox are comfortable with him coming off the bench and running, or having 1 or 2 starts a week and not worrying about his development stagnating. Whereas Gonzalez, if he's buried behind Murakami at first and all the infielders that we just talked about, and he barely plays, like that probably doesn't do him a whole lot of good where he is in his career.
You pumped up to see Murakami back out there tonight?
Yeah, just because we've seen the White Sox with Gonzalez, and this is one thing with Gonzalez, is just they shield him against left-handed pitching. They play a lot of platoons, a lot of pinch hitting and such, and it's been effective for them based on just where they are in the standings. But I think it also is a little bit of it's a little exhausting, or there might be a little bit of a fog of war when it comes to Venable's decision-making in terms of how many pinch hitters he goes through. And then it's the 9th inning and he's out of pinch hitters, and a lefty or 2 lefties have to hit against Aroldis Chapman, which is what you don't want. So I think having Murakami in there as one guy who never has to be pinch hit for simplifies the decision-making and allows Venable to have options for the guys who truly need it.
We were talking about some of the managerial decisions in this series, Jim. We're talking to Jim Margulis, managing editor of Sox Machine. And I think, especially on Tuesday, I know, Mark, you were there at the game, and I feel like you also thought it was interesting that there was nobody warming up in the bullpen.
Yeah, I didn't like the way he handled the 9th inning. I don't know if you remember that scenario where, that he was out there and he was struggling, and there's nobody warming up until after the 2-run double, and then finally they make the pitching change. I don't know if you mentioned that, but it does sound like you've been pretty critical of a lot of the moves.
Well, I wouldn't say critical necessarily. It's just we're so used to games not mattering watching the White Sox that it's actually refreshing to have to care about an individual pitching change or an individual lineup decision. So when it comes to Venable, like this is his second year. First year was pure development, culture establishing, trying to find anybody who's useful. Now it's a case of trying to figure out what exactly he sees, how his philosophy applies to a team that has real ambitions. And I think the White Sox are just at this point where, their starting pitching has been spread pretty thin. Bullpens had to carry a lot of innings. And so they just don't want to warm up anybody if they don't necessarily have to. And so it looks ugly at times. It looks almost like a sleep at the wheel, but I think they are just trying to keep arms fresh because they know, especially with Davis Martin limping into the break a little bit, that getting 5 innings out of a starter the next day is probably a victory, but that still leaves 4 innings for the bullpen to cover. So you have to leave some powder dry. So it's a challenging situation, but I think he's been pretty clear and transparent with his thinking to where you can kind of think along with him and kind of understand where he's coming from. We talked about the last time I was on. Pedro Grifol was so just concerned about not revealing anything, that Venable on the other side is very transparent. So you can kind of apply, you can almost think about his moves in advance, which, has some drawbacks probably, but also you understand where he's coming from. And at least there's a logical through line.
As we've seen, Jim, just with this series that just happened with the Red Sox, the offense was not there. Just singles hit. They only scored 2 runs, both of them with via fielder's choice and then a bunt. I know Mune is going to add protection to this lineup. How much do you think, after just seeing what you saw the last 3 games, will he help with this offense as a whole?
Guess the one drawback of Murakami is that he's a lefty, and the White Sox faced 3 lefties and they struggled against lefties, especially just the fastball command was pretty good for Tolley and Bennett especially. Just they were spotting the fastball inside corner, up and in relentlessly on righties. By the time they figured it out, the Red Sox went another course, started using the other side of the plates, and just they really executed the game plan perfectly. And, Murakami is weaker against lefties, so you don't necessarily expect him to help, but the presence of instant offense, I think, especially after a series where they had no extra base hits, I think makes them welcome, even if the handedness with this athletic series, the first two starters will be lefties, so they have to continue with that. But just having somebody who's another home run threat, and given that he handled himself respectably against lefties, even if like the average is down, a little more strikeouts, they just need all the help they can get. And I think, Murakami's been champing at the bit to get back into it. The White Sox were one game under 500 with him out. So I think you have to consider that a victory. And then hope that Murakami can pick up where he left off.
Jim, our guys Mully and Haugh were kicking this question around this morning. I thought it was a really good question. Is this White Sox season a disappointment if they don't make the playoffs?
Yes and no. Yes, it's a disappointment because they were in first place in July, and the Central doesn't look that tough. So there's an opportunity here that wasn't grabbed. But I would say that it's a pleasure to be disappointed by that, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, no, these are good problems. Yes.
Yeah, it feels good to feel again, and for games to matter, and for decisions and player development, individual decisions, individual player situations, individual decisions players make on the field, not just Venable and the front office, but also just how players are processing the game in the speed of a major league game. That matters. And so it's been fun to just set aside all this, rebuild talk, contention windows, et cetera, and just focus on the White Sox trying to win a game, especially these divisional games, especially against Cleveland, where the games, just the implications are so great.
I'm glad you said it feels good to feel again. This is a bit of a preview to our next segment, which I wanted to lovingly call, it's later in our show, actually, Nihilist Baseball, because James Fegan has had some whoppers of Twitter headlines recently, like this on July 8th, Jim. The good news about this game is that it's over, and this recap can be the last time you think about it, but not until you read it. Otherwise, it'll be the last thing you think about before you die. And then he's got the paper bag over the head graphic with a frown face. And I like that you're saying it feels good to feel again, because Fegan's humor is on 10, I feel like, after this series. There were some nihilist thoughts going on.
Oh, yeah. And, you still have a lot of calluses, a lot of defense mechanisms built up over the years to where that can easily be deployed if needed.
The sarcasm and the cynicism is at the ready. I do also want to take this time, I think you will probably, I want to get your opinion on it at least. And it's the fact that the Sox scouting, I feel like, has come through. Like, there's a resume to really bang your chest about when it comes to some of the players that are up right now and producing. Antonacci, obviously, a big one. How much do you think the scouts have made a difference in what you're seeing in this current version of the lineup?
It's probably a bit of everything. It's probably scouts. It just seems like the information flow is a lot better. Whether it's game day, plan of attack, or minor league information in terms of how they're preparing for opponents or how they're going into preparation pregame, talking to hitting coaches and prospects down the system, just talking about how more challenging batting practice has gotten because of some of the developments that the Ryan Fuller infrastructure and him filling it out with more of his guys and just more of a consistent approach down the chain really helps. And then I imagine scouts kind of feeding into that as well and kind of understanding, okay, here's what we're doing with these players. Here are players who might respond to that. Tristan Peters is another one in terms of, not only scouting prospects, high schoolers, JUCO guys, college guys, but also other teams. The White Sox have swung and missed on a lot of outfielders, so it seems like they were due to convert on one. But Peters being somebody who is providing some of the best of the league center field defense. PCA doesn't really count in this conversation. So, but in terms of a one level down, especially American League, he's among the best there when it comes to center field defense. And the fact that he's providing a credible doubles power left-handed bat as well, and is among the league leaders in wins above replacement for rookies coming out of nowhere when the center field situation looked like Luis Angel Acuna dependent is really a revelation and another feather in their cap.
Nicely done. Yeah, that's a really good point, Jim. Thank you so much. I appreciate you spraying to all fields with us about the Sox today.
Oh, always a pleasure.
Thanks, Jim.
That is Jim Margulis, the managing editor of SoxMachine.com. We like having him on, of course, and he is at SoxMachine on Twitter. Happy to have him on ahead of this very important first-year player draft that takes place tomorrow. Coming up next year, I'm Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. How about some football outrage, Mark Grote?
Yeah.
I got some after this. This top 10 NFL coaches list from PFF. Excuse me? It's next.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
It was tremendous.
Yeah.
And then telling stories. Mully, before the game, I think I could tell this. We're in the back of the green room, and he's talking with people, and it came up with something about mascots. He says, "Did I ever tell you about the time when in 1982 when I wore a mask?" He was a mascot for NBC in one of his early assignments, and he pulled up this video, and he was showing it to the group in the room and then he unveiled the like he was dressed up as a mascot.
Oh my God.
And it was Bob Costas underneath the mascot uniform because his point was how hot it was in there.
Oh yeah.
How difficult it could be to be the mascot. And he was showing this story from 1982 when he was a young lad working for NBC.
When my eldest daughter turned 1 year old, she was a huge fan of Elmo. So I went to a costume shop, and apparently if you rent an Elmo costume, it costs a lot of money.
Never done that.
They got to pay money for the name and everything.
Yeah.
This was called Big Red Monster. So I rented Big Red Monster, which was absolutely Elmo, and I had this giant costume that fit me. And I was covering the Bears. I was at Hallis Hall. I'm in the parking lot. And I'm in this, I was showing John Moon Mullen, the costume, and I had the big head, and I put it on, and I was kind of dancing around the parking lot. All the players were coming out of practice, honking their horns. They thought it was hysterical. So anyway, I end up at this party, and I'm Elmo, and I'm dressed up, and I'm dancing around. I lived in a townhouse at the time. My nephew tripped me. I went like arse over tea kettle down the stairs. The only thing that saved me was this big outfit I had on. That I got to tell you,
almost saved your life.
Almost saved me. When I finally took the helmet off, about a bucket of water of sweat poured out of it. I was just like, how do you ever wear one of these things?
That was kind of his point.
Oh, he's so right.
I don't think he was ever Elmo.
Oh,
That's
my
quite
God.
a story.
Thank you, buddy. I'm here for you.
I mean,
when you love your kids, you do all sorts of dumb things.
Yeah, that's not a dumb thing.
You're not coming to Sesame Street anymore.
They threatened, did you see that thing? When Elmo said he hopes both teams have fun, he tweeted that out about the Knicks and the Spurs. All these New Yorkers went after him. Pick a side. And then they had
Elmo loves everybody.
The street thing, they showed the sign, they named a street Sesame Street. And they told him, this comes down if you don't take the Knicks.
Oh, come on. He loves everybody.
It's hysterical.
Little touchy there.
Don't mess with Elmo.
For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butts clenching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clenching
starts out
butts.
with like a bunch of tight ends. Like you had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh.
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores. And I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries. Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film,
and the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people are reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Mm-hmm. Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I thought about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
bit
your
of the
tight
joke?
end.
You
the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I thought it was unclench.
Unclench.
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon
Reclench.
Davis was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You
Don't do
win.
it.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
I'm thinking I'm the best coach in America.
I mean, we tend to agree, don't we? You beat the Packers in the playoffs. It's first Bears win in 15 years in the postseason, Ben Johnson. This is Rahimi Harris and Grote on 104.3 The Score. From the man who bought you plays like the Stumble Bum in Detroit or whatever you call the excitement that we saw here in Chicago, the White House. I know you call that play against the Cowboys the White House. Don't lie to me, Bears.
Yeah, exactly. You can't
And I
hide
know
that
what
from
the
us.
undertone was, and I laughed at the undertone.
Got Penny Sewell trying to throw passes against the Bears before he even came to the Bears.
Andrew Billings was out here catching balls for a little bit in the drill. I'm looking forward to that drill coming back during training camp, by the way.
Oh, heck yeah.
Big men catching ball.
Yeah, and Will Darnell right, like he feels like people want him to, and he's the one that doesn't necessarily want to. He's like, I just want to play left tackle.
No,
or right tackle.
I saw him do a cartwheel on the Colson Loveland touchdown.
That's why we think like he's in it. Like there's more to it, but he doesn't really necessarily. To his credit, there's a little humility there. He doesn't necessarily want to embrace the silliness.
He is humble. You're right about that.
Yeah, yes.
Like I remember when you guys asked him about being a unicorn, and his response was, "I don't have a horn."
Yeah. He thought it was a serious guys, do I have a horn? Am I a unicorn? I don't think so.
Yeah, one of the best answers, really, when you look back at Bears football season, that was up there for me.
It was. I'm glad that the right tackle is set. It's just the left tackle that is a little bit concerning, but we'll get to that.
Why are we having such sports deja vu, by the way? Like, take us back to this time last year where we're like, the Cubs pitching staff is injured. They need starters. And then here we are again. And it's like, I don't know who's going to be left tackle. And then here we are again.
Yeah, and then there's this fact that there's a center situation, but I think that'll be Garrett Bradbury, probably.
I do, too,
Yeah.
until Logan Jones
Yeah.
has a little more experience.
Just seems to make so much more
And
sense.
poor Garrett Bradbury has been in this situation before where he's the bridge center. So
Right. He knows what's up. I mean, they drafted a center.
I think if you're an offensive player, you want to be on this team, even if you're okay with your role changing, because you're playing for Ben Johnson.
Yes.
And that is why I find this list ridiculous, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Ranking the NFL's 10 best head coaches entering the 2026 season from PFF. And they do mix it up on opinions. They do mix it up on rankings. But this, even for them, raises some eyebrows.
You ready to go through it?
Yeah, I feel like you just made the list is the right, but you want to make this list. You don't want to be on Jericho's list, but this is, listen, Number 1 is Sean McVay from the Rams.
We're good with that?
We're good with that,
We're good
especially
with that.
since his offense is the Ben Johnson offense, is the Spider-Man meme.
We're good like that? We're good like that.
We're good like that. Okay, so we're cool like that. Andy
Cool
Reid
like
from
that.
the Kansas City Chiefs is number 2. Any debate there?
We're cool like that? We're cool like that.
Kyle Shanahan is number 3.
He's pretty good. I still don't have an issue. Still
Okay.
don't have an issue as of yet.
Number 4,
Turning
I
our
really,
pages in the missalettes.
Yes, Mark has it stapled, and I used to think that was kind of egregious, but then I realized Mark is scattered in his presentation, and
Yes.
the papers go everywhere.
Why did you think that was? What word? Egregious?
Yeah.
Why? Like
I don't-
wasting a staple?
Yeah.
Or
Like, do you really need the staple? But I'm a slide the paper underneath girl.
Okay. I just have to
Okay.
keep things together. You've learned
No,
that
yeah,
I
that's-
lose things if I don't.
It's
do
a
that.
good. It's a good
Yes.
fail safe.
I need things attached in
Staples
life.
don't grow on trees, Grote.
I would be a terrible office manager because I'd be like, "Do you really need that? Didn't you print that out yesterday? Reduce, reuse, recycle."
We literally don't have a stapler in our meeting room either, do we, Ray?
That's the sad broken one.
Yeah.
I couldn't get that thing
Yeah,
open.
Butte was working with it today.
I used the executive Mitch Rosen stapler.
Oh,
It's gold.
See, Mitch uses staples.
It's
He gets
gold.
it. He
The
gets
golden
it.
stapler.
Congratulations.
He's earned that stapler.
Who is that for the congratulations?
That is for Danny Parkins after his first radiothon. And there's Parkins after 24 hours of radio and just and he's blown up. He had one of those little party poppers, like the little poppers, and
Yeah.
he blew that up in his face. And Parkins was like, "Oh,
We love confetti here at the Score.
We
Number
do.
4 is Mike McDonald from the Seahawks. You can't argue with the champion.
I mean, the champion, and there does, considering some of what he does in game and his defensive stuff, like he's pretty good. I still,
Incredible defensive strategy.
I am cool like
against
that.
The Patriots.
Yes, the strategy is real. It's not a
Okay.
guy who got lucky.
Okay, here's the curveball.
Here we go.
Dan Campbell is number 5.
What?
I'm just going to go through the rest of these names before we react because you're still waiting to hear Ben Johnson's, are you not? Matt LaFleur is number 6. D'Amico Ryans is number 7.
What?
Are you cool like that with D'Amico, by the way? I know you're trying to get through these, but are you cool like that?
Wait until the end.
Okay.
Sean Payton is number 8. That one I think stands to reason, makes sense, obviously. Yeah, very close to winning the AFC title. Mike Vrabel, number 9.
Verbal.
And Jim Harbaugh is number 10.
I mean, Harbaugh's a really good coach.
Yeah. However, his NFL coaching in his second iteration,
Yeah.
I don't know that it's gone as well as his first. And that's where this list is wheels off to me. Campbell, in Detroit, they're saying, don't let the genius leave your building.
Yeah.
Detroit was healthier this past year, aside from, say, the Frank Ragnow retirement. That also scares me because center retirement mirrors the Bears situation. But when you consider, Mark, on this list, that what was a common thread we heard among the Detroit talk show hosts, writers, don't let the genius leave your building.
Mm-hmm.
And he did. They're implying that was Ben Johnson. And then Matt LaFleur at number 6, that was a coaching collapse. Like, we talk about the win for the Bears getting to face the Rams in the divisional, but that was a collapse, and coaching had a massive hand in that. And that's why I say, I don't know how LaFleur ends up getting number 6 and Ben Johnson isn't on this list when you collapse like that in the playoffs in the second half of the game. So obviously to the rest of the league.
Obviously.
Yeah, I will Danny Parkins this a bit. Got a little bit lower range today. Took my allergy meds. It can make a difference.
You're on it.
But that's what Dan can't. So Kevin O'Connell, who was coach of the year 2 years ago, isn't on your list in the division. And it's Dan Campbell and Matt LaFleur, not KOC and Ben Johnson.
Well, there's looking at what the blurb that was written here.
What is the explanation?
Let me read the explanation here. for? Who would you like
Mark's
first?
let me bring some facts into this conversation.
Well, it makes me the parameters of the story. What I'm about to read makes it sound like this is like over the career as opposed to just projecting
in the career.
Thank you for next season. He says
262 says that list is all caps trash.
Yeah,
I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Hey, here's the thing: if Ben Johnson was to get a hold
D'Amico
of this,
Ryans has been here 10 minutes.
That's a good point. But anyway, so here's what he writes about Matt LaFleur. Taking over for a franchise legend and Mike McCarthy might be imposing for some, but not LaFleur.
Franchise legend Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, that's even suspect.
Did win a Super Bowl. Yeah. We know how that ended.
In his 7 seasons with Green Bay, LaFleur has posted a tremendous 76, 40, and 1 clip, including making 6 trips to the playoffs.
How about that last trip, though, huh?
Yeah.
How about it?
Remember that. We could talk about that. Like, put that down for 12:45, will you?
The last trip to the playoffs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur?
All that stuff. Ben Johnson, when he sees this, he's going to be pissed about this.
Put this on your bulletin board, Ben Johnson.
I'm not even kidding. He probably is putting this on his bulletin board.
Isn't he on vacation watching Dolphins run game film?
Yes. I believe it was.
Can't we get him to a Cubs game and get her something to cleanse the palate?
It's so funny. Dan Wiederer was the one to have asked him that question because it's the last day before recess for the NFL, essentially, and everybody's making their plans to go places, and Dan asks the head coach, Ben Johnson, what are you planning to do? Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to watch this old Miami Dolphins tape. So, because of the Bears running backs coach.
Two phrases out of the coaches that got me, that got me in the feelings, hit me in the feels, so to speak.
Yeah.
That one, the watching the run tape of the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And Press Taylor saying he's got 2 1 terabyte hard drives, and I'm like, yo.
Oh, we're going terabytes.
That's some video storage right there. Also, buy your storage now, by the way, because AI is making all of solid state storage much more expensive.
Oh, my.
Because we don't gatekeep on this show.
Never. One more graph. Oh, I could read 2,
No.
I guess.
I need more explanation as to why he's number 6.
All right, so the first part didn't help. Okay. LaFleur's background as an offensive mastermind.
Cram it up your cram hole.
Just reading the words, has clearly manifested with the Packers. In his tenure, Green Bay ranks 3rd in EPA per play and touchdown drive rate, whether developing Jordan Love into a star, or finding ways to win with backup Malik Willis. That was pretty good. The Bears got a little taste of that, didn't they?
Malik Willis is very good.
LaFleur
he's starting now.
He is. That's a success story right there. Good for him. LaFleur has kept the team's offense in football's upper echelon by remaining creative schematically. That's the second graph. Does that help at all to have him at number 6 on the top 10 coaches list?
I don't know, because it depends on who you ask. Our friend Sparky up in Milwaukee.
Fife Dog.
Yeah, Sparky Pfeiffer makes a really good point when he talks about his use of tight ends and how he says Tucker Kraft should be used more like how the Chiefs used Pete Kelsey, and that they didn't do that. And sometimes you just need it to be simple. It can be simple when your athletes are good, right? When the Bears are hurt, run crossing patterns and profit. I get that. But this is really high praise and not a lot of what have you done for me lately when it comes to how it's almost like they're ignoring last year on this list.
Well, you'll like this, especially the first sentence of the final graph here on Matt LaFleur being number 6. It's true that LaFleur hasn't realized amazing playoff success of late, Bears. Losing his last 3 contests, Bears, and securing his last victory during the 2023 season after starting with consecutive conference title game berth. In particular, last year's blown lead to the Bears in a wild card round defeat spurred job security talks. It did. Those seemed a little brash for a consensus good coach, but clearing that late January hurdle would vault LaFleur into a higher stratosphere, and he should have the talent to make a strong attempt again this season. I did think a couple of years ago, what was it, against the Cowboys?
Yeah.
They blew them out.
They whooped the tar out of them at home in the playoff game.
Mm-hmm. Going into the next year, based on that, I was like, oh, look out for Green Bay.
And he's a good coach. Like, that's what I don't want people to misinterpret here. And I said that even after the win over the Bears win over the Packers in the playoffs. I think Matt LaFleur is a great coach. But to put him at number 6, the more curious one is Dan Campbell at number 5. And it's because he had to take over play calling in Detroit. And like I said, they did get healthier compared to the season where they went to the NFC title game. And the difference is, aside from Frank Ragnow, Ben Johnson left the building.
True.
They didn't make the playoffs.
I'll say this about Campbell. He has built a great culture there. Like with a team that was just dead in the water, has been dead in the water forever. He has, you got to give him that.
And I also like the tree he's built, the coaching tree.
We like one of them.
I know Aaron Glenn. I know Aaron Glenn's on the Jets, and that's a work in progress. But think about Antoine Randall.
Absolutely.
You know, he has really smartly hired some assistants that you can look at and say these men have potential to be head coaches in the league.
Yeah. Again, like you said about
Campbell
LaFleur.
at number 5.
Yeah. As you said about LaFleur, he is a terrific coach, right? We just don't know if they are top 6 worthy.
Yeah, there's that. We got to go because we have a great guest coming up next. We normally do Ben Johnson. Sorry, it's on my mind. We normally do halftime at this time, but Mark DeRosa had some really great swing breakdown discussion yesterday on MLB Network when it comes to what he's seeing out of Pete Crow Armstrong. So we want in, and he decided to join us next.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. World Cup quarterfinals, and I think we get a banger of a game with Norway, England. Norway's 5 games in this tourney have averaged over 4 goals per game, and England have averaged over 3 goals per game. Both teams' strengths are the offense. We have 2 world-class strikers in Kane and Holland. Give me the over, 2.5 for the game. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi, and Chicago's summer, you know, it's finally here. Whether you're hitting the rooftops, having patio grill outs, or tailgating before the game, you need premium quality meats without.
And that's why our Chris Tannehill decided to tune in to Green Bay Packers post-game radio.
That's right, folks. Sometimes you love sports so much you got to have more sports, even when your team's not playing. But I will check out because I like to know about the North. You know, it's sometimes turn the page is not enough for me to learn about the North.
It's an old Score move to use the app. You know,
usually it's meant for bigger games than that last night. But I was in the mood to have to enjoy that a little bit because when you can check out our guy Mark Tauscher, who is I've been a fan of his for years. These Packers offensive linemen, that's the thing that sucks. They have so many great former linemen that are great in media.
Bulaga's a great dude.
Exactly, yeah. So I was checking them out and just enjoying the callers and people they're so over Matt LaFleur up there.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah. Well, I'll let the audio tell the tale here, but here's one caller's theory on what's going on with Matt LaFleur right now.
Jason, you're in Tosa. You're on with Mark Tauscher. Let her fly.
So I've been calling in since the Cleveland loss in Game 3 to say Matt LaFleur was not a coach who will ever get the Packers into a Super Bowl, and been asking Couch to tell me why I was wrong. Does Matt LaFleur even want to be the coach in Green Bay anymore? And I'm serious. He's giving off Mike Holmgren last season in Green Bay. I know I'm going to, and I want to be in Seattle vibes to me. I think Matt LaFleur, there's a phrase out there, quiet quitting. He doesn't look like he wants to be there. He's been the worst part of the entire team all year.
Wow,
that is...
The quiet quit is being accused of one Matt LaFleur.
Tanny, this is what happens when you don't like Halloween.
Yeah, what's that record? They're 0-2 since he said that.
When you're feeling the pressure of Ben Johnson, who calls you out, and it clearly triggered him. Remember all those times that he would bring it up? Yeah, I don't know.
It really bothered him.
Ben Johnson, I don't even know him. Why did he bring that up?
What's with that guy?
Yeah.
What's going on with him?
He's coming for you, LaFleur. He wants you to cram it up your cram hole.
This is the call that followed up very soon after, which I really enjoyed.
Let's go to Jeff in Milwaukee. Jeff,
Hey, guys. Unfortunately, I couldn't be less surprised by this performance.
Because
I don't think Matt LaFleur is a good coach. LaFleur is so inferior to some of these other coaches in terms of designing a game plan. When you look at some of these other teams, I'll tell you who's got a really good coach, you guys. The Bears. And you just better admit it. Because I'll tell you, Ben Johnson, the coach of the Lions, the coach of the Rams, the coach of the 49ers, these teams take on the personality of their coach. You can see it. They're aggressive, they're not afraid of anything, and they have this attitude like they're going to win. And the Packers lack all of that.
Wow. Folks, this is the dream.
They're afraid.
Hell yeah! I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a long time coming. And we've all dreamed, however that dream is supposed to look. You know, maybe John Fox will be the guy that takes us back over the top. I mean, Lovey did hit the ground running, and he wanted to beat Green Bay and said so.
He won a lot of games against the Packers.
He did. And there's been moments and flashes, but the idea that you might be passing them by and they're jealous of our coach, they're jealous of our offensive system and the way our team plays. Oh. So here's something that happened earlier, is that I was doing that interview, Grote.
Yeah, thanks for including me.
It was kind of a technical cluster bleep as it got a little rushed on us. It was earlier than expected, and then it was short, and we didn't have a chance to get you there technically in there. Apologies, but
and you bolted Grote out of the room.
I did. Wanted to make sure that Grote couldn't get in there, and then you still got in there, asked 4 questions, but I made sure that Tanny edited those out.
Right.
Made sure that he edited those out. No, do you know what happened to me at the end?
No.
They cut off Bilal Nichols, and I didn't realize they did.
Oh, no.
So
Here's the 1-1. Carl Armstrong hits a high fly ball deep right center field. Cowser back at the track, near the wall, gone! Second home run of the night for Pete Crow Armstrong, and the Cubs take the lead. 4-3 over the Orioles here in the 5th. It's the 3rd Cub home run this spring.
Pete Crow Armstrong with yet another 2-home run game. That's Zach Zaidman on the call, the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. And that was after the 2nd game of the Cubs and Orioles series. And Pete Crow Armstrong became the first player in the majors to reach 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases this season. He's the player of the month for June, as we know. Home runs 20 and 21. Came in that 9-7 win over the Baltimore Orioles on Wednesday. And it's a body of work, Mark, that we're seeing when it comes to what Pete Crow Armstrong has done to make adjustments, adjust his chase rate, especially pitch selection. You can't say enough about what he has done to put himself together.
Yeah, he's making, it feels like, which is just beautiful to see, adjustments in at bat to at bat in games, from swing to swing, and his patience and not swinging at every single bad ball anymore. And I know he had and still has, to some degree, success doing that, but it really has been terrific to see his evolution and real concrete things that you could point to as to the why he's doing better, whether it's an adjustment in his hitting style or just being more patient and knowing what to lay off of. It's right there, and it's beautiful to watch.
The guy is playing within himself, as we've seen, and we're waiting on Mark DeRosa from MLB Network, who did a really good swing breakdown when he talked about lowering his hands.
Yes.
And how we're seeing that drive through the baseball, and it's creating more solid contact. And you can't argue with the numbers when you consider how this is being put together for him. Then there's the aspect of what this means for the Cubs and their history. You know, it's Sammy Sosa. And the only other Cub with multiple 2020 seasons outside of Sosa and PCA is Ryan Sandberg.
That's pretty amazing.
That's goosebumps-inducing company.
Yeah, and it feels like there's no reason why he wouldn't continue to do it. So it is a ball player putting it all together right before our eyes. And that's fun to watch. Like in any of our sports, when we see our players ascend and develop into what we think they are, I'll use this as just a microcosm or a smaller example. But even when we talk about the Bears and Colson Loveland from last year, he starts off slowly and you're a little worried. Tyler Warren, was he the better pick? And then all of a sudden, voila, we see him make adjustments with the quarterback and he develops into what I think might be a star.
And now joining us on our hotline to talk more about Pete Crow-Armstrong is Mark DeRosa, who had the excellent breakdown on MLB Network yesterday. D-Row, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. How you guys doing?
We're good. I just want you to detail for us, we saw the video yesterday, but what have you seen out of the mechanical changes hitting that Pete Crow-Armstrong has done to lead him to this point of success in the season?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just think he's gotten more athletic in his setup. I mean, going back to the WBC when I first saw him jump in the cage, his athleticism and his quick twitch and the way he moves is different than everybody else, right? The only thing I can equate it to is you watch Bobby Witt, and they're just twitchier than the next guy. So it's like, I always felt like, why are you putting your body in a position where you're robbing that? That's what makes you great. So he was super spread out early, kind of preset, but he ran into a couple homers during the WBC, and that's no time in a 7-week blast when you're around those guys to think you're going to make massive changes or even hint at making changes to a guy that you're not going to be around for an entire season. So I just thought it was interesting to see him make the changes, to get more athletic, to have a little bit more freedom in his swing, but you can't take your eyes off this kid. He's special. It's like watching this gorgeous figure skater play center field, and then he's got pop, he's got swag, he steals bags. He's an infectious guy.
I love that analogy, the figure skater, because it is. It's
glides.
Beautiful, yeah, glides, this beautiful route to the baseball.
Beautiful.
Right. And he's also, Mark, as you said, he's twitchy, he's aggressive. All of a sudden, too, he's become more patient and discerning at the plate. How difficult is that for players that are just aggressive is part of their nature?
Yeah, I don't think you ever want to rob him of being aggressive. It's like asking Ronald Acuna to do different things or J-Rod to do different things. I just think you get him to understand how he's being attacked, what he does well, what he hits well, what zones. And Chipper Jones kind of taught me how to hit when I was in the big leagues. He's like, what do you do well? Let's lean into that. Let's understand how guys are trying to attack you, how they try and get you out. So I just think he's starting to learn. I still think there's some valley, but he's always going to be a guy that's a little peak valley.
Yeah.
But if he starts working some walks and turns those 0 for 4s into 0 for 3s, you could save your season.
No, I mean, that's a very good point, Mark. We're talking to Mark DeRosa, kind enough to join us from MLB Network. Also want to promote that Mark is part of the MLB Network coverage of the MLB Draft starting at 1:30 tomorrow. So you're going everywhere. D-Row, what are you looking forward to in this draft, too? The Sox with the 1-1. We're keenly in on what happens here.
I know you are. I'm interested, too. I saw Grady Emerson move to the top of the mock draft. I don't know if I'm buying it, though.
Why is that?
I still think, Rock Chalowski has been the guy for the better part of a year and a half. I've been hearing his name, and I think when you're that guy and you're on top, I think people have a long time to kind of poke holes in everything you do. I think the biggest question you got to ask yourself is if you feel Grady Emerson 3 years from now is a better version of Rock Chalowski. I certainly like Grady's swing a little bit better, but Rock has been the dude at UCLA for a while. He's a former high school quarterback with leadership skills. He's been able to handle the moment with class and dignity. So whoever gets him is gonna be fine.
60 RBIs in 60 games never really goes out of style, I don't think. Extremely productive player, very good defensively as well. So I get it where you're coming from. In general, what do you think about what the White Sox have done this year? Because they do have a lot of good young players, which maybe is part of the reason they could afford to let a Grady Emerson develop out of high school, if that is the direction.
Yeah, it's exactly. That's interesting. Usually, you take best player available, and you live. But if you take Chalowski, and he's a quick riser, then does Montgomery go to third, and Vargas go to first, and Murakami just DH? So it's a lot of moving parts there, which I'm interested to see. The White Sox, for me, have been they've been the most fun story of the year so far.
Well, that's fantastic, Mark. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Real quick. No, Murakami has, who knew, right? Like, how many people whiffed on not signing him? I mean, he's a game-changing bat for the White Sox, and I think he showed up, and then the Montgomery kid takes a step forward, Miguel Vargas, and they're going to be a problem for a while.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got a busy weekend ahead, and we are definitely looking forward to your coverage on the draft starting tomorrow at 1:30.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you. That is Mark DeRosa, kind enough to join us talking about PCA and the MLB draft. Tonight, the Cubs road trip continues in Cincinnati against the Reds. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:35. First pitch is at 6:10 in crystal clear FM quality on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. Coming up next, it is time for 5 on It, a very special edition. Next.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Drives one in the air to right field. Yes! It's a 2-run home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
Right now, you're listening to the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote Show, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Tonight on Chicago Sports Network, it's another edition of Friday.
I just kept going.
Oh,
and then
what are the lost questions?
Oh yeah, here you go. Chris Townhill decided that should see the light of day.
You've been playing this game since you was a child to have fun.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it so well and playing so well and being in a good headspace and a pleasure to watch. No doubt that's going to continue. Bilal Nichols, when you do sign that deal, where's the celebration dinner? If I told you downtown Chicago, money is no object, and you can go have a meal at a restaurant for you and all your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Bilal, you there? All right, man. I drop an all right, man, even though he's definitely not there.
That's what I would have dropped.
Bilal, you there? All right, man.
Bilal. That's hilarious. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. You would have been going, it was Bilal.
Hey, no way Bilal Nichols would have hung up if I was involved in that.
Could be.
Interview.
I don't think it was his all choice. Your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
I'm a big Joe West fan.
Phew.
Olin, we had a great conversation with Matt Bowen this week, your buddy, our friend Matt Bowen, about coaching and about the bond that gets created between the coach and the players, especially at the high school level, and how one win in the playoff season can buy you 7 more days of just getting to hang out and bond and connect and watch these kids grow. And I just wanted to see if that resonates with you like it resonated with us. We've been thinking about it all week long.
Yep, I knew we were getting to Spiegel's feelings corner at some point, so here we are. I'm at the feelings dinner table. I can at least use a Crown Royal shot before we get going here. But listen, Matt Bowen does a great job, man, coaching his kids. You help these guys through this, and you use football really to teach life, and that's it. For my Spiegel's feeling corner.
Hey, man, give yourself a shot of Crown as soon as the segment is done. You earned it. You earned it yourself.
I'm going to need it.
Oh, we appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend, sir.
Lawrence, how do you deal with all those feelings every week, man? You know what I mean?
Question. Good
He's
question.
singing music, doing art, wants to talk to you about your feelings all day.
I know.
Listen, man, I know we're in this era now where that's all okay. I'm not the guy.
Noted. I'll never put Olin in a Felix corner again.
No, we have to do it. You got to be you, Steve. We got to do it, man.
That's
Every
right.
time
You
I
gotta
come on,
be you.
Spiegel's feeling corner.
Hey, man, you get to critique my center technique, you know? And then you got to come into the Felix corner. It's like it's a little give, a little take.
One day we'll do karaoke too, and I'll sing La Bamba for you. That's my karaoke
Yeah,
song.
let's go.
That's a great.
Let's
That's
go.
a great one.
Now we're getting
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, La Bamba. You just scream it, man. You don't even got to sing it well.
Now we're
Garza
getting
shocked. That's my song. Roberto Garza used to be shocked. That was my song.
But Warren Sapp would have probably guessed it was your song, right?
Way to tie the room
this
together.
is good stuff.
Man.
All right, we'll talk to you, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, Olin, you've referenced it a couple times. 2 weeks ago, you called me out for putting you in a corner, for putting you in Spiegel's Feelings corner. And then last week, you said...
I didn't call you out. I just named it. I just named what you do to everybody.
Thank you. All right, that's noted. Noted, sir. And guilty.
Also, I'd like to say, Lawrence said something earlier. I thought about this. Wildfire is good, man. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's delightful.
Wildfire is excellent.
Yeah. But last week, you asked for a song. You said, Speaks,
I can't wait.
Speaks, do we have a song for the Feelings Corner? Because, yeah, if you're going to
By the way, Speaks,
yes.
I saw you on Twitter singing with your band. You're awesome, man.
Oh,
like, for real.
you.
I enjoyed that.
It's very kind of you.
Yeah, you got your moves and singing way better than your stance.
I'll take that. But Olin, we were talking about it. Me and the band, me and Tributosaurus were talking about it. And Kurt Morrison, my guy, said, I can do a little something for Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Here you go.
Feelings. Spiegel's having feelings. Trying to make people feel feelings too.
This is awesome. Corner.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Wanting even athletes to feel the way we do.
I do want you to feel the way we do, O.
Feelings. Whoa, feelings. Whoa.
Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
I got 5.
It's time for 5 on it.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote
Bring you 5 topics on their minds today.
on 104.3 The Score.
I got 5 on it.
Number 1.
And now, with our special guest, it's his last day with us as a show. Next, you go to the afternoon show, and I don't know what the heck happens on the afternoon show. So, Peter Jurich, you're in studio. You're going to ask the questions.
Peter!
Take it away.
Thank you. Starting off, whose one-run loss yesterday was more disappointing, the Cubs or the White Sox?
Now, I want you guys to know, as part of his internship, Peter had to come up with these questions himself. And I think he's done a good job.
Good.
Great job.
Do you know who I think did not do a good job? The Cubs and the White Sox yesterday. These are both one-run losses that bothered me. The problem with the White Sox is they disappointed all series long when it came to not producing offensively. We talked about it. Only 2 runs total. They only produced singles in this series. The Red Sox pitching, which is very good, mowed them down. But it wasn't as upsetting as the Cubs, as I mentioned earlier in the show, losing the game on the details to the Orioles. Defensive plays that happened. The aggressive send of Pete Alonso, an aggressive send that didn't work out for the Cubs. Then you had the bag and the interference when it came to Nico Hoerner in the 9th inning, and the call being that he was out caught stealing when we know that that's not how the rule is usually applied. So it's the Cubs still, just because that could have been a sweep, and they lost due to a lot of tiny circumstances adding up. Grote?
I'm with you. I'm going Cubs, and you can't lose the game where Seiya Suzuki, we haven't even mentioned him. What a great day he had to play yesterday.
He carried the offense yesterday.
Had a homer. You can't lose the game where fill in the blank, and in this case, it's Seiya Suzuki, gets an RBI double late in the game in the 8th inning. The storms are starting to roll in. The rain is making its way. You get the RBI double. It's 2-1 Cubs at that point. You can't have that. You can't have your bullpen guys hitting back-to-back batters, and they were both they weren't questionable because they both got hit, but they were both just nicked in those cases. And you're right on the details. And there was one detail that I talked about earlier, and I'll mention again here on the Jeremiah Jackson 2-run double.
Yep.
Because the polar bear was running, Pete Alonso was running. I think it caught the Cubs defense off guard that he tried to come home, which he did, and it was a close play at the plate. But if you watch Nico Horner, his first instinct is to throw to third because he's thinking the polar bear is going to land on third.
That's likely the scouting report as well.
I get it. I do. But if we're talking about fine line, one-run game details, those are the things. So, yeah, for me, it is the Cubs as well. The White Sox situation has just been not scoring runs in the series. So, one-run game, 5-run game, whatever it was, because it was a 5-run game on Wednesday, I wasn't as irritated with the White Sox one-run loss as I was with the Cubs.
Well, there was that 8-1 adventure on Tuesday.
I was there.
Yeah, that wasn't great either. But that was mostly a 9th inning snafu where the wheels fell off. Also, I'm going to take this time to play the audio from the storms rolling in since Mark mentioned it. We have actual audio of the storms rolling in as Zach Zaidman's doing the postgame.
The next game preview, that's next from Baltimore, where the Orioles rally to beat the Cubs 3-2 on the score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It was in the 9th. It was coming down.
It absolutely was. You saw the ricocheting off the batting helmets. You could tell how strong that rain was. And then there's also the Tyler remix of this. If the ASMR of the Thunder wasn't enough for you.
The next game preview, that's next from Baltimore, where the Orioles rally to beat the Cubs 3-2 on the score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
And the Thunder! And the Thunder!
Imagine Dragons over AC/DC, huh?
Thunderstruck.
Interesting.
He's young.
Interesting choice.
He's a young beaut.
I don't know why that was the first thing that came to my head, but I know I should have done the AC/DC one.
7.5
Honestly, they
beauts.
were both right. Like, there's no wrong answer here. I thought it was hilarious.
How about Blame It on the Rain? Billy Vanilli. Blame it on the rain.
They were a 2-hit wonder, not a 1-hit wonder. Peter, Milli Vanilli, are you familiar with them?
Completely over my head.
Counting Crows-esque right there.
And now it's the time in our show where we're disappointed in our intern.
He knows Counting Crows.
But that's Shrek.
Huh?
Shrek knowledge is Counting Crows.
Wow. That's how you know Counting Crows.
Grote, stop asking Gen Z about Counting Crows.
They know.
You did it with Cole Komet.
You should have more faith in young people that they know music that's not necessarily in their decade.
This poor intern is out here just trying to put together questions, and you're trying to put him on the spot about Counting Crows.
Peter, does the name Sam Cooke mean anything to you?
No, sir.
Sir. Oh, man. You be you, Peter. All right, Peter, what else you got for us?
Number two.
ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak named Luther Burden III as the most likely Bears player to break out this season, while Colston Loveland was ranked 7th amongst tight ends as voted on by execs, coaches, and scouts. Which second-year pass catcher will be the more important player to the Bears' aerial attack in 2026?
Now, you left out part of your own question here, and I know Dustin doesn't allow people to talk about the 4-letter network, but we cite sources here on our HG.
Apologies. Ranked 7th amongst tight ends per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler.
Yes. Don't doubt yourself. You had a good question.
Thank you.
I want Mark to go first.
I have to go. I know that that stock has been purchased in Luther Burden, that Ben Johnson has purchased stock. It's for me, it's Colston Loveland. I mean, it's a tight end world for Ben Johnson right now. I think that he is going to be the most important, and he's going to be the biggest pass catcher. I mean, he was last year. He had the most yards of any pass catcher for the Chicago Bears last year. I know you got Sam Roush to feed. You've got Cole Kmet to feed as well. And I think Luther Burden is going to be terrific. But, man, to have a guy like Colston Loveland who runs routes like that, who has speed like that, who seemingly has that gene as well, for me, it's Loveland.
I don't think it's going to be Loveland. I think it's going to be Luther Burden. I know Loveland led the Bears in receiving yards last year with 713 in the regular season, but Burden wasn't far behind. The top 4 receivers by yards in the Bears last year in the regular season, 713, 682, 661, 652. And I think that's how Ben Johnson wants it.
I love that, too.
I think he wants that difference to be minimal. But it was DJ Moore after Colson Loveland, then it was Rome Odunze, then it was Luther Burden. That's the wild card in all of this is Rome's receiving numbers. Even injured, because of how many targets he got, he still got 661. But when it comes to, I think, the use of the slot for Luther Burden, the creativity and how they want to use him, I would like to see the screen game progress in 2026. I think wide receiver screens is an excellent way to do so. So I feel like Luther Burden may end up with more yards.
I wouldn't be shocked, but there's also the Xavier Thomas factor. Like, will he be the rookie that gets fed this year? Khalif Raymond, his guy, is there. I know he wants to see Raymond get more involved than he was in Detroit. So, per the 600-yard thing, that's where I'm stuck with the receivers.
These are good problems to have.
I love the conversation. Good question, Peter. Nice job. You're doing great, man.
Hopefully I can keep it up.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Peter. What would signify a successful opening night of NBA Summer League for Bulls rookies Caleb Wilson and Dalen Swain, as well as for head coach Tiago Splitter?
I said dunks, specifically lobs. I want to see some dunks. Didn't Caleb Wilson promise us dunks? Didn't we expect to see that? Now, the cool part about tonight's Summer League game, Peter, young intern, is that we get to see we get to start off with the 3-pack of like AJ DeBonsa, Carlos Boozer, and Darren Peterson for the first 3 games of Summer League. So I think that makes this really special when you consider who they're going to be able to face off against. But when it comes to like just the production aspect of it, I selfishly do want to see some Summer League dunks. And then Dalen Swain, just continue to facilitate that athleticism that we discussed, the two-way player nature of his game. Can we see some defense in Summer League? Do you think that could happen?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I want to see some above the rim stuff out of Caleb Wilson. Show us why you got pick number 4.
I love that. And didn't he literally lead the nation in dunks last year in North Carolina? I think he did.
And he apparently can throw a ball off a mound too.
Yeah. I
You were
was there. Boy, I did pick a good night to go to the White Sox game, except for 8-1. that part. I was there.
The Sox didn't hold up to their end of the bargain for you.
But I had a great time, and that's all that matters. I'll go Oppo on you here. I do, of course, I want to see all the dunks and all the splash. But I guess I kind of want to see what the shooting is like, because that's the criticism.
Where's the shooting?
Where is it at? Where's the shooting? Where is it? I want to see, because that's going to be what we're going to talk about. I feel like that's going to be the difference in Caleb Wilson's NBA life, especially, shooting from 3 and getting that part down. I
don't think we'll see that in Summer League.
Well,
though, do you?
No, what you talk about the actual development of the shot?
Just him shooting from 3. I mean, maybe.
Why not do it there? Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean anything.
Count.
So I am going to be most interested in that for both of these guys. Can they shoot? Because that is the bugaboo right now. So I am going to start watching that and see what they're all about form-wise, and can they shoot?
We have some breaking news on the score. Breaking news is brought to you by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. You know how at 10:45 we asked the question, did Mattingly spill the beans on Kyle Schwarber joining the home run derby? Don Mattingly?
Yeah.
Indeed, Don Mattingly spilled the beans.
Yeah.
Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, both in the home run derby.
Thuggish, ruggish bone is all I have to say about that.
By the way, shout out to Bone Thugs and Harmony, who got their star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on Thursday or on Wednesday.
Just this week?
We're going to need a little bit of that.
Bone Thugs and Harmony.
That's right. All members were in attendance, which is a rare occurrence.
Do they still all go by their Bone Thugs and Harmony names?
They sure
Crazy
do.
Bone, and I forget all the others.
Wishbone, Funny Bone. Is there a Funny
Lazy
Bone?
No. Flesh and Bone.
Flesh and Bone.
Damn.
Busy Bone.
Do you know Bone Thugs and Harmony?
Wishbone.
Oh, he does.
Oh, Peter, that's your homework.
I'm coming off really uncultured today here, but
listen to Bone Thugs and Harmony later. You'll
Peter,
thank me for it.
you I've said this many times on our air. I'm going to be the old lady telling the kids they don't go hard enough in the club.
I saw Bone Thugs and Harmony perform in Rosemont in January. It was 4 out of 5 members, but it was an amazing show.
Wow.
I saw Bone Thugs and Harmony at Joy District. They played a show years ago. The point is, you need to familiarize yourself with Bone Thugs
Your
and
Aunt
Harmony.
Layla's going to put together a playlist for you.
Auntie Layla.
Auntie Layla.
At one point in my life, I was a shorty. Now I'm an auntie. To the next question.
Peter?
Number 4.
It's been 10 days since ESPN's Shams reported that LeBron James will not be returning to the Lakers, and potential reunions with the Cavaliers or Heat have been rumored for the 41-year-old James. If you had to bet, does LeBron sign with one of his former teams or the field?
I thought he was going to sign with, I guess the field counts with this if he goes to the Warriors. So that was my initial reaction, was the reason that Draymond wanted to restructure his contract or maybe opt out was because of the financial flexibility piece of trying to bring in LeBron James. And it just seems like with each passing day that goes by, we get closer and closer to the likelihood of him going to Cleveland. Is there a chance somehow he would go to Miami? Wouldn't that put them in like the 14th apron or something if he were to go? I doubt he does. That's his other former team, as we know. But I feel like it's got to be Cleveland at this point, right?
That's my answer as well. I agree with you, Layla, because it would be the perfect full circle moment for his life if he literally got up there and said, at this time, I am taking my talents to Cleveland.
I know the Sixers are also a part of the discussion, but I just don't know how serious that is.
Yeah, Sixers, Washington as well. But yeah, I think I'm with you. And I hate to say it, I'd like the story. Cleveland ain't cool. Okay. All right, Joakim,
What's
I'm with
so good
you.
about Cleveland?
Right. You think Cleveland's cool?
I mean, he's out here doing a travel show, isn't he? Isn't he kind of becoming an authority on travel?
He is, and he did go to Cleveland. That's an episode. That's an episode
really?
if you check out Joakim Noah's podcast on YouTube.
Did he
closed the loop?
He closed the loop.
Incredible.
Check it out.
Was he cool about, did he actually find interesting things in Cleveland?
He did.
Oh, okay.
He did.
Okay. I don't know if I like that or don't like that.
The only thing cool about Cleveland that I'll say is Bone Thugs and Harmony back there.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
from Cleveland.
Thuggish Ruggish.
847 goes, Uncle Charles was not in attendance for the star unveiling.
What about Auntie Layla?
R.I.P.
Auntie Layla would have to imply that my siblings have had children, which is a preview of our nihilist baseball segment at 12:25.
Well, you now have a step-nephew or something. Or
Yeah.
nephew-in-law. Or,
No, we're not assigning interns familial titles.
Oh,
no.
we're not?
Peter has his own family.
Oh. Okay. Well, we could have faux aunts and uncles and cousins and brothers, don't we all?
Now yes, you
Yeah,
are correct
we all
about
do.
that.
Yeah.
That is true. But 815, no, Peter's not fired. He's going to the afternoon show. It's a totally different show.
Yeah, he's getting promoted.
What's next?
Number 5.
It's your turn, Peter.
I think
It's your time
Tyler has
shine.
to kind of bring us in with his story from
Okay.
his vacation here.
Well, let's also set this up. Peter wrote these, and he did a very good job. And inside the stars, as it is proper in script writing, insert Tyler's Rhode Island anecdote. Tyler, what is your Rhode Island anecdote?
So the anecdote is, so I was out in Rhode Island, obviously, last week. And so there's a guy in Narragansett, completely loaded, has a beach right off the beach.
Financially, you mean financially
Financially,
loaded.
yeah.
I don't know how he spends his time.
He wasn't crocked. Okay.
Crocked. The word of the summer.
Who's getting crocked this weekend?
Let's go, baby.
Put your hands up.
Where's my Crocs?
Ray, I
Where's
swear
my
I thought you were going to
Crocs?
say crunk, because again, auntie now.
Oh, yes.
Theoretically in age.
You hear that, Peter?
So financially loaded, not crocked, on a beach in a mansion right off the beach. And every 10 years on his birthday, he has a very big music artist perform a concert in his backyard. So 10 years ago, he had Lenny Kravitz. He'll put like a big screen out on the beach. Everyone could free to watch. And I just heard that this year he's going to be having Guns N' Roses and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So if you're out in Narragansett, go check that out.
So that's the setup. Now,
Yes.
Peter, what's the next part of the question?
So with that being said, if you were throwing a summer beach party and could spare no expense, which 2 musical acts would you hire to set the vibe?
Oh, I'm going first on this
Yeah,
one?
because
Okay.
I kind of know what the answer is.
Well, no, I'm not going Pearl Jam. I'm talking. Here's what I'm doing for this. Look, it's always Pearl Jam, okay? But in this case, I am thinking about bands that I'm thinking about right now, okay? And both are perfect summer bands too. To add to that, one of these bands I might go see. I am a threat to go to Northerly Island this Sunday to see 311, which is just such a great summer band. I saw them in Northerly Island one time before, years ago. It's just a beautiful vibe. So I'm going to say 311. And the other band that has the quintessential summertime song is Sublime. Summer, summer, summer. You know Sublime. Do you know both of those bands, Peter?
I'm more of a Sublime Santeria guy.
Oh, that's great. No,
I got you.
Phew, I'm just glad you
You
know who
were
they
about
are.
to sing Summertime by DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince.
Oh, yeah.
Sublime is Summertime and the Living's Easy.
Yes.
I have a great trivia question about, or trivia data point about the Summertime from Will Smith and DJ Jazzy Jeff.
The greatest summer song of all time.
The greatest summer song of all time, which when Will Smith released his book a couple of years ago, he revealed that his inspiration for Summertime, the great summertime song, it was about Chicago.
What?
That song is about Chicago.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Inspired by Chicago.
That is, wow, really?
Feature How Many Bears for Will Smith
Oh,
and DJ Jazzy
you might
Jeff.
have to add that to the segment today.
Yeah. Put it down. We're going to find out
12:45.
later on, 12:45, How Many Bears? Will Smith. Ryan
Okay.
Mundy.
I mean, I fresh off the wedding, if money's no object, do you ask Taylor Swift to perform? I think you do.
It's good.
And
That's
also,
good.
selfishly, I don't have the money to go to a Taylor Swift concert.
Or the bandwidth.
Yes. And then since money is no expense at my summer beach party,
That's good.
Beyonce. Just bring them both in.
Strong.
Yep.
Strong.
I girl power, have an incredible concert for free. The concerts that are the most expensive that people want to see. So if we're giving it to the people, that's how I do it.
For the bonus, Peter, give us at least one band that you would go see.
You guys
that you would have
make fun of me for being younger, but
it's okay.
Not really a summer band, but the Strokes.
Oh.
I think have to be in there.
What, the Strokes? That's
fantastic. That's a good
That's a
choice.
younger-ish band.
Oh, I love the Strokes.
No. Don't say
But they're not
things-
like a summer vibe. I feel
Don't
like.
say things to appease us.
No. Strokes.
Say
That's
your
a
actual answer.
So
I
they're,
didn't see that
they're
coming.
the headliner, and then to make it summertime, I think it's featuring Katy Perry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Katy Perry, I went and saw her at Jingle Bash a few years ago. I
was
love Katy
there.
Perry.
We saw each other. You
That's
were
right.
with your nieces.
Oh, that's right. That was so great.
Grote and I spend a lot of time together. I don't
We
know
do.
what to tell
I
you.
saw Layla yesterday.
I did. I ran into him on the street, and he was wearing the Take the North shirt
I
that Ray's
was.
cousin created.
Yeah.
Ray's got it on right now.
Oh yeah, well this is a different one. This is our worry meter shirt because we have a lot of meters on 5 on it. So shout out to Paul Rosa.
Paul Rosa, you rule, man.
We
Thank
love
you.
that. Yeah, meeting. I've also met Ray's family. You know,
That's right.
that's how
And
we do.
Ray's got a good family.
He does.
I sure do. I'm very lucky. I'm very fortunate. But you can check out more of his work on Shopify if you just look for Chino's Customs. Also on Instagram. The man's doing fine
The
work.
Deftones lead singer? The Chino?
Put
Yeah.
Deftones
Yeah.
on the list for the concert,
Absolutely.
man.
Deftones is not really summer either, but I like it.
No, they're not. But they're having a revival. That band. Wow.
Sure.
Okay.
The kids are into them because of TikTok.
So this is a segment next. Peter, wait. Excellent job.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, guys.
Peter.
Thanks. Seriously, thanks for all your work, man. You have done it right. Thank you.
Yeah, you've researched topics. You've thought about your questions that you wanted to ask.
Listen.
On a scale of 1 to 10 on the intern meter, you get a 10.9.
Whoa, that's a precedent
Thank
you
you,
just
thank
set, buddy.
Yeah, and you put up with us, too.
I don't know if he's that high. I mean, he's good. But 10.9.
Oh, he's been
Grote.
doing some things back in this control room, man.
Sorry.
He's been doing his thing over here.
Things that we don't even know about.
That's
no,
right,
you
that's
did.
right.
Thank you. You did a great job, and good luck with Spiegel and Holmes too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know
absolutely.
what happens on that show. I just don't know.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
It's going to be great. Next up on Rahimi Harrison Grote, there's just been a lot of dark baseball discussion recently. Yes, the Mets are involved. And maybe it started with the doubleheader against the Cubs and that whole series, but the SNY broadcast has taken it to places that I didn't think baseball talk could go before the All-Star break. And also, James Spiegel is on one on Twitter. So Nihilist Baseball is next.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. Pete Crow Armstrong delivers.
And he's now just a single away from a cycle.
Bringing a line drive base hit. Right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
And the fans are loving them some Pete Crow Armstrong here at the Friendly Count Fund.
Listen to every game with Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Go ahead.
Sing along, everybody.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Feeling.
Come on, sing along.
This is really good.
Oh, it's awesome, man.
There's a little Spanish guitar going on there.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner.
I thought it was Santana.
The great Kurt Morrison. The great Kurt
That's
Morrison.
awesome, man. That really is awesome, Speaks. I appreciate that.
Hey, man, thanks for branding a segment. Now we
for sure.
We just do there, and Lawrence can leave if he needs to.
Well, now we just got to get a sponsor. We got to get some sponsorship, and I think maybe Wildfire might be the perfect opportunity for Spiegel's Feelings Corner with Olin. Get our guy paid, get him fed, all of that good stuff.
Kevin, I have some bad news. Unfortunately, Marshall did not run onto the field in advance of the last game that we talked to you about.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I just didn't want to spend a night in jail. That was really
classic Marshall.
Yeah, my bad.
You know, I just pulled through the Taco Bell drive-through, and I've got a couple of big, nasty Supreme burritos right here waiting to be eaten. And I know that they're going to go down a little bit more difficultly now because Marshall is not going to be in that scenario. Now, that doesn't mean we can't create it out of thin air, but in my mind, I might be able to digest my food a little bit easier, not picturing that in my mind.
Maybe
it might help.
Maybe this will help. Our friend and yours, our boss actually, Mitch Rosen, would like us to say hello to you, Kevin. I've taken care of the boss.
Hey, are you guys going to an FM station beginning in early February?
Yes, sir.
That's us. February 2nd.
Congratulations.
You would sound great on that FM station, Kevin, if you ever want to join us for some more talk there.
Let's bring it, Layla. Let's bring it home, baby. Let's get this thing on. Let's put it on the books, and let's ramrod our way right into it.
Kevin, please tell me that your Taco Bell, did you go through the drive-thru? You said you were driving.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but the first thing they ask you now, are you using the app? The app? No, I just want my burrito. I don't want to use an app. I want
Cheers,
the
brother.
Burrito.
I would love
bring a lot of mild sauce because I'm going to squirt it all over the place. It's going to be right there.
Just be careful of that witch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
She'll be rearing her ugly head on Sunday night. Let me tell you.
I just can't. I know somebody has probably gotten your drive-through order, and they're like, "Why does that voice sound so familiar?"
You're the best, man.
Is that the default order? Is the burrito, Kevin? I have to know.
What's that?
Is that the default order? Is the burrito for you? Everybody has a default Taco Bell.
I'm getting it for the boss. I'm getting it for the boss, and she'll have a couple bites, and then I get 1.5. So it's easier because sometimes you give the order and they mess it up. You get home and you open it. I go, what? They got the wrong thing in there. So it's on the menu. It's right there. It's easily understood, and you get a couple of those in you, and you're set for the day. And you just kind of wonder where the wind's going to blow.
I know one direction it's going to blow.
Yeah, it's going to blow right in our booth on Sunday night.
Seriously.
Steve, what type of ball player were you?
I played in college, Division III basketball. I was pretty good.
Wow.
I could play. I played in the Garden my senior year. Then I lived in Vegas for many years, so I played with all those guys, Larry Johnson, and I know Greg Anthony since he was in high school, and Ricky Sobers, and there was one place to play in town, which is, I'm not joking, it was called the Sporting House. It is now Sapphire's Strip Club. That is where everyone played, and you had everybody there. All the UNLV Rebels, all the guys, if they would come to town, they would play, and it was some great runs there. Yeah.
Who's the best famous actor ball player that you've played with?
Woody Harrelson thinks he's good, but he was no good. He played with us. No good at all. He thinks he's good. I think Adam Sandler's okay when he was younger. I think David Duchovny could play a little bit.
Did you ever play at Larry Sanders' house? Larry Sanders used to have those.
Yeah, they used to have a game, but I don't know. I don't know if they were any good. I mean, Sarah Silverman was in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, she could be good. I mean, I don't know. I like Sarah. I like them all, but they used to play on Sundays there. Yeah, I don't know. Woody Harrelson really thought he could play. He's a way better actor than he is ball player.
And of course, I meant Gary Shandling, who played Larry Sanders. But yeah, those were legendary games. So we're going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. Our good friends at Circa are bringing us to Vegas, and I didn't realize you were the talent booker at the Riviera for a long time. Is that true? That's insane. Who's some of the big acts that you booked at the Riviera at the time?
Dennis Leary, Bill Maher.
Guys, there's a segment idea. It's going to be called Don't Be an Idiot with Marshall Harris.
Well, I'm not an idiot.
Middays 10 to 2.
Don't be an idiot.
On 104.3 The Score.
Oh, this is way too happy for this. Oh. You can sweep the Mets, too. And that's what the Cubs did. Now, I consider Mark Grote, this is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. That is the famous Mets song. And I am calling this segment Nihilist Baseball. Because it's my opinion that the SNY broadcast, Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, used to be back in the day with Kevin Burkhardt on sideline. He now of Fox Sports and the A-Team with Tom Brady. That was, I think it's far and away considered one of the best broadcasts, if not the best baseball broadcast there is.
They have the irreverent green light.
They do. And we love that because that's kind of the entire ethos of what we do in sports talk radio. And there's a lot of that just happens naturally on any baseball broadcast. But the Mets have gotten particularly dark in the past couple of weeks or so. I do feel like it started a bit with that Cubs 4-game sweep of the team.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to even the incredibly dry commentary regarding Pete Crow Armstrong.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, not only fast, but cuts the bases perfectly. And one of the worst trades in a long while by the Mets. Well, they got 6 good weeks out of Javi Baez, and whoopee, now they've got to watch this guy be a star.
I mean, they are just the goal of humor and sarcasm and light to tease and all of the things that you annotate a book with growing up. They are just fabulous. The delivery, the timing, everything.
Kids, that is the worst case scenario of a rental player. We've seen good scenarios with rentals. That is what you call the worst case scenario.
Well, they got 6 good weeks out of Javi Baez. But were they? Because then there was the whole thumbs down snafu and all of that happened.
That was Bregman.
Oh, my goodness.
I also love how the disgust with which he says he cuts the bases perfectly. It's just so hilarious.
They are so good at just explaining dysfunction the way they do. We know it here. You know, we understand baseball dysfunction and being in a big market and having that same kind of quality broadcast, but then also quality description of chaos. Look no further also than James Fegan's sense of humor. I mentioned this to Jim Margulis, who was on earlier with us here on the show today, of Sox Machine. And James is also incredibly dry. He's brilliant. He has a brilliant family as well. The guy's intelligent. And I crack up at how disruptive his posts are on social media where everything's supposed to be positive or commentary about politics or news or whatever. Like this on July 7th. Sports are hell, designed to torture us. And no, I'm not just thinking about a World Cup game that just ended. Here's the White Sox game thread and pregame notes.
That's hilarious.
I lost it. So then I started to notice, I'm like, James is on one, right? July 8th. The White Sox hadn't lost a home series since late April and hadn't been shut down since early April. The key word is hadn't. And it's just the picture of it's a graphic of a paper bag over a fan's head with the frown.
Perfect.
And then there was this from James Fegan on the 8th, 2 days ago. The good news about this game is that it's over. And this recap can be the last time you think about it. But not until you read it. Otherwise, it will be the last thing you think about before you die.
Oh, my God. Wow. Wow. The crescendo.
Just nihilism at its finest, baseball nihilism. And then he goes back to other stuff, like, as expected, Will Venables said Munetaka Murakami will be activated tomorrow.
Hey, everybody. Jacob Gonzalez sent down, by the way, if you hadn't heard that.
Yeah, that's part of the roster move. And his next update, I don't want to tell until you hear the background. It's been going around on the internets. Keith Hernandez went to a place that was so bleak. I asked Ray if we wanted to play it a couple days ago. And Ray, what was your reaction?
Oh, it's rough, man. It's rough.
It's rough.
It's a rough coming to a realization on the air. Like, probably it's something
Would you call it dark?
Keith, it's dark. Something Keith Hernandez has been stewing on, probably, like, mentally, and took an opportunity on the air to talk about
and
it.
Also, as elder millennials, I think Ray and I feel seen, because you would also feel seen, Mark. Our parents are not grandparents.
Oh, right.
Yours are. Your parents
My
are.
parents are.
But my parents, for example, are not grandparents, and I'm one of 4.
Oh, boy.
Now, there's a lot of time. There's a 14-year gap between me and my baby brother, for example.
I did not know that.
But listen to Keith Hernandez. This is a baseball game, and not just any baseball game. This is a baseball game before we've even gotten to the All-Star break.
I want to get back to the last half inning. You were talking about burning out the line.
Yes.
I didn't think that we could leave that unattended.
Very convoluted. Jessie, my oldest, has 2 kids. She's my adoptive daughter, so she's not in my line. So my brother has 2 kids, and they're in their 40s, and they're not married. I don't think they're going to have kids. My 2 in their 40s. They're not going to have kids. I won't go into one of them, how that's not going to happen. So the line is burnt. It's burnt. It's burned down.
Just ended.
I've got 2. Jesse's like my own, and Maggie and Charlie are my grandkids, and I love them very much. But
because ball 4 and Collins is on.
There's no passing down. We're done. My brother and I are done. We're done.
That all of your collective athletic skills and your charisma that you and Gary have brought to this earth,
it's
all
just
fizzled out.
It just seems like a terrible waste.
I'd have to say that you're right.
For the love of God, what happens in August?
Oh, man.
And also,
the lineage is dying.
Kind of the opposite of the concept of adoption in a way.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, man.
But I understand, being an athlete, why he was talking about the physical genetics. And then how dark that ended up sounding, which is also a snapshot of a lot of America. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But what do you talk about in August after the trade deadline, where the Mets are likely sellers?
That's amazing. I'll take this opportunity.
This is a baseball game.
I'd like to take this opportunity right now to thank both of my brothers for getting married and procreating and making grandparents and the lineage carrying on. I have not done my part.
And Ray, like, when you heard it, I know you just had this look of like,
oh yeah, because here's the thing about it, like, I can't relate to Keith Hernandez because I don't have kids.
We can relate to Keith Hernandez's sons.
That's right. And I'm sure, like, I was listening to Keith Hernandez and I was like, this is probably the, like, things that my dad thinks, but in Spanish. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably the thoughts he's having.
You're okay.
It's just fizzled out.
It just seems like a terrible waste.
Seriously, what the hell happens in August?
You might still get there, right?
Well, yeah, I know for dudes it's a different kind. It can happen anytime. But I don't know. Like,
right.
So I got married and divorced. And I got married younger. I was 25. I got divorced in my 30s. I was 30 when I got divorced. And then after the fact, my parents were like, you could have had kids. And I'm like, not in that marriage. And then I'm like, what? They told me that like much later. Like my mom was like, well, if you ever choose to be married again at some point, like I would like to be a grandmother. And then my dad was like, I've given up on her at one of the Thanksgivings. Very Persian dad of him. Very Persian dad.
Oh no.
But,
oh no.
My brother is 4 years younger than me. He doesn't have kids. And then, so now it's kind of down to like our baby brother and maybe my sister.
There's still hope.
And she's my stepsister, but I call her my sister because she really is. I grew up with her. She grew up with me. So that's why I'm kind of like, hey, Keith, like, hey, the family connection.
Easy.
I get the genes part of it because I think athletes, there is a discussion about genetics and all, but
yeah,
man,
ego.
I don't. Yeah, and like here you are, Uncle Mark over here.
Yeah, the uncle lifestyle is a good lifestyle.
Now,
I tell you, I can walk away.
Now listen, I ran into Mark Grote yesterday on the street.
Yeah.
And your assignment was to get dessert for your family cookout?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we're having a big Grote family cookout in the western burbs tonight. And I was told, so my brothers are handling, like, the heavy lifting, I would say. I will admit. They're getting, like, the steaks and the sides and the alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, so, of course, they're doing that. And I was told, my brother called me, and he said, your job is to bring the dessert. But
is he talking to you now like you're one of his kids?
Pretty much. But, and that's just the way it works. We all have our strengths and weaknesses in life. They said, but he was very specific. You can't just go to a grocery store and get dessert, okay? You can't do it like that. You cannot have somebody bake for you. You cannot have, because my buddy Dorfman is a fantastic baker.
The man does everything.
Not making stuff up. Like my brother said, you cannot have Dorfman do this. You have to either make it or go to a real bakery and pick up stuff.
That's also somebody else baking for you. What the hell?
I guess it kind of is.
Yeah, and in fact, that's more expensive.
But they allowed for it. Yeah, they allowed for that. So right. So I ran into you on State Street by what's the
Magnolia
Bakery.
You chose right.
I was right there. I was there. So yes, I am picking up stuff from there today on our. I'm looking forward to this. Our walk to the bakery. Layla and I will be walking to the bakery together today.
So I had a friend who works at SNY, and I was going to text him because we were trying to just to have a conversation about something completely separate. And that conversation with Keith Hernandez and Gary Cohen has caused me to pause. And I'm like, ooh, this might not be a good time right now.
Oh, man.
Cannot wait for the post All-Star break discussion out of those two.
We got the banana pudding, by the way, from Magnolia.
Well played.
As you recommended. I haven't had it yet.
Fabulous.
And some other stuff, too. So if families listening, they're like, banana pudding? Don't worry, I got a bunch of stuff.
It's world famous.
I overpaid.
Next is how many bears, because we got to get away from the nihilism.
Yes. Bears.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
He's a Band-Aid, and they made a trade because they had to. But when Jamison Tyone goes back into active status in the rotation, and then eventually Cabrera comes next, I don't know where Peterson fits in that rotation. He's going to have to learn to be one of those guys we talked to Tommy Hotovy about, probably coming out of the bullpen.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville. Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville, now open right at 3649 North Clark Street, serving your favorite Southern dishes and sides.
Richard Belzer, Rosie O'Donnell, that piece of garbage Ellen DeGeneres, David Spade, Rob Schneider, George Lopez. We could go down the line. Ray Romano, Kevin James, Drew Carey.
Wow. You've had
and on and on and on, you know.
You've had a few different lives there.
Yeah. Well, that's how I started acting. You know, I was booking the comics, and then Bruce Baum, Kevin Pollak put me in a couple of their HBO special and Fox special, and kind of got the acting bug, took some lessons, started auditioning, and that's kind of how it all started, you know, like that. But it was those guys. I worked with comic Bruce Baum, and he was very helpful for me at the beginning. And, then I just started taking it from there, and then I came to New York for a wedding, and I auditioned for The Sopranos.
When you're in Sopranos, while it's going on, not looking back, did you know that you guys had struck gold with the cultural importance of the show? Like, it just seems like the acting was so good on every level that it would have been hard to not believe that it was going to be a success.
Well, if you talk to the guys that were there from day one, I mean, I came on the second season. If you talk to Michael and Jim, used to tell me, and nobody knew that. Michael even thought it was like a farce, like it was a comedy. He didn't even know what to think of it, on paper. And Jim figured he'd just do the pilot, make some money, and move on. He didn't think it was going to be a hit. And then the reviews came out, and they were the most glowing reviews that you could ever get. It was like incredible. They were saying it was the greatest thing in pop culture ever, and on and on and on, all these big publications. Now, by the time I got there, I remember early on I happened to be shooting that day, and that's the day they were the first cable show to be nominated. 16 Emmy nominations. It was the first cable show, and it got nominated for 16 shows, and that kind of took it to a whole nother level, And so as you're doing it, it's really good stuff, really good material. It's just kind of incredible. You're looking forward to getting the script. It's that good, So as time went on, it took a little while, but, don't forget, they shot that first season. Nobody even knew who they were,
It's amazing.
They're shooting on the streets and nobody knew who they were.
It really kind of kicks off this entire era of prestige TV on cable and on HBO. And the whole concept of the anti-hero, which was not like a brand new thing, but really building a show around it. Because then you get Breaking Bad, you get even shows like The Shield, and like other shows started to pop up where the anti-hero was the thing. You're a sports fan, you're a sports guy. Do you root for the anti-heroes? You root for the bad guys who are great, or do you root for the good guys who are nice and clean, seemingly?
Bad guys in what way? Poor performers or bad people?
Bad people. Like they're human.
Dennis Rodman.
They're human flaws. Their frailty is obvious, like Tony's was. You know what I mean? Do you root for those people?
Listen, I think Tony Soprano, he didn't look like a TV star at all, right? Here he is, the star of the biggest show. He doesn't look like that. Usually it's a slick, good-looking guy. Here's an overweight, balding guy, looks much older than what he is, but yet he's a tremendous actor. Tony Soprano is a terrible person. He does everything under the sun. He kills people, he steals, he does drugs, he gambles, he cheats on his wife, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet we want this guy to succeed. We root for this guy. We love this guy. And I think that's mostly in the performance, of course, and the writing.
I guess what I'm asking is if you're an Aaron Rodgers fan.
You know what? Believe it or not, I'm not a football fan. I'm a big Yankee fan, a big Knick fan. I don't follow football. I just don't. Even though I got a movie coming out in December, Hallmark movie with the Buffalo Bills. We shot in Highmark Stadium, which was a lot of fun. But I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is kind of an ass, right? I don't know.
Nailed it.
That's what I read.
Nailed it. Way to play to the Chicago crowd, Steve. You nailed that. Killed it.
Listen.
How about Russ Dorsey telling Layla and Mark yesterday that a scout called him last year while looking at the White Sox prospects and told him that the shortstop, Sam Antonacci, is his favorite guy.
My favorite scout texted me and was like,
How many Bears?
Brandon Johnson was on here, and he admitted to the following.
Getting in and out of Soldier Field is an absolute nightmare. Let me tell you how bad it is. Bears versus Packers. I'm at the game. We're losing. I decide to leave to beat the traffic. Before I get out of the footprint, the Bears had come back to win.
For admitting it on a 50,000-watt AM/FM station that he left a Bears-Packers playoff game, which the Bears won early. He lost 10 Bears. He is at -5 Bears.
How many Bears?
I said it was going to be controversial.
On 104.3 The Score.
You know that music. That's Anthony Rizzo's music.
Turn it up if you're in your car. Just crank that.
It's also Mark Grote's music. And you know what's funny is that Lovable Reunion live podcast is next week. So maybe you get to combine the walk-up musics of you and Anthony Rizzo.
Overstimulation.
Absolutely. That's going to be a fun show. And in the meantime, it is time for another episode of How Many Bears? You heard the intro, and you probably know why we decided to revisit it on this Friday. Because AJ Pierzynski got to meet Pope Leo. Now, Mark, I know that you and I discussed, were we going to do it? Were you going to award Bears to AJ on the air? And you ultimately decided that you were. So let's listen back.
Well, this is going to be life-changing for you as well, AJ. You don't know this about me, but I do a scale of 1 to 10, but I use Bears as the scale, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. So I give out Bears to people if they do very Chicago things like you, AJ Pierzynski. Congratulations. This is a 9.4 Bears situation.
Wow.
9.4. Congratulations. How humbled are you at this moment?
I'm even more humbled than when I got to meet the Pope.
That's beautiful. 94, Robert Quinn.
AJ was in on the bit.
He was. I love that he rolled with it because you just never know. You just never know. So that is, since we... Actually, you're right. The Pope has had the highest amount of Bears.
14.
Yeah, 14. I feel like it probably should have been higher.
But looking back at it, Mark, did you ever think that you would be joining AJ Pierzynski on a radio show? Like when you were covering the White Sox for the Score.
Correct.
And that you would be awarding him Bears and that he would agree to the concept and yes and you on the air.
No, I didn't, nor did I think that A.J. Pierzynski of the 2005 White Sox team, which I did cover, as you said, would be the representative to meet the Pope.
And that the Pope's like, oh, I know who you are.
I know who you are. Yeah, because he's a White Sox P1.
I feel like we're getting a little desensitized to it at this point, the meetings of the Pope, because now it's just like, I feel like it's because it's such a, think about before he became the Pope. Bob Prevost.
Yeah,
like
Bob.
we
Just Bobby from the block.
Robert, right. Before this, the Pope was just, he was a larger-than-life character who was seemingly untouchable, and you had there was, to meet a Pope, you had to be a dignitary or someone of incredible importance to the world, and now it's like, guys we know are meeting the Pope.
So we've dumbed it down. We do
and
have
we're
to
trying
ask.
to give him every piece of sports memorabilia that exists. Like...
By the way, we do have to ask Podsednik. Write that down of our list of Podsednik questions. When you have him on at 1 o'clock, we definitely have to ask him about AJ being the representative to meet the Pope.
Yes. Like, and AJ said it was the greatest experience of his life.
Yeah.
Which, understandably so. But
he was humbled.
Has he gotten too accessible?
I think I know. You're right. He has. He is down. He is in the sandbox with us. I don't know if he should be there.
As a Catholic, we say, like, I'm not worthy to receive you. And I'm like, I don't really know that we are
and of
in
your
these
spirit.
cases, actually.
I think we need to send Grote to the Vatican to meet the Pope and give him his Bears.
But the fact that we can just conceptually do this.
We need to make it happen.
Does my Cubs stink? Is that going to hurt? Is that going to be contradictory?
Don't mention that.
Okay.
I don't know. Are you going to try to give him a Cubs hat?
I'll just be like, do you remember in the Boston game when the bases loaded and Orlando Hernandez El Duque came into the game? He's like, yes, my son, I do remember that.
As a fellow Cubs
Bears.
fan, I think, Grote, I think your reporter credential neutralizes your Cubsdom in that situation because you covered that team.
Yes, I traveled all over the place for the White Sox in that postseason. It was a blast.
I got to tell you, I was even taken back a bit when I went to the cathedral for Mass one time, and for whatever reason I had missed him in my previous visits. And Greg Sakowicz, who was Father Greg, was conducting the Mass, and I met him afterward because my friend I was with does a lot of work for the cathedral, and he's like, oh yeah, I watch White Sox pre and post game, and I'm like, What?
Very pedestrian sounding,
like
right?
amazing. He's like, oh yeah, I'm a big Sox fan, and I'm like, I thought that was cool.
What if God was one of us? That's really what we're talking about here. Just like a slob like one of us.
I mean, it's just incredible stuff, really, when you think about it.
Can I introduce, since we're short on time, one that's a big one? It's a
Okay.
major one,
Okay.
and we got to get it in because it happened at the beginning of this week. Bears quarterback Caleb Williams sent Pope Leo XIV a signed jersey over the 4th of July weekend.
I love Caleb Williams, and like he's just so game for everything Chicago and all his Chicago-ness. Since he wasn't I'm going to give him, Caleb Williams, for that. That's 8.1 Bears.
The Bears.
You know, if he would have gone, it would have been, handed in person, then we're talking about a different scale.
How many
8.1.
Bears did you give him for beating the Packers in the playoffs?
Did I give Bears out for that? I don't know that I have. That's different because we're not talking necessarily about things that happen on the field.
So he doesn't have like a running total of Bears.
Because that's probably a 10.
Yeah.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
how could that not be a 10 to beat the Packers in the playoffs and to come back from 18 down? That's probably 10 Bears if you'd like.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
So this has been another episode of How Many Bears?
Bears.
You might be giving out more Bears because our friend Scott Fitzegnick, my
Yes.
former colleague on said White Sox pre and post
your
game,
guy.
is part of a really fun concept the White Sox are doing. Mexican Heritage Night is going to be amazing tonight. And then they have the Alumni Home Run Derby. And I just love this idea. So we're going to talk to Scotty Pods about that. Maybe a little draft. Also, Mune coming back next.
Yes, my son. I do remember that.
Bet365 presents Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia. Heard right here. Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. Featuring the latest baseball storylines and all-star buzz.
Juan Soto with a go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 7th. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
It's the Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia with Grant Paulson of 106.7 The Fan in D.C. and Rob Bradford of WEE.
Yo, I'm scouting the White Sox right now, and the kid that everybody needs to keep their eye on is not one of their big boys. It's not Colson Montgomery. It's not Caro. It's not any of the pitching prospects that he's like the guy that's I can guarantee you will play in the big leagues for 12 to 15 years is Sam Antonacci.
Wow. Sam Antonacci, a 12 to 15-year big leaguer.
Come
on the south side?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
That goes back to one of my other pet peeves, and you'll love this, Dustin. Like, when we predict success for prospects, what can we just kind of 5 to 7 is fine with. I'll take 5 good years, man. I'll take 5 good years.
This isn't a prediction, David.
Okay.
It's a guarantee from an unnamed scout.
Think about what he just said. 12 to 15 years. In the year, where are we now? Okay, in the year 2041, Sam Antonacci is going to be waving to a crowd wherever the Sox are playing at that time, in the 78 or in Hammond or wherever, and it's going to be like a standing O for Sam Antonacci. Why? Okay, here's where I want to take a deep breath. Sam Antonacci is exactly who Russ Dorsey described him as. He's one of the best prospects in White Sox camp right now. So he has a chance to contribute this year. I would love to see him. I know you'll hate this. I would love to see him converted to an outfielder so he can play left field and they can find a spot for him. Because if he's got the bat and he's got the speed, I love the fact that he flipped his bat after taking Tyone deep. Wasn't it Tyone he took deep, I think?
No one can take 12 to 15 and turn it into 5 to 7 like Mr. David.
I know. I'm exaggerating too. I know I get carried away, but like 12 to 15 years, dude. How many prospects in the last 20 years have had 12 to 15 careers, 12 to 15 year careers for the Sox or the Cubs?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
So Antonacci bats in front of or behind Rock Chalowski?
Now, there's a guy.
Can we write up a little? Can we do a little batting order? How many shortstops can the White Sox have? And does one end up playing shortstop, one plays third, one plays second?
Don't you dare forget Billy the Kid Conrad.
That's right. There you go. He's the best defensive shortstop of all of them.
He's going to be there for 12 to 15 years,
He's going to be there for 18 years.
How many years will he be on the
school.
south side?
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
before they trade him, is that what your point is?
Right. Like, will he play 12 to 15 in the bigs or 12 to 15 with the Sox? And could they be the Hammond Sox?
Yeah. I mean,
Bill
look.
Carlson. I'm sorry. Billy Carlson.
Billy Carlson.
Not Conrad.
Billy the Kid. I know who you're talking.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, he was. They drafted him out of high school, and he's supposedly the best defensive shortstop.
Where's he going to play?
They can play anywhere, all of them. The problem is you're stuck on a certain second baseman that might not be able to continue to line up there if the shortstops keep
It's
coming.
a worthy chase.
Look, I love that idea. I thought it was a fun conversation that they had yesterday. Russ Dorsey started talking and saying it, and he got like 15 different guesses, mainly from Grote, about who he could be talking about. So that was kind of amusing. And eventually he did get Sam Antonacci. But I think it just underscores that the kid has done some good things at camp. He's a guy that Peoria Matt checks in. I'm worn out from all the Sam Antonacci talk. Touch them all, Matt. It's great stuff. I just love hearing that somebody is going to be okay. Someone's going to be good. That there's more on the way. That there's a possibility of guys being in a top 100 list and making it and actually playing and all the rest of it. I'm all for it.
But Dustin's onto something. Antonacci leads off. Rockbat second.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we're doing
Montgomery third. Mooney fourth. Let's go.
Wow.
Teal fifth.
Now that's next year?
As soon as we want.
Is that? When is that?
He's batting ninth. Speed.
Yeah.
Speed at the bottom. Switch hitter.
No, power. He hit the dinger yesterday.
Yeah, he hit a dinger.
That's right.
You're at the bottom of the order. You want your switch hitters batting ninth.
All right. Okay, we got to take a break. This is exhausting all of us. This constant talk about sports. I can't hear it anymore.
The White Sox.
But you know what my issue with the story is? That I'm tired of hearing about the environmental study. I'm tired of it, Lawrence. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? I know we have to talk about it, but what are we doing? And here's some other things as to why this is the worst story ever, okay? It is distracting us from a legitimately interesting and largely optimistic Bears offseason. It is distracting us from that. And two compelling baseball teams? How about the Bulls having the 4th pick and a loaded draft? We haven't even mentioned that in like 3 weeks because we got to talk about this worst story of all time.
Every time that there's a headline for this story, everyone thinks that the story is over.
This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Let's try our bass again.
Save big money at Menards.
That was better.
Podsednik hits one to deep right center field. Back at the wall. This ball is gone. Podsednik goes deep. His second and home run of the postseason. And the White Sox win it 7-6.
Yeah, you know what that is. That's one of the most important home runs in White Sox history, hit by our next guest, my former broadcast partner on White Sox pre- and post-game, the White Sox outfielder from 2005 to 2007 and again in 2009, World Series champion, 2005 All-Star, Scott Podsednik joining us on Rahimi Harrison Grote. Scotty Pods, how are you today?
I'm doing great, Layla. Can you just run that replay on loop there again? I'd like to hear it a few more times.
Is that what you need to pump yourself up for this alumni home run derby you got tomorrow?
I need anything I can get. So how are we doing, guys?
We're doing great. No, I was just thinking, like, now that home run was just played, and you're right, Scott, it never goes out of style to hear that Game 2 blast by you. I was lucky enough to be there covering it, and I know that it was Brad Lidge who gave up the home run. Any chance that Brad Lidge can be your home run derby pitcher?
Ooh.
I don't know. I think that was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that I hit out. I don't know what Brad Lidge has left in the tank these days, but it probably doesn't take much to get in on the hands of me these days. But I'm not sure who I'm going to be facing tomorrow, to be quite honest. I don't know if it really matters, but I mean, you guys know that it won't be because of a lack of effort if I'm not able to hit one out of the park.
That's amazing. By the way, real quick, just going back because it never gets old talking about that. And maybe you've answered this and it's out there. Were you trying to hit a home run in that spot?
Absolutely not. I got ahead in the count 2-0, and I stepped out of the box, and I remember looking at Ozzie, and he's shaking his finger. He's like, "No way, you take a pitch. I don't want you swinging."
Wow.
2-0. So I took a fastball right down the plate, right down the middle, and I stepped out, and I said, "There's no way he's going to throw you that slider." At that time, Brad Lidge was fastball slider, so I'm like, he doesn't want to walk you, so let's look dead red here. Look fastball, and I was just looking to put a good swing on it. I was not thinking home run by any means. I was just trying to find the barrel, but it was a good pitch to hit. I put a good swing on it, and luckily I got all of it.
That's incredible. Yeah, I don't know that we'd ever talked about that, whether or not the intent was there. The result we discuss a lot, Pods.
No, there were very few times I went up to the plate thinking about hitting a home run, Layla. I was, and even when the ball came off my bat, I mean, I knew that I had gotten all of it, but I was still at that time thinking extra bases. Let's get to 2 or possibly 3, depending on how that ball was going to carry them off the wall. But I got all of it, so I was a bit curious. But it was 45 degrees. It was cold. The ball wasn't carrying, so I was probably thinking 2 or 3 bases rather than thinking about that ball leaving the ballpark.
We'll get to the present, I promise. But now that we're stuck on this, like these questions, do you remember the sound of the crowd?
Well, that's a really good question, Mark. I was about to round first base, and in my peripheral, I saw Tim Raines throw his arm up. So I then looked out to right center field. I saw the ball leave the park. And from that point forward, I remember, because I have newspaper articles and pictures of it, I remember letting out a very primal just scream from the bottom of my gut. And from that point forward, it was just a blur. I don't recall hearing the crowd. I've obviously seen the footage a million times, and I just remember meeting the crew at home plate and getting mobbed, and it was pretty much what I remember, just mayhem from that point all the way till we got into Houston that night. So, no, so to answer your question, I don't exactly remember the crowd. I just remember this out-of-body experience, and something that, outside of the birth of my children in competition that I've never felt before and, have not felt since.
Wow. Well, I have goosebumps now from head to toe, Layla. I don't know about you. Wow.
Yeah, I have like the movie soundtrack theme, where it's like the triumphant or the natural or something and you're rounding the bases. Like that's what it feels like. Like everything's in slow motion and the soundtrack is like building behind you. You're in like a movie, but it's real life.
Yes, and when we get to Houston, and I remember we had an off day the next day, and we go to the field to work out. I mean, I was still, in this high, so to speak, and just kind of asking myself, what the heck just happened? And now that I've, 20 years have passed, and you've had time to reflect back on that year, that series, that group of guys, you get these warm, fuzzy feelings when you start talking about it and thinking about it, and seeing how much it affected not only the White Sox organization, but this city of Chicago, the passion of those Southsiders down there, still to this day, the appreciation and love that they have for that team down there and the love they have for that 05 team. It's just always fun to share these kinds of talks and share the memories and talk about what happened 20 years ago. Never gets old.
Nope.
No, absolutely not. And it's, we've talked to you about some great moments, especially with honoring that team. Your part, as we discussed, of giving the announcement to Ozzie about his number being retired, and that was wonderful. And then they have this great idea for this alumni home run derby. I think this is awesome. Well, how did you get approached about this, and what did you think of the concept?
I think it is a great idea. Last time I was in town, they approached me and told me about the idea they had and asked if I would be interested in hitting in that. And I looked at Downey with a puzzled look on my face, and I said, okay, I'm going to remind you of two things before I answer. One, I was a leadoff hitter, and I only hit 42 career home runs.
You can't ground the ball out of the park. You just can't. Yeah.
And second, I'm 50 years old. So he started laughing and said, look, it's for entertainment purposes. You can say no. But, I mean, how do I say no to that? So I said, yes, I'll absolutely do it. So I agree with you guys. I think it's a great idea. I hope us players can hit some out of the bike. Look, no promises, okay? I was at the field yesterday, and the wall looked extremely far away. And the field looked so big, bigger than it did 13 years ago. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to try to hit one out. And then, once after I found out I was competing in this, I picked up a bat from the garage, and Mark, it felt extremely heavy.
Oh, I bet. Felt like about a 38 ouncer. Yeah.
How am I going to get this thing through the zone? So, but again, I'm trying not to put too much pressure on myself. I haven't been in front of a crowd in 13 years. I have not done anything like this. So I know the adrenaline's going to be flowing. I'm going to try to have fun with it and not take it too serious. But I know there's going to be that competitive side of me that comes out, and I'm going to want to try to hit homers. But again, I am 50 years old, so no promises.
We got it. All the excuses you got out there. Okay, so it's you. You got Jose Canseco.
Incredible.
You got Gordon Beckham. You got Lurie Garcia. Daniel Polka going to be out here. Alexei Ramirez going to be out here. Who are you most looking forward to watching, man?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how all those guys, fare in batting practice. I don't know if they've taken any batting practice anytime lately, but I'm going to be honest. I'm really excited and looking forward to seeing Jose Canseco take some swings. I think he is somewhere around 61 years old. I thought I was kind of on the older side to compete in something like this, but to have him, coming out at 61 years old, getting in there and taking rips at it, I'm really excited to see how he's going to fare. But let's see, you got Gordon, all those. I think Alexei's in his 40s, isn't he?
He's like 44, I think. Yeah.
But I think he's still been playing. He's been getting some at bats as of late. But those other guys are in their 30s. I feel like if you're in your 30s, you still should be able to hit somebody in the ballpark. So I'm excited and looking forward to it.
Yeah, Alexei Ramirez played for Cuba in the World Baseball Classic.
Absolutely. So he for sure is going to hit some out of the park. Absolutely so.
And then you and I covered teams with Daniel Polka and Lurie Garcia. Polka can hit a line drive out of the park. I wonder if he might be the dude in this too.
Absolutely. I don't know what kind of shape Jose is in, at his age, but I would think Polka, with as big and strong as he is, and then obviously Alexei having at bats here as of late, they probably got to be two of the favorites, I would think, going into this thing.
Scotty Pods, what do you think about your ex-team, the way they played this year, and the sort of revelation that the 2026 White Sox have been?
Well, they are playing some exciting baseball. They really are. I know the fans are excited and pumped up as to what kind of baseball they're playing. But, when I watch this crew, I see a group that's playing together, playing with one another. They're playing for one another. The attitude and the spirit in which they take the field has just been completely different than some of the clubs we've seen over the last 3 years. So that's been refreshing to see. They're playing 27 outs. They're going to come at you all game long, regardless of what the scoreboard says. And I think that's, something to talk about. And I know the fans appreciate that. So they're doing the little things. They're much more fundamentally sound team now. They're bunting. They're playing good defense. So I think there's some things to be excited about this current club. So I've enjoyed watching this first half. But again, there's still a lot of baseball to be played. They don't give trophies out to teams who have 1 to 2, even 3 good months. You got to be able to withstand that level of play over 162 games. So there's going to be some ebbs and flows, some ups and downs, and we're just going to have to see how this young group is going to respond, if they find their backs against the wall.
We're talking to Scott Podsednik, former White Sox outfielder, White Sox pre- and post-game partner of mine on NBC Sports Chicago. And Pods, I will say this. I know you like to run still in the heat in Texas at this time of day. So I do think that maybe, just maybe, if, the home run number isn't a good one, maybe you challenge these guys to a couple sprints or two, huh?
Well, that or, I was wondering if inside the park home runs count, Layla. If I get, to 8 swings, I may try to hit 2 in the gap and make it around the bases. See if those would count.
I'm just saying, there's always alternative skill sets that we can challenge here. There's always, how this goes in football. There's always some guy who tries to run the 40. Rich Eisen has made it a tradition at the combine. There's always somebody who thinks that they can still run a 40 pretty well, too.
Well, I know, and the mind says, "Hey, yeah, I can get out here and still do this." But as the years pass by, that body has a way of reminding you, "Hey, you just can't do those things that you used to be able to do." But I do agree with you. My skill set would be I would probably be a little more favored if there was a 40-yard dash or a 60-yard dash for sure.
What was your 40-yard dash, Scott Podsednik?
I was in the high 4.3s in high school. That was on a track, and that was really the only reason I got drafted was because I could run a little bit. So I was really unpolished as a player. I had to learn how to play the game, had to learn how to bunt, learn how to play the outfield, learn how to hit. But I think the reason why I got the opportunity and kept getting opportunities in the minor leagues was because I had the ability to run, which is something that you just can't teach.
You got to be proud of that, man. I mean, really. I mean, to as you said, you're a speed guy. You can run. How proud are you of your career based on that, man?
Well, it took me a while to embrace that. I feel like it's important for players to understand who they are, to figure out what their skill set is and what their strengths and weaknesses are. And, it took me a while to kind of figure out who I was and what I was going to do on the baseball field to make myself the most valuable. And it took me a while to figure out, but, I learned that I was not going to drive in a lot of runs. I was not going to hit a lot of home runs. I was going to have to try to be, the player based on the skills that I was given, and that was the ability to run, some decent hands, lay some bunts down here or there, get yourself in scoring position. So it took me a while, but I finally figured it out and finally got in and had some fun with it.
We love to talk about it, Pods. This has been a lot of fun. And then also, speaking of the draft, this is a little inside baseball, but I think you know where I'm going with this. So Grady Emerson out of Fort Worth Christian, the shortstop, is now, a lot of people think, may go 1-1 overall to the White Sox that we talked about. Fort Worth, for example. How do you explain just the level of instruction and what the skill sets are of these high school players? Bobby Witt Jr. is another one who came from Tarrant County, and the experience they're getting from just the massive amount of big league guys like you who are still there and able to help them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Layla, when my kid was playing baseball when he was younger, and I got a chance to see how serious and how competitive these 8, 9, 10, 12 on through 14-year-old leagues are, and the number of games that they are playing now. They are not messing around. In these bigger schools, they're pretty much picking a sport at an early age and going all in and trying to hone their skills in that specific sport. So you're right. We're seeing some of these players at the high school level that have been playing, this one sport their entire lives. And, they've got some skills and they've got instruction from guys who have been there and done it and are able to, articulate it. So I've heard this kid from Fort Worth Christian can flat out play. It was one of the scouts with the Sox. I forget his name, but said that he's, for sure the best high school shortstop that he has ever seen. So, and getting instruction and getting to play under a guy like Rusty Greer, who played that many years in the major leagues. I mean, that is just great timing for that kid to be able to feed off that experience. So I don't know exactly who the Sox are taking. I don't even know if they know for sure yet, but it's going to be exciting. I think they got 2 really, and even 3 really, really great talents that they're going to be able to choose from. So it should be exciting.
Yeah, Scott Podsednik was the 85th overall pick of the 1994 draft. That's the Paul Wilson, the New York Mets pitcher, was the top of that draft. Ben Grieve, number 2 to the Oakland A's. Dustin Hermanson, who was on that White Sox team in 2005. But what is the feeling when you get drafted? Did you know you were going to get drafted? I know you're being very modest about your skill set, but did you know you were going to get drafted, and how did that feel?
Well, there were my junior year in high school. There were scouts that started showing up at my games, and I was all new to that. It was playing just at a small 3A school there in West, just about 15 miles north of Waco. So I had put my pressure on myself. There for a while, I didn't perform up to my abilities because I was trying to impress the scouts. But I remember my dad pulled me aside, like, "Hey, forget about it. Just go out there, have fun, play your game. The rest will take care of itself." So I was able to, settle down. But the experience was really new to me. I tried to just focus on going out and playing the game and having fun. Then I ended up getting drafted in that second round by the Rangers and didn't know what to do. I grew up wanting to play for the University of Texas. I went ahead and signed with the Rangers to start my professional career. Got on a plane for the first time. I'd never flown prior to that, and find myself in the Gulf Coast League in Port Charlotte, Florida, starting there in 1994, and went on to play 9 years in the minors before I broke in for good. So it was a really neat experience. I learned a lot about myself, about the game, about what it was going to take to be a professional. So it was just a really neat experience.
Outstanding. Scotty Pods, we love being able to cover so many topics with you. The Home Run Derby is going to be amazing. I think it's great you're participating in this. Good luck.
Thank you. You bet. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed talking with it about you guys.
Thanks, Scotty.
Always
appreciate
like talking to you, Pods. That's fantastic stuff. Yeah,
really
it's gonna be fun. So you can stay after the game, White Sox A's, to watch Jose Canseco, Alexei Ramirez, Scott Podsednik, Daniel Polka, Leguria Garcia, and Gordon Beckham in the Alumni Home Run Derby.
Canseco's easily other than Scotty Potts, of course.
No, you know what?
Canseco's the most interesting part of this, right? Of course.
Well, but here's the other part of this is he's right. Like, okay, I feel like Pods is doing what I'm doing with this, which is I'm thinking about my memory of Jose Canseco and just how we're talking about guys being menacing when you come up to the plate.
Oh, he's the top of the hill.
I mean, do you remember when he hit the target sign? I forget. It was something like 450 feet. And it looked like it was like 520. It was like one of the early 90s years, like 94. I just remember thinking like, this man is unstoppable. Like I've never seen anything like
Rip it. He had that wiggle. He had that like the crouch and the wiggle. Like, come on, get it to me.
It was just wildly bizarre to see where the ball went when he would hit it. And I feel like my memory of this is making me give him the advantage.
Okay. I am not going to deny that. I'll have to think about it more, but I like that possibility.
What if Gordon Beckham comes out there and he's like, you guys didn't even talk about me, and I'm on the TV every day, and then he goes out there and just rips all the home runs and he wins.
He always makes jokes about himself. That's one of the beautiful parts about Gordon Beckham, who was such a promising prospect for the White Sox. He's got a sense of humor about himself, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like we're underrating Gordon Beckham on all of this. But then I feel like Gordon Beckham is underrated in general. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harrison, Grote, we're getting ready for Bears training camp. Like Mark had to come to the realization that he needed to figure out at least the early part of your schedule for Bears training camp.
Yeah, like it's coming soon.
And the other part of this is, wait a second, this is not going to be the Bears' first training camp under Ben Johnson. They get to add to what they built.
We're doing it again.
So let's preview and discuss the differences that could happen and what we might see in this next training camp. Next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score.
The story's not over.
It's
better bet. Good better bet. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. Good gets better. Be good gets better. And he better gets better. He better gets better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3. Bears.
Does it go from good to better in year 2 of Ben Johnson's training camp?
Ooh. I think yes. It's got to be better because my guess is, Layla, this year, Ben Johnson will not necessarily be running on the field and stopping the plays because they're not ready and they're not getting out of the huddle quickly enough and getting up to the line of scrimmage fast enough. I don't think he'll be yelling at Cole Kmet and Caleb Williams. And yeah, that's right. That was the point at which, by the way, last year, I knew Ben Johnson was different because I believe it was inside the Walter Payton Center during the off-season program where, and I don't want to oversell this like it was something like super demonstrative, but there was a point where Ben Johnson was getting in the face of Cole Kmet, who just felt almost immune to that kind of stuff because he is such a smart player and was such for the previous regime and this regime now, a guy who does everything right, which he does, but at that moment he wasn't doing something right, and the coach was getting on Cole Kmet, and I was like, oh, okay. Stand by, everybody. And then it just sort of took off from there. That was before training camp and before Ben Johnson was running out on the field and yelling at guys and blowing the whistle. So, yes, I think that based on that, things are going to be very different and easier for a lot of players in camp this year. Not for the youngins necessarily. Right. I shouldn't say easier. That's a bad word to use as it pertains to Ben Johnson, but there'll be a better flow.
Smoother process.
Thank you.
Well, and we know process is everything in the NFL.
Yes.
And it's funny you mentioned that it was Cole Kmet because at that point, so go back a year, and then what did we hear months before that? Was him talking about how the Bears weren't practicing well enough. This is what he had asked for.
That's a great point.
And he was one of the vocal leaders about that. He came out in the media and said, we weren't practicing well enough. And then remember, we asked Jalen Johnson. The afternoon show asked Jalen Johnson, and that's when he said, Cole never lied. And then he went into how unorganized and how just it seemed like it wasn't professional what was going on, the way they were practicing.
Amen. That is such a great call right there. I remember the frustration of Cole Kmet and him being very direct with the assembled media at Hallis Hall when we were in there, that we couldn't really narrow it down. I think we were trying to figure out the who and the what that was going on in those practices, like who is not being serious in the practice. But you're right. Cole Kmet was making a point of that. And so I guess when he got it a little bit, he probably had to appreciate it, you know?
Yeah.
If Cole was in the wrong place for a play, he was in the wrong place for a play. He had to have appreciated that you were not going to get away with crap with Ben Johnson.
No, and then it was Courtney Cronin that was the impetus, the inspiration for the segment, because she brought up how last year at this time, if you remember, and it was really a couple weeks after this, last year at this time, this was a rough training camp for Caleb Williams too. Go back and listen to how he described the year 1 of training camp.
It's a hell of a lot more fun for me than it was last year, just because it was, I was sent to Coach Stews. It was like, dude, I felt like I was drowning, trying to breathe, or stay alive and wait for a boat to come around. Last year, now this year, it's like I said earlier, it's being able to start where we finished last year, play calls and words and verbiage and speak the same language. And now it's been able to grow more from an earlier stage than, maybe doing it, maybe a little bit earlier in the season or halfway through the season. And, speaking on things that, really helps throughout the year and, later in the year. And so that's the advantage.
To describe it as drowning, that's heavy, man.
Right.
I mean, really. And I'm not surprised because we could see it. I didn't realize how much it was affecting Caleb Williams, though. I mean, obviously there's a point where he probably was like, I don't know if I'm going to handle this. Are we going to?
We saw visible frustration. You saw it for yourself.
Right.
You saw viral videos exemplify that.
I said it I've said it to Weeder a million times, and we talk about it on the podcast to this day on Take the North, discussing we didn't know if they were going to make it. the way, like, just watch, and we give the loud examples that we all report, but you could just watch any of the training camp practices that we were privileged enough to be able to watch in its entirety. And you wondered, and you wanted to see that based on what happened in the previous season, Shane Waldron and whatnot, that there had to be, yes, there had to be antithesis, the word you used early in the pre-show meeting. One of my favorite words, by the way. I love a good antithesis.
It perfectly describes the opposite.
It perfectly does do that. So you needed that. So while you accepted it, you did wonder early on. It felt fragile, I guess is the word that I will use. Drowning and fragile.
What's interesting is you guys also felt the same thing that the head coach was communicating.
Yeah.
He didn't just make Caleb Williams feel like he was on some ground that wasn't steady yet. I feel like he did that with you guys. Like, out of empathy and observation, you guys were feeling that too.
Yeah. And Ben Johnson was pretty honest and open about it, but I think that's the point here. Like, this is, I don't know, I can't predict exactly what Ben Johnson is going to be like in year 2, but there were things that had to be installed, Dennis Allen. Installation was the big part of last year, and maybe now there can be focus on getting through the rudimentary stuff, the very basics, the plan, the system, all of that. Now it's a different animal. It doesn't mean that Ben Johnson's not going to be at the same intensity level. It's just that his intensity is going to be redirected to other parts, which is great.
Well, we've heard that out of Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen talked about how he focused too much on scheme and not enough on fundamentals.
Exactly.
So we have yet to see how that goes. Also in this article that Cronin wrote, and it was just essentially a preview of what reset, like, let you know what happened last year at training camp. She also brought up the day of hell, and you've talked about that. There was a particularly grueling day at training camp. It was incredibly hot, and Ben Johnson was trying to make a point that day in training camp. I wonder if that comes back in a way.
Yeah, I believe it was after the Soldier Field practice, which they have talked about and discussed about the relativity factor of where they were that day to the end of the season is just astounding, because that was not a good day. He was asked about that. Ben Johnson was in the offseason program about the day of, I think it was Herb Howard who actually asked him about the hellish practice. Ben Johnson was kind of coy about it. He kind of played dumb. He was kind of like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're saying here.
Evil.
But there were some days, man. I mean, ask Montez Sweat about some of the days, some of the training camp practices.
It's quoted in this article.
Oh.
He worked the blank out of us. Defensive end Montez Sweat said, we just was all on one accord. Everybody was on the same page, and everything was really about winning. If it wasn't about winning, then it was non-existent.
Wow.
Now that's a quote.
Wow, I love that. And he also said, I don't know if it's that article, but said that, like, Ben Johnson is all about winning, and he's the why. He's the why on why the Bears were straightened out last year and won 11 games and beat the Packers in the playoffs.
This is a really broad description of how I'm going to also measure the Bears season. We've talked about the improvement of Caleb Williams. How many wins does that represent? Yeah. And then there's also the aspect of Ben Johnson wants to embarrass his opponents.
Yeah, we're going to get that this year?
Because we lived on the edge last year.
Not a lot of embarrassment.
It was the most one-score games you could possibly handle. Yeah. They were incredibly stressful. We all know that. George McCaskey talked about his health watching the games. Caleb Williams had said, we want to win with a lead. We want to play with a lead earlier in a game. That's going to be the question. I think that is a vision of what Ben Johnson wants the goal to be. If he really wants to embarrass his opponent. Unfortunately, he was still on the other side of one of those from his former team, and to go 0-2 against the Lions, I would imagine that's something that he would want to change, have that other side of it where the embarrassment aspect is there, and that you're avenging some demons from last season.
And that goes hand in hand with completing the process of making Caleb Williams a great quarterback. great stuff. 8 comeback wins, 7 in the fourth quarter. Great. Caleb Williams, he showed me that he can make elite throws. Now let's just get this down for the complete game for 4 quarters of football, and then you may have a team that demolishes some opponents. I
can make any throw.
Yes. We learned that last year. And that truth or that dream, that goal of embarrassing teams can be lived out if number 18 just adds a couple more parts by quarters.
Plays and structure.
His repertoire. Plays and structure to his repertoire. And then we're talking, and I know every single Bears fan listening right now would love to see that.
That's true. But I wonder how much they're going to drill down on that in training camp so they can make it just muscle memory and practically unconscious in games.
I don't know if the defense will appreciate that. That would be funny if his goal is to just blow out and embarrass his own defense, the Dennis Allen defense.
Oh, I was thinking about the plays under structure. I'm thinking about the simple routes and just the screen passes.
I was still thinking about embarrassing teams, but yes.
You know what? Because that's the right attitude to have, is to embarrass teams.
Yes.
But I do wonder how that becomes real in this next season.
Well, it is. It's exactly what you said. It's getting the easy passes, accuracy,
moving methodically down the field.
Yes, right. The completion percentage thing, which goes hand in hand with the accuracy thing. Let's hope the Bears, and this is not all on Caleb Williams. Let's make the receivers better, not dropping as many footballs as they did last year in key predicaments. I mean, we can go back. He's probably got the 4,000 yards if there wasn't a few drops and a few plays, and some of it's on Caleb. But I can definitely say that if the drops weren't there, Caleb Williams is the Bears' first 4,000-yard passer, which I would imagine he will be this upcoming season. Barring injury, which hasn't been part of his story with the Bears. Talk about a durable, knock on that wood. He is as durable as any quarterback in the NFL.
You know how they had the QB1 party?
Yeah.
Hawkins and Spiegel?
Yeah.
Do we do a 4,000 yards party?
Absolutely.
I think we have to.
I mean, come on, the whole city. There should be a parade. I mean, this is something that we need to start planning this now.
A 4,000 yards parade.
Right. A 4,000 yards parade.
I kind of love it, actually.
Yes.
And even the broadcast.
Caleb Williams makes you feel things.
Inappropriate.
What?
Well, and we were laughing because, even the broadcaster got onto it. I think it was Burkhardt who was like, well, in Chicago, everybody wants this 4,000-yard marker, and it's become this goal. Yes, KB.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
You don't know what we've been going through. You don't understand.
I actually think he does.
Do we have to break out the Jonathan Quinn, Matt Barkley list of Bears quarterbacks of the past?
I don't know that's...
Chad Hutchinson. I'm sorry. Don't let me do this, Layla. Stop me.
Chad Hutchinson? I won't,
Moses Moreno. Stop me. Will Fuhrer. No.
I love Tyson.
Tyson Bagent. No, he's cool.
Yeah, Tyson gets used as a symbol, but I actually feel like he probably doesn't want to be.
Of what? A symbol? Because he's the best student.
Yeah,
kind of
or
thing.
just,
the best pupil.
Yeah. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer were both umpires? No way. All right, we'll hear it next.
I will try to control myself a bit.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
It still has been, from a football perspective, one of the most fun off seasons for a while. I mean, there's some things that have been disappointing in terms of who they didn't get, but I like where you're going because I know this is to refocus on the genius offensive play caller in our midst, the quarterback whisperer as well, who seems to have a marriage with Caleb Williams, which is frankly exactly what you dream of your franchise having.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville. Hattie B's Hot Chicken is heating up Wrigleyville. Now open right at 3649 North Clark Street. Serving your favorite southern dishes and sides. Heat level ranging from sweet and smoky to all the heat you can handle. Visit HattieB.com or download the Hattie B's app to place your order today.
Hi, I'm Patty.
But I was thinking about all the people they didn't give a big money extension to. Chris Bryant. and Anthony Rizzo the second time around, and Javi Baez, and like and Kyle Tucker, and they tried with Bregman last year, but all the people they chose not to invest in, this is the guy that they were able to convince Tom Ricketts to invest in. And Jed talked about how he couldn't feel better about the person they're investing in. A lot of stuff in that regard from Alex Bregman. And when he talked about what kind of player he is, it got me thinking about what the investment means and what kind of window is really opening for the Cubs. This is part of Alex Bregman's opening statement.
I'm a winning baseball player and focused on winning. And in talking with Jed and Carter throughout this process, I know that the Cubs organization is focused on winning. And I'm looking forward to doing that and winning a championship here.
So everything about Bregman, everywhere he's ever been, has been about pushing himself and his teammates to be the very best they can possibly be. And he chooses this place after lots of careful conversation about, are you guys going for it or not? What are you doing?
And because of the conversations that he had with this front office last year. Like that played a significant, that's what he said, that it played a role in him doubling back when he had the opportunity.
But there is a standard that he's expecting, and now the Cubs are signaling to him and to Boris Core and to you, the fan, that this is a go-for-it time. Like we've all kind of been urging them to do. The standard is now...
The standard?
World Series. You are announcing yourself as a team that should be expected to battle for the World Series right now and next year and the year after that and for the duration of this contract. And when you sign somebody like this with everything we know about him and why he made this choice and everything you're telling us about him, you are saying that he's going to help push you forward. And for the duration of his contract, the Cubs should be a World Series caliber contender every damn year. And that is different than the way this thing has felt since they unloaded Yu Darvish and non-tendered Kyle Schwarber and downsized and then slowly built it back up and went for it with this sort of, well, we're good enough to win the National League Central. Oh, no. Now you're telling us, and you're supposed to be good enough to win the whole damn thing every year of this 5-year contract. Let's go.
I agree with 90% of what you're saying, but I'm going to need the Cubs to back you up because they still have to replace the offensive production of Kyle Tucker. And just bringing in Alex Bregman doesn't do that. They still need more from that right field position. Whoever, it doesn't have to be bringing Kyle Tucker back, although that would be fine. That's still something that they have to do before they break camp.
Well, what if I told you that Matt Shaw's going to play some out there and he's pressed to the bottom of the roster because they're not going to trade Nico Horner, and that Seiya Suzuki's going to play a lot more right and Mo Baller is going to play a lot of DH. Like Matt Shaw is depth now. He's not somebody you're counting on to be an everyday player. That is a step forward to me as well.
It is a step forward, but if you're in World Series mode, don't stop now, boys.
And maybe they won't. But that another bat is something they could add along the way very, very easily. So, like, they're going to be in go-for-it mode, and that means every trade deadline. I want to see them aggressive at every trade deadline. I want to see them aggressive next offseason. And you've announced the standard. You've announced yourself as one of the big boys. So if you're not going to spend like that at the very, very tippity top, you've at least got a guy now who's gonna elevate you, and I want to see you elevate every piece of the roster moving forward.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and like I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get in a shower, I dry my hair, put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Well, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on The Score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's questions?
Oh, I see what you did there, Tyler Buterbaugh. This is a low-key troll because we are undergoing construction here at our Odyssey Chicago studios, and they're giving away free CDs. And one of the CDs that I took, I don't have a CD player, but I'll figure it out, is the promotional copy of How Do You Want It? It was just hanging out.
Oh, nice.
There's so many good albums and CDs that we took.
I saw some of that stuff. I know Tannehill probably was just in heaven.
He was. He took a ton of records. Yeah, so that was the nod there, thanks to Tyler Buterbaugh. In the meantime, we talk a lot about George McCaskey being a referee. Yeah. A high school umpire, too.
Yeah. It's just, which to this day is still just amazing.
It is.
Shout out to George for umping.
He actively exercises trying to have humility.
He does.
He does a lot of that. Like when he walked, you remember, didn't he walk like 100 miles?
Yeah,
that was in honor to his family, right?
I think it was an honor to his family. I remember him circling, doing laps around training camp with his training camp hat on. Nobody ever said George wasn't a great guy. He is a great guy.
Yeah, absolutely. To a man, and that side of him, absolutely. But he apparently is not the only one who's umpired. Both Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer have as well, and they discussed it yesterday in the Orioles broadcast.
Now, Ron, when you were playing, wouldn't you have appreciated knowing that you had caught a ball to have the umpire not only make the physical call, but the vocal call, out, or whatever it would be? There is a pitch in there for a strike to Gunnar Henderson. If
Absolutely,
you guys, And if you want me to make that sound again, you heard it.
Yeah, Well, it was a flashback to your umpiring days back in the day when you were in college. I understand.
Times were tough. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back by Gunnar Henderson.
We have had some pretty funny stories off the air about us both umpiring when we were younger, trying to make a few bucks in between our own ball games. That's,
Double headers were very common.
Yeah.
Summer ball, American Legion. Here's a fly ball to center. That's going to be caught by Pete Crow Armstrong, and that's out number 2. I think there was one day I was in college, Ron. If you can believe it, I umpired 4 games in one day.
Yeah.
You had the plate and the bases for 10 o'clock in the morning and noon.
Yeah.
And then afternoon you played at 4 and 6.
Yeah.
I did. I said, I'll take all 4.
Yeah, right. Yeah, make a day of it and make a few bucks. That was always important when we were that age. It's important now.
Well, they asked me. I said, make me an offer. That's kind of where I got that saying.
So now, was that a side hustle or was that the hustle?
That was the only hustle in those days. Pete Alonso, the batter. Alonso with a homer in this series, 2 for 9. And a toss to first is not in time. I could see you being an umpire.
Yeah, I was. I'll never forget calling a young kid out on strikes and him crying at home plate.
Did you change your mind?
No, I didn't. I did feel bad, though, but I was like, maybe you should try another sport.
Were you talking to the kid or yourself?
No, the kid.
Okay.
This is the only gig I had. It was baseball or nothing.
1 and 2. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball. It's not easy. It's not easy to be a referee or an umpire or an official in any sport. And I think it's good for ball players or guys who become broadcasters, to be honest with you, to umpire and referee a little bit. And you certainly learn the rules better than you would have otherwise. And you realize just how hard the job is.
Yeah, it's not easy. You know what I really enjoyed as far as that goes? I enjoyed refereeing basketball. I did younger high school, freshman, sophomore basketball, grade school. I enjoyed the basketball refereeing.
That's great.
This is going to sound like the most old man thing, but I did also umpire, not at the level, never at the college level or even the high school level, just little league stuff. It was $10 behind the plate. $5 for the bases.
Oh yeah, you take that money
straight cash. Like they would, like literally, you get an envelope. You do the job. Here's your envelope. That was a big $10 though. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Like that at that time, that age, that was an absolutely beautiful thing. And I did love to. My favorite mechanic was strike 3, pulling the cord. Pull the cord. Yeah.
Did you turn with it? Yeah. Did you do the little turn?
Oh yeah.
Did you put your shoulder back, put some sass in it?
Yeah. That unfortunately, that's pre everything in the world being videoed, or else there'd be taping me pulling the cord for little Johnny at the plate. I didn't have to worry about curveballs and sliders and things like that. It's not hard to umpire the Little League.
That is so true. This is also kind of Little League-ish. This is a story that has developed over the last hour on our show. Are the Red Sox still here? This came out an hour ago. The plan remains for them to play the Mets tonight, but they've got to make it to New York first. They have a plane issue. So they've been stuck here. They were supposed to, you fly out after a 3-game set. They had a day game. So they've been stuck in Chicago for how long? They probably got there, got all the way to the airport, got to their plane last night or yesterday after the game. And then they had to wait, and then now they're still here.
There's a game tonight. You guys can do. They can do the tarps off. They can go join the White Sox fans in the upper tank. Well, there'll be no available seats tonight, though.
Guys, what? Oh no, the Mets broadcast tonight. What happens if the other team doesn't even show up? What are
try another sport?
They'll be happy.
Do they just let Gary Cohen and Keith Hernandez talk about whatever?
Keith Hernandez is going to be stuck thinking about how his kids don't have kids.
Yeah, he's still reeling about that.
Gary Cohen's going to be like, "This is the best game the Mets have played.
Just a
perfect game this season."
No doubt.
There is no way I can reach the base of Gary Cohen. That would be the goal of my lifetime. They're just so good.
This is his last. I think this is his last. Is he retiring after this year? I love when I ask questions on the air that I don't know the answer to.
No, you asked me in the break, actually, and I didn't know either.
This is about Gary Cohen you're asking?
Yeah, the Mets' longtime play-by-play announcer. Wait, he's the radio guy?
Yeah, no, he's TV.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait.
You're thinking of Howie?
I am thinking of Howie. I am sorry.
Here you are trying to retire Gary Cohen.
I'm sorry. It's Howie was on my brain. Howie is retiring after this year. I'm pretty sure.
Well, caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670, will win 2 tickets to the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage on Tuesday, August 4th. Ian Happ joins us, Rahimi, Harry, and Grote. Poor Marshall. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Harry.
Yeah, Rahimi, Harry, Harris, and Grote for a live chalk talk during the 12 p.m. hour with lunch provided by Wildfire. Next on the show is Transition.
The midday show.
Carmen Vitale is in for Matt Spiegel. It's her and Lawrence Holmes next.
Make me an offer.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
And then I believe it's a sim game or something like
He's
that.
He's 6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies. Or both baby toes for 6'6".
I do that too. I got to be. I still want to make the NBA.
I got to tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What? No, Mully, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. If you're 6 foot,
I can only imagine.
You don't
proper
fit
beds,
into a bed.
You don't, yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an airplane. That's a little bit. That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not going to be a regular guy. I'm going to be a superstar. I'm going to be something that's making money where I have custom-made beds. I got
now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this.
We'd be on the same team.
6'6".
Gabe and I'd be on the same team.
Batting 2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes. I would be. Let me see.
If you were 6'6", you'd be.
I'd be the Paraguayan Goldie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what you would be. You would be just a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh my God!
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96.
Yes. The idea.
I wouldn't be at B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6".
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has gotten up and done pass blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time just to show what he could do. he told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
No,
you chose writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And Olin is a bad dude, right. But he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin? He's about 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But it's saying he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he had the mean streak in him. He knew what he was doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's a huge factor.
Yes.
Huge.
All-state wrestler.
Justin, the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims of 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your NBA career, like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't make
a lot clumsier than you are.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
Check my statistics at Lane Tech basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches onto it, I think I've been all right. Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were these two twins that were like 6'5". Dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after. Do
you find the expression "two twins" a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
"So there weren't two sets of twins?"
No.
Okay.
One set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See, Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like, was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like,
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought and then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only 7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Pinky toe. I wish it would have happened.
Wow.
It's all right. Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our life
with all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah,
See Deion Sanders, right?
Could have put it back on there. That's all right.
But
you know what? Fortunately, we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because of.
We have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow back.
Got new toes.
It's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. If you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new toe.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg.
I got a new leg. Would he go to Home Depot? He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it? I mean, no, of course it didn't happen.
Chia toes.
Dustin said, "Look, Lieutenant Deion got new magic toes." Lieutenant Dan has magic legs. Good God, that is so weird. It's weird that you both have the same kind of secret, I don't want to say desire, but
and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! Cheers to the freaking weekend.
Cheers to the weekend. If you're going to the White Sox and A's game, you might still catch the Red Sox because apparently, as of... You've got to be kidding, Ray.
They couldn't get out of town?
They're still here.
Where were they going?
New York to play the Mets. And the line of the day from our texter, 608, says, you guys, if the other team doesn't show up, the Mets will still lose. So 40 minutes ago, this is from Tim Healy, as of 2 minutes prior, so 42, the Red Sox are still in Chicago.
Pretty good city to be stuck in.
Except if
there are worse.
Yeah.
Worse cities.
Summertime Shy is not a bad
Do you
place.
see it out there? Do you see it out there right now?
It's perfect. And the 10-day forecast for our city seems to be perfect.
I love it.
Thank goodness.
Shout out to Paul Conrad, or I guess the 9-day forecast, because Channel 9.
It's really more accurate that way. That's the voice of Lawrence Holmes. Carmen Vitale is in. Let's thank our crew today. Thanks to our guests, 2 big leaguers on the show. Ray Diaz, nicely done. Mark DeRosa, Scott Bitsednik, Jim Margulis on a Friday. Just feels right. Thanks to you, Ray. Thanks to Tyler Buterbaugh.
Good job, Tyler.
Thanks to Peter Jurich,
thanks.
we're handing him over to you now, guys, the afternoon show.
You're handing him back to me.
That's right. That it? Yeah, because he's
one of the kiddos.
Yes.
Good job, Peter. Heard you on the five on it, and you did a good job.
Those were his questions,
Those were his questions.
Yeah,
well written.
You taught him how to write?
No, I did not.
Oh.
He's one of those guys where, like, smartest guy in the room, like legit smartest guy in the room, but doesn't feel it compelled to make you feel like he's the smartest guy in the room.
I see that.
That's good.
Also took Italian, and Carmen, you're going to have to carry the torch, having gotten married in Italy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You are going to have to explain to him why he needs to travel to Italy to use the language.
Yeah,
So,
it makes people like you more there. If you try and use that.
I would never, and it would devolve into Spanish, unfortunately. It's not a devolution per se, it's just what I know. So then they'd be like, oh, that's Spanish. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerlin. Happy you're here. And yeah, Carmen, I hadn't seen you since you got married. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. It's so nice to see you all. I'm like, I said it in our show group chat getting ready for today, where I was like, I'm not happy to be back in the country, but I am happy to be back in the studio.
Strangely enough, I've got to deal with 3 of those people today.
He does. It's true.
Because
we're all taking turns going to Europe.
Yeah, because Tanny doesn't want to be here because he went to Italy.
He doesn't want to be here.
That's right, Deborah
Nobody's
Cox.
supposed to be. No one wants to hear me do that.
And then
We all
can't carry a tune.
we
It's
sing
fine.
silly on the air. It's what we do. You're welcome.
Carmen doesn't want to be here because she just got back from Italy and Greece. And young Alex, after the show today, is leaving for Europe.
Alex Kuhn?
Yes. Yeah. He's going to be gone for a couple weeks. I believe Denmark and Germany and maybe Italy. So he's got a lot of stuff going on. So, I'm just going to Canada.
It's vacation season. We don't know if you're coming back.
If I get to Montreal, if I leave Toronto, and if you see a Instagram of me somewhere in Montreal next week, then you're like, you know what? He's left.
What is it? Like, we'll activate the plan, activate the succession plan.
Put it all in
a succession
order.
plan that Harold's Chicken apparently does not have.
Yes.
Dude, is that not the
In place?
saddest story?
I know.
Have you been keeping up with this?
I have. We were talking about it in the group chat, and I was going to save this if we ended up making it a subject today. But growing up in Roseland, my Harold's was the Harold's on 10 Tray and in Halstead, 103rd and Halstead, because our neighbor across the street owned that Harold's on 103rd and Halstead. And on Fridays, he would bring us stuff. Yeah, man.
No.
My brother Braxton and his son were like best friends. So we would get all Pete Watts, like shout out to Mr. Pete. Because Mr. Pete would bring Harold's over for us from the Harold's on 103rd. So seeing that there's no succession plan for Harold's Chicken, am I allowed to run for this? Like mayor? Like, can I throw my name in the hat to run for in charge of Harold's Chicken?
Well, it sounds like every single Harold's is like owned by somebody different.
Yeah, that's, they branched in
Like the
franchise
Subway
thing.
thing.
Yeah.
They actually let people own their franchises, apparently.
Yeah.
If they need a mayor of Harold's, I would be interested in running.
Why don't we just, is there an official office? Did you just create it? If you just created it, then it's yours.
It sounds like you're going to have to go through Lori Lightfoot to do it, though.
That's true.
This is grassroots right here.
She's the lawyer for the widowed husband.
Yeah, Lori Lightfoot has got her hands in a lot of stuff right
Lori
now.
Lightfoot is taking on complicated public cases. Like first it was the investigation of Dalton's city manager and
Tiffany
mayoralship.
Henyard, yes.
And now she's like Gimme Harold.
Yep.
I mean,
what else, Lori?
University of Chicago lawyer, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
That's a top 14 school.
And
What
I,
other
and I
complicated
believe
things?
classmates with Adam Silver.
Yes, he's talked about
Oh.
it. In the meantime, Lori, get yourself on the CBA. Fix baseball before they tell us 2027's RIP. I'm not kidding. She loves sports.
I mean, half of it's probably gone already. With all the stuff that baseball's trying to do, like them basically chloroforming minor leagues and like, no, we'll just have it be college.
Well, and let's not forget, didn't minor leaguers just fight to earn minimum wage?
They sure did, Layla.
Huh.
It's funny how that happens, isn't it?
So the White Sox should enjoy Grady Emerson, the high school draft pick. Yes, because he'd be going to college in a different world.
So look, we had a conversation earlier this week with Keith Law about this. The idea of does what happens in the future of the CBA change your draft strategy right now? Because I don't know.
Probably should.
I don't know if I want to draft a high school player because I don't know what the minor leagues looks like over the next 4 years.
Well, the team with the 1-1 doesn't seem to think they're still sending scouts, as we heard Scott Pitsednik say, to Emerson's games, and they're still doing their due diligence on players. So, but the thing is,
but I'm saying like specifically drafting a high school player over a college player.
But I think right now, I would think in theory that grandfather clauses would apply to the previous CBA's actions. Like you write that all into the contract typically.
What about wasting a year of Rock Chalowski? If they do draft him and there is no baseball, isn't that the same sort of loss of a player of service time too?
It is, but you would feel like that Chalowski is developed. Like one of the things going into this season about him was, well, if the White Sox have a similar season to the last 3 seasons, maybe Rock Chalowski is on the roster in September.
Wow.
And you can still think about that. Like if you draft him, you could still say, hey, we have some offensive firepower, add another shortstop because shortstops can play anywhere on your diamond and put them out there. All that stuff is still on the table for the White Sox if they can start hitting again.
I was going to say.
I mean, I think get Mooney back. I know it was really bad in this last series, but I feel like I don't want to dwell on it too much because they get the force multiplier back.
Yes.
You want to break down their 2 runs in the series again? What was it? A fielder's choice?
So
one was a swinging bunt.
Stand by. I have them in my notes. All 2 of them. 2 runs in series. 1 on a check swing bunt and 1 on a fielder's choice.
To the point where Will Venables bringing in the infield in the 3rd inning in a scoreless game yesterday because that's what you have to do when your team is not scoring any runs. And it actually worked for that spot right there.
It is true. But let's go back to talking about vacation for a second because Bears. Grote, let me tell you something. Spiegel and Holmes show today.
Yeah,
it's for you.
It is. It's for you.
Earbuds will be in.
I brought in the heavy hitter.
She's here. I will get to see Carmen and all of our crew starting on July 25th.
27th?
Well, I guess the rookies report on July 25th. 27th in earnest.
27th, yes.
When's the big coach speaks day? I think that's the 27th or 28th, but we'll figure all that out later. Vacations. Back to vacations.
Hold on.
Okay.
Another sidebar.
Okay.
I figured out the other thing that we were missing yesterday from the timeline. It came to me last night, and I was going to text you, but it was late. The Sky practice facility.
That's what it was.
The over-unders on the Sky practice facility, the Bears agreeing on a site. That's what it was.
This is the darkest timeline.
Oh, my God.
This is the bad place.
No, seriously.
Bad place.
Well, and Julia Poe gave us an update on the timeline of the Sky practice facility yesterday. And this is a bad look with the WNBA All-Star game coming to town next week. Mm-hmm. You know, you want the updates on your team to be good as you host the All-Star game.
Luckily for them, the former president bailed them out. Hey, I got a place that everyone can come and practice. Come on down to the Obama Center because that's where the practices are going to be.
State-of-the-art practice.
Which is pretty cool, actually.
It's really I haven't been inside because I don't know people, but I have been on.
I'm waiting for everybody to
make some connections with you because we're adding that to our day together, Lawrence, that we've been threatening for ever now.
I agree. Yeah. I have been on the campus though, and the campus is amazing. Look, it's in a great part of Hyde Park anyway, in Hyde Park / Woodlawn. anyway, because it's right behind the Museum of Science and Industry.
Yeah.
And Carmen, I know you know that you've spent some time around those parts back in the day too.
Absolutely.
And the way that they took Cornell Avenue and they cut it. Like, it used to go all the way through to Lakeshore Drive, but now they cut it. So now you can walk to the lagoons, which are right behind the Museum of Science and Industry.
Look out, Gamboa.
That's right.
Oh, the views.
Not those guys.
Oh.
Let's hope those guys are still in jail.
Well, there has to be a way to make this connection, because I heard you guys the show talking about how like the Pope has become like way too accessible.
Hasn't he?
Like, yes.
As a Catholic
but then if the
yourself?
Pope has become accessible, then why isn't Barack Obama accessible? Barack Obama follows the White Sox. I'm sure he's listened to this station.
I know for
a fact. You know for a fact. I was going to say, I know
He's
you know for a
listened
fact.
to this station.
Dwayne Weiss
Yes.
and the White Sox. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't ask how Lawrence knows, but Lawrence knows. And I trust it.
Shout out to Barack Obama.
Exactly.
What's up,
so
man?
I'm like, hey,
Grote
this is-
here.
Sports is a great equalizer, man.
It is.
You know, we
It's-
like former presidents, popes. Sky's the limit here.
I just laugh at the idea that it's possible that both Barack Obama and the Pope listen to a Chris Ranji post-game show.
A guy named Box.
The concept of that makes me laugh every single time.
It's like Theo Epstein at the parade pauses when he says 83, and I'm like, what?
And you're like, what world are we in right now?
This is incredible.
Maybe?
It's like, does the Pope know what about Danks? Like, that's the thing. Like, do you consider
He 100% knows what about Danks.
the Pope? Like, think about how we view John Paul II, for example.
Yes,
think
no,
about,
like, that is-
he was in the Popemobile, he's in a bubble. Like,
He was on plates in my grandmother's house
Right.
all over the.
Like, you can't. And now you're telling me.
He's just
What?
Bobby from the block, man.
How on-
He's Bob from the South Side.
Yeah.
No.
I tweeted this out. So I went to the Sox game a couple weeks ago, and it was like blast. It was rained out a little bit, but Braden Montgomery's walk-up song is not only is it "Wipe Me Down," which my husband loves, obviously LSU guy.
Shoulders, chest, pants, shoes,
Yes,
boots.
but it's the remix. And so I tweeted this out, and it didn't do well. So, come on, guys. And it was like Braden Montgomery's walk-up song is the "Wipe Me Down" remix. The Pope watches White Sox baseball. The Pope has theoretically uttered the words "Fox-a-million," because that's the start of the song. Like, he is aware of the "Wipe Me Down" remix.
I love this. Like, all this
is
stuff.
why we couldn't have a Pope.
Like, we can't have nice things because I'm like, now I'm saying, like, you know, he's singing along to BOOSIEBADAZZ. That's me.
See, the music moves you on.
It is
Rahimi, Harrison,
on.
Grote, and Spiegel and Holmes.
You're
Yep.
so right.
I am a fan of you guys talking to AJ because we had theorized on Spiegel and Holmes that the Pope doesn't want any of your extra crap. All he wants is White Sox stuff.
Yeah.
You can keep your Tennessee Volunteers jersey, your Carolina Hurricanes, and to hear AJ say that with you guys and him be like, no, he doesn't. That goes in another room.
Right.
Yes.
Like, he's in.
But the last out ball of game one of that World Series,
He wants it.
Absolutely. You could tell that he was geeked, which I'm like, the Pope is geeked.
Yes. What
And
what
that's
just
Wipe
came out
Me
of my
Down.
mouth?
And that's part of what Layla's talking about.
Yes.
That we have him like he's just a slob like one of us, right? That he
Yeah,
is.
he
is us,
talk
right?
about-
Joan Osborne, right? He is of us. Most of the time he's not, but I'd like to think that he gets down into the sandbox.
I like how we just completely like don't even reference the fact that like he lived in South America for a very long time and did all of this amazing work and like wasn't even in Chicago for a long time. It was like, no, it's Bobby to Pope Leo.
Southside Bob.
Do you think he could turn on the Chicago accent? Because doesn't he speak with a
Well,
he has an accent.
so long,
Yeah, but he could probably
I think he
put
speaks
back
Italian,
on.
too.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like a weird
I think
accent
that's a
that he has.
requirement.
Yeah.
He might speak French, too.
Okay.
Yeah, he speaks a lot of
Because
languages.
he's part Haitian. Which
Yes.
is the other part
He
of the
comes
story
from
that people don't
his
talk
family
about.
is from one of the I think like the 9th Ward in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And so when we got married over there and I could see his house, I was like, how do I not get him to come? I married a New Orleanian, and I'm from Chicago. I worked for the White Sox.
All
You
those
did
things were
work
in
for the White
place.
I did work for the White Sox.
Oh, that's
we're
one
gonna,
of the
we're
things.
going to talk about it today.
Yeah, we're going to spend some time talking a little bit about Carmi V's time working for the White Sox.
The Robin Ventura White Sox.
Ah, nice.
So what are you guys doing this week? It seems like a great weekend to be out and about in the city.
Windy City Smokeout for me.
Shout out to your collab with Austin and Melissa on US 99. I need more of that. I need
that was
more
so
of you
fun.
jumping
The
out
barbecue
there.
pregame plan.
Nice job.
Yeah, that took off. I was kind of surprised that took off the way it did. They're like, "What's your advice?" I'm like, "Plan ahead. Like, get a game plan together. Know when you're going to try to wait in line to get barbecue. These places run out because they're so good." That's my advice.
What about you,
I
Grote?
might go. I've got a barbecue, big family gathering
The
tonight.
Grotes?
The Grotes are hanging out in the suburbs tonight.
Elmhurst?
No, this would be in Itasca.
Oh, okay.
The same zone. But yeah, we're hanging out there. I might go to Northerly Island on Sunday to see 311 and a bunch of bands that are playing out. They're just a great summer vibe type of band. So I'm a threat to do that. But I have all next week off. So
wow.
you got to get ready
Vacation
for
Grote.
Yes, staycation Grote. Right. It's my last chance to take a few deep breaths, get together with people that I haven't seen in a while.
Bears.
All that Bears, right? All that. So, the Bears was a constant. Like I walk around in my life, with the Bears soundtrack.
Yeah,
in my head.
But I have to imagine too. People are also like, if you're just walking down the street, people will say that to you. Yes,
occasionally, yes, it does happen. Yes,
you can't escape it even if you wanted to.
I can't, and I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Obviously not. No.
I absolutely I love it when somebody just gives me a Bears, and that's it. Like a lot of times, it's just Bears.
Your
and
branding is so strong because anytime I hear your name, I'm like Bears.
Bears.
No matter where I am in any sort of Bears.
All right,
I love it. I love it.
Here's the goal then.
Mm-hmm.
Would Pope Leo say Bears?
Bears.
Oh, man.
How many Bears does he
high,
already
Grote.
get?
Oh
14.
yeah, well he's already he broke the scale.
14.
He's the only.
Yeah, he's Leo the 14th. So that.
So 14
I didn't even
Bears.
think about that.
Did you? That's not why you gave him
did.
14.
No, I don't. I was just
yeah.
random.
Yes,
What?
you originally did.
I did. Did you
Yes.
guys talk me into that? I wasn't that clever.
I was there.
I thought for sure you gave him 14 because he's Leo the 14th.
Yes,
Layla
you
is
did
my
that.
short-term memory.
For Father's Day, I got my dad
Thank God for
a
Layla.
Leo the 14th White Sox jersey.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's such a good
shout
idea.
out Grandstand. Grandstand Sports.
Grandstand's
Sox.
incredible.
Yeah.
Also, 630 has an important question. Point of order. Are you allowed to be the mayor of Worrytown and Harold's at the same time?
I will abdicate being the mayor of Worrytown if I could be the mayor of Harold's.
Can you abdicate being the Worry?
There are enough
the mayor
people
of
that will
Worrytown?
take my place.
Well, that's
as mayor of Worrytown.
That's fair. Plenty of people are willing to take up that
What
sword.
do you got cooking? Or are you saving that for the show?
I don't do anything.
Yeah,
there might be a trip to the driving range though. That's a thing, and I have
Especially
been.
if the weather's nice.
Yeah, I've been currently looking for a new place to live, and I've been toggling between: am I going to buy a house or am I going to get an apartment? Am I going to buy a house or get an apartment? So the toggle is going to happen at some point, and then go see the notorious DAD and MOM.
Nice.
At some point.
Good.
Yeah.
You're a good son.
I try to be.
Yeah.
I try to be. My dad wants to talk to me about this book I got him for Father's Day, which was very exciting. That he I think I challenged him a little bit, and I was like, "This might be a little too radical for you, Pop." And he's like, "Do you know what I was doing in the '60s?"
Oh.
And so he read the book, and now we can have a conversation.
Can we know what the book is?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
We can talk about it later on.
All right.
Yeah, but it sparked some really good conversation in the Holmes household.
I love that.
Yeah, it's fun stuff.
The Holmes home.
House of Holmes, as my mother would say.
I love that.
House of L.
See,
House of
It's
it's all coming together.
isn't it?
Look what we just did.
Yeah,
That was good.
Here's what we have going on today's show. We are going to talk with Steve Stone. That's happening at 4:25. We are going to get people. Yes. And we are going to get people caught up on the White Sox as they try to close out the first half, as well as the first half is gone for them. So we'll talk with Stoney at 4:25. Since we have a wedding expert here, we thought that we would talk about one of our friends going to the biggest wedding of the year that wasn't Carmen's wedding. So that's happening on today's show. Speaking of Carmen's wedding, Carmen's husband, Dave, is going to be on the show at 3 o'clock.
Oh, I love that.
Because
it's very timely.
He's also, a football. They're like a football household.
We are a football household. And the shameless plug, the Athletic Football Show just put out an episode this morning of detailing Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson's tendencies. And I knew this was coming when I was coming in for this. So I was like, let's have Dave on and talk about it.
Fantastic.
I love when a plan comes together.
So it's beautiful synergy, and most people will recognize my partner for the day, Carmi V, because she is getting lots of love on Twitter and Instagram for her appearance on CHGO yesterday.
Yeah.
Just out here talking sexy football about tight ends.
Listen, like, tight ends give you just like the sexiest things to talk about. Tight ends might be a sexier position to me than any of the others. But I do have to, I keep taking up my sword for offensive linemen. I maintain that they're a big sexy, but tight ends, there's so many fun things you can do with them. And when you get a play caller that understands that, i.e. Ben Johnson, I can't wait for this season.
How many people as small as you are have been to the offensive lineman mastermind?
It's happening right now. Today's day one. I went to O-line masterminds like a bunch of years. And yeah, no, I'm small. I'm small. And being in rooms like that is... Especially because it's not when I was working for a team and around these guys like all the time, for games and everything, I would wear heels because I'm like, I can't even hear you when you talk to me. So let me get up as much as I can to your level. But like for something like that, you can't. You're on turf. So I'm like, I'm not showing up wearing heels. Like I'd be wearing what I was wearing right now. And it's just like, oh my God. Yeah. You're not like, how are we the same species?
It does make you wonder. And sometimes it puts you on
I know,
a
I
box.
gotta put the
You
microphone
just hold the mic straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up.
That's what you
Straight
do.
up.
We are going to start with talking about the Sox and the Cubs getting ready to end the first half and how it feels like the last day of school. All of that is coming up. Tanny's Open is next, which you know is must-listen radio. It's next here on The Score. Good job, Tyler.
Thanks, Tanny.
Thanks, Lawrence. And this
And
segment,
Peter.
and Grote, is brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants today, Bears. New teeth, new smile, new you. Save up to 95% at almostfreeteeth.com because confidence should never cost.
Self-belief that you would have been this had you only...
So what else would you have needed to have been a pro soccer player?
Like a new body, like a different identity,
like a prosthetic body, or
I need
a brand new one.
I needed like to lose about 5 inches.
Well, perhaps you were too tall, right? You were too tall.
No, I've always enjoyed I've always felt I was the right height for me, just for me.
Comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah, I kind of accept how I turned out.
Yeah,
that's it. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I've never wished, oh, God, if only I was 7 feet tall.
And sometimes people like to listen to a podcast about crime because it provides justice. There's an element of somebody being brought to justice. Do you like Law and Order? You probably like seeing a perpetrator be brought to justice. So when I saw this story, I thought it fit into that. U.S. man, this is from The Guardian, Alabama man, dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Justice.
Wait a minute.
Eye for an eye.
Can you read that headline one more time?
Man dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Well, you can't ask him. A man died in Alabama from a heart attack while trying to discard his girlfriend's body after he strangled her, according to authorities. At the center of the unusually macabre case was Daniel Robbins and Jessica Folds. Chambers County Sheriff's deputies reportedly found them dead next to each other on the morning of June 10th in a wooded area nearing an abandoned vehicle in the town of Lynette. So, he died of a heart attack while he was trying to bury the body. Investigation by local and state law enforcement combined with autopsy results determined Folds was strangled, the woman, and it appears the man, Robbins, was attempting to dispose of her body in a remote location. The truck near the bodies was still running, and the driver's side door was open when deputies arrived to find them. The tailgate was down, and there were drag marks into the dirt, into the woods where the couple was found. So he wasn't like covering up the tracks or anything.
I'm guessing he's an amateur murderer.
574. Can we even read that on the air? Marshall, aren't they all amateur murderers until they become serial killers?
Well, yeah, 574. I had the exact same thought. It's true. You got to kind of build up to that status. Not that you should be aiming for that.
Okay. How about this? What I was asking is...
It's not a murder-suicide because they didn't plan on dying.
Yeah, nobody planned on dying. One man planned on the woman dying. Look, the amateur.
And it's not tempers. A lot of times it's related back to shame. Did you know that? It all goes back to shame that they can't acknowledge.
No, I don't doubt that.
There's behavioral science studies.
Now
we're just getting
these text responses.
630, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
Can't have the United States lacking in that category. Come on.
Everybody, because Layla was laughing so hard, might not have heard that. 630 texting, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
How did you say that? How did you just do that?
So, no. Listen, when I said amateur status, I was like, do we know if he was a repeat offender, if he had murdered anyone else? That's what I was asking.
Oh, my word.
If he had a record.
No.
Y'all are hilarious today.
847, can he still declare for the supplemental? I can't.
It's not going to be a supplemental draft this year. Brendan Sorsby wanted me to tell y'all.
Will you please?
Who's on your serial killer Mount Rushmore? 312-644-6767.
815. His record is 1-1 now.
Okay. I'm going to try to just read these so they
His
make
record
sense.
is 1-1 now.
You went out even.
I can't do it. I can't
my
read these
goodness.
enough.
Speaking of can't do it, the guy that used to do that segment on this radio station coming up at 12:25, Danny Parkin.
Okay, I'm going to try
that's a good
this.
update. That's a good date.
I keep just looking at the text tonight.
815. Premium membership at Naperville Top Golf. Oh, my goodness.
Nope. I can't.
Now, his record is 1-1 now. Might be the top that might be the top text.
847, can he still declare for the supplemental murderer draft as an amateur? I can't breathe. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, some have been waiting for me to have my Cubs meltdown after the start of this season. Well, we finally reached it. The kettle is boiling. It's ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber has hit 225 home runs for...
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Spiegel and Holmes Show.
And if you can believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Joe Madden joins us on the Spiegel and Holmes Show.
Lawrence is the best. We had some great times of that show weekly. Always wonderful to be with you guys. Your voices are very awesome for me to hear also. Continued success for you guys.
Our friend Nico Horner.
You know what would be good if you had it right now with all those drinks there is the cup, the New York Knicks cup. It's our weekly cup check. It's not traveling with you, correct? Is it back home waiting for you?
Yeah, I've been known to leave things in hotel rooms. So for precious items like that, I usually leave them at home. But we're going to have a nice all-star break next week, so plenty of time for summer and hot days and beverages, and I'm sure it'll get lots of use.
All right, for those who haven't been paying attention and scoring at home, so far a LaCroix, a Corona, beer in a cup. Nico, interesting choice. Was there ice involved? Why did it end up in the cup?
No, I don't. I think I just wanted to use the cup.
Spiegs is out tomorrow. Carmi V with stories of her wedding.
On a very brief hiatus from Europe.
Yeah.
Before she goes back again.
Yeah, I think her and Dave are destined to leave and go and be in Italy.
That was fabulous. I felt right at home.
It's great.
They're real good business-wise. I feel sorry for anyone who hasn't been, especially any Italian.
Someday.
Don't put it off another second, puss.
All right, I heard you.
The best Friday in the history of Fridays.
Happy Friday. It is Friday, right?
I swear to God, you already know the vibe. Come on.
Just to be clear, we love fun.
Oh, say less.
Good to have fun.
Today's Friday for us.
We want it to be a fast Friday, and a fast, focused Friday.
We call today Feel Good Friday, so I'm trying to stick to that,
I like it.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show.
Friday, baby. I'm hype.
Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3.
Man, you guys are good on Fridays, aren't you?
The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes Show, and we've got you until Cubs pregame today. We are out of here.
Spiegs?
He is off today. I believe he went to go see the Spider-Man exhibit.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think he's got like a show tonight, so he's, doing stuff.
Hey, calm.
That's right. That's right. We'll get to the Twitch mob boss in just a minute. There's a lot that we have to get done on today's show. Steve Stone is going to join us at 4:25. Dave Hellman, nice guy.
Kinda
nice guy.
He's fine.
Looking forward to having him back on the show. We are going to talk a lot of football because why? Well, I'm going to tell you in a minute. Alex is here. Tanny is wearing a collared shirt. That is Carmi V.
Hi, guys. Woo! I don't want to scream in people's ears. No one wants to hear that.
It sounds so good now on FM, too.
It sure does. Crystal clear.
That's right. The Twitch mob boss is here. Yeah. She's got thoughts. She has been places. We are going to talk with Carmi V about all sorts of stuff today. We are glad that you're here. Thank you for coming in and hanging out.
I am happy to be here, but I am not happy to be in this country.
You liar. You know what?
I would much rather be on a beach in Greece again.
Yeah, in the next segment, we're going to have to talk about the three of you because I am surrounded by people who don't want to be here. Not here at the Score.
No,
they don't
love being here.
Yes, they don't. They would rather they could do their job from Santorini or from Milan or wherever. And who knows where Alex is going? We'll find out in the next segment.
Not Italy, south of France.
Yeah.
We said Italy before.
I love how Alex is like, I'm just going to go to Monaco.
That's for a few hours. Just going to hop on over to Monaco.
Hop on over. We'll have to put him in the Hall of Fame at the bank. That's apparently is what we got going on over here. So that we're going to talk about that, but we're going to talk about it in conjunction with what's happening this weekend. The Cubs are back at it tonight. We will have the game for you here on the Score, which we are very excited about. And the White Sox have a series coming up against the Athletics over on the South Side, and we're going to talk with Stoney about that. But this has been a really interesting way to end the first half of the season. The first half, I'm using air quotes before you start texting. I understand they've played almost 100 games. The end of the first half of the season. For the White Sox,
All-Star break.
Yes,
at the All-Star break.
At the All-Star break. For the White Sox, they have been the surprise of baseball. They have been the team that everyone's been like, oh my God, look at the White Sox are in first place. And the White Sox have guys that are worthy of being all-stars. And it's not going to be a 100-loss season again. Like all of that stuff has gone on with them. The Cubs went from being a team that everyone expected to compete for the division to every single pitcher that they have getting hurt. And then
out of here.
For some reason, they were able, and I think Craig plays a huge role in this, able to find themselves and compete. I still think that they need some help. So from your point of view, Carmen, what's interesting about what we've seen from the two teams over the first half of the season?
I think we've seen a steady incline from the Sox, which calling anything about the White Sox steady is new for me for the last whatever. I guess other than being steadily bad. But we've seen kind of this linear climb, I think, throughout the season, and they got to 500. They're staying at 500. They're neck and neck with the Tigers, and who's going to get that AL Central, this, that, the other. We'll see if they drop off. The Cubs, however, they've had like 2 10-game streaks where they've been great, but there's been all of this inconsistency because of so many of those injuries. I mean, the amount of pitchers that they have on IL is just outrageous, and I do think Craig Counsell deserves a lot of credit for everything he's been able to do to keep this team afloat and keep this team competitive. Because if you zoom out to the standings in the AL and the NL, both the Cubs and the Sox are like, I think the Sox are 7.5 games back. Cubs are 8.5 games back. So like they're
Sox in first place in the Central, Cubs in the NL Central, 7 back, but in place for a wild card.
Yeah.
So the White Sox have been toggling back and forth. That's twice I've said toggle. Toggling back and forth with Cleveland for first place in the AL Central. The Tigers, as you mentioned,
I misspoke. I said Tigers, but
they've won.
I talk a lot about the Tigers on my weekend show.
They've won 8 out of 9. It looked like they were buried. They are not buried.
Right.
They are and now if you're someone that's hoping for Skubal to pop up and be in your rotation, I don't think that the Tigers, at least for right now, are thinking about moving him. But we can ask Stoney about that. So yeah, with the Cubs, the fear has always been that the Brewers are so far ahead of them, organizationally,
right,
that this was the year that you were going to be able to kind of jump back into that thing. And with every injury, it was like, oh, this feels like a bad time for the Cubs to be this injured.
Mm-hmm.
And they've overcome it to a degree. Now, here's my thing, Carmi V. My thing is that the manager has now asked for help multiple times.
And been very transparent about it.
We can make it to the All-Star break is what Craig has been saying about the all the injuries, and I've been saying that he's been MacGyvering.
Yes.
The Cubs.
Like it's like a ragtag group of whatever that are just they're raring to go, and he's putting them together and he's stitching them in this way and that way.
There's duct tape.
Yeah, there's duct tape. They're
funnel.
like, forget stitch. It's like it's duct tape. There's foam rollers.
Whatever you need to try and make some things happen. And so I look at that and I say, give the man some help. And it's not their way. Like usually I always say that they should jump out and do stuff. They are very laid back. They don't ordinarily jump the market for trades. But I feel like in a season where your manager has done this good of a job, because think about it, it hasn't just been the pitching injuries. It's been underperformance from Alex Bregman, underperformance from Nico Horner, underperformance to a degree from Ian Happ. Saya's been in and out of the lineup. They've got all these things that Dansby Swanson until recently had not been an offensive force at all for the Cubs. All this stuff has gone on, and here they sit. 11 games above 500.
Yes.
Which at this point, you're 93 games in. I feel like this team has earned, and Alex, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel like they've earned their baseball ops people to go, we should try and give them some help.
And Craig has made it very obvious what the issue is and what the issue will be if they keep going on this trajectory, and we've seen it. The 10-game losing streak is exactly what it can look like when the offense goes silent, when the bullpen starts imploding, when the starting rotation is not healthy. So, good on Craig Counsell for showing everybody, okay, we can get this thing to this ship to the All-Star break.
Right.
But if you don't do some maintenance after
If we
the
don't
All-Star
bring some
break,
more guys on board the ship.
Yep, exactly.
And then with the White Sox, this has been...
I'm fascinated with how the White Sox are going to handle all of this.
Well, let me ask you a question. Since you had mentioned that you and Dave went to the game?
Yeah, with my niece and nephew and their dad, and it was,
So this is a group of White Sox fans and Dave.
Yes.
Right?
Well, Dave he's a Mariners fan, actually, but he's adopting the White Sox as far as now being a Chicago resident.
Okay, good. Here's what I want to ask you about that. Because Tanny and I were kind of going through an existential crisis, and I'm not sure he's even through his yet when it comes to spending money and going back to the park and whether or not it. So I have been to 4 games here and multiple games in different cities of Whites, and I'm doing the same
More
next
so
week.
to see the city than it is to really.
Yeah,
see.
and when I booked the trips initially. I booked the trips because, who doesn't want to be in San Diego and see baseball if they can? That sort of thing. For you, did you feel like, you know what? They're doing all right. It's okay for me to go back to the ballpark. I'm not expecting a loss.
Even more than that, because I'm never not expecting a loss. I've been watching this team a really long time. But I wanted to show Dave. I wanted to show Dave the park. Because I'm like, listen, you've been to Wrigley. Everybody talks about Wrigley. I personally love Sox Park. I love the food is better. It's just you can breathe. The concourses, everything is a lot easier about Sox Park. So much so, when we went to Cork and Kerry before the game. The game actually was on a delay, and the communication from the team during the delay was really disappointing. Almost derailed the entire thing. And then the game itself, it was pretty abysmal. They were playing the Guardians. And until the last inning, and then they tied it up. It was two runs apiece. Braden Montgomery homered, and my husband just went to LSU, and Braden Montgomery's walk-up song, as we mentioned before, is
"Wipe Me Down."
Wipe Me Down. Not only Wipe Me Down, Wipe Me Down remix. That's very important. And so Dave was like, "That's it. This is awesome. My guy homered. I'm a Sox fan." And that's what I wanted to happen. So I wanted just something to get excited about. And that's the reason that I decided that I wanted to go back to the park, was because I'm like, yes, they are giving me something to be excited about. I'm never going to go in expecting a win because I just can't. but they are at least playing entertaining baseball, where I don't have to sell the food. I don't have to sell the variety and the ease of everything. I can just be like, hey, we're going to go to a park. It's going to be easier. You can take the train down there, and we're going to watch some entertaining baseball. I don't know that they're going to win, but it's going to be entertaining baseball.
I was at the Dodgers series. Tanny was as well. And my takeaway from it is White Sox fans are in a really good place right now. Like,
you're ahead of schedule.
Yes, with all that misery business that they have dealt with. That was a term just for you millennials. I did that just for you millennials to say misery business.
Misery business.
That now White Sox fans have been able to be a little bit puffy chested. And the thing that I remarked, and I made mention of it at the game, is like, as a fan base, I feel like and I mean this in the nicest way, I think there's a softening of White Sox fans that
you don't have to be so defiant about your love for them. You can just be like, hey, like, I'm excited and I have reason to be excited.
You've done a better job of explaining it than I did. Like, that's exactly how I felt like being around White Sox fans. It was like, hey, baseball's fun again.
Right.
And I'm enjoying myself, and I don't have to be like, well, eventually things will be fun. No, like, everything seems to be cool. So let's talk about like this, and let's talk about how we're ending the first half, air quotes, of the season, and it's like the last day of school. And I get to talk about it with three people who have one foot out the door. Next, here on The Score.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Speeding catches up with you, paid by NHTSA. PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. England and Mexico was an all-timer at the Azteca. Now England has to compose themselves.
Different teams since he left Chicago. He hit 20 in 2022. He hit 46. 23. He hit 47. Oh, last year 56, and then he had that down year in 24 where he hit 38. Okay, the Cubs had three guys hit 30 last year, two of them at 30. But besides that, it's been quite some time since Cub hitters have had 30. You know when you go back to 2019. You know who did it?
Yes,
Kyle Schwarber.
I do know
Kyle Schwarber.
Thank you.
I mean, give me a. You know when the last time a Cubs had 40? Well, I don't know, but Kyle Schwarber somehow managed to have it 3 times. So, again, you can't let that guy go. And then tonight, we're going to have an opener because we're afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we just cancel the game?
You should be afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we
just cancel the game? Just little league it. We don't have enough good pitchers. We're afraid of Kyle Schwarber, who we let go.
Who do you think is making that call?
I have no idea.
Front office or Craig Counsell?
Good question.
Is Craig Counsell making that call? You think Craig Counsell? Are you calling Craig Counsell afraid?
That's why I'm really curious because of the way it's been handled and all. So we don't want Colin Ray to face Kyle Schwarber. So we're going to get tricky. We're going to have so. Are they going to bench Kyle Schwarber because the Cubs are going with an opener? Oh, no. That's what the Cubs do with a guy who hits 30 home runs. They bench their left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher because they got no onion. So now how about a standing ovation for what he did? For the first thing out of his mouth to apologize for what is going on and owning it and saying, I have to take responsibility for this, and I do. And then just amplifying on what you said there, Mully, that was going to be my part where Bryson talked about we will come, we will get together and we will, get the next head coach of the Bulls. And he was like, no. You. This is I interviewed you. I learned about you. This is now your organization, and I'm going to stay out of the way. And we get that from George McCaskey a lot too. Like I'm not the football decision maker. You guys are. And I think what we heard from Michael Ryan's, I'm not the basketball decision maker anymore. You are, and I like that.
And for those not watching on Twitch, Dustin actually was standing when he talked.
And he was
Mully would joke that I wasn't really standing.
No,
I was actually standing.
He might have been standing in a hole, but he was, for him, standing.
But Kyler Gordon's there, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, he's at the facility, he's in the meetings, he's watching the tape. Listen, does Jalen want to be any form of a leader at all? I mean, okay, why did you have to get married? You know the calendar. These are not voluntary. It's just another excuse. Like, oh, I got married. Oh, I want to see my. Everybody on that team has a wife or a girlfriend or a mom or a dad or a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew they want to spend more time with. But this is not the week or 2 weeks to do it. Or bring them here while you're doing it, because you're not there all damn day.
Yeah.
Who else? Anybody else? Dustin, do you have any favorite team?
I would go with the Phillies. I've never been to Philly. And that probably would change it very quickly based on what I've heard. But obviously, I still struggle with Kyle Schwarber not being a Cub. And I know he was with other teams. And I know. But the point is that I like the way the Phillies slug. I know how chicks dig the long ball. I dig the long ball. I like the way the Phillies slug. Okay, that's what I like.
And you are beautiful.
Let me just say Appreciate that. Compliment. Mark that down. 5:54. Mully compliments Dustin. It's Friday, clearly. Yay! Jalen decided to go to work. Woohoo! Good for you. Way to go, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I love Ben Johnson. I'm still happy for him. So
you'd be killing Jalen Johnson if he didn't show up. Come on, you can do more than a golf clap. You would. You'd be killing him, right?
Oh my God. Okay. There's a nice pregnant pause while Dustin refuses to answer another question.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me. But
sir, every second that you could let us out early would really increase our chances of survival.
It's like our sergeant told us before one trip into the jungle. Men, 50 of you are leaving on a mission. 25 of you ain't coming back.
Hey guys, one more thing. Hey, this summer, when you're being inundated with all this American bicentennial 4th of July brouhaha, don't forget what you're celebrating, and that's the fact that a bunch of slave-owning, aristocratic white males didn't want to pay their taxes.
It is like the last day of school, and lucky for Alex, he did get the early out because we are off the air today a little bit early because we've got Cubs and Reds tonight. The Cubs road trip continues in Cincinnati against the Reds. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:35. First pitch at 6:10 in crystal clear FM quality on 104.3 The Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs.
Big breath.
Radio Network. So, I've got three people that I'm looking at that don't want to be here. And
you keep saying that. That's miscategorizing it.
It is miscategorizing it. We want to be here.
I'm going to explain it, Tanny.
No, you got it right. You got it right for me. Okay. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Ouch.
By the way,
tell us how you really feel.
You know how I do a lap? You know how during breaks I'll go and get my steps in? You can't do a lap. I found that out.
Unless you want to enter a TLC match over there.
Yeah. Like now there's a cutoff point.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot because I had taken Carmen. I was like, "Oh, Carmen, we can't go this way." There's construction.
Like you haven't been working here forever. You were just like, wait, got us lost.
I asked Ryan Porth. Ryan Porth was like, "Y'all, I know I couldn't get to Mitch's office." Like that's how he sounds. He's excited because Cubs Reds tonight. But
I'm the hardcore champion, y'all. As he's on top of the ladder.
He's like, you're gonna have to get through me 1, 2, 3. If you're
elbow drop,
boom,
right in the middle. 1, 2, 3, Lawrence.
What would be Porth's finishing move? Like Is he an elbow guy? Is he giving you
from the ladder? Absolutely.
He's giving you that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. High cross body maybe, like off the top rope. I don't know. We gotta figure out what he shooting 5-star frog splash. Congratulations to CM Punk, by the way, who is now the WWE champion again. I believe this is the 8th time that he's a champion, but I digress. So Carmi V just got back from Europe. Tanny was in Europe and is like, I'm going back to Europe.
No, I'm still there mentally.
Mentally, yeah.
And Alex is going this weekend to Europe.
And I've been there mentally for about 2 weeks.
Yes.
We've noticed. We've noticed.
We've noticed.
Thanks for noticing.
It's a beautiful thing. I'm glad that you all made the sacrifice of being here and hanging out.
It's hard to say this is a sacrifice though, because again, it is perfect outside right now.
It really is.
And like summertime in Chicago is just, it's a beautiful thing. And so I will be here happily.
But it ain't Venice, is it, Carmen?
No, it's not. It's not my beach club in Greece where I'm splitting a bottle of rosé with my husband, eating the best food I've ever had in my entire life.
All right, so I love this part when we talk to people about travel. What was the best thing that you ate?
Oh my God. That would be impossible for me to.
Too many choices?
There's so many. Like, I'm not kidding you. When we first got to Greece, I think every single meal, one of us like sat back and was like, that's the best meal I've ever had. And it was every single night. And it was, I mean, I had like a grilled, smoked sea bream, like whole fish that was just fall off the bone incredible. A ton of like lamb chops and gyros. We got a Greek salad with every single meal because we just had to like keep testing them. And we now have like the perfect Greek salad recipe for us by taking different components of different Greek salads that we had. So like when I got back, the first thing we did was we went to the store and we went grocery shopping, and I got everything that I possibly needed for Greek salad. We also brought seasonings back with us. So I've been making Greek salad like every other day.
Alex, is there something specific that you want to get out of your European vacation?
Well, the first thing I'm looking forward to is we're going to take a canal tour on a boat in Amsterdam.
Ooh.
And it's all you can eat cheese, all you can drink wine for an hour for like less than $40.
Oh my God.
So like
everything is cheaper over
I've been
there.
thinking about that for like 2 weeks, and it got me thinking kind of like back to baseball. All these guys are winding down their first half.
Uh-huh.
And they've played
transition.
Like
look at this
80,
amazing.
They played close to 90 games. They've got to be looking towards this break, and a lot of damage can happen when you're looking ahead, and when you're like, okay, 1 foot is out the door on vacation already, and maybe that's something that we're seeing from the White Sox.
I think the White Sox have a bit of a hangover from their series with Cleveland last weekend. This is another thing we can ask Stoney about at 425. I am a little concerned about this series with the Athletics. Now, getting Mooney back helps because they have needed some, strangely enough, a lineup that was thumping without him for 5 weeks. In week 6, you started to see why they need him in the lineup. So getting him back is good. I would have let him rest these last 3 days and given him another whole week to get back, but whatevs. But him being back is helpful. I am a little concerned. As the mayor of Worrytown,
sure,
this is what I ran on. This was my platform. This is how I got to have the job, is I worry about stuff like this. I'm hoping that will be, and maybe that's why they were like, he's healthy. They need an injection of good, and they've gotten it. They've been, I think I have to look it up, but the best team at home in the league. You know, like they had won 10 consecutive series at home until this last one against the Red Sox, where they did not look good at all.
Mm-mm.
So hopefully, unlike everyone I'm surrounded by, no, I'm just kidding. We're only doing this to like set the show up, but I hope that they get back on it because it's been a fun ride, and I don't want it to end with them losing 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6 going into the break.
And hobbling into the break.
All right, we need to take a break. When we come back,
we need to take a break.
We need to take a break because your husband's on the phone.
Sure is.
And we've got to talk about the Bears.
Bears.
We are about to get some sexy football over the next 40 minutes. I promise you. It's next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
He's a Band-Aid, and they made a trade because they had to. But when Jamison Tyone goes back into active status in the rotation, and then eventually Cabrera comes next, I don't know where Peterson fits in that rotation. He's going to have to learn to be one of those guys we talked to Tommy Hodevy about, probably coming out of the bullpen.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Milo's Money Days are here, and we're making it rain for rewards members.
His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go, and now there's an opening, so he will either he'll play a similar role he did here. And good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers,
Hey,
if
they
you
brought
will.
back Josh Blackwell, so.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark
I
Grote.
just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not.
That you think I don't know what this is?
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're off
wasn't
to Never
sure.
Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Never Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Gripping your pillow tight.
Okay.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos. Because, yeah, we love, I like sending them to Grote.
I love when you send them.
They're just a baby. And then I came across this from KARK in Arkansas.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year, one of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names with more than 200,000 votes helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten. And just as he started developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So Cheddar Cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of I love having my butt scratched. So he would present his butt, and then it got to a point where you would do bongo drums with it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Getting that email today was a shock. It was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day, trying to figure out oh my gosh, what do I do? And no, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that.
Cheddar
Bravo.
Big Booty Cheeseburger. Shout out.
And he's an orange cat.
Orange
he's
cat?
very fluffy.
Aww.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Aw.
The other winners, dog name Internet Browser.
Internet browser.
I don't know why that says.
Come here, browser.
Internet Browser. And then for exotic pet name, there appears to be an iguana or a Gila monster, and his name is Space Cowboy.
Space Cowboy.
The Arkansas news reporter, he goes,
Bob.
What about Big Booty?
What about Big Booty?
Thanks, Bob.
The question of our times, really.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Yeah, man. I thought they were going to say
You also
ate
heard
cheeseburgers,
some.
too.
You heard some Force news anchor laughing there too. Big
Gotta have that.
booty.
Gotta have that fake laughter. I live in a high rise, and I'm sitting in my place. There's at least one other cat on the floor, and I was hearing meowing.
What? Showdown.
I know. They haven't met yet. No play dates, nothing like that. But I'm hearing meowing, and I'm like, oh boy, poor kitty. Like their parents probably aren't home, and then it's getting louder and louder in the hallway. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Dave.
Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes show flashback.
Right now, let's welcome in our buddy, David Hellman, the Athletic Football Show.
The Athletic Football Show's Dave Hellman.
Our friend, he's always a great contributor. His name is David Hellman.
Dave Hellman.
We just moved here from Los Angeles. We drove across the country from LA to
guys
Chicago.
drove here?
We did.
We had to.
With our dog.
Wow. I'm not buying a plane ticket for the dog. That's too much.
I love
if you had to drive from LA to Chicago, would you rather do it in a 25-year-old pickup truck? Maybe there's some maintenance lights on. Maybe, the PSI on the tires isn't what you would prefer, but it's all intact. Everything's fine. Would you rather drive the old busted pickup truck that runs, or would you rather a Maserati with no steering wheel? Because that's what the Minnesota Vikings are. They're a Maserati with no steering wheel. And maybe J.J. McCarthy will be much better than that. And for the record, I feel like I'm going to make enemies with Vikings fans. I
Which
like
is not what you want to do.
McCarthy.
Let me tell you.
Dave, this was delightful. I'm sure you guys are going to continue this argument in about, 90 minutes.
I was going to say, you guys just got a glimpse into what sitting at home with us is like, so you're welcome for that.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
We love that Dave is here, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest's best casino. Now, listen, we love Dave, and Dave's not just on the show because he's my friend and Carmen's husband. He's also on the show because the Athletic Football Show has been doing some real sexy Bears stuff lately. And the latest episode of the Athletic Football Show is a subject matter that the Score listener loves. Here's the title: What really was Caleb Williams' 2025 season? And more lingering questions. Dave, thanks for joining us today.
Hi, hon.
Thank you for that walk down memory lane. When it's your job to say stuff, you forget about a lot of it. And so reliving my takes from summer 2025 was really great.
Well, we're glad that you were available. So every Bears fan within the sound of your voice wants to know, what made you guys say, let's dedicate most of an episode to Caleb Williams?
Well, and please go find the Athletic Football Show wherever you prefer to get your podcasts or YouTube,
Good
whatever.
job.
But
Good job.
yes, thank you very much.
Self-promotion is not his strong suit, so.
I think this was the 5th edition of Lingering Questions that we've done. So throughout the off season, we picked a lot of different topics hanging over the end of the 2025 season. And it's just an exercise in going back and re-examining and saying, how did this really play out? How does it stack up to what I remember? And obviously, Caleb Williams is such a ripe topic for something like that. And if you go listen to our full conversation, it was so much fun to go watch chunks of 3 or 4 different Bears games. And I made an effort to go back and look at stuff beyond the 2 Packers games. And we joked a lot about that, where it's like, by the end of the year, with all the magical stuff that Bears team did, it's easy to just get lost in the, miracle moments and the heart-stopping finishes and the breathtaking plays at the end of the game. And the whole point was to peel it back and say, okay, what did it look like the other 98% of the time? And, we can get into it if you want to. I think all in all, it was a positive conversation. I think the three of us came out of it feeling really optimistic about what Caleb did and where he's headed. But I do think it's worth pointing out some flaws and some trends and some things that are there besides just being the comeback king, And so, I think we probably talked about Caleb for 40 minutes, and I think it's highly worth your time.
I think it is too, because I think you guys took a long enough examination at it to be fair. And that's the biggest thing that I think this market especially tends to swing one way or the other so easily. We talk about this all the time at home about how it's one extreme or the other. It's black or white. There's no middle ground when most of this is a middle ground. So where did you land on where Caleb Williams is, and what is the biggest thing that he needs to show you this season to maybe catch up with Bears fans' expectations?
I think Caleb Williams is one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL, and the sky is the limit in terms of what he's capable of accomplishing. I think he is still figuring out how to play quarterback at the NFL level. And that's okay, by the way. Like it was year 2 and year 1 in a new offense with a new head coach, not to mention something I think is worth bringing up is by the end of the year, so much of the Bears offense was also young. Like Loveland was a rookie, and Roma Dunze is a young player.
Luther Burden.
Luther Burden. I knew I was forgetting somebody. Thank you.
Kyle Monungai.
It was such a young group, and it's important to go back and watch stretches of play beyond just the fourth quarter of a few memorable games and be like, yeah, this was really herky-jerky at times. There was a lot of frustrating stuff about the Bears offense between inconsistency, Caleb, if we're talking about what Caleb needs to work on, accuracy, obviously a big part of it. And I'm not talking about like completing 58% of his passes. That's really not the point, but just down in, down out, where are you placing the ball? How tweaked up are you getting in the pocket when you get heated up? There's so many instances of Caleb sending a pass a yard or two too far, and maybe it would even be completed, or so many big Bears plays from this last season kind of involved. How many times did we see Colston Loveland kind of corkscrewing backward because the ball was on his back shoulder? And in a lot of cases, these plays still get made, but when you're just talking about down in, down out consistency and making sure the offense is coming at the level that it can, there's also, understandably so, because Caleb is such an incredible athlete and so much of his superpower is extending plays. He's constantly hunting for that big jaw-dropping moment. And I think when you watch it down in and down out, you're like, okay, that's all great, and we want you hunting for those things, but it's okay to look for the 6-yard curl or the check down or find the running back in the flat. Not everything has to be a Heisman winner trying to make that game-breaking play. And it's not to say that stuff wasn't there, but I think that's what I'm looking for is the consistency, taking more layups. And I think like stuff like that can improve his accuracy over time. And so I came out of it thinking that Caleb is awesome. And if he can dial in on the mundane a little bit more, I think it'll go a long way.
Dave Hellman of the Athletic Football Show is joining us here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. The point that you made about the first year with these two guys together, Caleb and Ben, I think is a really important one, because we didn't know how this was going to work and whether it would work successfully quickly. Now, there were some bumps in the road, like the first 4 weeks of the season. There were some bumps, and then they got on the same page, and you could see the trust grow as the season goes on. You guys on the Athletic Football Show have done a lot of breakdowns of Ben Johnson. He seems to be really good at both making things complicated while at the same time making them simple. The way that he's been able to transition Caleb from a shotgun pistol quarterback to an under center quarterback, I think is one of his biggest achievements.
And it's not surprisingly, considering Ben's credentials and what he's accomplished and what the Bears offense did last year. I mean, that is, I mean, it's already where the NFL has been heading, but even more so, you're seeing more teams trending in that direction. On the same episode of our Caleb conversation, we had a long conversation about the Bengals offense and how overdue it feels for Joe Burrow to get out of the shotgun. I mean, you talk about, it's very similar to what Caleb did when he was at USC. I mean, Joe Burrow lives in the gun. The Bengals only run the ball from under center. They don't do enough play action from under center. Honestly, very, very little. And you just wind up with a very predictable offense. And it's something I'd like to see the Bengals change heading into 2026. Kudos to Ben. He's already on top of that. And I mean, obviously we bring up the Rams so much because of what they've accomplished with Sean McVay, but you see more and more teams are going back to this under center world because of what the run game can do for you and what play action can do for you. And the level of unpredictability that playing under center can give you, it just gives the defense that much more to think about and that much more to be uncertain about. And it's not surprising that Ben Johnson was, if he wasn't ahead of the curve, he was at least with the curve in developing Caleb Williams in that way. And I'm sure they're going to reap the benefits of it with, this being the second year in this offense and Caleb being that much more comfortable.
That gets me to something, though, that I don't think we're talking about enough, in that, all right, you're talking about the tastemakers of the NFL and of offensive football in general. And who do you think of? You think of Sean McVay. You think of Kyle Shanahan. And then that tree has its tentacles all over the league. I mean, half the offensive play callers in the league come from this tree. Ben doesn't. And that's, to me, he is pioneering so much about offense, and it seems in line with what Sean McVay is doing.
It also seems to give Ben a bit of an edge.
He wants to show that he does not have to be part of this tree to move the game forward, to evolve the game, and him zigging. So Sean McVay, Dave and I talk about this all the time, like Sean McVay zigs while others zag, and that's why, he's so ahead of things. Well, Ben Johnson is now adding another zig-a-zag if you will.
Oh,
Spice Girls.
Yeah,
well done.
That's right. She just Spice Girled on this show.
I Spice Girled on this show. But he is zigging away from what Sean is doing, but also it's still kind of in compliment because it's staying two steps ahead. And so what I want to know from you, Dave, in all of this, watching Caleb, watching kind of Ben Johnson's tendencies, is what are the differences that you see that defenses just aren't going to be prepared for because of the fact that they're now getting used to Sean McVay. They're not used to what Ben Johnson's bringing.
Man, that's a really wonderful question, Carmen, and it would probably take me.
I was searching for a question that you and I haven't discussed already, which is really hard.
I think it would take me a even more detailed amount of tape study to get to the heart of that, but it's fascinating to see where this goes because you're right, and I can't help but think that was a very veiled Matt LaFleur reference there, talking about Ben Johnson not being part of that tree. But it's interesting to see.
I think he just has a lot of pride.
It will be interesting to see where those two things diverge and the different conclusions that offensive play callers come to, because I know, we're gearing up for preview season and we're about to be in training camp and all the good content that comes with that. And I know we're going to be talking each other's ears off about the number of tight ends on the field. And, obviously I just saw while we've been on the phone, Sam Roush signed his rookie deal with the Bears. Getting extra tight ends on the field. What's all this athleticism at tight end going to do? And we're just going to talk ourselves blue in the face because of what the Rams did last year. But I think Ben Johnson's a better coach than to just try to copy whatever it is that the Rams unlocked with the 13 personnel stuff last year. So what's that wrinkle? How different does it look between the different coaching trees? You talk about Ben not being part of the McVay tree. Well, where does that go from here? Like, I'm curious to see. Declan Doyle is in Baltimore now, and what he's going to be coaching one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. What impact does that have, and how similarly do the Ravens do things compared to the Bears? And I guess like Ben is in this moment. On the episode we did about Caleb, I compared Ben right now to where Kyle Shanahan was when he took the 49ers job. Like, it feels very similar to me. And obviously it takes time, but over a decade, Shanahan and McVay build, like you said, like you get your tendrils into everything in the NFL. And are we about to see the beginning of that with Ben Johnson and where his influence goes from here? I can't wait to see it. I don't think I have a great definitive answer right now, but I'm excited to see the beginning steps of it as he gets more entrenched as a head coach.
Part of my weekend plans are to watch and listen to the Athletic Football Show episode about Caleb Williams. It is out wherever you get your podcast. You can check it out. Highly recommend that you follow the Athletic Football Show because it's amazing. All right, we're done talking football, Dave, because here's why. Because I
don't know what's coming. So
I noticed from the Instagram that you, knowing you just a little bit, I was like, I think I know how Dave dances. And
oh boy.
And when I saw some of the videos and pics from the wedding, I was like, I nailed it. You're a guy that once you have decided that it's on, it's on. And when I saw like the jacket was off, and I'm like, oh, my man is rocking the vest, and he is about to have himself a time.
He did.
You, sir, did your thing at the wedding, and I give you mad props for it.
You know, it's like there's two modes, and like, if I'm not feeling it, or honestly, if I haven't had very much to drink, or whatever the case may be,
Truly.
I'm just gonna get by with like the white guy bob, where I just like sort of move my knees up and down and just get through it. But there comes a point in time where, like, once you've had 3 or 4 drinks, or like, if you're just with all your people and you feel really comfortable, then there's like a switch that gets flipped. And when I flip that switch, I don't think I'm a good dancer. I just stopped caring about what I look like. Well, thanks, dear. Thanks for that vote of confidence.
See, I was trying to pump you up, man.
I think
my job is to bring him back down to earth.
All I know for sure is that I have a good time.
He does.
That's what's up.
So,
actually, the best. I don't think the best dance even made it to social media, and will never. But there was one night. It was the night before.
Night?
No. It was the night before our welcome dinner, and everybody had just started getting into town.
Man. Yeah.
And so, like, Dave was meeting up with all of his friends, and I was meeting up with a bunch of mine. We were separate, and it gets far enough into the night, and we've all had drinks, and I'm like, seeing where Dave's location is. I'm like, all right, we're gonna meet up with Dave. And so then we just kind of had this group of people together.
Oh, everyone merged up.
And I don't even know how it happened, Dave. Like, at one
I'll tell
point,
you how it happened.
I was gonna say, go for it, because one of his groomsmen.
One of my groomsmen like bribed these 2 Italian guys. There were these 2 Italian guys parked on the edge of this like square.
Piazza. In front of this gorgeous, 700-year-old church.
It's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're just waiting for their friends to get off work at the bar, like listening to music out in their car. And my groomsmen went over. And I was somewhere else, like drinking a beer and talking to somebody, and he went over and convinced them to put on "Wipe Me Down"
out of their car.
That's how Carmen and I wound up dancing to the entirety of "Wipe Me Down" in like a 500-year-old piazza in Rome.
at 2:00 in the morning with all of our friends.
It's a cherished memory, but I'm very happy it didn't make it to social media.
Same. I don't want to.
Not
want to see
everything
that.
needs to. It's not all for public consumption.
No, that's true.
I get it, but you guys are awesome, and I love that Wipe Me Down is.
Yes.
For people that don't know, that's a club banger for a lot of people. There's no doubt about it.
Actually, it's the national anthem of the state of Louisiana.
That is very true. That's very true. Dave, thanks for the time, man. Take care of my guy, Mozzie. I know you had a rough week.
He did. He's on the mend. I appreciate it, y'all. Love talking to you. Chat soon.
Bye.
That is Dave Hellman of the Athletic Football Show and the husband of one Carmi V.
That's mine.
He's pretty dope.
I'm going to stick beside him.
I like that guy. Every time that he and I encounter each other, I'm like, I really like that guy.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. He's wow. He's already been demoted to
I like how you did you kind of hated on his dancing a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it may actually be decent, but you're here to say, you're not good at it.
all right, so
I got to keep his.
That's what Lexi does to me.
First of all, let me protect my guy Dave for a second. It's not fair that you do it because you're an actual A1 level dancer. Like you were actually been trained in dancing.
I have.
So that's not, the level of expectation is not equal here.
No, and I've never expected him to be that. He's good, and he does have a switch that he flips, and it only comes after a certain amount of alcohol is involved, and it's awesome.
Fun.
We had so much fun.
He was having fun. I'm glad that he had time for us. And the episode, look, The Athletic is crushing it with Bears content over the last 2 days. We're actually share some. There's some stuff that I want to go over with you about the Athletic Football Show that we wanted to talk to you about to kind of bounce off the idea of you talking some tight ends and talking about Ben Johnson and tendencies. We've got a football reporter here, so let's talk more football. That's next here on The Score.
Cubs fans, Gold Glove second baseman Nico Horner gives you an insider's perspective on the Cubs every Tuesday afternoon at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Sensational play by Nico Horner.
Nico Horner on The Score is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin.
I left Dave in the hallway. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like laying down, kind of calling it a night. I had put Dave out in the hallway, and I forgot he was out there. And usually I'd lodge the door open so he can get in and out. I had locked him out, and so he's out there meowing. I'm like, boy, that poor cat out there. He's just a baby. Yeah, bad owners out there they're not home for their cat. And I'm like, oh man, that's my cat.
Oh my God.
And he looked at me like, bro, you just left me. His tail was all puffy. He was so upset with me for about 5 minutes.
Oh my God, his tail was puffy?
All puffed because he was freaked out. Because usually he can come in and, if there's a sign, a hint of somebody coming up on the elevator or a door open, that cat dashes back in. But I left him out. He is a scaredy cat.
So did you keep the door open, then you forgot?
I forgot, and I shut the door right in his face. I slammed it in his face, laid down on my couch, heard cat sounds that I thought I was blaming other bad cat owners. I'm like, oh, that's mine.
Walking around the apartment. Dave, can you believe these cats just out here?
Kind of. I was
Wait a second.
in my own mind, I was judging other cat owners while I was the bad cat owner.
Dave, aren't you glad I'm not one of them owners?
Yeah. You and I got a thing, bro.
I don't think Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger would approve of this.
I don't think he moves, though. I don't think Cheddar Cheeseburger Cat would want to go in my hallway. He'd want to sit on the couch.
Cheddar Big Booty ain't going out that door.
No, he's not.
Big Booty?
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger did move around, but he was like a very large, fluffy cat.
Living his best life. And why not? That's always a question. Do I keep my cat healthy or let him live a shorter life but be happier? This is what cat owners go through.
Yeah, I mean, all of us as well.
Right. Humans too.
The concept of I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Right.
I will seek out more Matt Patricia content.
Okay.
And that is my confession.
All right.
He had thoracic outlet
10
syndrome.
our fathers, by the way, for that.
Oh, for the
You're good.
shoulder.
You're
How
clear.
many bears?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many? Because that's the absolution I'm looking for. How many bears?
Well, no. The absolution is that you must say bears, bears, bears 1,000 consecutive times at some point in time. Whether it's on your walk home, whether I don't know if you're driving back to Hyde Park tonight.
I might want to walk home considering what's going on Lakeshore Drive.
Oh my God! Yes,
Southbound Lakeshore Drive no longer exists.
I think you should say
because of the race.
Bears on the air for a segment. You know?
Yeah.
20 minutes of bears.
It would probably rate very highly.
I actually think that's a great idea.
Probably would.
And the best
They're
part
talking
would be,
bears on the score.
And the best part would be we'd ask the listeners what we were talking about, and they'd be like, "They kept talking about the White Sox."
Lawrence, you remember that's the old Zach Zaidman adage. All you have to do is give out the phone number and say bears, and you'll have full calls.
I'm picturing the person listening to Lawrence do bears, and the guy in the car going, "Yep,
exactly."
Yep.
You bet. He's right.
The guy in the car being like, "Oh, I'm so glad someone finally said it. Someone finally said bears."
You got to turn on a score right now. They're doing the Bears thing.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. Lions. Lions.
And
lions,
tigers.
Lions.
Oh, my.
This sounds like an improv exercise.
Isn't the whole day?
I was going to say, this is what radio is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I also
Someone texted
laughed.
in and said, "Let's do bears instead of categories."
Bears.
Lawrence Holmes, if you don't stop naming every bear.
That was a segment
tell
my
you
old
about the
radio
Bears.
station did in Dallas. The Ticket, they just did a segment called Name the Baseball Players. So it was obviously a bit, some people would call it and just name baseball players. Some people hated it, but it was pretty funny.
Categories coming up at 325.
Tanny, what was the fantasy football?
Sit 'em or bench 'em.
Sit 'em or bench 'em that you guys used to do on Boards and Bernstein.
That was awesome.
Such a great segment.
Yes.
Should I sit 'em or bench 'em?
Because they didn't like fantasy football. They didn't care about fantasy football.
And-
so they did sit 'em or bench 'em.
And to speak to your point, Grote,
Yeah.
a highly rated segment.
I believe it.
People would just listen to them go, you know what, bench them. Sit them.
I called the radio today. They told them to bench them.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
That's a good point. And is it my catchphrase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Oh.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
There's a lot of options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place.
He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I heard that.
Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity boppity. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rossini and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rossini and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skibbity Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Afternoons on the Score.
Keep the offense out there, 2-point try to make it a field goal difference. Williams backing up, has time, throws, caught! 2 points. Who else? Colston Loveland.
The Bears may have themselves a real matchup problem with Colston Loveland, and now they've added another tight end, which at the time, people were like, I don't know, that feels a little greedy by the offense to go out and trade and to draft a tight end when you need a lot of help on the defensive line. But what we have seen is a movement towards more 13 personnel packages, more 12 personnel packages, more tight ends on the field to help create more matchups. And I know that you were with our friends over at CHGO. You were talking tight ends with them. This is what Ben Johnson does. This is what a former tight ends coach.
Correct.
He has worked on ways to help unlock this position. Now, he's not alone. Kyle Shanahan has done incredible stuff with that position, or the H-back position.
It's the U tight end position, which is basically a fullback in Kyle Juszczyk.
And that's what he's been doing, and has made money for a long time, being a matchup nightmare. So since Carmi V is here, she's sitting in for Speaks today, we thought that we would talk some ball, because
talking ball.
Ball-nor.
Love talking ball.
Extreme ball-nor right here. So we were talking about the Athletic Football Show, right? Because Dave is on that show, and he just joined us. There was something that caught our ear from an episode 2 days ago that I wanted to get your reaction to. Okay. This is the guys talking about Ben Johnson's tendencies.
Did you see what Ben Johnson said about how he's spending his break before training camp?
No, it's going to be disgusting.
It was studying the Dolphins' run game from last year, because Eric Studesville is on their staff now. And so he has already had someone who was a part of that. He was the running backs coach in Miami last year. And his last press conference before they broke OTAs, they were like, "What, are you going to do anything fun?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to study the Dolphins' run game. That's what I'm going to do on my break."
I get it. I get it.
I love him so much.
I've gone down the rabbit hole with it, and it's just been, it's cool. It's a Shanahan offense on LSD. I mean, that's what it is.
Ben Johnson's play calling tendencies. So Ben Johnson on 2nd and 1 in his time as a play caller has a 48% pass rate on 2nd and 1. No one else in the league is above 31%.
I remember John Gruden being a huge, like, if they got 2nd and run, they were just play action shot playing, like that 2016 offense, or not 2021 or whenever they took over.
So he's throwing the ball more than anyone else on 2nd and 1. Ben Johnson is. It's 48% of dropbacks. He's running the ball on 3rd and medium.
Yeah,
more than anyone else.
That's it.
So if you look at the splits, it's almost all the situations are as close to 50-50 as you can reasonably get. And so it makes intuitive sense, but it's so important. It's like, if you can do anything on any given play, it makes it so much harder on the defense. So that's where under center comes into play. That's where play action comes into play. That's where all of this stuff comes into play, is that you allow yourself to be anything on early downs specifically. And I think all of the best offenses are consistently doing that.
So I was telling these guys that when I hear that, all that's going through my head is make same things look different and different things look the same. Make same things look different and different things look the same. I love that the way that Ben Johnson told you, like, this is what I'm going to do.
Yes.
And then he did it.
He's been very transparent, more transparent than most coaches I've ever covered. And doesn't seem to think that, like, that's going to do by design. There's nothing you can do if you're the defense, even if you know what he's going to do, because if you know that he's going to split most of these situations 50-50, where he has just as much of a tendency to run the ball or pass the ball on 2nd and 1 or 3rd and short,
3rd and 4. Like, he doesn't even care.
No, like, that does put the defense on their heels, and it makes them have to read before they can react and slows them down. That's the point. That's the entire point. And even if you know this about him, which every team does, because everybody runs analytics, everybody runs tendencies, everybody knows, it makes it impossible. And that's what's so cool, I think, about the chess match of everything, is Ben Johnson trying to dictate what the defense is going to do against him, because then he knows he can follow that up with this or that, or and stay 2-3 steps ahead, which is also what I was talking about with why he uses tight ends the way that he does, because tight ends are such a beautiful way to marry the run and the pass together, because they themselves can do anything. You can't get a tell off of Ben Johnson's tight ends, because Ben is willing to throw them out to do anything. He's willing to throw them out there, ISO them on a defensive end. Doesn't matter.
We've seen Colston Loveland on a post route.
Yes. Or down the field.
On a go,
Or you have Cole Kmet in short to intermediate areas of the field. Or sometimes, like, I mean, we're not far away from, like, a jet sweep by a tight end. Like, it's just, he was willing to do whatever. And because of that, like, it's the only thing consistent is his inconsistency, but like in a good way. That's not a bad inconsistency in this case. Is not a bad thing. And that's the only constant with Ben Johnson, but it also just makes it so the defense has so many questions and basically no answers.
One of the other questions, and one of the things I think is so interesting about this, is that along with the tendencies, and you're talking about defensive guys trying to figure out tells, one of the ways that they try to figure out tells is personnel.
Mm-hmm.
And when you marry the tendencies to the personnel, and you're a defensive coordinator looking at the tape, and you're like, okay, they had 13 personnel out there, and they still went play action
right
on 2nd and 1, right? Like, they still did that. The fact that he is able to have a little bit of fun and the chess match between him and the DC of the other team is, and you're going, how am I supposed to match personnel? Because if I match personnel, and if you get enough guys that have some flexibility, positional flexibility, like the Bears do, you get a couple of those guys. It's like I can't match it. So I've got to get to Caleb before they can burn me on some of this stuff.
Some of the stuff that I talked about yesterday on CHGO too was like, what the traditional way of matching personnel like that is going into a traditional base defense, a 4-3, you got 4 guys in the back on the back end, and that has kind of a lot of teams have gone to the nickel as kind of their de facto base because of how big of a passing league it is, and they want 5 DBs out there to contend with all of these receivers. Well, when you see bigger guys like tight ends or extra blockers, because the Bears don't really run pure 13 in the sense that they trot out 3 tight ends. Usually one is an extra lineman, and so like it's a jumbo personnel, so it's not traditional 13 or like true 13 in the way that the Rams do it.
They run like 13 elephant.
Yeah, they 13 Dumbo. Like, you hear Dumbo out there on the field, it's like, okay, we've got a jumbo formation, we've got an extra lineman out there. But even so, and he did this more in Detroit, and I think we'll see it maybe more with the Bears as we go on and they get kind of comfortable with his offense. But we saw it in Detroit, where he is, just because you have an extra offensive lineman out there and you're in this jumbo 13 personnel, that doesn't preclude Ben Johnson from throwing the football to an offensive lineman. He's done that. He did that in Detroit. Not all the time, but he did it. And so now you've added like another wrinkle, and that's why I'm so excited for this season, because last year was, and I said it before last season, I was like, you're not going to see Ben Johnson's offense this season. You're going to see a very vanilla version of it. It can still be explosive. It can still be productive, and it was, but you're not going to get all of the crazy stuff yet. This year, you're going to get some of the crazy stuff, I think. And when you talk about the way that he evolves year to year with his scheme, utilizing the personnel so that you can't match his personnel, you can't match up his tendencies, and all of that is married together, like, that's why I'm so excited for this season.
So he's as close to 50-50 on each situation as possible. And he has a quarterback. Like you said, Lawrence, if you're a defense, you're like, oh, we got to get to Caleb. But if you do get to Caleb, he scrambles out of it and makes a play on the run. Yeah. So I think back to that, like a few weeks ago when somebody asked Ben, you worried about the league catching up? He's like, nah. I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, no, I'm not. Because and it makes complete sense, because you're not going to pick up on his tendencies. And if you do, he has a quarterback that is as good as any in the world of structure.
At improvising,
yep.
Yes.
Both of you guys make really excellent points. And the idea and what you're talking about, like the idea of getting to the depth of the playbook, where maybe last year you're like, okay, I got to find out what my quarterback can do. Yeah. Now I have an idea of what he can do, and what he's capable of is pretty awesome.
Yes.
Great. Now I've got guys that early on, like when you were watching Colston Loveland, for example, maybe not always aligned properly, maybe not having the right timing with Caleb on when he was getting all that stuff.
Yes.
As the season went on, that got better.
Right.
So now you know all this. Like, well, hey, and I was as skeptical as anyone about Monunga. And I'm like, can he block well enough to stay on the field? You got the answer to that. Yes, he could block well enough to stay on the field. So now there's another guy that's got some multiple ability, and the idea of now getting to the deeper parts of your playbook because people are on the same page. You're no longer, at least walking into the season, we'll see what happens.
Right.
Because the league does adjust. And
the league adjusts. They do have some different personnel, too, that they're not going to be able to, they've lost. There's no DJ Moore anymore. There's a lot of things that have changed for the Bears, but you at least understand how Ben thinks.
Yes. And it's scary in there.
It's real scary in there.
Scary.
Compliment. How many times have I called this man a psycho? Compliment. I want my head coach and offensive play caller to be a psycho. He's a psycho.
I think you're right. And I think Bears fans love it.
That. It's a perfect encapsulation of what are you going to do in your time off? Well, I'm going to go study the Dolphins run game.
I'm going to go look at what Mike McDaniel was doing in the run game.
And I'm going to see how we can incorporate.
That.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. And that's what separates good coaches from great coaches is how you evolve year by year. And do you get back in the lab every offseason so that when installs come in training camp, you are adding on to what you already installed last year and the foundational principles, but you're adding wrinkles and you're adding things for certain personnel groupings and you're adding things for certain guys, like packages. You're designing packages for certain players, and it's all in the name of just staying ahead of the game.
And the great part about it is that you are not entering in the season where one of those guys is the quarterback.
Yeah.
Now the quarterback is one of your disciples.
And he understands you and he trusts you. I mean, Caleb Williams coming out in OTAs and being like, yeah, I felt like I was out to sea without a lifeboat in the first weeks of camp. And it's like, yeah, we could tell. Everybody that was at Bears camp last year was like, oh, God, nobody is on the same page right now. Caleb is drowning. And that was by design. And I knew it at the time, too, because I had seen the same thing in Detroit where I was like, you're going to overload him. You're going to see what he can do. And you're going to build him back up from there.
And they've done that, and it's been incredible. It's interesting, though, that you talk about young quarterbacks that may have been overloaded with smart coaches. There's some stuff going on in Minnesota. We should talk about it. We also ran across a really funny stand-up bit about
that was funny.
J.J. McCarthy. So we will share some of that stuff with you next. Carmi V is in for Spieg's Spiegel and Holmes show. Steve Stone is going to join us at 4:25. So if you're like, I need a White Sox fix, y'all, you're going to get it.
You're getting it.
We promise. Coming up on The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that.
Skibbity-gabbity.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skibbity-gabbity.
Sounds like Skippity Boppity to me.
Skippity Boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time, the Where's Lawrence drop. So to me, it's
everywhere.
It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So,
there you go.
Yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
super negative.
I'm always
over here.
Bringing Marshall up.
Negative
to where
Nelly.
I gotta say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess. It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
In the career, man. He played in the 50s and 60s,
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey, man. Well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore, pretty good. Keenan Allen, pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put, a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless, how much I can, sponge, take up. But, I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he, attacks the ball and is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver, so learning whatever I can.
Am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears-Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am. Because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing to admit unprompted. I was at Bears-Packers, as you know, and he's right. The ingress-egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress-egress? You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." What a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? What is the matter with that guy? It is just, I couldn't. It is one of the most politically incompetent things. Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion. And he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable. It was just a staggering admission by Brandon John. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Oh, the egress. Let me use it.
Unfortunately, let's see it. Oh my God, KOC. He seemed like a dude. Your quarterback sucks, though. Yeah, so he's got to fix it.
Oh man, JJ McCarthy catching strays all over the place. Yeah. We need to talk about him. And check this out. Local comedian AJ Leidig, who I imagine listens to The Score. And AJ, if you do, what up? Appreciate
Hi,
you.
AJ.
I saw this on Reels this morning and I could not stop laughing. I was like, we have to bring this to the public. And JJ McCarthy is a local guy, so there are plenty of guys that played against JJ from the area, including AJ, who had this to say about the experience.
I played against JJ McCarthy in high school. Wait till you hear how it went. In the first half alone, JJ had 4 touchdowns. I threw 4 interceptions. This is how arrogant I was at 17, is I watched him do that to me. And for real, my only takeaway was like, damn, I guess I'm going to be the second best quarterback in the NFL someday. That story gets more and more embarrassing every year. Because for those of you that don't follow the NFL, JJ McCarthy is currently one of the worst players the league has ever seen. My arch nemesis, the guy that I thought was a god of the sport, he's going to be unemployed in like a year.
Jesus.
Shout out to AJ. Appreciate him for that. So yeah, things are not great in Minnesota. Before we share this piece of sound, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think happens up there?
I don't know. I was just discussing this actually the other day where it looks like it's going to be a competition, like a real quarterback competition, but like I still give the edge to Kyler Murray up there.
Yeah, because he's a better quarterback.
He's a better quarterback. And if you don't have there are cracks in Kevin O'Connell's belief in JJ that are very well apparent.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is the guy, don't forget, that said that coaches and the league and environments fail quarterbacks more than the quarterbacks fail the environments. And so if you don't have that guy on your side 100%, I like that tells me a lot. And I've witnessed firsthand what Kevin O'Connell can do with very, very little. And the fact that JJ McCarthy was set up, yes, it was by default because of the injury, but in the best possible way you ever could be, between having Kevin O'Connell as his coach,
having a number one receiver,
like a one of one receiver, and having very good receiving options, including your tight ends. The offensive line, but you also got a year to sit and watch and ease yourself into the league. Quarterbacks would kill for that. And I think that it should be much more common than it is, because it's not easy to make that transition from college because of the things that you're asked to do at the NFL level that you're not asked to do in college. So you had every single thing going for you. And to put that last season, it's hard, because I wanted to believe in JJ McCarthy.
Well, let's listen to his head coach. This is what KOC's told Dan Patrick about the QB competition.
Help me understand an open competition at quarterback. Like it's open between JJ McCarthy and Kyler Murray.
I'm not really familiar with a closed competition. So, I've heard that everyone's like fascinated with that aspect of it. Here's what I would say. Two players and really the goal going into this offseason was to elevate the quarterback position, because when we have a certain standard of play that we feel like we have multiple guys in that room that are capable of achieving that standard, the Minnesota Vikings win football games. And so the best way to achieve that is having a daily attempt to have guys push each other, and not just always need the outside noise, or not always need what the narratives may be. Let's roll the ball out there, and let's try to help the Minnesota Vikings get better. Kyler has come in and done a great job. JJ, I think, has benefited from it. He had a really good spring. Carson Wentz is this veteran quarterback in the room that, as a guy who's played 7 or 8 quarterbacks in 4 years. The 2 years we had our starter, play the whole season, we won 13 and 14 games. So we want to try to get back to the standard of having the quarterback position be a driving force behind us winning by doing their job, by hopefully activating the great players they get to play with. We got a great defense. Brian Flores has done an unbelievable job. If we can limit giving the football away and generate some explosives and get our run game going, which is, although no one's really talking about that has been a major emphasis of this offseason, both from a coaching staff standpoint and a player development and offensive development standpoint. I'm excited about where we're at, but we won't really know until we, go start calcifying, forging our team together, that we're going to compete in the NFC North. It's a very, very competitive division.
I like that you got Kyler Murray.
We want the guys to push to find exactly what they can become as players, and it's okay to be uncomfortable doing that sometimes.
Yes,
they're as talented as these guys are, and they are. We are in a world where you find out very quickly that you have to be a grown-up in the National Football League, because that's what every Sunday, Monday, Thursday, whatever it is about. And we know that. We know what we signed up for. These players know that. I think they've handled it well, and I'm excited to see what it looks like. And we have a good plan in place to try to make sure we allow this thing to get to a place where we feel good about it, but also prepare the guy that's going to be our starter for the regular season.
Yeah, I think Kyler will do a good job as your starter.
Dan wouldn't let it go, and it was funny. Alex, you made a face during that soundbite. Why?
He knows who his starting quarterback is going to be, and so does Dan Patrick.
So
do we.
Yeah,
so do we.
Yep. You know what? So we can close this.
They were a half game out of a playoff spot last year with terrible quarterback play.
Yep.
So I mean, he has all the mandate to choose whoever he wants, and clearly, it's not J.J. McCarthy.
He's going to have to do some superhuman stuff.
Also, I mean, Nolan Teasley, the guy he came over from Seattle, is now their GM. And think about what he just did for Seattle. He brought in a quarterback who was proven to be able to steer the ship. Was he the best quarterback? No, but is he a Super Bowl winning quarterback now? Sure is.
He sure is.
So, like, when you think about that too, and then you brought in Kyler Murray, and you're talking about Brian Flores' defense, and you're hoping that it gets better. And I'm hoping Dallas Turner takes the step up that they need him to now that Gennard's not there anymore. I could see the Minnesota Vikings being a good team this year.
They could be problematic, but I'm glad that you brought up the Seahawks because we need to talk about the head coach of the Seahawks. And we were having a conversation off the air about work-life balance. We need to bring it to the forefront and talk about it as it pertains to coaches and probably to talk show hosts. Next, here on The Score.
Cubs fans, 104.3 The Score takes you inside the dugout to talk to your favorite Cubs throughout the season. Talking to Ian Happ, Tuesdays at 11:25 a.m. with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
You get a chance to take care of business and finish the job. You know, that's kind of what's in front of us here.
Nico Horner, Tuesdays at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
It can be a tricky spot when you start changing things just to change them.
And Cubs manager Craig Counsell, bi-weekly, also with Spiegel and Holmes.
Win or lose.
Let me use a relatable example of why Soldier Field's a pain in the ass. I'm going to pick the best sporting event that stadium's hosted in 20 years and tell you why I left early on a Saturday. Like, what is the matter with you? Like, I can't trust you to do anything. Like, I wouldn't trust you to dog sit Omar. Like, and I tried to trade him for Deshaun Watson. Like, that is so stupid. Like, it is like, no wonder, dude. Like, no wonder. Like, it explained so it's not what you guys were trying to get out of him. It's not why you asked him to come on, but like, it is one of the more revealing, insightful answers to anything, certainly in the history of this radio station and maybe in the history of Illinois politics. Like, it's intergalactically stupid. Like, I have been thinking about it. It's like a wormhole in my brain. And I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like watching Karl Anthony Towns go by Victor Wembanyama, and I'm like, why did Brandon Johnson admit that he left the Bears Packers early? Like, it makes, like, Owen wakes up this morning and like, do you want pancakes or scrambled eggs? I'm like, I don't know. Brandon Johnson left Bears Packers early, and he decided to share that with people because he thought it would be a good idea to admit. Like, it's just, he may as well have come on and been like, you know, I really don't like that Barack Obama claims Chicago because technically he was born in Hawaii. Like, just like one of the most out of touch, insane admissions I have ever heard. And like, by the way, how has that not been revealed? You're the mayor of Chicago. How is there not cell phone footage or a security worker? I mean, the guy's approval rating is basically the ingress egress of the stadium. How did we not know that he left Bears Packers early? Like, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Ben Brown's coming into his own, and probably the last couple times out been the Cubs' best starting pitcher. Wonder if they're going to try to stretch him out some more. I love that term. We use it all the time.
I know.
Why are they sending him down to AAA? They're going to stretch him out.
Wouldn't it be great if they just had a guy bring out a table and they started?
I know.
Actually did some stretching.
Every time I hear that,
push it back, push it.
Every now and then, when I hear that, I think of you. I know you had, or you're familiar with the whole Stretch Armstrong toy as a kid.
Oh yeah, of course.
Now Stretch is going to be a starting pitcher. So, what exactly are they doing to these guys in Iowa?
Oh my gosh.
Taking them to the back.
Stretch them out.
That's the part of the pitching lab we don't talk about.
There you go.
Let's stretch them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massage therapy. Da, da, da.
Javier, you're next.
Oh, that's so funny.
Jordan, Get in line. I think we're going to see Jordan Wicks and Javier Assad before it's all said and done. I don't know about this pitching rotation.
It feels that way.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had Assad as an option last night?
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Right.
You don't have guys who are giving you what you need in relief. And that's, the out-getters are not getting outs.
Right.
But you could have stretched out Assad in that moment, David.
What are you saying?
Why would you stretch out Assad?
You're saying to the outgetters, get out!
Get out! Get out, Phil Maton. Just the latest guy. What was the guy they just added yesterday?
Liam Hendricks?
Ty Block. Liam Hendricks, too? He's in Arizona. You know what he's doing in Arizona? Getting stretched out.
Stretched out. He's in the stretch lab.
They're stretching him out.
They got a pitching lab and a stretch lab.
Liam. So, yeah, he's in
Justin,
Arizona.
why did you raise your hands in frustration?
Just the idea of all this stretching out. I just feel I'm very passionate about the fact that I think last night, if you would have had Assad still on the roster and not in Iowa, you could have brought him in and tried to have given the team a little spark, if you will, at 4-0. There was still a chance, and it just
I don't disagree. I'm not laughing at that.
It just made you remember. It's just too many flashbacks of last year and the Brewers out on their field, family, whatever, Miller Park. In I call it Miller Park. I call it Sears Tower. I call it Marshall Fields. The point is holding that L flag, right? And that they haven't played since then.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
They played yesterday.
Until yesterday.
I forgot all about that. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
I don't know. I just forgot about it. There's a lot of stuff in my brain. I just forgot about that. Well, Cubs Sox took everything out of the Cubs.
And maybe the Sox. The Cubs actually won last night 3-1. Cubs scored 3, White Sox scored 1. So look at it that way. If you look at it that way. I'm stretching.
Boy,
that's
talking
really
about
stretching.
Stretching. That's stretch lab material.
Cubs were 3-1 winners over the White Sox last night.
Alex Caruso, too, had 31 points for the Thunder. Oh, my gosh. There was one point. He was guarding.
Snap to Maine, a sidearm delivery. Got it to his running back, Henderson, who takes it by midfield. Down the near sideline, 40. Down the near sideline, 35. Tackled at the 30. The clock is ticking. 2, 1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy in a win over the New England Patriots. And Mike McDonald, the Seahawks head coach, becomes the third youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl. And tonight, with the confetti flying, wins Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara.
Highlights courtesy of Westwood One, my favorite, Kevin Harlan on the call. A couple of baseball notes before we dive back into a little bit of football. One is that Steve Stone is going to join us in the next segment. So if you're like, I want to get my White Sox fix, we're going to take care of you with Stoney, who's coming up in about 20 minutes. 2, Shohei Ohtani was scratched from the Dodgers lineup.
Yes.
And he's not going to play in the All-Star game either. And there's talk that there will be some sort of thing done to his knee. So,
yeah, you don't want to hear that. It's one thing if it's the same injury that's been plaguing him. It's another if it's a brand new one.
Yep. If you would like to be selfish with that news, if you would like to frame it and look through a lens, this opens the door for P. Armstrong to be National League MVP.
Ooh.
If you want it to be selfish and crass and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see if Shohei's okay. Hopefully he is, because he's good for baseball.
Yes.
And for business.
It's fun to watch.
He's very, very fun to watch. Carmi V is in for Spiegs today.
Hi.
Hi. I'm so glad you're here. The Twitch Mob boss is here and in effect. We were having a conversation about work-life balance, and I do think about it this time of year.
Yeah.
From my days of being an everyday Bears beat reporter, this is about the time, and it still happens. Like, I noticed this about myself. I am looking at more and more like football content, even in the middle of the Cubs playing really well, the White Sox playing well, because my body clock is about to go off.
Yes.
It's about to go off and be like, oh, it's football time again.
Right.
Training camp is getting ready to start. And just another quick aside, and I know I've been on the asides today. I got the list of the open practices for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
And I texted Jason Leisure, and I'm like, this feels light. The amount of open practices feels light. So then we did a research project together. And it's not that light. It's actually fine. Like, it's 10 practices that they're having. And it's somewhere usually over the last 5 years, the Bears have had between 8 and 11 open practices. But it always makes me sad that they left Bourbonnais. Now, our friend Daniel Van Kirk, who was in here a couple days ago, he got tickets for one of the training camp practices. But the thing that makes me sad, and I'll jump on my soapbox for a second, Carmen, the thing that makes me sad about it is there's so many people, when I was covering the team until the team went back to campus a few years ago, that will never get a ticket to Soldier Field or to Hammond or to Arlington Heights. They'll never get a ticket, but they could always count on just rolling up. If you had a day off during the summer or you took the day off.
That's what I did growing up. I didn't go to a Bears game until I was in college and working in the NFL. I legitimately, you couldn't get tickets and they were expensive, but I went down to Bourbonnais.
And I miss that experience for people because I did that. I did 1 year in Platteville, and then most of my career as a reporter was spent in Bourbonnais for camp, and I always loved it. And those were the Jay Cutler years, so they were packing the place. They were getting a lot of people. That nighttime practice that they would have in the stadium down there at Olivet Nazarene was always something to look forward to. And now they can maybe squeeze 1,000 people into Hallis Hall. And it's kind of like there's a lot of friends of the program that are there. So I always feel like I'm excited because football's getting ready to come back, but I'm also always a little bit sad when
there's more hoops to jump through.
Yeah, and it just feels like it's becoming less and less attainable
and accessible.
For a fan to be able to see their team.
Yeah, and I think the Bears would probably argue, well, you've got Family Fest and that's held in Soldier Field and you can do that and this, that. And it's like, yeah, but it's not the same as a training camp practice where you can go up to the rope and these guys come up and they sign autographs and they sign this, that, the other. That was the best at training camp. My God, when you go down to Bourbonnais, and I'm sitting cross-legged, just in the grass, watching practice. And then, the only thing that's stopping anybody from getting onto the field is just this tiny little rope. There's everybody just agreed to be cool, and it was fine. And then I'm getting signature. I got Daniel Manning. I remember getting Israel Adonijah's signature, being so pumped about it. And just all of these players that aren't household names, but seeing them and getting to interact with them, even at the training camp practices I've been at now at Hallis, the fans are kind of in risers. There is a section where they can be 4 or 5 deep, but they are 4 or 5 deep, and so it's you don't really get those interactions with the players. And I don't know. I feel they're shuffled off the field really quickly, and it's not as accessible. And sometimes the worst times is because there's 3 practice fields out there, and sometimes the pairs will be on the far one.
Yes.
And you can't really see anything.
And the family day or family night practice, it's not the same.
It's not.
It's a dress rehearsal.
It's in Soldier Field.
Correct.
So there's no more accessibility than there would be at a normal game, which there's none, really.
If you're a Bears fan that would go to Bourbonnais and you would be oh my God, I'm right here on the yard line where Charles Tillman and Brandon Marshall are lined up against each other.
Yes. My goodness. Or seeing Matt Forte go up against Urlacher or Briggs or whatever. It was one of those things where you were oh my gosh, this is, you get the full breadth of how big these guys are and the physicality of the sport, even if they're not in pads, because, and especially back then too, it was That was the Wild West. That was back during like 2-a-days and stuff. Too.
Yeah, I mean, those were still like physical practices. And I remember that first year that Lovey was here, everyone popped a hamstring because they weren't ready.
They weren't, yeah.
And it happens sometimes when you get new coaches, but it just like it's one of those things. I understand why the Bears do it, and it makes all the sense in the world from a business standpoint. You have to basically move your campus to a campus that's 90 miles away.
From a player perspective, like they did not like being in those dorms. Nobody likes being in those dorms.
No one likes doing that. But I do like what Ben did last year, where the guys were the year before. Eberflus kind of let guys do whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
And Ben was like, no, everyone's at the hotel.
Yeah.
Everyone.
I know.
So I do like that part of it.
When I was with the Bucks, because they didn't go away because they're in Florida. So where are they going to go? You know,
they're only going to go to someplace cooler.
Yeah, and I wish they did because God, those training camp practices were horrendous. But they had a team hotel, and you had to, even if you were a veteran, you had to stay through a certain day.
That's what Ben did last year with the Bears.
And then if you want to, as a veteran, you are allowed to go back to your family for a while. But I mean, I think it made a big difference though to have those guys like in that hotel together. And I mean, you know, they're setting up shop in so-and-so's room, playing this game, and like this game's in the other person's room. And, you know, you just kind of go around. And I think it's a really good thing for team bonding. If you're not going to go away, you should still feel like, because those are the kinds of things that are going to get you through during the season when things are hard and guys are going at each other and tempers are flaring and whatever. You need that foundation. Otherwise, everything's going to fracture.
There's an issue of access to that's more germane to you and I. Like, we care about like the access of it, but the idea, like, even like, oh my God, I just saw Robbie Gold. You know, like,
oh yeah,
you know, like,
do you know he's the only guy I've ever fangirled over?
Really?
Yeah. It was so embarrassing.
Tell us the story.
It was when I was with the Bucks, and Bradley Pinion was on our team, and he had just joined punter. And he had just come from San Francisco with Robbie. And him and I were in the meal room on the road one day for one game. And we were talking, and I told him that I'm from Chicago. And I'm like, yeah, like, you know, it's been a tough time being a Bears fan. Like, it's our leading scorer is a field goal kicker. And he's like, oh, yeah, Robbie. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, yeah, he's like one of my best friends. And I was like, oh, my God, really? Like, he's amazing, whatever. And he's like, do you want to call him? And I was like,
what?
Yeah. He's like, I'll FaceTime him right now. And Robbie picked up, and I got to talk to him for like 5 minutes, and he was very nice. And he was like, you know, it was just funny now because like I worked at Marquee last season, and I never did a show with him though, and I don't think I ever really got to face to face meet him. But those 5 minutes, man, I was all like, I blushed. I was just like, and he was like, where are you from? Like, you know, how long have you been a Bears fan? Did you remember this time? Remember that time? We were like going back and forth, and I was like, oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, I had to deal with Robbie every day.
Yeah, I know.
From when people thought his last name was Gold, even Lovey. Like, Lovey would call him Robbie Gold. And it wasn't until, I think, year 2 or 3 that he was like, that's not my last name, but I'm a kicker. And then he's like, I'm the kicker. Like, I'm not just a kicker. Like, I'm the kicker around here. And he was for a long time, and then had that really great year with San Francisco after he left the Bears. I do Patrick Manley's the Manley Awards every year.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, it's a really incredible event. And shout out to Bernie's Book Bank that we have it at. And Robbie was one of the guests. And being able to... Like, Robbie he and I were always pretty good with each other, like reporter, player. Mm-hmm. But being able to ask him some of the stories about some of those teams and get an unfiltered version of it was great.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it.
He has like a real love for Chicago. And like,
clearly.
Even when he was in San Francisco, and Bradley corroborated that, where he was like, yeah, it's all Robbie talked about is Chicago, and he loves Chicago so much, and that's where, like, you know, his home is, and it always will be. And I was just like, I mean, yeah, well, the man also doesn't have to pay for anything in Chicago.
Yeah, that's true, and he probably won't for a while. I mean, we went down memory road, and so we kind of ate this segment up a little bit so we can move some of the stuff about work-life balance to later on in the show. But and that wasn't my intent. It was just on my. As Jim Boyle would say, it was on my heart to talk about training camp
and
seeing like the dates of it and being like, okay, like The open practices they're open, but
I've seen a lot
not...
on Twitter too. A ton of fans are just like really disappointed, and it's really hard to see because you're just like, man, that sucks.
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing, but the economics of it completely makes sense. But the problem is that even me saying that feels a little dirty.
Yeah,
that we're talking about it from the standpoint of the economics of the most successful league in this country
and a multi-billion-dollar franchise, and all that kind of stuff. Where you're like, could you get back a little bit to the fans that feed you? Is essentially like it's a tough. Because like you also want them to just be focused on winning games too, and if there are logistics involved, that does take away from that provides a distraction. This, that, the other.
And Ryan Pace, he rebuilt Haugh. It was the best part of what he did as general manager. So all of they kind of caught up to the league in some places that they were deficient. So yeah, you want to have camp where you've got all of the medical stuff. You have instead of having to move all of that stuff and move it down to Bourbonnais. But there were so many kids that I would see, so many high schoolers that would come there to Bears practice after their morning practice.
Yeah.
And watch what an NFL team looks like.
And it was like, you get to be 16, 17 and you have a driver's license and you can just go down with your friends during the summer. And that's what we did that. We're like, hey, you want to go to Bears camp today? Like, absolutely. Let's go down to Bears camp. And, you take the little road trip and you get your little road trip snacks, even though it's, an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever. And it was like having those memories was awesome, and I feel like people aren't getting those anymore.
And my favorite story,
but I don't think that's unique to the Bears either. I will say
no, it's not. Like it's like this is
late stage capitalism, guys.
Yeah, and the Bears were one of the last teams to move it back to campus. And there's still a couple that go away. Like Dallas always goes to Oxnard,
the Chiefs. Actually, the Saints went to Oxnard or like that area this year too, because of how hot it is in New Orleans.
Yeah,
and I'm
fun.
like, so they went to Southern California. Maybe it wasn't Oxnard, but maybe it was down in the OC, somewhere like that.
Yeah, so you do all that stuff, and I'm sorry I ate up this segment by talking about that, but every time I see the training camp schedule, I go, man, I feel for fans that economically, like, you can make a day of going to Bourbonnais without it denting your wallet.
Yeah.
You can't make a day of taking 5 kids to Soldier Field without it denting your wallet. Or Hammond or Arlington Heights or Portage or wherever the Bears may play. And no, we're not going to talk about the stadium thing today, even though the governor of Indiana has apparently moved them back from the half-yard line. Yeah. They're just in the red zone. They just barely...
No, stop.
Damn it!
Stop.
It's just in the red zone. That's where they're at.
I don't want to hear it.
They're not at the...
No football analogies.
No, like your wedding, no one gave any football?
No. It's very adamant. I'm not having football wedding favors or analogies. Dave was like, I will not go through with this wedding if you give me like a football LSU, like even if it's like an LSU cake. He's like, absolutely not. We're not. This is completely separate. And I'm like, yeah, this is separate.
Look
Thanks.
at you guys being aligned. It's beautiful. We need to take a break. When we come back, Steve Stone is going to join us.
Stoney.
The White Sox get their home run guy back. What does that mean? And what's this first half of, air quotes, half of the season been like for the White Sox? Stoney tells us next here on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Nico drives one in the air. Deep left field. It's got a chance. Score!
You're listening to the Spiegel and Holmes Show, afternoons 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore.
Wemby. He was guarding Wemby. And because of the switching and they were doing, he had 31 points. He had a huge 3. That was terrific. That's going to be a better series than I think I expected a good series, but now OKC's up against it.
We got a texter who says that Wemby was a 6'6" guard, but they sent him down to Iowa to stretch him out. Look at the size from now.
Imagine what Assad's going to come back as. I can't wait for that. The Bulls will be interested.
That's great.
He got stretched out.
Touch them all there, Dexter. That's
well done.
So I think that's, again, for him, you're talking about small progress. I'm happy he's learning up here. Who are the White Sox stretching out? in order to come up and pitch for Eric Fetty.
Stretch!
Down in the Charlotte Stretch Lab.
Get up, stretch!
I don't know.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. It's just so
Because
silly.
it's the same thing for every
I
pitcher.
know, I
They're
know.
going to the minors to stretch them out.
They're going to stretch them out. Yeah, it's great.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals
Of course he did.
in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did it from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down.
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So he went Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there. He gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment. Takes his glasses up.
Uh-huh. Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on The Score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about Lawrence? What do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at The Score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to, I also have a similar story. This is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really, just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. He was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second. And in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, "Do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio?" And I've noticed it.
Cy Young Award winner.
So did you like it enough to come back?
If I come back, we're not flashing back to another decade. If I come back, I'm coming back prepared to call a live game in the here and now.
Wait a second, you got to do the 70s and the 90s yet. You just did the 80s tonight.
Oh, my God.
Chicago White Sox television analyst.
Chip has a little bit of a twisted sense of humor, I would say. One day, he and Steve Stone bought Ron a box of chocolates. Okay, a real nice, fancy box of chocolates. And Ron noticed that it looked like it had already been opened before. Yeah. And sure enough, it had been opened, because what Steve and Chip had done, they took a bite out of every single piece of chocolate and then put it back in the box and then gave it to Ron Sandy. What are friends for?
So we went over into our booth, which looked into Ron's booth, and watched as he carefully opened the lid on that and then looked at it like, oh my God, a rodent must have gotten in here. So he went to the second layer, and the same thing on the second and the same thing on the bottom layers. It was then that Ron looked over in the television booth, and Chip and I were laying down on the counter laughing like two lunatics. But we used to do that quite a bit to Ron. I used to call it poking the bear.
Hey, I want to be a rock star.
Oh, I want to be a rock star.
Steve Stone with Spiegel and Holmes on 104.3 The Score.
There's nothing like talking baseball with Steve Stone. He joins us now on the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel Hotline, the Midwest's best casino. Carmen Vitale is in for Spiegs. Steve Stone is here on The Score. What's up, Stoney?
Hi, Steve.
Hey, everything is fine, Lawrence and Carmen. Nice to talk with you, and we'll see if we can rebound from what was a desolate Boston series.
Yeah, let's talk about that series because it was rough with the White Sox only scoring 2 runs inside of that series. What were the things that you took away from it?
Well, first of all, Lawrence, before we get into that, I want to compliment you on something that you said, and your depth of knowledge of all sports is really wonderful and very insightful as far as baseball is concerned. And I was listening to you when you said that the Sox are used to outslugging their mistakes, and they weren't able to do that against Boston. And that was a succinct summary of exactly what happened. Sox scored 2 runs in 3 games. They did make some mistakes. They saw on the other side of the field what happens when you have an airtight defense, and Boston has one of those. So combining the airtight defense with the fact that the Sox couldn't hit their left-handed pitchers turned out the way it was supposed to turn out, with Boston taking all 3. And it's starting to become evident that very few teams at this point are thinking about selling because everybody is in the wild card or the division race.
It's true. And now you start looking like Carmen had brought this up, earlier when we were talking in the meeting. Now all of a sudden Detroit's back involved in this thing.
And their big decision, Lawrence, is what they do with Skubal, because obviously when you have that kind of a hammer at the top of your starting rotation and you realize not too many people are going to be able to beat him, that's somebody that you want to go down the stretch with, and from their perspective, hopefully in the playoffs. So that being said, if I'm Scott Harris, I can't look at Skubal and let him walk out the door and get nothing for him. But to do that, to maximize the return, like the return we got from Grote, I believe a pre-deal has to be in order, because if he's just going to be a rental to whoever you trade him to, then you're not going to get near as much in return as if you have a pre-done deal with him. And there's a lot of people who would like to get a pre-done deal this particular year because, as we know, the contract runs out from between the owners and the players on December 2nd. And one of the things that the owners are probably going to try to do, and whether they can accomplish it, I don't know, but they're going to talk about limiting or doing away with deferred money. So all the guys that have an opportunity to sign a contract, a long-term deal with deferred money, which makes it easier on the team that's acquiring them, all those guys would probably like to have that in place before this agreement runs out and everything potentially shuts down.
How do you look at this team going into the All-Star break? If they win their last game going in, or if they lose, does that Is there a discrepancy there with how you view this team going forward, dependent on how they finish out this first quote unquote half of the season?
Well, I think they're going to have a pretty good series against this A's ball club. And one of the reasons is that, number one, they have a bullpen in disarray. Number two, they have some key players injured, guys who aren't performing the way they can. Kurtz is not playing, which is always a good thing when you play the A's ball club. So regardless of what happens in this, I think where the Sox are right now, and bear in mind, this is not an excuse for not doing anything at the trade deadline, because that doesn't happen until August 3rd, and it'll become a little more clear to a lot of these teams exactly if they should be buyers or sellers. I believe that the Sox are a year ahead of the predicted pace. There was a lot of people that felt that next year this team was going to be highly competitive. That presupposes there's going to be a full season next year, and that nobody has the answer to. But I think that being where the team is, which is tied for first place, there's a whole group of people that says as long as you've been this far and as long as you still have a reasonable shot for either the division title or a wild card, you might as well go for it. I do know one thing. Chris Getz is not going to take apart a minor league system that he took so long to develop in order to go and make a run at it. I think this team is capable of making a run at it in the Central. Whether they add a great deal or a little bit at the trade deadline, nobody really knows. But first things first, you got to look at who they're going to take with 1-1 in the draft, which is coming up tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a big party. Like, you can spend the whole day at the ballpark with the White Sox between the draft and the game. Like, I think it's a really cool thing that the White Sox are doing. The big news tonight, Stoney, is that Munetaka Murakami is back. He's been gone for about 6 weeks. He seems healthy enough to help them in this last series before the All-Star break. What have they missed with him not being there? And why has he been able to come into this league and be so successful? In people don't expect that from a player that just makes the jump.
Well, first of all, you have to realize that this is not the average player you get from Japan. He's a two-time MVP over there, and 1 year hit 56 home runs in just about 140 games. So you have a guy with enormous power. We've seen that. He doesn't have to hit the ball with the sweet spot of the bat to hit it out, because he gets a lot of backspin on his fly balls. They don't seem to come down. It's not like that almost a top spin lob in tennis, or that line drive, that sinking line drive that a lot of guys hit with overspin. Naturally, he has a lot of backspin, which means that the ball will carry a lot longer, and you don't have to hit the sweet spot. So they're hoping he's somewhat similar to the guy that was one of the elite sluggers in baseball when he went down. In just over 2 months, you're looking at 20 home runs, 40 runs driven in, and 40 runs scored, and that's something this lineup could desperately use. It also lengthens the lineup, means you're going to get substantial left-hand hitters who can hit the ball out of the ballpark, something the Sox had missed for many years. And Chris Getz and his staff has put together a team that can hit the ball out of the ballpark, and when they do, they're a tough team to beat.
Stoney, why have the White Sox struggled so much with lefties?
Excuse me, why are they what?
Why have they struggled so much with lefties?
Well, because their power hitters, for the most part, are left-handed. And although Colson Montgomery does hit lefties very well, he doesn't have the same kind of power that he does facing the right-hand pitchers. Also, when you take a look at the lineup, they can start 8, but they usually start 7 left-hand hitters against a right-hand starter. And conversely, it's a different story against the lefty. But they ran into 2 exceptional lefties in Tolle and Bennett. Mm-hmm. Bennett is a guy that throws 2 of 3 strikes to 74% of the batters he faces. So he doesn't get behind. And when you don't get behind and you're a left-hand pitcher who can shave off the inside corner consistently, then it helps you on your changeup, it helps you on your backdoor cutter, it helps you on curveballs that you keep away from right-handers. And that's exactly what both of those left-handers did. A lot of promise, 2 young guys. They were at the top of their game. I don't expect them to always be that way, because nobody really is unless you're Jacob Mizorowski. But these guys are not that. They're still just plenty good. And the White Sox, just because of the configuration of this lineup, are much better against right-handed starters.
There's a couple guys I want to ask you about, and one of them, listening to you on game broadcasts, changed my perspective on what he might be as a player. The first one is Antonacci, and him being able to, like, he's not a left fielder by trade, and he's made some incredible plays out in left field. And the other one is the player that's keeping him from playing second base in Chase Mydroth. I think that you've done a really good job of illustrating that both of those guys, but Mydroth in particular, like the gamer impact, like these guys are gamers. How would you assess how both of them have impacted this year's team?
Well, Chase has done a terrific job, and the only time that he's gotten in trouble is when he decides that he wants to hit a lot of home runs. I call them home run hitters with warning track power. And if Chase is going to be a table setter, which he should be, then he's going to shorten his stroke a little bit, especially with 2 strikes. But more than that, he's going to look for something middle away to drive to right and right center field. Contact should be the name of his game. If he occasionally hits the ball out of the park, so be it. That's good. But if he goes up there thinking about home runs, that batting average, and most alarmingly, the strikeout rate, which is a whole lot higher than he would like, especially for a guy who should be a table setter. As far as Antonacci is concerned, I think he's done a magnificent job for a lifetime second baseman of making the conversion to right field. It doesn't always look pretty, but he leaves everything out on the field. This is a guy that gives you 100% every day he's in that uniform. And every day he's in the lineup, and tonight he's leading off, which is, for me, a great place to be. You're talking about a guy who has an on-base percentage of .380. This is a throwback type of leadoff hitter because nowadays the leadoff hitters, well, Ohtani is one of them, and Buxton is another one of those guys. They're bombers at the top of that lineup because they get one more at bat. This is not the way that Will wants to configure his lineup, which makes Sam all that more valuable. So 1 or 2 of those guys should be leading off. Mydroth does hit down in the lineup on occasion. He's there tonight. He's in the 6th hole. And so I think that at this point, Mydroth is ahead defensively only because Sam is in left field. And I think the adjustment has been great for him to go out there full time because it's not an easy adjustment, as we've seen. And at times, Sam looks like he's fighting the ball, but more times than not, he comes away with the play. And if he doesn't make the play, it's not from lack of hustle because he leaves it all out on the field.
It's such an exciting time, though, because the Sox seem to be so far ahead of where they should be. They have all these young players that have developed so wonderfully. But I want to ask you about somebody else, too, and it's Miguel Vargas, because what type of work have you seen him do to get to where he is, to become an all-star and to become this player that the Sox can rely on?
Well, one of the things, Carmen, is that he is one of the leaders on this team. Mm-hmm. And they made a couple of mechanical changes to him because he was having a hard time when he first came up with the White Sox, had a hard time with catching up to the inside fastball and the high fastball. So what they did was they took him and made him a stand-up hitter. He used to have a little crouch, and he also used to hold his bat almost straight up. And they flattened his bat, made him a stand-up hitter, and now he's able to get around on fastballs middle in a lot better than he did. He's in a bit of a mini slump right now, and that can be expected to a guy that plays most every day. But he's shown he can play first base as well as third. He is a very hard worker. I know the guys really like him. And you started out the question, Carmen, by saying, is it exciting for me? And it certainly is for a number of different reasons. Number one, this team is over 500. We thought if you could finish 500 this year, it would be kind of a magical season. The next progression before this team really turned it on and made a few additions and got really good. But they've stayed afloat this year, which is very exciting. Also, because this is a wonderful locker room, it's one of the best I've ever seen as far as culture is concerned. They're a group of very likable players. And with that in mind, I've actually gone into that locker room almost on a daily basis, where in a few years past, I didn't go down there all that often. So this year, these guys, they understand where they are in this game. They play as hard as they can. Will and his staff have laid down a culture that's going to hold this team in good stead going down the lane, whether it's this year or next year. I believe that this team could make it as a wild card this year. They might be able to win the division. Who knows what's going to happen at the trade deadline. But when you have just about every team in the race, you realize that it becomes a general manager's trade deadline, and it's August 3rd. And by then, everybody's going to figure out if they're going to be buyers or sellers. And then you look at who each of these teams adds, and that might just tip the balance in the Central, which, as we know, is pretty wide open.
As I was saying earlier, like I take a lot of my thoughts on the White Sox from Steve Stone, because why wouldn't you? And so when I heard you talking at the beginning of the year about Will Venable, and I'm like, all right, like with teams that lose, it's hard to judge what a manager does. But you were saying such glowing things, so I've been paying as close attention as I can. And one of the things that I think is interesting, Stoney, is Will using openers. And it's not that because I know that the front office can tell you like some of the matchups and stuff. His ability to convince guys to start their start in the second inning, I feel like those guys believe him, and he hasn't had to work too hard to gain the trust of guys in the rotation that might bristle at the idea of not being a true starter.
Well, again, if you have Jacob Mizorowski, you have Paul Skeens, you have a couple of other guys, Schlittler with the Yankees. If you have them, you're not going to probably use an opener for those guys. Unfortunately, the Sox don't have those guys. They don't have Skubal. And so you run out there, and what you're trying to do when you use an opener, and Tampa Bay did it first, and they did it very well, what you try to do is keep whoever it is your bulk reliever, which is really a starting pitcher because he's going to try to go 5 or 6. You want to stop him from facing the top of that order for the third time in the 5th or possibly the 6th inning. And that's why you use an opener. And when the opener gets everybody out, it looks like a brilliant move. And when he doesn't, well, it doesn't look good. But as far as evaluating managers, let me tell you one quick story. It's the Sparky Anderson theory that I have. When Sparky was managing the Big Red Machine, that Cincinnati team was a group of killers. And you could write Rose and Perez and Morgan and Bench in your lineup with Griffey and later George Foster. You could write them every day, and boy, you look like a hell of a manager. In fact, he was a genius, an absolute genius. Well, then Sparky decided to move on, and Sparky went to Detroit. And in a 48-minute plane ride, Sparky became an idiot. I don't know what happened to him, but somehow those 48 minutes made him an idiot because when he got to Detroit, he got there with no talent. He couldn't write all those other names in the lineup, and he finished last. And then in the next couple of years, they put together some talent. And then in 1984, he goes 35-5. They win the division easily, go on to win the World Series, and Sparky's a genius again. It comes down to talent. And back to the original premise of Will Venable, the players both like and respect him. Also, he is learning what the major leagues has to teach a manager, and it's an all-encompassing job, especially as he has to interact with the media on a daily basis, and he does it 3 or 4 different times. And so that's part of the job, but also it's understanding the limitations of your players and never asking a guy to do what he can't do. A manager's job is to put guys in a position to be successful. Use them the way you can, which is what Will is in the process of doing. And the other factor is the best bullpen doesn't always win. The healthiest bullpen, when it comes down to August and September, that's the bullpen that wins. And it's up to Zach Bove, the pitching coach, and Will Venable to keep that bullpen healthy. At times, this bullpen has looked just absolutely wonderful, and at times it gets a little worn down, and maybe you'd like to have a better closer because right now it's almost by committee, but that's what Will has got. And Lawrence, mark my words on this, and I know I've said it before on a few other guys. I might have been exaggerating on those guys being a team employee and all, but I would have told you the same thing whether I worked for the White Sox or not about Will Venable. I've interacted with him on a daily basis. He's going to be an exceptional manager because he understands people. He doesn't put them in a position that they can't achieve anything. And also, they both like and respect him on a daily basis. This is a guy who's got enormous talent and great people skills. You need both to be able to manage in the major leagues. He's going to be here for a long time, and he's going to be very good at it.
Stoney, have a great call. Have a great weekend this weekend with the White Sox as we shut it down for All-Star, and hopefully they can kind of get out of this little mini tailspin that they've been in.
Well, Lawrence, thank you, and Carmen, it was nice commiserating with you, and have a good show, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, Stoney.
That is Steve Stone, the best.
The best.
The absolute best right there, and he's right. How's Spieg's going to handle that? Tanny, how's he going to handle that?
Like I told Alex just after it happened, I was like, right now Spiegs is somewhere, and he just like kind of shuddered. He doesn't know. He has no idea why.
I'll be hosting Hit and Run this Sunday. No, I actually won't be hosting.
So is that the Open? Do we just come right out with that on Monday?
Yeah, we should probably hit him in the face with that. That's probably a good thing. So shout out to Steve Stone, who I adore. So we need to take a break. When we come back, there was a big old wedding And then we found out that there was an ex-Cub at the wedding. And then this show traced it back to him talking about how he's connected to the big old wedding. There's more next here on The Score.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh, mornings, 5:30 to 10.
When you're on your way to work, we're bringing you the latest Chicago sports talk in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
Driving around outside of the Chicago area? Well, you can still get us on 670 AM or live on the Odyssey app.
You want to watch us do the show live? Check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking all of Chicago's teams. We're also on CHSN weekdays, 7 to 9.
And if you're working from home, make sure you listen to us on your smart speaker.
There's no one. Started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2-hour or something 3-hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered P.F. Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, and the guy couldn't get. NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox, and the guy couldn't find the entrance. And Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay, and then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. And he never got his $175.
It happened
worth
twice?
of P.F. Chang's. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day. And it was courtesy of JB, and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would be have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever, somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacy, and it will range from he took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor, to he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like, it's going to range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, like Johnny, Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacy was, and I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacy, when people, say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him, and not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this, and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story, and then I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacy to me, when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons, and on one night, we're sitting at a 5-star hotel in Paris eating escargot and listening to him tell all those Turkish mobster stories and his travels in Europe and the Hollywood starlets he rubbed shoulders with and the actors that he could shake hands with. And then I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And then the next night, he rips his suit pants from thigh to ankle when he gets on the bus to go to the arena in Paris, France. So then we have to eventually staple his pants shut for the broadcast. Mark Brady did yeoman's work there. And then right when that happened and we're getting adjusted and sat down at our broadcast position, he looks across the way and sees Victor Wembanyama, 19 years old, not drafted, and goes, that dude's about to change the league. And what do you know, 3 years later, that's the case. And in the very next moment, as if it was a completely natural occurrence, he introduced me to a person. He said, Adam, this is Magic Johnson. And I turned around, and suddenly I'm shaking hands with Magic Johnson and meeting Cookie. And then he just sat down as if that was just a very normal occurrence. That's the juxtaposition, but that's also a great representation of pulling people in.
Fifth question here, 5 on it with Rahimi and Harris. Ross Dorsey is in. So it's usually a life question here. And I have a car for the first time since 2018, and I've lived in D.C., lived in Chicago, had a car, first time driving a car in the city. It sucks. I hate having a car in the city, and number one reason why is because finding a parking spot in the city is it's torture. I hate it so much, and now I understand all the people who are in their car listening to this fabulous radio station. I understand it now. The fifth question is, why is parking in the city so insufferable?
Well, I think it's insufferable because we live in a major metropolitan area with 3 million people, and people commute in, and they don't use enough public transportation, and they don't walk enough, and you end up with not enough parking spots.
Of a certain chief friend of yours in Madison Square Garden, or were you busy?
I was busy. There was a very special, high-profile former Cubs player that was there, though. Sure, you guys could maybe guess who that may have been.
The Big Red?
Big Red may or may not have been in attendance at the wedding.
How do you know Travis Kelce? Born and raised in Kansas City. You know, lifelong Chiefs fan, season tickets for 40 years. I told him, I go, I don't need your girlfriend and all that. That'd be whatever you want to do there. But I want to hang out. I want to party with your brother one night.
Yeah. So we found out through some detective work on Spiegel and Holmes find out that Rick Sutcliffe made it to the biggest wedding of the year that wasn't Carmen's. So that's impressive. So Tanny, we have this now confirmed?
Yeah, this is via Ryan Ripken. Yes, that is the son of Cal Ripken on his podcast, his Oriole-based podcast, and just kind of came up in conversation with Rick Sutcliffe.
I just recently, I mean, nobody knows this, but Travis Kelce is a great friend. Has been for 10 years. My wife.
Wait a minute.
We got invited. Yeah, we were there.
Oh, wow. Well, of course you were. So I just talked about like you being a good guy and a great teammate. Did you enjoy the wedding?
We did. Yeah, we enjoyed it a lot.
I mean, there was a lot of people, weren't there?
Oh my goodness. Over 1,000
largest wedding you've ever been to?
Oh my goodness, by far. Yeah. I looked at my wife and as we left and I went, I'm sorry, honey. She goes, for what? And I go, well, our wedding wasn't anything like this. we grew up in Independence, Missouri, man. No, it was, it was a who's who. I mean, it'd be easier to tell you who wasn't there than who was. I think the best part for me, we probably talked for 20 minutes with Sir Paul McCartney, who actually got up and sang a couple of songs. And I mean, he couldn't have sounded any better 40 years ago. I mean, he crushed it. I want to hold your hand. She was just, it was so great. Stevie Nicks got up, but I was talking to him, and I don't know if it's true or not, okay? But I was told as a kid that my great-great-uncle, Stuart Sutcliffe, was an original Beatle. And Paul McCartney's sitting there, and I have to go ask him. I said, Paul, I'm Rick Sutcliffe. I used to play baseball. Yeah, are you still playing? No, I'm not still playing. I kind of laughed at that. I got to ask you something. I was told by my parents that Stuart Sutcliffe was a great uncle of mine. It's in our family tree. It's in the Beatles' diary. And he goes, oh, Uncle Stu. He made a big mistake. Oh, he made a mistake. And I'm like, what was the mistake? He met this girl over in Hamburg, Germany, and she told him that she needed to stay with her instead of going with that band that wasn't going to go anywhere.
What the hell?
That is
That's so many layers of what?
Yeah, because at first I'm like, of course Sut was there because we knew the backstory of him and Travis.
Okay.
Then it's like, oh yeah, Paul McCartney's there and Stevie Nicks. Like I'm like, what? And then to find out that Rick Sutcliffe's great uncle could have been a Beatle.
I have nothing.
Well, I could say this. At some point before football season really starts, maybe in August when Wani's back from down in Naples, just have Wani and Sut in the studio at the same time, and we all just leave. Because, really, we shouldn't be hearing that. Just let them talk and let them swap
Pour
stories.
Each a couple fingers of bourbon.
Yeah, who
turn
knows
the
who?
mics on.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think that's a really good idea.
The crossover of that wedding was it's just hysterical. The most famous woman in the world gets married, and all of these people are there because her husband plays a game. Plays a game.
I mean, let's not act like your guest list was anything to sneeze at.
Okay.
Stop. There were a lot of VIPs at your wedding. We did notice that we did not get the invitation.
Yeah, Carm, I don't know if you knew this. The whole time when you guys were leading up to the wedding, when you had already left, I was like, yeah, I'm on the Carmi V Friendship Accelerator program. I'm trying to get that invite here at the very last moment.
No, listen, there would have been so many more people invited, but too many people
It sounds like a logistical nightmare.
Too
to be
many
honest
people
with you.
said yes. We told the venue initially it was going to be 90 people because we're we're not going to get that many people to traverse the globe for us, to cross oceans for us. And 140 people came.
It was really cool seeing your
there was
friend
another
map.
level of we can invite these people if a bunch of people, whatever. And a bunch of people just came.
It ended up being a thing, and it's all good. We have to take a time out. When we come back, let's talk about Mooney. Mooney is back. So we've got some words from the White Sox dugout from their manager about this.
Mooney.
That's what they'll be chanting, hopefully, tonight over on the South Side. That's next here on The Score.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. Pete Crow Armstrong delivers.
And he's now just a single away from a cycle.
Swinging a line drive base hit. Right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
And the fans are loving them some Pete Crow Armstrong here at the Friendly Count Five.
Listen to every game with Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Step into a world of flavor at the new Hollywood Casino.
Let's be very clear. There's not enough easily accessible parking spots, and that's why it's bad, and it's only going to get worse, Robbie. I just want to let you know. Nothing speaks future good about Chicago parking.
Why does it suck? It's one of the largest cities in the country. There is a big concentration of people that live here. So naturally, a lot of people.
Let's just not drive cars. We have transportation. Let's just take the
And
transportation.
here you are, driving your car.
But I like to drive, but as somebody with a car that lives in the city of Chicago, I don't drive necessarily unless I have to. And I've gotten to the point in life, and Marshall, I know Marshall's gonna make a joke here. I just valet because I don't want to do the thing where, let's say I have a 7:30 reservation and it's 7:25. Now I have to circle the restaurant for 15 minutes hoping that somebody backs out and I find a spot. Just take my $15. But Robbie, do you know that the city of Chicago doesn't even own the meters in the city?
Wait, are you kidding me?
So in 2008.
Wait, is this real?
Yes.
100% real. That's why I didn't tell you in the
this
group
seems
chat.
Flawed. Why did they do that?
In 2008, former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley privatized the parking meters. And so the city leased the meters to a company known as Chicago Parking Meters LLC, based in UAE, United Arab Emirates, for $1.1 billion because the city needed the cash. Since then, the meters have generated over $2 billion.
They really traded parking for cash considerations.
So this is the
Are you kidding me?
So Robbie, this isn't
What
even
a
the worst
dumb
part.
deal.
Are
they the Bulls?
That lease was for 75 years. There is still 58 years on that deal, and UAE, the Chicago Parking Meters LLC, has already gotten their money back and an extra $1 billion.
How is this not talked about as one of the worst trades of all time?
Oh, it is one of the worst trades of all time.
Like if we talk about Luka, that's one of the worst trades I've ever seen.
1,000%.
Who's his mayor's name?
Mayor Daley.
Oh my God.
The most
I didn't know
famous
who made
mayor
the
in
deal.
the city.
Oh my God, he makes Nico Harrison look like a saint. Are you kidding me? This is the worst deal I've ever heard.
Robbie, I was in the 8th grade when this happened, and at the time it was just like, oh, the city got $1 billion. Let's see if it works out for him. And now people are like, woof.
Way to go, Mayor.
It is woof.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dane Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Haugh Hall looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center
Presented to you
fielder.
in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Spiegel and Holmes.
You know, we call today Feel Good Friday, so I'm trying to stick to that, you know? I like it.
Afternoons on The Score.
I'm smoking. That's what I'm doing.
Deep drive into right field. Back it goes. Look at the power from Mooney. His first big league home run. Rahimi into center. Back goes Farsho. This ball is gone. Murakami with his first home run in front of White Sox fans here at Wright Field. This ball is drilled. Back it goes. Murakami has the power. He now leads Major League Baseball by himself. Lucky number 13 on the season. Deep into center field. Going back. Back it goes.
Oh my God.
A monster moonshot here in Sacramento as Murakami, a grand slam here in the 7th. Murakami flicks this one the other way. Back it goes. 20 home runs for Munetaka Murakami. He becomes the 3rd White Sox player to hit 20 before June. Unbelievable rookie year.
She started calling my name. She said,
Bears coming, Bears coming, Bears coming, Bears coming.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
That's an incredible remix there by Chris Tannehill. We're going to talk about the return of Mooney in just a second, but we want to give you an opportunity to get some tickets to the Lovable Reunion Live. That's going to be next Thursday, July 16th at the Chicago Theater. The night will feature Anthony Rizzo, David Ross, Joe Madden, Jake Arrieta, and more members of the 2016 championship team. sharing stories about an unforgettable season. Tickets are provided by Live Nation. Be caller 6 right now.
Right now.
312-540-0670, and we will hook you all the way up. So it's been a long road back. The White Sox have not had Munetaka Murakami for about 6 weeks, and he is back in the lineup tonight. So that's good news that he is going to be in the lineup tonight as the White Sox start their series against...
Pretty sure he got hurt on the day I got married.
Is that... So is it your fault or
I
no?
don't know.
Are we blaming you?
Well, like, I wasn't really watching White Sox baseball while I was away, and now I'm back and watching, and he's
I know
coming
someone
back.
in Italy who was.
Right.
That guy was definitely watching the White Sox.
The Pope.
That's right, the Pope. But he's been gone, and the White Sox were 500 while they were gone. We had talked about it a lot on the show. Spiegel had predicted that they could be 500, and they were able to do that. They've run into a rough patch here lately. By the way, Murakami will bat second, and he is playing first base tonight. So if you were like, oh, they'll only DH him. Nope, that is not the case.
I think this also speaks to, like, how important Venable and the team is looking at this last series against the A's is. Because otherwise, why not wait, to bring him up and to really whatever. Like, clearly, they're placing a lot of importance on this last series and going into the All-Star break on a high note.
You are a radio professional, Carmi V, because that leads us into the manager of the White Sox, Will Venable, explaining how they got back here and what they expect from Mooney now that he's back in the lineup.
Mooney's back in the house. Really excited about that, obviously, and it means a lot to this club, and to have him active is going to be exciting.
Did you talk to him, one-on-one, face-to-face when he came back a little bit? I know he's been working and everything.
Yeah, he's been bouncing around, but yeah, I talked to him very briefly, just, kind of told him the plan, make sure we're on the same page for kind of the plan for this weekend, and just share my excitement with him coming back, and let me know if you need anything. That was it.
Is it a good, bad, or doesn't matter thing that he's playing 3 games and then has 4 days off before he comes back?
I think it's just the situation we're in. So, I think he and everyone else wishes we could keep playing here, but, understand this break is something that we all need. Even though he's just coming back, he'll use it for what he can and be ready to go on the other side of it.
And you haven't been bad in second there. What was the reasoning?
Yeah, I think that there's still some, interpretation for what this kind of full lineup is going to look like. I think, Mooney's second just makes a lot of sense. Certainly tonight they have an opener, so not exactly sure what they're going to do on the backside, but I think second's a good spot for Mooney. I think gets him a lot of at-bats there up front, not as sensitive to the matchups with him, but, we'll really see. He's in the 2-hole tonight. We'll see what tomorrow looks like.
And he's at first base tonight. Any thought of DHing him during this 3 games?
He's likely going to have 1 DH this weekend. Just don't know exactly when. We're just going to be in touch after every game, make sure he's in a good spot, and we'll adjust from there.
What stood out to you the most about the way that he was playing before the injury?
Just very consistent, and the defensive stuff, running the bases well, and then obviously at the plate doing a lot of good stuff. The swing decisions and being able to hit the ball extremely hard and in the air, and when he does that, obviously it's going over the fence. So I think he was still progressing, pretty substantially. Where early on we just saw the homers, and then he started using the whole field and hitting some singles on the backside, and really been challenged with different types of pitches, both from lefties and righties, and seeing him make those adjustments. So yeah, he was just a lot of growth, and obviously a lot of good stuff from him.
I know you said he told you that he could steal some bases. Will you maybe put a little hold on that once he comes back here for a little while?
Yes, he's not going to be stealing any bases, at least not before the break here. Yeah, we'll be mindful of that, and I think more than anything, when these guys get going and they have the really big workload, maybe it's not just what they've done in that game, but you keep adding volume with those stolen bases. I think it can hurt you. I know it's part of his game he might be able to do, but we want to keep him healthy. So for now, no stolen bases.
You feel comfortable with him going around the bases, going first to home, second to home, whatever is needed?
Yeah, I think you understand what you're asking a guy to do when you put him back in this environment, and all of our guys play hard, run hard, play with an intensity. So we want to make sure that they're ready for that, and our medical staff, as we're checking boxes, that's one of them we think about, and he's ready to be himself out there.
Sometimes when a player has an injury that they haven't had before, they become overly cautious about it. Do you feel that way with him, or is he just completely free for what he's going to do?
Well, I think he's confident in it, but I think that, he earned that through hard work, and I think that's something he had to build throughout the rehab process, which is part of it for these guys is, certainly the physical part and recovering and feeling good, but then, just having the confidence mentally that you're in a good spot, which is, part of the development of being healthy.
You were 2 games over 500 the night he got hurt. You came back to win that game. You're 2 games over 500 right now, and, just scouting, the same spot, you had this little rough stretch this week. But then you reflect back on the last 6 weeks without him. Because he was such a marquee player for you guys. What have you learned about the team in the last 6 weeks without him in the lineup? What's impressed you about the other guys?
It's been really impressive. I think if you think about the story of our first half to this point anyway, and obviously a big series here, but it's been our ability to play well with Mooney out, and I think that's happened for a lot of different reasons. One, because we get contributions from a lot of parts of our lineup, and it's a lot of guys contributing, a lot of different guys, but also Jacob Gonzalez and what he meant to this group in Mooney's absence was amazing. Defensively, he drove in a lot of big runs for us. And did a great job of kind of filling in for Mooney. So, I think we learned a lot about our club, that it's more than just one guy, but some really big contributions in his absence.
All right, so that was Will Venable talking about Munetaka Murakami. I'm trying to get some, and shout out to the mob for bringing this to my attention, and how appropriate is that the mob boss is here. Bring this to my attention, so I'm following up as we are listening to Will Venable.
Mob.
James Fegan posted a picture of the scoreboard at 35th and Shields, and it says Munetaka Murakami, All-Star and Home Run Derby participant. There has not been anything official that the White Sox have put out saying that he is going to be a replacement for someone and is going to be a Home Run Derby participant. As Dr. White Sox, Tanny, how would you feel about a guy coming off the IL and walking right into the Home Run Derby?
Well, first of all, the intriguing thing is Chicago White Sox All-Star. Like, that's like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, that's like, and I care about that more. Like, that's really cool.
Too.
If that's accurate, and it's always interesting the way this stuff comes out after they speak to the manager, because there's nothing about that in there, obviously. But I think, next year is not guaranteed either with a baseball season or with this guy being on the White Sox, right? So when you have an opportunity like this, and if he wants to do it to showcase like what I think has been one of the best stories in all of baseball this year, I think you do it. You put, Murakami on the world stage and let him go out there and show out. I think he earned the right, before getting hurt to be there, and he was well on a trajectory to being there on his own merit before the injury, and the numbers are still pretty good. So yeah, I would love to see, both of those things, the Derby and him in the All-Star game.
Okay, so you're not worried about a guy that's been out with a hamstring then going into the Home Run Derby and maybe wasting some bullets in the Home Run Derby.
Well,
back.
Well, I look at, I'm a positive thinker, unlike you, Lawrence. You're very negative with this stuff, but I think the fact that he's been idle for so long, he could use this as a way to stay fresh through the break, because you're ramping up and then playing and then stopping. I don't like that. Let him keep going through the break.
Like glorified batting practice anyway. Like,
it is.
Is it new rules? I don't even know the rules.
Yeah, there's a whole new complete set of rules where it's like you get 15 swings and then you can keep swinging if your last swing is a home run until you don't hit a home run. So there's some of that stuff going on. It's just, all right.
Like, you don't have to sprint between. I mean, I think the question to Venable about, like, are you comfortable with, him navigating the bases and all that? I think that was a good one to ask when you are coming off a hamstring. But, like, I mean, if you're just trying to hit dingers.
He's got the red light on that now. So, okay. All right, I'll live with it. I love the look on Alex's face, because Alex is 15 minutes away from not caring about Jack.
There's nothing on, like, I'm looking on ESPN.
I've been looking too.
It says Schwarber is the latest, Derby, Home Run Derby ad.
Yeah, Bryce Harper and Schwarber.
I'm like, that's old news though.
Yeah, and I'm like texting people with the White Sox, like, hey man, what's up with this picture? Hey. What's going on over there?
Hey.
So we'll see.
Yeah, no, Alex is already checked out.
I'm not checked out. I'm a little, I don't want during my 2 weeks away to hear, oh, Mooney pulled a hammy in the home run derby.
I don't
He's
either.
back on the injured list.
I really don't want
But
you
the
gotta
entertainment of it, I mean, come on.
You got to do it.
Come on.
After all the bad years the White Sox have endured being the public, the national laughingstock of baseball, this would be a thing worth doing for everybody's sake, I think.
And I think that had he not been injured, it's a fait accompli that he would have been an all-star and been in the home run derby, and we all would have been looking forward to it. I got to tell you, like, as I traveled around early on my little baseball walkabout, which will continue next week when I go to Toronto, or as Stacey Dales would say, Toronto.
Yes. You can't really pronounce the T. The
can't
last
pronounce
T.
it. You can't pronounce that.
You cannot pronounce it.
I noticed that's the guy that's breaking through as the White Sox start to build back up.
You're so right. Where like people that historically or like whatever have no reason to know anything about the White Sox, they know Mooney.
Yeah, they know that guy, and seeing his jersey in other places, and seeing it in Japanese in other places, like I was like, okay, so the White Sox got themselves a guy. So.
And hopefully they keep themselves a guy.
I mean, that's been another part of this that's been beautiful because there were already sharks circling around the White Sox before the season even started that, if the White Sox are bad, like they've been bad, and Murakami's really good, he'll be a Dodger by the trade deadline, right? So now it's not that. And then the questions become, when does he get an extension?
Well, remember, this was my threshold, Lawrence. I was like, I think I said all-star break. If he's an all-star, begin the conversations.
Yeah, you might
announce it during the after the all-star game that he's been extended.
Yeah, but unfortunately, with the way the CBA conversations are probably going to go, I could see them not doing it.
This is such a weird time in baseball, I feel like, because there's not a whole lot of precedent, I don't think, for knowing this far in advance that there is going to be a major disruption. Like,
we always salute major disruption.
Major disruption. I get it now. But
general discomfort.
But we've been talking about this since before the season started, like since last season, like knowing that this was going to, now how bad it's going to be if we're going to lock out the entire season, that's still obviously on the table. But like, we know that there's going to be a significant disruption to next season. We just don't know the severity of it. And I can't think of a time that like we've known this far in advance.
Tanny, what was Tom Ricketts' advice?
Enjoy the season.
That's all he said.
Come on, man.
Enjoy the season, because we don't know. We have no idea about all of this stuff. It is crazy. Before we get out of here, and we're going to make way for Cubs Reds coming up in a little bit.
Well, my first piece of advice, and one that I'm going to take, is enjoy the season.
And I have been actually.
True.
I didn't think I was going to.
This is such a White Sox thing too. Be like, oh my God, they're getting good again. They're finally good again, and now we're not. Yeah, we're not gonna.
So for people who don't know, because we know you as our favorite sister who is a ball knower, that you come in here and you talk to us about the NFL. We know that you have a Super Bowl ring. I didn't make Dave do the thing today on Twitch.
Which thing?
Where he moves and then your Super Bowl ring
is right there. Well, it's right next to his Emmy, so we're just,
it's a major flex.
Well, he gets to flex a major flex.
Did you wear it during the ceremony? Like, he puts the ring on you, but you already got a ring on?
No.
That would have been cool.
See, that's why you should have had me there. Anyway,
our ceremony was
on.
very funny because our priest didn't really speak English that well. So there was a start-stop. There was a It was fun. It was
a false start in a football wedding.
Wait, I thought you said no football.
No, I didn't say false start. I just said it was a start-stop is what I said, which is
an illegal shift.
No, stop. There will be no football anecdotes about my wedding. That continues afterwards.
Did the play clock run out? Is that what happened? They couldn't get the play in?
I'm going to kill all of you.
Ben Johnson couldn't get the play in. Caleb's like, run it again! Run it again! But before Carmen was a ball knower in the NFL and college football world, you worked for the White Sox?
I did. I was an intern. I interned for the Dodgers out of college, and where there were 3 of us PR/media relations interns. And they sent me to the MLB Diversity Business Summit. And there I met Moira Foy, shout out Moira, who's the head of HR for the Chicago White Sox. And the Blackhawks were in the playoffs at that point. And in that series, I had been wearing my Dustin Byfuglien jersey and then they would win. And I dropped this on them while we were at the hotel bar watching the Blackhawks. And she was like, they win when you wear it? And she's like, I'm like, yeah. She's like, do you have it with you? I was like, of course I have it with me. She's like, go upstairs and put it on right now. And so I did. And I went downstairs and in the jersey, the Blackhawks won that game. And 3 months later, I got a call from her like, hey, do you want to be our media relations intern? I was like, yeah, I do. So I worked for the White Sox in 2014 season.
Robin Ventura.
My first day of work was the Big Hurts induction ceremony. Like getting to be I got to meet Frank Thomas on the first day that I worked for the White Sox, which was wild.
Wait, you were in Cooperstown?
No. It was like his press conference where they announced everything. Yeah, the jersey retirement and everything. So it was a press conference for that. And it was a great time. I used to set up Haugh's scorebook, because at that point he wasn't.
What?
Yeah, like he was. I was really good at it, and I was the only intern that he would let do it. And so I would set his book up for him, and I would write in the lineups, and I would he liked things very particularly. And at that point, like his writing was getting kind of bad. So he needed somebody to just set it up for him. He would score the games himself. But I used to set up his book for him. And it was so much fun. It was such a cool internship. There were only 2 of us too. So we had to work every single game. And I always say that I love getting my start in baseball, because if you can work in baseball, you can work anywhere. I had like my own pitching pages. So like I was responsible for the game notes, like the pitching pages. Like there were like certain pitchers I was assigned, and like to know their stats and how to keep up with it. So every time they would start, I would slide in there and here's my page and here's the updated stats.
Wait, did you go on the road too?
No.
Okay.
No, you don't go on the road. I went on the road to Wrigley.
Okay.
But I got to know a lot of the guys. I got to know a lot of the coaches, like Debo, Daryl Boston. I got
Coop.
Coop. Robin Ventura was the manager, obviously, right then. Harold Baines was incredible to work with. They were so much fun. I used to go and steal their lifesavers mints because I would always have to bring them stats, and so my charge for bringing them stats was a mint. I'm like, you have to give me a mint for bringing you stats. So that was the trade-off.
I really love like the mosaic of your career because your teamwork, I think, gives you a perspective that those of us that have never had that have.
I never really realized until I went outside of a team, and I was an outside reporter, and especially like reporting on the league as a whole and traveling around to different teams, but also being kept at arm's length as a media member. It was so different, but it also allowed me to see just how unique my perspective was being inside the building at these places, and the access that what me, not only to be able to like talk to these guys, but to just see kind of the inner machinations of what it looks like what a GM's day is structured like. And, you know, the things that you hear like in the hallway passing the war room, or like just like even the build out of practice schedules. Like I remember like, you know, sitting in coaches' offices while they're building the practice schedule, while they're building coaches' call sheets, which are all different depending on the coach and how they like them set up, and like little things like that you just, they're so small and they're so minute, but they end up making a huge difference, and it's a different perspective than anybody else really gets.
Man, that's so cool.
And like, yeah, bringing stats to Harold Baines and Daryl Boston.
And doing Haugh's scorebook is
that was why, like I did back-to-back baseball internships where I just got I had the most insane stories, because with the Dodgers I got to know Vin Scully really well, and I brought him his stats, and he was like, I called him my work grandpa. And like I would have to call him at home sometimes because like he needed certain things at home, and like his wife would answer, and she was just such a doll, and like got to know, you know, she gets to know your voice by the end. She's like, oh, let me go get Vin for you. And like, you know, it's just, you get to be like really close with so many of these people that are just larger than life, and they still remain larger than life. Like Haugh was always still larger than life. I really have no idea why I was chosen to do that. Like there was an immense amount of pressure when I first started doing it, because like you can't mess up.
He's
so particular and so incredibly detailed, and it was like, and he like we like in the beginning of the season, like there were a bunch of us that, like both of us, the other media relations intern and I, went back and forth and did it. And he's like, no, I like the way Carmen does it, so she has to do it now. So I had to do it every game.
Sean from Charlotte, it says it right. Carmen regularly drops a story that makes me shake my head and say, what? Just casually. Oh, I set up Hawks books. Love when she's on the show. I do too. What? I do too.
I also had to bring stats to Chris Frangi. So.
Okay, we were waiting to get to that part. Yeah.
Now that's the best part.
I also would regularly run into Ranji at like 99.5 country concerts because we got free tickets.
No way.
I'm shocked by that.
Hey, we're going to Beaumont's after the game. You want to come?
You want to come and hang out?
Joe's on weed.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Hey, we'll meet you at the store, okay, Box?
So check this out. You know how like we were trying to figure out if Boston would make it to